We're streaming. We're live. I think I'm alive. Alright. The usual. Okay, just gotta start breathing. Trying to breathe. I can't even get it out. Obviously, I have to hydrate. Okay. Enjoy that ringing. I'm not really capable of bringing you much else right now. You like that? Moaning. Sore. Okay, Vivian isn't available. Oh my god. Oh my god. Call around some other people. That's gonna blow my eardrums out. Oh yes, first thing, everybody put in an upvote. Make certain that, okay, good. Kaiser didn't take out any more than it needed to. So while the ringing goes on and on, put in an upvote because that's what gets us on searches. And of course, we're immediately attacked by downvotes the moment we start because of the the Autobots. They send in automated bot system. Okay, okay, give me a call when you're back. It wouldn't allow me to answer. Okay, then I'll tell her call me then. Call me then. Call me then. Okay, hopefully she can see that. Let's wait for her call. And there we are. Okay. Okay, honey, thank you so much. Yes, so we'll start from here. You can do a screen share if you wish, but otherwise, just see who you can drag on. I just tried Daniel Arola, and he's not answering. And you know, he's definitely out there, but we'll see what happens to him in the near future.
Okay.
But as for everyone else, let's give the usual suspects a try. Brandon Young, for instance, Sammy Romero, George Knight as well, actually. Everyone but Peter Moon, because of course he's on the next hour. He will be expecting us to call him at the top of next hour. And what I'll do is I'll finish setting up my throne of pillows here so I can last through the next 12 hours. And,
Nice. Nice. So
very
you said
cute.
Noreen, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Selena, yes.
Selena. Yeah. Like how I had to think about that. Yes, I had to. I try to remember who people are. Oh my god. Well, I'll be.
I know. I don't know how to do it yet.
Oh no worries. Oh honey, not even an issue. No. I was just
Um,
gonna. I was just gonna.
do we want the curious girl?
Yeah, sure. Give her a
A
try.
no to Sarah Thomas.
Sarah Thomas. Sarah.
That's
Where
a
do I
no.
remember her from?
I
Sarah.
don't know.
Sarah
What
Thomas.
happened? What
Oh
did I just
no,
do?
Sarah Thomas, right? Oh, that poor dear in Canada. No. She took off with J. Maurice and shit. I guess she had a secret crush on somebody who wants to kill her, you know, and everybody else who's white before they go around killing everybody else. That's you know,
I
pretty
did it
much.
again.
Oh, what? What?
Oh my goodness.
What'd
Just
you do?
I don't know. Like I finish all the contacts I'm gonna hit,
Uh,
and then I click. I accidentally just touched the screen somewhere, and it went. It went away.
oh, no
So
worries.
okay,
That sort
here
of
we
thing
go. Here we
happens.
go.
Yeah.
There we are. Okay, there we are, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you, honey. You're an angel. And I've started adding your name into the summaries, the show summaries. So hopefully you'll notice that. There's something else you added onto your channel recently. You can tell
Thank
people what it
you.
is.
What I added onto my channel?
Something. I think you did something on your channel, right? Recently? Anyhow, Sammy's with us, I believe. So, Sammy Romero, let's check your audio. Can you hear us? And Noreen is with us too.
Noreen is here,
Yes.
girl.
Stay on that long. I'm
Yeah.
Hi, I can't stay on that long. I'm in the middle of doing something actually.
Okay.
So
But we're glad you
Okay.
checked in, and you might be able to check in later, right? If you will.
yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
All
And
right. I gotta let you go, but go ahead.
okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I was just going to say the best time to always check in is after 9 p.m., shortly after 9 p.m. California time. Okay. So,
But being right now though, we were
oh,
gonna
yeah, and
go
you can check in
into
anytime
oh.
during the opening hour, too. Yeah, the first
Oh.
hour. Yeah, this hour. Anytime this hour or after 9 is perfect. Yeah.
Oh, all right then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Mwah.
Hi, Noreen. Good to
Bye-bye.
see you.
Hi,
hear
hi
your voice.
Viviana. Thank
Hi,
you,
honey.
you too. Hi. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah. Yeah. In a few
Okay.
minutes, maybe. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Uh-huh.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. But I don't know how to hang up this thing because it's not allowing me to.
Oh, don't worry about that. Just all you need to do
Um,
is like go mute and leave it on.
No. I'd rather hang up because I need to hang this up.
I don't know.
I mean,
How do we? Maybe you
I
can
don't
do
know
a
why this
share
is.
screen. It should have.
No, I'm on my phone. No, normally I don't have this issue. I don't know what's happening. It's kind of
Right.
it's just kind of weird because every time I
Oh, what we can do is we can hang up on you,
Yeah.
right? I mean.
and then I just join in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Viviana,
Okay,
just, can you remove her from the call? I guess.
How do I kick her out?
So if I take a look at the people that are on, let me see, add participants. There should be a way to kick someone off. I mean,
Okay.
To remove them? Yeah.
Mm.
How
Yeah.
can I? There might be a way to remove from the call, but it's not telling me how.
Right,
Mhm.
add participants. So let me take a look at I know Viviana, just check into the profile where everybody is on the call. And there should be some
right.
option for removing somebody from the call. If you can't, then don't worry about it, honey. If you can't hang up and Viviana can't get rid of you, then just go mute.
Strange.
Then just go mute and
I
jump
can't go mute either. It won't
Oh.
allow me to do anything. That's the problem.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
That's cute. That's
Oh, I can mute, but I can't really be on here because I can't. I
I get
don't
it.
always want to use bandwidth. I mean, I don't know. It's just
honey,
this is strange.
if you go mute, then likely it'll probably hang up automatically at some point. I think.
I don't think so. No,
Okay.
that's okay. I'll just mute.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna try to get removed. Well, let me see if I can do it from here. I don't.
and,
Yeah, this is very strange. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh, no worries. No worries.
trying to figure this out.
Oh,
Yeah,
no
I'm sorry.
worries.
Kind of like
I don't
weird.
know. I don't know how to kick you out. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah. Oh, no
Yeah,
worries.
this is
We'll
something-
try and here we are. Let me do a screen share and hope this helps. And so I'm gonna share screen. Can everybody see the little cursor moving around?
No.
And everybody.
No, no, I can't.
There should be a button next to the mute. Yeah. Okay. So the mute button's down. What? You can't see my screen. I'm sharing screen.
That's the problem with this situation. It's
Right.
almost like
Okay.
it's in a weird mode. That's what I mean.
Got it.
Yeah,
I got it.
it's very
I got it.
strange.
Viviana, can you see
Well,
the
I'll
screen?
just mute then.
Yeah. Just mute for now.
Yeah, I can't see anything you guys are doing. I'll
fine.
just have to mute.
No
That's all
worries.
I can do. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wonderful. Mwah. Thank you, honey. And so Viviana can see.
No, I gotta take a shower. I don't have time right that.
Ooh.
I don't know. I
You turn
gotta
mute.
take a shower now
You-
because you don't want to eat that late. It's 5 o'clock. Well,
Yeah.
be patient with me.
Noreen.
Care provision. So Noreen, do go mute, Noreen.
She's-
See if you can go mute, Noreen.
I'm muted.
Oh.
I am muted. That's the
Oh.
problem.
Oh my God. So
See
let's
what
try.
I'm talking about? You know
Got
what?
it.
You know what I'm gonna
Got
do? I'm gonna shut my phone off. Okay?
That's
the
it.
only way to do this. All
That's
right.
it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Bye bye. Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Okay. Bye, bye, girl. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye.
And so what we'll do now is, while she shuts her phone off, if you can see and Sammy can say hi. Yeah, right,
Hi, Sammy.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, much the better for hearing from you. And so just a
Oh,
little hint to everybody, Noreen takes care of her mother and other care recipients. So her profession as a care provider has a little, she's taking care of that. And so when you see what I've got going here, I think that we've got 9 participants in the call theoretically, and then they say add participants. There should be a way to subtract participants, and I think one way to do that would be like, as an example, I don't know what to do as an example because I've never really kicked somebody off a call before.
That
And
would
yet
be a handy, convenient thing to know.
it
But
would be. It would be. And I know that they do that to me all the time back in the old days when they were fucking with the Skype. Okay, 4 of 9 in call. So here we are. So this should be like there. She dropped. See, she dropped. So if I were to hang up on one of these people, I would hang us up. This is 3 of 9 in call. So if you're able to call that up through the participants, if you see that little participants thing right down there, honey. Honey? Okay.
I don't see you sharing screen. I don't see the screen.
Oh, you don't see the screen. Okay.
Mm-mm.
So I don't know what we can do.
I see it.
Yeah,
I see it.
Okay, so Sammy
I
sees
don't
it,
know what's
but
going on. I'm sorry.
that doesn't help. So honey, on your lower left-hand side, there should be a little thing that says participants. Okay? Do you see that? Lower left hand.
Can I just give up? Can I just give up right now?
For now, let's give up for
Okay,
now.
thanks.
We'll stop sharing for now, and we'll go on to talking. And this will be wonderful for me because it gives me an opportunity to make some tea, finish my tucking in my sheets here, and I'll be done soon because I'm almost done. So, but if Sammy and Viviana can share the stage for a little bit, that would be wonderful. But before, of course, I tend to all these petty things. Let's have both of you share with me how your day went. How's everything going for both of you?
It's going good. I'm so excited. What were you talking about my page though? Were you what did you mean?
Oh, I thought you maybe had added something to your little YouTube channel. I don't know. I thought.
Oh, my little yeah. Well, we raised funds for my friend's guitar
Wonderful.
that I support. Yeah. And the whole community came together and he's going to purchase a guitar and further in his music career. And then I just posted today, like today's my juice day, whatever, not important. And then, we're just dragging some nasty people out here. And Nathan Brooks came in, hung out with us the other day.
Oh, cool. Yes, delightful. So glad that everyone's getting along. And so in return towards that, I'd like to remind everyone tonight will be a fundraising episode because we need to raise 141 United States dollars at least to pay for my renewing my website. The host server is Bluehost, and there's an annual renewal fee, and it covers as well some of their other minor expenses, such as I have no idea what, something stupid. My domain name, that's what it is. My domain name is like $18.99 a year, and that's incorporated. That's calculated into the cost. So I've raised enough money so far where I just need another $141 more. So I do ask everyone, just contribute what you can. I will give a shout out to Stephen Myers as well as Rosie Sanchez, who both contributed recently. And of course, these are wonderful people, and hopefully other wonderful people who will participate just to help me maintain an online presence. Other than that, of course, if we can raise beyond that, that would be helpful to keep me through the rest of the month in beer and pretzels, of course. All of that being said, actually I have to buy still water, as bottled water, because my pipes are all fucked. So I got to make a purchase in that later in the month or soon enough. So yeah, it's about $200. If we raise that, that would be ideal. So other than that, 141 most immediately. And it's not due until the 13th or 14th, but obviously we want to get this out of the way as soon as possible for the renewal of the website. And other than that, everybody put in an upvote. Use whatever different IP addresses you can. Your phone, your tablet, your PC, your laptop, because that's what the enemy does. They don't fight fair, and we can't afford to fight fair either. So they hit us from all angles with downvotes to make certain we don't appear on searches. So to get us to appear on searches, we need your upvote. So this is your war. You have to fight it, and you need to participate. I might go into other ways you can do that later tonight, or we'll see if that develops organically. Other than that, it's been about a month, I would say, or how many months? It feels like forever. But Cinco de Mayo, Cinco de Mayo, there was this asshole, this complete asshole I had as a professional illustration instructor. And he was one of a number of them, but this one's name was Patrick O'Flanagan Hughes. And he was an Irishman, but he was very much a bigot. And he would constantly make jokes about Cinco de Mayo, where he would pronounce it Cinco de Mayo because, of course, I was Chinese. Now, by the way, that was part of a complex relationship he and I had that had nothing to do with his necessarily trying to be abusive, but it was still stupid. And I still say it like that without thinking, which is cause enough for me to be resentful of him at the moment. So that being said, it was since Cinco de Mayo, since basically we terminated James and Reese and have been dealing with the collateral damage ever since. Today might be kind of like a summary day for that, because I noticed that the video cycle is cycling off for the episodes. So the episodes go into kind of like the main storage, so to speak, where you have to click the videos to see them. Until then, you've got kind of like a train of episodes that are the latest that you can actually select to review. And I noticed that his termination episode is now the one that's being cycled out into the main body of videos that you only see if you click the videos button. So that being said, it's kind of like the end of a cycle. And hopefully we can cycle out of this with all of the crap that went with it, and of course all of the gangstalkers just feeding off this, and of course it is an opportunity to educate our listeners, and also it validates everything I say, and certainly it can go further. We'll see how further it goes, no matter what happens. I'm always the last man standing, even when I'm wearing a dress. So, all that being said, Sammy Romero and Viviana Sanchez are here. Viviana already explained to us that she's doing well. And yourself, Sammy, share with us before I start tucking in sheets and making my tea, how you're doing, and everyone.
I'm doing fine. Just, trying to, survive like everybody else. And just keep a good morale as much as you can. I think, try not to consume too much information that is, toxic.
Yes.
Especially, all these conspiracy theories. It's not very conducive to what I want to do as far as just progress.
Yes.
And it's key, But other than that, I'm doing fine. I'm just here supporting my friend Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you. Delightful, and of course deeply appreciated. And just out of curiosity, are you in the work environment?
Yes, I do. If I have background noise.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Yeah.
No, there is no background noise. That's why I asked.
Okay.
I asked
Yes.
because your sound quality was so high. I thought that you had checked into
I'm
a
off of
library or
Bluetooth.
What's
I'm
that?
off of Bluetooth, and I've noticed when I'm on Bluetooth and I'm next to a tarmac, there must be some type of interference. I don't know, but yeah, I'm actually on earbuds.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
a profound difference in quality. So, if I could leave you two wonderful people to talk to each other, hold the stage for about 10-15 minutes, that would be perfect. I'm sure I'll be back before then, more likely 10-12 minutes, but if the both of you could do that, deeply appreciate it, and thank you so much for all both of you do. Thank you.
Certainly.
Yes, no problem.
All right. Make me some tea too, please.
Hi, Vivian. How you doing?
Mr. Sammy?
I'm good. Working. Just trying to survive like everybody.
Yeah, day in, day out, eh?
Yeah. How was your Monday and Tuesday?
great. They were very eventful. We were just having fun on YouTube all the time.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
I think I have an addiction. I
Oh,
have
okay.
an addiction. Yeah. And you know how everybody loves drama.
Oh,
And
of
whatever.
course.
But yeah. But you know, we just have like massive problematic people who will stream like 10 hours. And one of them was actually accusing me of something very horrendous concerning child abuse.
Oh,
Just to
wow.
say, you know, just to be dirty and just, you know, state that out there like, oh, yeah, she's got this on her record. And so
Wow.
what I did is I just went live too, and to have a record for myself. But she was just dragging so many people. And so we sort of had a hate watch party.
Oh, wow.
And then, yeah, so, but yeah, that's pretty much what we did like yesterday. And that was a good 6 hours because she was on for
Oh,
10.
wow. Wow.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
And then they're out there, they're out there begging, you know. Then she's like, I'm creating a legal fund for $10,000. And everyone's just kind of like, what the? Like, this girl is crazy. Anyway,
wow.
Yeah. It's
Um,
wild.
no, I mean, I've been working, you know, my job sometimes, as problematic as it is. One second. Let me get on mute.
Well, welcome everyone. I see Nathan Brooks. Hey Nathan, good to see you. Thanks for, if you're still here, thanks for coming over and checking us out, hanging out with the group. I know it was kind of crazy, but that's where we live over there in YouTube land. Right now, I'm looking over at Douglas Dietrich's Facebook. And if you ever want to keep up with Douglas, the best way to follow him is Facebook. Every time before his transmission, he will post an informative art photo or something, and all his information will be there, along with any information you need to contact him, support him. But please do always support your favorite renegade historian, Douglas Dietrich. We appreciate it so much. So I hope everybody's week is so far so good. And we have 18 followers, so welcome everybody. We like you all coming and lurking or hanging out with us, chilling, relaxing, and enjoying what Douglas has to offer out here. In the meantime, he'll be back momentarily. Please enjoy the snacks and any and all goodies we have available. I'm just kidding. All right, so hold on a minute. Seems like I lost Sammy, so I'm here alone, you guys. I'm a little shy, not really, but I'm a little shy when I'm on this transmission because I know like this is a lot more out of my league. And Sammy said he'll be back in 1 second. And mostly, you know, so please forgive my lack of understanding of what to do right now. Like, anyway, I know they're testing me. See, that's why they're doing this. They want to see if I can hold a crowd, which is cool. So I'll do my very best. Anyway, but I really don't have anything to talk about today, unfortunately, because I have been actually not paying attention to the news, Sammy. How about you?
Oh, I haven't been either. Yeah. It's just I'm kind of, you know, it's the thing about the news is what I want to know, they can't really provide. And it's one of those things where at a certain point, I don't want to hear about, you know, celebrity gossip and stuff like that. That doesn't really, doesn't do anything for me. But, you know, so for the most part, Doug has really been my news source as far as what I want to know. But, you know, to a certain extent, you know, hearing bad news all the time is not always good. And that kind of messes up your morale, or, you know, you can get caught up in just the negativity, you know?
Oh, I agree. Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, whatever are we going to do without Amber Heard and Johnny Depp every day?
Oh, God, no.
Jeez, I'm lost without them. I just don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just, it just can get toxic, but anything really, I mean, but at this point, it's more of, I want to know really what's going to be the reaction as far as elections, elections are coming up, midterms, and that's going to be very interesting as far as how the House is going to change, or the Senate, and maybe there's going to be as far as the stimulus plan, and Americans need help pretty much.
Oh, are they talking about another stimulus plan?
Well, I hope so. Especially with the gas, and the gas prices. It's just I think it's just inevitable. They're going to have to, because we don't want, unfortunately, as far as any alternative, electric cars, or hydrogen cars, they're not very accessible right now as far as the average Joe can buy. So that's something I think we should at least look into, or just have vouchers. Like, one second.
Well, cars.
One second.
Cars. I think cars in general right now are new cars anyway are going to be problematic because there's not enough semiconductors in the semiconductor realm, so there's a massive shortage there. Then you have the onslaught of actually taking off, or having enough workers to take off the docks, the incoming freight that's being transported through the oceans. Other aspect, I went to go shop today at Walmart, and I kid you not, simple things I just would have bought a month ago have inflated maybe 200%. So like if I was buying a case of water, last week it was maybe $3.60. Today it was running around $4 to $5. Other things like paper plates, normally they're running $2 to $3. Today they were like $4 to $6 for 50 plates. I was just like, oh wow, this is quite a jump. So I guess we're all going to be feeling the incoming inflation. No, I don't drive, so I never pay attention to the gas prices. I don't know quite where they are. What are they like right now where you are?
In Southern California for premium, it's about $7. It's about $7. Wow. In downtown LA, it's at 9 and change in downtown LA. So
that's insane. I couldn't imagine.
It's just well, it's one of those things where it's gonna happen. They're gonna have to put out stimulus, or it's not gonna be accessible, But
uh-oh. Did I lose you, Sammy, or did I get lost? Okay, well, it seems that I might have lost Sammy, or I might not even be on there. Let me just double check. All right. I'm just testing. Hold on. Testing.
Hello, Vivian.
Is there anyone?
Vivian.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Like,
hear me?
Hello? I got dropped.
Hello? Hello? Hey. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I don't know what happened. I thought I dropped, but I was still here.
Weird. No, I went on mute for a second. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, can you hear
sorry.
me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
No,
yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you, yes.
Well, anyway, okay. Is there a lot of background noise? Just to let you know.
Just a little, but it's not too bad. Okay.
Well, anyway, so I think the cost of living everywhere is bad. It's just where we're at right now, Groceries, I think it's just part of life right now, where everybody is just trying to, survive,
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be like this for a while, because it's just, you can't push a button and say fix it. It's not. It's just not how things work. You know. But how are things in Arizona? How is it the same? As far
I
as
don't get
California.
out much. No, we're
Okay.
not as bad. I mean, the region I am in is actually equal to California in some respects as far as living, buying homes, property, and the cost of living. So we're somewhat equal. And so we had to raise our minimum wage to $15 because it was so difficult for people to live. It actually benefited the city very much because you have more people who have a higher wage and they're buying more things or they're going out more. But we necessarily, we really need the tourism, so we're a tourism type. Other parts in Arizona are affordable places, southern, like Phoenix. There's little towns on the way to Phoenix and further down that probably, I guess right now, gas is between, I think, $4.50. So comparatively, sounds like you're about double. No, what did you say it was 7? So we're about $4.50 right now.
Oh, 450?
And that's
Oh,
all
okay.
I'm aware of. Yeah. Like when I take an
Yeah.
Uber, so when
Yeah.
I take an Uber, I'm always asking like the drivers, like, how's it going? What's the gas?
Right.
For you, how they say they have to work like, at least 6 days a week to make a good cut, or decent
Right.
enough cut to stay formidably, above water. But now they have like a surcharge when you do get a ride. It's like a gas charge.
Right.
So,
And that's one of the things that's gonna have to be addressed, because it's not conducive now to your everyday life to still be relying on, fossil fuels. It's outdated now, to the point where it's going to be to the point where people are not going to be able to go to work. It's either buy gas or pay rent and buy groceries. It's just the reality. And the problem with that is because of what's going on globally, and I'm sure Doug is going to get into this. It's affecting here at home as far as having these vehicles accessible, like the hybrids, like electrical and so on and so forth, because they're not accessible. A regular hybrid, and I looked at a Honda, like a Honda hybrid. It's
yeah.
it's about $60,000 for this car.
Yikes.
What
and
year?
That's, I mean,
a brand new one, a brand new one.
Oh, brand new. Uh-huh.
So
Those
it's one
are
of those.
really nice cars, though. They're
No, they are.
They hold their value. Yeah.
Oh, and it's true. It's just accessibility. It's just they're not accessible. It's one of those where we have to kind of, you have to wait till they come down. But how things are looking like as far as manufacturing and globally, because of tension, it's just not. It's not. They're not going to come down for a while. The war's going to have to. There's going to have to be war. And I'm sure what you know about Biden when he said that he was going to defend Taiwan if the communists decide to invade. So I mean, it's already put out. He already put it out there. In other words. So
Now, how does he expect to? But how does he expect to do that? I mean, how close are the troops in Taiwan? Do we have a base there?
Absolutely, we have access. I'm not. The thing about it is because there's more to just playing war as far as Taiwan is not as weak as we think they are, but it's really just Biden putting himself ahead of it. Because what we learned from Ukraine is Ukraine, as much as they are defending themselves and holding a fight towards Russians, Russia somewhat is still successful in as far as the territory they're trying to the territory they have invaded. So the Chinese are already looking at this, and to me it's inevitable. They're going to go to war. So yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I just got back, and I heard something that I'm pretty certain I agree with. I only caught the tail end of it. May I ask for a kind of quick summary without forcing our listeners to suffer through too much repetition, of course?
No, Doug. We're just as far as just the cost of everything right now, and fuel and cars, especially hybrids with the computer chips that Taiwan provides us, and what's going on globally as far as tension.
Yeah.
The tension of war is straining supply and demand, and we're seeing the effects of it. But and also when Biden vowed to quote unquote defend Taiwan against the communists, that was just Biden putting himself ahead to pretty much let know China that we're going to go to war.
Yes.
So that's pretty much it. I mean, and it's going to happen. If Biden's already saying it, it's because he probably got intel that the communists are gearing up.
Yes.
So at least that's how I take it.
No, I definitely agree. Or rather, certainly we should all prepare ourselves for such, because to do otherwise would be simply in denial of reality. It would be foolish to do otherwise. But nevertheless, I would say that hopefully with the Russians failing as they are in Ukraine, I heard a bit about what you said about they seem to be holding on, at least successfully to a degree, to the territory that they captured. But I would dare say that that's tenuous in the sense that with enough supplies coming in from the outside world, that territory has a far greater potential for eventually being retaken, maybe even sooner than most people expect. So hopefully that would be enough to deter China, the mainland Chinese, from doing something completely stupid. But common sense and sanity are simply, they're all too rare in this day and age. Everybody is pretty much acting on madness. It was certainly insane for Putin to do what he did in the first place, but here we are, and we're all paying the consequences for it. And the gas is, I don't know how high it is in Los Angeles, but it's about $6 a gallon up here in San Francisco at times. How about down there? It's about how much? Oh, I hope he's still with us.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Sammy was saying that gas was $9 in LA.
Oh, holy shit! Holy shit!
And downtown LA is about $9.
Oh my god! That's madness.
But it's around. It's going to be close to $7 pretty soon.
Yeah.
So it's about the same.
Yeah.
It's about the same.
Yeah. No, I haven't been even keeping track of the gas in San Francisco. It might have gone up from the last time that I looked. I admit I don't drive, so I'm not hit by that or bombarded by that on a daily basis. But that's so frightening. And so that being said, but what took us in this direction of geopolitics while my tea steeps?
Well, it's pretty much the cost of living. And it has to also do with the vehicles. If people are trying to seek alternatives to a gas-powered vehicle and they're looking to a hybrid, that requires technology, and we don't make anything here. We don't manufacture anything in America, so all the imports that we receive, or even if we quote unquote make stuff, it's not assembled here. It's assembled somewhere else. It's just how things are right now, where none of these vehicles are really accessible to the everyday Joe because, to me, maybe because of the monopoly of, companies that decide to put a stranglehold on these vehicles that, people need. I mean, I would love to see a vehicle that is $25,000 and it's a, full-blown hybrid. That would be great,
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. And certainly, Brazil used to be a leader in this regard. Brazil was like rendering all of its cars by mandate. It was saying all cars have to be basically biofueled in the near future. And they were doing this a quarter of a century ago. I don't know whatever happened to that or whether that went completely off the rails. but I certainly don't hear about it anymore. And it may have changed with the administration, certainly under Bolsonaro. But I do want to say hello to the people in the chat room. Again, I'll be running to get my tea in about 5 minutes, but I went through the ceremonies. It's steeping right now, and therefore, then when I go back and grab it, I have to add certain elements to it, like turmeric and, of course, the nutmeg and all the rest of that. A sun-dried tomato I usually throw in there as well, just to absorb some of the tea dust. But otherwise, some people might accuse me of really making it kind of a soup. But all of that out of the way, because sometimes people have asked me about this and they're curious about it. And of course, when I have the soft-boiled eggs, which I used to purchase peeled from Walgreens, they don't sell them often enough anymore. I'd put them into the tea as well, just so that I could pull them out later as a tea egg. That's a little bit of a recipe there for that many people are probably unfamiliar with, but tea eggs are delightful. That being said, Green Eyes says hello, Douglas and Vivian, and so Green Eyes. I'm sorry,
Welcome, honey.
Yeah.
Well, she's my friend.
Yes, that's right. Yes, yeah.
Hi, honey.
Yes, she comes from your group. Yes, and
Yeah.
yeah. So she was saying that food there in Oregon has gone up. Also, she's also on the Pacific Coast with the rest of us. And then Vivian said she got dropped there for a period. Oh my God, how did you handle that, Sammy? When she got dropped? Yeah.
I didn't really get dropped. I just thought I got dropped.
Oh, okay.
No, I actually went on mute. Something was going on in the background, which probably didn't want you guys to hear because it'd be annoying. So I went on mute really soon. It's just unfortunately I didn't let her know. But yeah.
I see. So that's why she thought she thought she got dropped. Okay.
Right.
Because you went.
I was like lost and scared and alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
And you survived. Anyhow, Nathan Brooks. Hey, well, I know what we can do. Nathan Brooks. What we can do is, I don't know if you have his contact number, but I think that we can bring him on at such times and of course, so we should enable him to be able to jump on the call. That way, he can jump on at times like that.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Oh, good. So you have him as a contact. Good. So then we should just add him at the beginning of every call, and that way he can jump on if he needs to, per his discretion. And and Green Eyes says they handled it well concerning Sammy and Viviana. So wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes. And so Ron is in the chat room, and Ron is a dear friend of Ben Astenius. So Ron, dear Ron, everybody do be kind to him. He is legally blind. He lives in this horrible Veterans Administration housing in the middle of a ghetto that is created by Veterans Administration housing combined with the Section 8 housing. Which I believe is handled by Housing and Urban Development. He is near some bizarre Air Force base where they park what they call boneyard. They call it a boneyard, or at least they did in my father's day, where they park planes to just preserve in the desert, where the planes collect all the dust and sand and scorpions and snakes and shit, and it's a dry and arid enough environment where they don't rust to a great degree like they would otherwise. So he could look at all that, the sun rising over these these, I guess, decaying airframes, if he had the sight by which to see it every day. So that's right across the fence from him. And aside from all of that, he is, you just tell Ben Astenius that, I'll give him a call soon. We still have to, if you've got the Skype downloaded, Ron, and you ever want to come on, you just let me know. And you give us your contact number, give me your contact number. And that way I can work with that. And then other than that, of course, tell Ben Astenius to come on with you. We've been trying to arrange for that for years, forever. And other than that, do tell him hello for me. So he says DM Air Force Base. DM Air Force Base. Thank you. I mean, what does that mean? The DM. Could you tell me what the initials are for? I mean, like DM is like what? It's like anyhow. So what Ron says is, anyhow, this is Ron spends all day listening to alternative radio. So this is what you get out the other end. He says Biden is a joke. He never got elected. His administration is destroying this country and the open borders. Thank you, Ron. That was so. That's there you go. So now that I've said that, it will bring back both these wonderful people, and we can speak about something a little more cheerful.
Anyways,
this is what Sam was talking about when he was talking about toxic info. Ron, you don't want to listen to.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Okay. That's great and all, but I mean, there's plenty of platforms that do that.
Yeah.
What I really loved about your last platform, your last transmission at the end, when you were talking about, oh my God, maybe they mix, but when you were talking about the abortion laws and how you broke down everything.
Thank you.
Because, and you in a way though, you made it very practical, but also to the Johnny Depp and the white chick.
The white chick.
What's her name?
Amber Turd.
Amber, whatever. I mean, come on. They're both crackers in my soup. I really don't care. No, but I'm kidding. I kid.
It's fine.
But
don't worry.
What you contextualize as far as using his acting skills, his popularity to sway the vote, to sway the case, it was brilliant, because that's really what he did. And in my opinion, he didn't need all the help.
Yes.
He didn't need the help, but I mean, it just happened to work that way where, it helped him. But to me, it just showed his weakness, that he needs that much help to quote unquote overcome and get the verdict.
Yes.
And which is I like the way you contextualize it.
Thank you. I deeply appreciate that. And let everyone understand this. I am the individual who has been converging, and that would be the term when you say maybe they mix. Their other term would be, say, for instance, when somebody is trying to remember whether or not an experience was distinct from another experience. And say if one listens to a radio program, then that truly begins to merge. Then a lot of times episodes begin to mix, and that's called conflation. It's basically you're conflating memories or something like that. And so it may have been a bit of a conflation because I didn't really talk about the abortion with the latest transmission, but I talked about it in the sense of the Pak Jong Clinic. I talked about it in the sense of the Pak Jong Clinic, and I did talk about it in the sense of Dr. Wong Suk. And that was because he was the man who had worked with fetuses. But so abortion was brought up, but I do want people to know that one of the things that I've been doing is I've been converging the thread of the so-called gun rights, the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and of course, what's been going on with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. All of this is related because what we're really dealing with is toxic masculinity to a degree where you just see patriarchy in action. And this is what brings us to this point of, guns have rights, but people don't. You don't have a right to live, but, this gun has all the rights in the world, and this is their Moloch, and they're willing to sacrifice your children to it. And then you have the desire where they say, but you've got to bring more children into this world, and you don't have a choice, even if it's rape or incest. And if you want to, it just goes on and on. I mean, all of this is related, and it comes back to there is a pivotal focal point here, a kind of source point, and that is this toxic patriarchy. So, certainly that's something Lena Shea would agree with, and this is her birthday Eve day, so happy birthday, Lena Shea. There you go with that. And I don't even know.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Excuse me, Douglas, if I may interject.
Yes.
I've never heard you sound more biased,
Okay.
honestly.
Mm.
Because honestly, you know that the Second Amendment is not about the gun right or the gun.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But to sway it to like the gun is protected or the gun has rights is like making it like human, which it's not. We all know that. But the point is that we have the right to, you know, keep our government in check or even overthrow it if need be in certain aspects if they become to overcome us. And I think isn't that the whole point of the argument?
Oh, well, you've heard me dissect it over these many past episodes. I've gone into depth about that. So when I start off with a kind of venting with my frustration at the point that it's come to, understand that what I'm expressing frustration with is that's really not what the National Rifle Association or any of the Republicans are saying at all. It comes up to that only when they get into extremely obtuse arguments and then the attorneys get involved. And the reality is, no, it's all about gun rights, that the guns have rights and you do not. Because the whole point of the Second Amendment, as I pointed out, there's two words in it that are critically omitted. The entire title of my program is Critical Omissions. What is the two words that are critically omitted whenever guns rights, the Second Amendment is brought up? It becomes a guns rights issue because they critically omit the two words well-regulated. So the whole point the Founding Fathers made was they didn't trust their peasantry to be loose with firearms. They said well-regulated militia. In other words, you had to be within a militia. None of these people who are buying weapons are in any goddamn militia, honey. All of these people are private citizens, which that entire Second Amendment was never made for. Second Amendment was never made for private citizens. You had to be a member of a militia. It had to be well-regulated. Okay, we have none of that. We have anarchy. We have lunatics running loose with guns. The majority of people who amass these arsenals, like Alex Jones, proudly collects hundreds of guns. These are crazy people with no other intent than to basically kill people. This is what he advocates, and he got on air, and for instance, he said for years, the ATS agents, which as, you know, our man Sammy Romero can tell you, there's a lot to complain about when it comes to the air traffic security. But at the same time, Alex Jones was advocating for their murder. And then bigger and shit, someone went out and killed one of them. He would have killed many more had he not been slammed down before he got the opportunity to do so. All of this is based on this guns rights gone wrong. This is not something that was ever meant to happen. The Founding Fathers were crazed out of their minds. They were traitors. They were basically diabolical. And this is what I was pointing out when I was attacking the Constitution as people understand it with the last episode. You're talking about a bunch of slave-owning, property-owning people who really didn't want their serfs to have anything. So they weren't about to give them guns and just free reign to go with the guns. So the critical omission of those two words, well-regulated, and the third word, militia, all of this is what led to the madness of today. So when it comes to overturning the government if it becomes oppressive, all of this was brought up by a bunch of traitors who were trying to overturn their own government. So you're talking about a bunch of treasonous criminals anyway. And so when they wrote a criminal pact and they said, but you know what? They just threw this in there as kind of like, if we become criminal and oppressive, you could overthrow us too. But they said you have to be part of a well-regulated militia, which none of these people are. Say, for instance, the militia that people join, like Michigan militia, private militias. They're not well-regulated. There's nobody overseeing them. So it's a governmental prerogative. You see, the only way that the government has become corrupt, the only way that it's abrogated its duty to its citizens, is that it doesn't have these people locked up. If it had these people locked up, we wouldn't have mass shootings. It's that simple. So this is where the reality comes in. When I say we're dealing with toxic masculinity, and this is what it comes back to, what do you have in common with the Johnny Depp trial and overturning of Roe v. Wade and all of these mass shootings? Basically, the trial was an excuse to discredit women completely and tout misogyny. And so the bad apple argument does not work both ways. A man gets to do whatever he wants, a woman gets nothing. This is the way it's been for too long. Women were not allowed to vote for far too long. This is basically a man's game, and the man's game is gone sour. It's just we're all paying the price for it now. So when I come up with this kind of bias, there's a reason for it. I mean, there's certainly women who are irresponsible. There's certainly women who I dislike, but in general, we have to understand the condition that women suffer from as basically a different species than men, and men are a different species for all intents and purposes. So the very fact, the founding fathers, not a single woman among them, all of this led to the problems we're facing now. Now, by the way, I love guns, and I've told people this before. I love guns, the aesthetic of guns, the firing of guns. I love guns, but there's got to be a limit to what one does. I mean, you know, I love sex too, but I don't go out and rape people. It's you've got to have a limit on your behavior. There's certain constraints that we have, like cars. We all agree that cars need to be insured. We all agree that, or certainly we all do to the extent that we've made it a law, and we all agree that there has to be laws on the road because people get drunk, they get high, they go out on cars, they crash everybody else on the freeway. So in order to make the roads run smooth, we have laws. We don't have any of that for guns. Nothing. We have nothing. Nothing similar to that. There's no liability insurance for firearms. There's no insurance or any kind of control mechanism. It's, as I said, this is why I brought up ammunition control the other day. So we're stuck in this situation where you've got half the population. They're not worshiping the Constitution in that case. I mentioned constitutional fundamentalism. They are basically cultists of the NRA, which is that which their stance is that guns need to be everywhere. That we got to put guns in nurseries. We've got to put guns in preschools. We've got to put guns everywhere. And this is the madness that we're confronted with. So in terms of our government being corrupt, if it were, shall we say, it's corrupt in the sense that, like I said, it's not enforcing its Second Amendment, which is to, first off, tell these people, if you want a goddamn gun, you've got to enlist in a militia that's recognized by the U.S. government. Like something licensed. Like, in other words, the National Guard. So in that sense, we have a militia, and it's called the National Guard. Why can't all these people just join the goddamn National Guard? Because they're crazy. They can't be accepted because they wouldn't pass the psych test. Why can't they join the National Guard? Because they're out of shape. Because they got slow beating hearts and high cholesterol. Why can't they join the National Guard? Because they're lazy as fuck and they don't want to dedicate 2 weeks out of the fucking year and 1 weekend every month, which is all it is. Why can't they do that? If they can't do that, they can't do anything. So there's all the militias are illegal. We have a National Guard. Nobody's joining. You can get your guns that way, and then that way you could even take them home. It's like this, the way Switzerland handles it. The way Switzerland handles it is universal suffrage. Everybody's forced to go in the military. You're drafted, and therefore everybody has to take their guns home. They don't have any of this, any of the problems like we have here. There's two factors for that. One is they're all trained. The other is that for some reason, and it's due to its history of blood and madness, America has an infinite number of lunatics. They just produce madmen. And it's all men. It's not women going out and shooting anybody. The women aren't going out and conducting mass shootings. It's a male problem. It's that simple. So hopefully that puts it in some perspective. I mean, we'll bring.
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, I wanted to understand that. I just sometimes feel like the bias I don't quite understand, and then it's making me a little bit like. I want to understand. So I wanted to ask you then, how come if how did we get around the well-regulated militia to where private citizens could own guns? What was the clause?
It didn't happen until the Heller case. By the way, while I'm addressing that, bring Peter on. Thank you. And then he'll sit in the background, listen till I finish talking about that. Yeah, so it was.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Okay.
no worries. Thank you, honey. It was the Heller case that did it. It was basically back around now I have to look that up. When did Heller take place in terms of gun rights, quote unquote? And that's when people began to really go crazy with their firearms. Heller guns. Okay, here we are. Year that it was put through. So it was 2008. It was June 26th. It was the year after my father died, but bizarrely enough. And that was when the Second Amendment was interpreted as guaranteeing an individual right to possess firearms independent of service in a state militia, and to use firearms for traditionally lawful purposes, including self-defense within the home. That was District of Columbia versus Heller, June 26, 2008. And even though we had problems with firearms before then, we actually had laws against fully automated firearms for 10 years, during which mass shootings went down tremendously. And then it was after, the Heller case, then everything got stood on its head. And then, and the person responsible for that was Judge Antonin Scalia. He was the face of that decision. And Scalia was a man who was later found dead on his ranch. And he had on his chest a laptop. And that laptop was full of child porn that everybody said, oh, he was using that for a case. He was investigating this case. But that we know for a fact it was filled with child porn because it was that laptop that was used to bring down Sterling Allen David, who was the best friend of James Arthur Yanchik, who was the man who would interview me every once in a while, and basically never took my interviews down because they're his highest rating interviews. They're the only hits he gets on his channel. And the same with Salman Sheikh still has all my videos up because they're the only things that bring any hits on his channel. So he spends all his time attacking and defaming me, just like James Arthur Yanchik does, or did for the longest time, when these people maintain my videos up because that's the only hits they get are through the videos they have with me. It's the sickness of these people that is reminiscent of what we're talking about with the guns rights and Johnny Depp and the Roe v. Wade and everything else. But when it comes to the Judge Scalia. So what happened was they used the evidence on that computer to bring down Sterling Allen David, who used to be one of these free energy freaks who went around saying everybody's going to have free energy and never provided any answers as to how. And James Arthur Yanchik would have him on every single episode so that all of us would be implicated with him, so that everybody in the middle of an interview, he would make certain to cut every interview in half and then have Sterling Allen David come on live for 15 minutes so that we would all be presented as affiliated with this child molester, this child pornographer, who then took to dumping huge data loads of child pornography into the computers of anybody that he felt was a target, that he felt was an easy target. And then he would dump all this child porn into the computer system so they could be shut down. These were usually people who were investigating cheap energy, believe it or not. So he was destroying the whole industry while trying to present himself as an advocate. And had Justice Scalia not died, he never would have been brought down because Justice Scalia and him were obviously sharing. So this is the guy who made guns, this quote unquote personal right over the idea that you had to be part of a state militia. So hopefully that puts that in some perspective, honey.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for explaining that. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. And so, Peter, welcome aboard, and so glad to have you with us, of course, and hope everything's been going well with you. To share with us how your day has been.
Well, I'm fine. I have some good news to share.
Great.
But first, while we're on the thread, I don't know. I don't think I commented on this before.
Right.
What's so interesting, ironic, is all of this gun madness we're having in the United States, this pledge to control guns. I mean, everybody agrees that guns should be controlled. In fact, they all agree, the Democrats and the Republicans, that the guns should have some more controls put on them. Nobody in the politics is advocating abolition of guns. Not at least in the mainstream Democrats and Republicans.
Right.
Which was the apparency. It seemed that that's what at least the Republicans used to say, that the Democrats wanted to get rid of all your guns. And at the same time, we have this tremendous arming of guns to the Ukraine. I mean, tremendous armament. It's just outrageous. The Ukraine is going to be so well armed if the war ends anytime soon, and even if it doesn't, it's probably going to be the most well-armed citizenry and army/militia in the world, at least functionally armed.
Right.
But the tenets of Buddhism tell you not to deal in arms. It's not good to deal in guns, arms, the armaments that could apply to swords and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think you're thinking more of Taoism, right? More Taoist.
No, Buddhism.
Okay.
Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's one of the Four Noble Truths, or part of the Eightfold Path, not to deal in armaments, not Taoism.
Okay.
Although Buddhists, of course, in Tibet have taken up armaments and whatnot for their own protection. It's, I say, and that's the whole Shaolin Temple. You got to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, the dealing in armaments is not considered a ideal situation. Far from it. But it's, as they say, when you get into the temples and stuff, it's a requisite. But so it's ironic that we have, and nobody's really complaining too much about arming the Ukraine. Even George Takei was caught in a tweet saying we should take all of these, automatic weapons and send them to the Ukraine. And I guess it was considered a major faux pas on his part, because but the one thing about the gun control, I went and asked my neighbor, who's currently he's a security guard at a school. He's a former New York City cop, and he's incredibly nice guy. And obviously he has a background in law and order. And he said, I said, what is this? And this is what everybody seems to be saying in mainstream media, is mental illness. Mental illness. Both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats. It's hard to argue that it's not mentally ill. There was I saw, I think it was on the Yahoo News feed, of some top-rated UFC fighter saying that he believed the government was doing these shootings. I mean, not doing the shooting themselves, but was
grooming the shooters.
Well, yeah, and he said in the instance of this Texas shootout, the sheriffs were ordered to stand down and let the shootings take place, basically, enabling it. And then he cited the Las Vegas shooting, which the story on that very well. I don't remember it, but I mean that's full of suspicious stuff that ties around you.
Yes.
And but the interesting thing was, I looked at all the comments. Every single comment was so disrespectful to this guy's viewpoint. Now, I had X amount of sympathy for him, because he's just some guy expressing his opinion, and he's saying, hey, maybe this isn't what it seems to be. I don't have an opinion on the shootings because I don't have enough information. You can just see what you see. And of course, all the shootings have had so much weird stuff attached to them that one could, start making conspiracy theories. I don't choose to do that because I have better things to do with my time. And if you do find a good theory, then you end up competing, with other theorists and anti-theorists. And what are you doing?
Right.
But it was so interesting that everybody was pointing their finger at him. Ha, 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 conspiracy theorist. Yeah, you must think 9/11 was caused by an inside job or something like this. It was almost as if they had stalkers tweeting against the idea to think and debate freely. He was opinionated. He said he knew it wasn't a popular opinion. I don't, happen to necessarily agree with his opinion, but it's just the way people were so discourteous. And, these are not thinking people. They weren't pointing out cogent points, just ha, ha, ha sort of thing.
Right.
But be that as it may.
It was ad hominem. It was an ad hominem attack.
Yeah, exactly. Ad hominem attack.
But beyond that, what you're pointing out is the fact that it's basically, these are the new welfare queens, are these government-paid trolls who sit there lurking, waiting to attack. And then when somebody comes up with something that is the trigger word or the trigger phrase, then they jump.
I think it's a very good point you brought out, the government-paid trolls. Yeah. It's just like the Wikipedia crew. Yeah. It's government-paid trolls that sit there and comment to try and steer a narrative on how to think. And one of the best ones on that was Rush Limbaugh. He one time in the 1980s was selling a newsletter that told you how to think. How to think.
Yes, literally the title.
And,
yes.
And I think they realized how controlling it sounded, and they took it off. I mean, I thought it was funny. He had an ad saying, "How to think. We will teach you how to think." But this is a very good point, because you see, what are all these trolls, and why are these disingenuous human beings that were once supporters of yours and still are sort of closet supporters in their own way by leaving your material on? Yes. It's like you're the most interesting thing in the town square, so they gravitate to you like flies in flypaper.
Yes.
They stick to it. They stick to it. Like the parable of moths, coming to, this is a good parable. I don't know if it's actually true, but moths are attracted to the flame and then they become consumed by it.
Yes. It's true.
So this is what happens. The moth is the lower octave of the butterfly.
Yes.
Not the pretty butterfly, but the less pretty, the butterfly's, uglier cousin, yes. The moth.
Yes.
Less pleasant to look at. And it literally gets consumed by the fire. And this is what happens. And then they, cry to, they can't really, I don't know, they cry to Aquino. They can't cry to Aquino anymore. So they cry to Stephen Outram or whoever they cry to and seek sympathy from anybody who will give them sympathy. And I just, I say I don't understand it. The only way you can understand it is, a continuous disorder.
Yes.
Complex. A disorder complex of, and this is another, I had a big realization, and I shared part of it the other night when I talked about the white noise. But what it has to do is something that I've termed, I said there is an inner paralysis of the human psyche that is addressed in the book, The Montauk Project Experiments in Time. I didn't call it inner paralysis in that book, but the word paralysis refers to the inability to feel or function. When you reach beyond the ordinary aspects of human perception, you're not only dealing with such a paralysis, but other factors that seek to control or exploit this realm, whether it be mental or dimensional, that people in general can neither perceive nor feel. In Qigong, you're trying to feel. When you can truly feel, then you're happening. the greatest fallout that occurred with exposing the Montauk Project is that upon recognizing that such exploitation has occurred, the common response is to too often an effort to continue to exacerbate the paralysis by riveting the attention of themselves and others upon such trauma as opposed to relieving it. So, the Montauk Project, wow, they're doing all this torture and mind control. Let me study more about mind control. Let me find out what's going on. This is the way they tortured these kids. And then they often these people find out their own participation in such projects. Sometimes it's wannabe, sometimes it's beyond the wannabe stage. And this is, Radu expresses this same sort of thing in different words. But it's like this inner paralysis is what prevents people from penetrating the inner regions of the earth and the Shambhala, sort of the joy. And you had the same thing in the Philadelphia experiment with the dementia related to the, people going out of this realm more forcibly. So all of the stuff that Douglas talks about goes into this paralysis zone where these people are not thinking with a full deck. They're thinking with a corrupt deck of cards, so to speak. It's a very interesting analogy to say a full deck, because a deck of cards is like the tarot cards.
Yes.
So, the tarot cards are the basic archetypes. So, and the tarot cards are based on the DNA. So you've got this skewed DNA of these people saying, Douglas bad, Douglas bad. And they have no introspection to look at. Introspection is very important. And I don't mean introspection to the point where you become a compulsive introvert. Being able to look inward. I don't know if it was Carl Jung or Rudolf Steiner or whatever I was reading, but they were talking about the people seeking outward with the UFO or phenomena, and you're seeking outward, validation?
Yes.
You need to be seeking inward. You need to find these things in yourself. Your own stupidity, your own mystery. But if you look hard enough, you will find glory within your soul. Everybody has it. It's just a question of connecting to it and rejecting it. Many people are too shy or reject their own ability to project themselves. They don't have a high opinion of themselves, when in fact, all they need to do is change their opinion and see what's inside of them. And when they can't do that, they embrace the bad and their ego gets involved. And, there's plenty of people. I think I mentioned it on Sunday. Mm-hmm. The girl who was talking about how great she was. It's like, man, what an ego. And, but
you can feel free to relay the story again to put it in context for new listeners.
Well, yeah, I was, Paula and I went to the park to do, I was doing my Qigong and she's doing her workout at a place she likes to go. And there was a morning graduation at 9 a.m. And
by the way, just so our listeners know, both Peter Moon and his wife Paula have very different workouts. Go on.
Yeah. But so anyway, they're doing this 9 a.m. graduation ceremony, and it's not super populated, but I don't know how big the class was, but I couldn't see the lady. I want to go look at her. I imagine she was, very well dressed and very, I guess what you'd say, what's the word? Very punctuated in her looks. I could just kind of tell by the way I never did see her. And it's like over this loudspeaker, you could not hear her. We weren't close to the audience, hundreds of yards away, but you could not hear her because it was being blattered all over. And it's like, okay, I did this. I was a professional football player. I didn't think I could do this, but I did this and I did that. And it was just all about me, 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 me. And you've got to make these choices and do this. I could have been out with those kids that were doing drugs. And actually, there was something very redeeming about the lady as far as straightening her life out or living on a positive course. But man, such ego. It was overwhelming. It was overwhelming. And, kind of all these kids are listening to her. I don't know. It was paralyzing. I would have actually been interested to go over and talk to her about football. And, seriously, I wouldn't have talked to her about any of that because I wouldn't have be able to relate to it. I said, why don't you come out and play with us? We've had girls sometimes play with us, and they've been pretty good. But in any case, that was just a story from last transmission. But yes, people are not thinking with a full deck. They are, like I said, I was at football last Sunday. I said, we've got this old guy that comes out and he's not very good. And they threw the ball to him and he missed it. And he looked like a complete spastic. Wow. Which is, that's not what the players are. And I said to Terrell, I said, we should kick him out of the league, because not for dropping the ball, but for looking like a spastic when he's doing it. It was a joke. I mean, I didn't kick him out of the league, but it's like he was so inadequate. Like I want to take that guy out, and the next time I see him, I'm going to throw the ball to him and say, you catch it like this, and you know how to catch it like this. I don't ever want to see you react like that again. It was almost like he was defending himself from the football. I've seen him catch the ball. I know he's not that bad. But sometimes people get a little, starstruck in the limelight or something when there's too much attention on them. Mm-hmm. And I want to just see if I can, because I just want to actually help him. But the thing is, that spastic reaction is what happens with these people that are endorsing you, and then they turn on you.
Yes.
They're having mental spasms.
Yes.
Mental spasms. And it's like a lot of society is going around, going through the motions, lying, faking it. Faking it is a big one. Like, we have a huge percentage of people who fake Social Security or Medicare, and there's a whole industry in it. Now, I don't know how much of that is orchestrated by the mob, so to speak, but there's plenty of people. There's a whole industry. Some of it's by foreigners, illegal aliens, or perhaps even legal aliens. And there's just a lot of fakery of people that aren't playing with a full deck. So you've got society that is full of people who are, what's the word, less than authentic.
Yes.
They're fakes.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with fakes is they're fake. You can't eliminate them, nor is it advisable to eliminate them. Or to try and eliminate them, you have to steer your course of life away from them as much as possible.
Yes.
So, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a lack. People like to use this word authenticity, authentic. It gets kind of corny. You have to be authentic. Of course, you should be authentic. But are politicians authentic? Not whatsoever. None of them are. It's not the way to be a politician. You're pandering to an audience. You're trying to make talking points. Oh, we were talking about that guy. We were talking about John Brown.
Yes.
Last week. He was authentic.
Yes.
Whether you like him, hate him, or think he's crazy, he was authentic. He was being who he was.
Yes.
It's, it's like authenticity. It's all about sound bites and talking points and who gets the attention. The New Testament Christ is authentic. It's an authenticity, comes off on authentic. If there's manipulation around it, behind it, in the words, that's another issue. But the character comes off as being completely authentic and driven by a zeal, not trying to fool you. So, so be it for authenticity. I want to now share the good news.
Yes.
Because that's the bad news. What the environment that we're having to deal with.
Understood. Actually, I just wanted to contextualize that a little bit before you go on the good news. That way your good news is all the more well received. Just want people to understand that there are two things that come to mind when we deal with my gang stalkers. One of them is Michael Aquino's organization of the First Earth Battalion, and probably their prime axiom, their main mission statement, was a place to think the unthinkable, and that it was really kind of watered down from that's for the public consumption. And originally this was based on the old think tanks that had to deal with the concept of nuclear war. And when we had one of my original heroes, Herman Kahn, as a think tanker, basically trying to game out or simulate the potentials for nuclear conflict in all of its various potential manifestations, in the hopes that it would never happen. That's where you had the term first arise in an understandable context that people could relate to, which is basically Herman Kahn wrote a book by that title, Thinking About the Unthinkable, and this is what he was referencing. By the time that Michael Aquino essentially took over the army, and the armed forces to a great degree with his philosophy, and those who were simply using him as a face, a mask, a battering ram, basically the persona that would catch the attention and the limelight, which he was more than willing to take.
Because they didn't have anything better.
Yeah. Then they came up with this First Earth Battalion motto about we think the unthinkable. And they were trying to promote in your mind that they're being daring and they're being some people who are pushing the boundaries. But the rest of that creed, their credo, was we accept the unacceptable. We do the undoable. We do what is unthinkable. All of this could be easily mistaken for like a special forces kind of screed where you're talking about people who dares wins. That's this kind of attitude. But it wasn't about that. It was about breaking all boundaries. And
yes.
Yeah,
very good.
Thank you. And this is what the Sufi of Islam, is the risk they take. They are approaching the philosophy of enlightenment from a very personal level. And this is why they're viewed by many Muslims as selfish and untrustworthy, because many Muslims are basically trying to submit. And that's the very meaning of the word Islam, submission. And they're submitting to the highest authority. So you might be glad there's this evolutionary bleed off of people who are willing to reject that and seek enlightenment within that matrix, who are pushing the boundaries. But the risk they take is that can go in any direction. When you're talking about thinking the unthinkable and doing the unthinkable, the way it manifested with Michael Aquino was the eating of the dead and the raping of babies. And this is how they were manifesting it in the First Earth Battalion. This is how many Sufi also manifested. By no means all, but the problem is the majority of them, unless they ultimately join a kind of a order of Sufis where there's some sense of linking to a overall philosophy, those ones that are truly hermit-like and ascetic to the extent of simply being out in the desert alone, which traditionally many of them become anyway, then you don't know what they're doing. They could be partaking in eating of the dead with the ghouls in the desert. They could be raping children. This would be their way of reaching enlightenment because they're abandoning all norms. That's the whole point, and that's where the very term Cthulhu comes from, that the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, warned of when he said, Satan, or rather in the Arabic, Shaitan, is Al-Cthulhu, the great abandoner. And this is that Shufi philosophy in the desert: abandon all norms, abandon all morals, abandon all constraints, abandon all behaviors that are civilized. And then you are one with nature and you are one with the breath of enlightenment. This is how many of them simply empty themselves to become possessed, empty vessels of Al-Cthulhu, the great abandoner, for they've abandoned all norms of behavior and now are free to cannibalize and baby rape or whatever they're engaging in, which many people accuse them of doing. Whether or not that's happening with every case, it certainly has been suspected enough. And this is where you see those who were basically glomming onto myself, surrounding myself, and basically uttering all of these platitudes. And it would always show through this kind of viciousness. Certainly in the case of Salman Sheikh, there were many things he said that were highly suspect. I would never be bringing up Richard K. Cole Jr. when I could help it, because people could listen to the majority of episodes. I avoided ever talking about him because you want to be a blank wall to a stalker in general. When I brought him up, it was because I absolutely had to, because there's a need for the public to be aware of what I'm going through. But then Salman Sheikh would keep bringing him up. And every time he was on, the chances were high that at the end of every episode, he'd say, Dickie Cunt Cole. He wouldn't even just say Richard K. Cole. He would say Dickie Cunt Cole and provoke him. And there's obviously a reason for that. When he said his Sufi master was Stephen Outram in Australia, then we get to that point. So when he basically does what he does by eloping with Jameson Reese, and then you have all of these people follow him, this is part of the influence of Al-Cthulhu. This is the Great Abandonment. And the Great Abandonment is just the best that these elements can do. When you come up to the First Earth Battalion about thinking the unthinkable, look at what they're doing. They're going against everything that they claimed they stood for. With Salman Sheikh, it was something as ephemeral as love. And he's totally empty of that now. He's seething with hatred. And if you listen to the episode in which I spoke of his severance, you can see there's nothing I said that was insulting or defaming or slanderous, but this individual was out it nonetheless. He knew it, and at that point there was no reason for him to maintain the mask anymore, the persona. And so now he just screams into the night, as does Jameson, all the rest of these individuals, and they are part of this screaming horde of their own new First Earth Battalion that they've organized under Richard K. Cole Jr. and financed by Stephen Outram. It's all the Aquino legacy. It is the Cthulhu legacy. And those who run and join that, well, you're doomed to that kind of lifestyle. This would be your life forevermore. There's going to be nothing else other than the anti-life, the life where you're antithetical to something and you have nothing else. All they have is antithesis to Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon, whom they claim to be my handler. Which, as I said before, if he were handling me, then I'd be leading a much more healthier lifestyle. But that being said, it's simply that they have an antithesis and nothing to offer. So with that, we turn it back to Peter Moon. Pretty much that's context. And with that, he'll put the good news, which will sound even better for it in the sense that the context has been provided in further to what he had already said. And with that, Peter, I leave it to you.
Well, yes. Of course, those who followed the show know that I had a very wonderful trip to Mount Shasta at the beginning of April. And I finally, heard from Jonathan Shalimar, and we got things squared away. He sends his regards. He said hi to you. I spoke to him today.
Oh, wonderful.
We got everything squared away because there were some issues that needed to be taken care of to wrap up the last event. And what we're going to do the event in September 16 to 18. September 16 to 18.
Wonderful.
In Shasta. Now, it's what also happened today. It was beautiful because it just cleared up so much. You get a very positive feeling, and my friend Joan Roth is going to appear with me, not necessarily on stage with me. I was talking about her. I think last night she had all of these very strange experience with the Black Robes or Jesuits when she was in Paris. I don't know if I talked about that. I want her to come on the show and talk about it. She knows who you are very well.
Wonderful.
But I want her to talk about her experience if she will. I'm going to, I don't think I asked her yet. I think she will do it. Mm-hmm. Because it's just, this woman, okay, anybody wants to check out her website, Joan Roth Transformative Counseling, Transformational Healer. You'll find her. She's really amazing. She's been with me to Romania twice. And as they say, when I met with her, the second time, I met her in a restaurant, and she started doing a face reading on me.
Wow.
She's trained in Chinese face reading. And she's just like telling me stuff about my life that she couldn't possibly know. She's going back into my childhood.
Wow.
This is not stuff she could have read in a dossier. Yeah. No. If anybody had one. No, but it was like, wow. She's like, and she's an empath. She's really good. So when she went to Atlanticron with me, she was just donating her time, and she had kids lined up to get readings from her. It was just amazing. I mean, she was so popular. And then the ones she couldn't do because of time, she did from home. They Skyped her, Facebooked, and she read them after she got home.
Great.
And she was very good. I had her do it on my daughter, when my daughter met her, and she says, "Oh, this woman's an angel."
Wow.
She's developed a very close relationship with my daughter, and so she's going to appear, and I she'll probably talk about what she does. She'll talk about whatever she wants to talk. I'd like her to come on the show and talk about her experience with that she had in Lords and pre-Lords and whatnot, where she was, in fact, I started talking to her a day about this inner paralysis, mm-hmm. because she had an experience at the UN. She worked a lot. She had a organization, the Tent Project, which was affiliated with the UN. And she was supposed to do a meditation at the UN. And I don't know what he was, the head black robe or whatever, didn't want her to do it. He did the prayer instead, which was, from the way she described it, a dumbass prayer. That was not her words. But she was going to do the prayer. He did not want her. And then when she got to Paris and was doing this big, I think she had organized this it was her friend who I know, who organized this whole event in Paris. It was the first time there'd been this UN event in Paris, this type of event. And Joan had this tent, and there were all these, people out there with their projects or whatever they were. And her tent was stacked with people. They wanted her services. Mm-hmm. And the black robes got very angry, particularly the same guy. Wow. They were like chasing her. And they got to Lords, and they were chasing her. She went to Lords, and I said some guy had come up and confessed that he was supposed to kill her.
Jesus.
But couldn't do it. And it was like this real heavy, like spiritual energy on the one hand and light. She grew up in a family, she said, that was, I think, Italian on the one hand, and I think it was Nazi on the other, because she said that there was one faction of the family that were Nazis and the other family didn't like them. It was a real MK Ultra family. And she was threatened to not tell anything about the family. She ended up as a fashion model, was highly abused by her boyfriend, and escaped to New York City with, literally nothing.
Wow.
And she was from Pittsburgh, where she was very close with the Pittsburgh Steelers, the close Pittsburgh Steelers, the great Pittsburgh Steelers of the 1970s. And she was buddies with them. And then she makes it to Manhattan, and she's probably, I wonder if she's listening to me. I don't think so. She's kind of shy, but she came to Manhattan and just kind of like walked into this circumstance where she was hired as a fashion model. She's very beautiful.
Right.
And and that was a whole challenge to her, because the people she was working with and she was working with all these super rich people. She said they were just so disgusting in the way they would, put people against each other, pit people against each other. They were just sick people. And she finally, found a man who, I guess, worked amongst them, who she said he had integrity. So she married him. And, that got her out of that world.
Wow.
She ended up in the Hamptons.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where she was introduced to this guy, somehow Roland Walker. Roland Walker is a trip, because he introduced her, not only, he kind of brought her into the movies, so she had some sort of career doing movies.
Mm-hmm.
And he was an actor,
mm-hmm.
but he was more than an actor. He was a park policeman at Camp Hero, Montauk.
Wow.
And he introduced her to the Montauk Project. Now, Randall Walker was a very interesting character in my life, because he's kind of this weird connection. When I found out she knew him, I met her when she came to an event. Alan Steinfeld introduced us, just like he introduced me and JoJo. And of course, they're both, drug counselors, and they both have a common friend who they're very close to, Patrick. I think he's in North Carolina. But so they haven't met each other. They've known about each other for a long time. So anyway, Roland Walker was the park policeman at Montauk who would chase you off if you went there. And he chased Preston and Duncan off. He not even arrested them, he ticketed them. And they fought ticket, and he appeared as a witness against them. And Preston and Duncan prevailed. They won. The judge sided with them because there were no signs posted that you weren't supposed to be in this area. And in actual fact, they were not in what I used to call the forbidden zone.
Okay.
There were certain areas you were not supposed to go. These are all opened up now as a result of this trial and all the publicity we generated.
Wow.
And the state park commissioner, came and, ordered Montauk tour tape that Preston had done, ordered it from us, Sky Books, and she cleaned up the base, quote unquote, cleaned it up, Bernadette Castro. Mm-hmm. And, the rest is history. You can go out to the base and pretty much go anywhere. You can't go to the transmitter building because it's too dangerous. So there's a fence around that.
Right.
You shouldn't go out.
Could you explain why it's so dangerous, the transmitter building, simply because the equipment is corrosive? I'm sorry?
It's falling apart.
Okay.
And it's risky. It's like I've been up there. I mean, 20, 30 years ago, it wasn't so risky, but even then it was risky,
Right.
and they didn't want you up there.
Right.
And of course, I was able to get in there. Preston and I figured out a way to get into the base where there were no signs posted. So he was very clear about, look, we're not going to violate any laws. We're not going to violate any signs. So we found out a circuitous way to get into the base where we could walk into the base and not violate any fences, any postings of any kind. So we could enter the base legally. And we would always and you could do that, and you could go into the transmitter building.
Wow.
Now, if they found you in there, they'd kick you out.
And they probably had the right to arrest you as well if they wanted to. But
I don't know. Because they never arrested anybody.
Okay.
They just gave you very aggressive hell. Now, when the Japanese came to do a documentary on Montauk, and Roland drove up in his state park police car and started, going at them, and they all pretended they couldn't speak English. Every one of them spoke English. They all pretended they couldn't speak Japanese.
But, by the way, that's so typically Japanese. Yes, go on.
Yeah, and they were recording them, him jumping up and down, and they had that footage they showed. I guess he was a little embarrassed about that. But Roland's a really nice guy, but he was, he had a role to play. He did radar in the military. And then, I haven't seen him in years, but, years after, he talked to us after, he became friendly with us. And then I found out he knew Joan. So that was a really, sort of strange coincidence, because he played such an important role in her life, not only introducing her to the movies, where he was a bit, played B roles or whatever he played. I don't know what he played. And then also kind of introducing her to my work. And she became a humongous Peter Moon fan. So, and then she went with me to Romania, where she was just so good, so performed, was so good with the kids, so popular. And she was, the cosmonaut, Dmitry, he fell in love with her. He just loved her, and she wanted to have an event where she would bring him to her home. She was then in Delray Beach, and bring me and Edgar Mitchell, who she knew Edgar Mitchell very well, the astronaut.
Oh, wow. And now this cosmonaut, was he the Yugoslav?
No. He's Romanian. He's the only Romanian to be in space. Okay. He's a friend of mine.
Right.
Dmitry.
Because you met them both. You also met one of the only Yugoslav cosmonauts as well, right?
No. I have not met a Yugoslav cosmonaut.
Oh, okay.
No, just the Romanian one.
Oh, okay. Go on.
The only cosmonaut I met. He knows all the, he knew all the astronauts, all the cosmonauts, speaks Russian and English fluently, and really smart, really nice guy, and very, very interested in what I told him about David Anderson's work. I can't wait to see him again. Yes. But, she was going to try and get us all to Delray Beach and do it. She used to have a big home. She kind of sold it, but it was, she used to do events there and whatnot. But I said that it's not going to happen with Edgar Mitchell. I said, he's not going to, he's not going to be there if I'm there. I can tell you that. But Edgar's since passed away.
Right. That's right. He was always problematic. Go on. Yeah.
He did appear at Atlanticron, and a lot of the kids were not happy with him because he didn't address, the moon conspiracy theory. He didn't even address it. And
he would be that kind of, that's the kind of stance he would take. He would consider it like beneath his dignity and shit.
Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, and at that point, they were very, what is this about? I don't know. But anyway, he did what he does there, and but he's passed away now. He was, and I will say that Edgar Mitchell was very much a Scientologist. Yeah. No matter what you hear or what he said, right. He was very much on board with Scientology, in the 1960s, and he even did an experiment on the moon. And I, would answer his letters to L. Ron Hubbard.
Wow.
So he was a Scientologist.
Now my operations manager, Andrew Mingeris, who was one of these supporters, what you would call like a passive supporter of all the evil that was ongoing at the Presidio military base, the child molestation, the weapon smuggling that was done through basically by Anton Zandor LaVey right outside the base. And basically a lot of the weapons went to Andrew's home en route to Israel. But when it came to this individual, he was deep into the Noetics movement. Wasn't that Edgar Mitchell?
He had the Noetic Institute.
Yeah.
But who was it? Oh, you mean Andrew, what's his name? Majoris was into Noetics.
Yeah, that's right. That was a big deal in his life was, I'm a member of the, Noetics Institute, so he was like, this was like his trip. And so, and then it all had to do with some astronaut, which I thought was Edgar Mitchell, if I remember.
It is Edgar Mitchell.
Yeah,
and he had the Noetic Institute, and I know he named Noetics after Dianetics.
That's where that came from. Holy shit.
Yeah, Dianetics was originally based on the word diet nous through the mind. Right. Noetic. They changed the definition of Dianetics for PR reasons because they didn't want to make it mental therapy. This was for church reasons, and they made it, they said Dianetics means based upon the spirit. They changed the definition, but it originally meant Dianetics through the mind. Right. Now, I would also say that the etymology of Dianetikos or Dianetic in Greek, and I confirmed this with one of my Greek friends, Dianetic it means sanity. So if they had called the original book, which was Dianetics, the Modern Science of Mental Health, it would have been called in its pure etymological sense, it would have been called Sanity, the Modern Science of Mental Health. Right. So it's funny if you call Dianetics sanity, and the subject is sanity. Well, we're gonna apply some sanity. That sanity is such a trigger word. It is a huge trigger word. Sanity, insanity. Yeah. They're both trigger words. Yeah. And if you were in Scientology, as I said in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, I said, you heard the word sanity and insanity more than you've ever heard it in your life. Colloquially. Yeah. Seldom officially. But you would hear, that's insane. That's sane. This is insanity. We need some sanity here. You heard sane and insanity so many times a day. It was, and you're not going to hear that in most environments. You'll seldom hear it. And insanity or sanity, they have such a stigma to those words. And I don't need to explain what that stigma is. When we talk about the gangstalkers, they are insanity that is in the form of irritation. Yeah. They're trying to irritate and get under your skin. It's just to irritate and to try and trigger you. It's one type of insanity.
Yes, it is. Well, in a sense, it's the very embodiment thereof. As a matter of fact, I do want to point one thing out in a single sentence or so, is that great example of that was the fact that Jameson Reese, one of the ways that I would rationalize having him on for my own selfish reasons of, as Peter Moon said, quite rightly, really, T and P breaks, basically.
That's what it all came down to.
That's what it came down to, yes. And I needed someone to burn bandwidth, and I would rationalize it by telling people who would, of course, ask me why I subjected myself to that, and more importantly, why I subjected them. I would say, well, I'm trying to destigmatize mental illness, and you know what? I apologize profoundly to the mentally ill, because what I was doing was really stigmatizing mental illness. The reality is most people who are mentally ill are not pure raw evil, which is what Jameson Reese was. So, that being said, I just have to, my tea is steeping. I just have to get it. I'll be back in a few moments. I'm going to go mute.
Tea, and I will talk more about the events.
Thank you.
Is not, he said it's going to sell out, and he's going to have an early bird special on it. This is September 16 to 18. And his website, which you can go to and bookmark it if you want, is called it's Awake Within the Dream Productions. Awake Within the Dream Productions. Live events in Mount Shasta. And I guess you can sign up, get your email address. He has the Living Truth Summit of 2022. Become a vendor. Volunteers needed. Volunteers are local people who help out with chairs and stuff. Let me see. So this, and he's also going to be sending me the terahertz wave. This is very interesting therapy he has been using with great success. It looks kind of like a hairdryer. It says the most ideal way of cell therapy. The body itself is a heat source that absorbs or emits terahertz waves. When high-frequency terahertz waves are used on the body, the cells receive a large quantity of negative ions that cancel out the excessive accumulation of positive ions in the cellular environment of the body, thereby recharging the cells and activate them, thus improving metabolism and raising the body temperature. Once the body temperature increases, immunity of the body will also be strengthened. Long-term stress and negative thinking stimulate the body to produce many free radicals, and when the amount generated exceeds the ability of the body cells to remove them efficiently, these free radicals will instead damage the cells. The molecular structure of free radical is largely similar to that of normal cells, except for some parts that have obvious mutations. Therefore, free radicals are shown to visibly obstruct the passing through of terahertz waves by absorbing all their energy, which produces such a high temperature that kills off the free radicals in mere seconds. When free radicals are removed, any inflammation or pain caused by free radicals will also be removed naturally, allowing the body to recover from its disease state. So it's called the smartest kind of cell therapy. I have not tried it. One of my friends bought one. He's going to send me one as part of my compensation for what I did there last time, and I'm very eager to use it. Even use it on some of my football friends to repair their problems. So he says he uses it every day, and there's a lot of different things I was exposed to up there in Shasta, and I'm excited. Joan's website is transformationalhealer.com. Transformationalhealer.com. So this is exciting to Mount Shasta, and what I intend to present there is I want to do a presentation on what I experienced in Choclavina Cave this summer. Of course, that remains to be determined. And certainly I'll be hoping that I have a good experience there rather than no experience. And give an update on that. In the last transmission, I talked about what I realized I needed to find I want to try and find a source of white noise in and or around Choclavina Cave. Now, if I had Preston, he would tell me all the ins and outs of what I could do or should do or might do. I got a phone call a couple nights ago from one of Preston's old housemates, who I knew as well, who used to come to the Montauk meetings, Dionysus. And of course, hello, Dionysus, if you're listening tonight. He was listening to Douglas's transmissions. And Dionysus has a very, I guess what you'd say, unconventional history. He was in the Signal Corps, got mustered out of the Army very quickly, but he learned a lot. Signal Corps is always a big trigger. And he said he had brain damage, lost parts of his memory, and he regained it back with smart drugs, which people seldom recognize or appreciate smart drugs. But he used smart drugs to recover what he could. And when I talked to him, he had a sort of a savant knowledge of what I would call equipment that I'm trying to say radio equipment that it was like I was talking to Preston, and telling me that most proper piece of equipment to have would be a spectrum analyzer. Of course, spectrum analyzer, a good one, he said is going to be about $11,000, and it's going to analyze anything on the spectrum. But of course, I'm not going to buy a spectrum analyzer for $11,000. There are lesser versions, but might not be as efficient for a couple thousand. I'm not inclined to buy anything like that and bring it to Romania, because when David entered Romania, he had a lot of his equipment confiscated. So, this is not something I would do. I would more likely try and acquire or borrow or get somebody I know to bring one. However, and I'm not necessarily, and he also pointed out that in a cave, there's extremely, certain frequencies don't work too well, that the transmission doesn't work well. So one of my friends pointed out to me, one of my clairvoyant friends says, what you need is a specific type of dowsing rod. I said, oh, that's good. I'm not a dowser per se. I don't think of myself as a dowser. I don't bill myself as a dowser, but I could certainly rise to the occasion here. I'm going to be meeting with one of the best dowsers in the world when I go to Michigan this July, who had sent me his regards and who taught me how to build a medicine wheel. And medicine wheel, and I will share this story, I've shared it before. When I went to the Sphinx in Romania for the first time, I put up a medicine wheel. I built a medicine wheel in a very specific way. And within 10 minutes, these kids came out of nowhere and started disassembling it. So, I told them not to. I reassembled it. And then I went down the gully and I put another one, a smaller one, which I considered to be a backup one, in case this one got disassembled again. And on my last trip to the Sphinx, I noticed in the exact spot where I had built this medicine wheel was a very elaborately constructed medicine wheel with stones. It was beautiful. It was beautiful on the very spot where I had done one. I, don't know who did it. I don't know why they did it, but they did it on the very same spot. It was like a communication. So I cannot underestimate my own ability to do things. And what I'm looking for when I go dowsing in Choclabina is I'm looking for a spot of revelation. I'm not talking about biblical revelation. I'm talking about trying to mine the area for more information. So I haven't been there in 3 years. and I'm a little, I guess what you'd say, apprehensive that all of my, I haven't been there in 3 years. It's like long time no see because of COVID. So it's not going to be as fresh. It's like, it's not like going back to your high school after 1 year. It's like going back after, 3 or 4 years. So anyway, that, but I'm sure it'll all work out. So that's a sort of what I've learned. And all of this, of course, was generated by writing my newsletter. All of this realization, and then the newsletter begins to connect to real people who I know and encourages communication. And that's one of the magic aspects of writing. When you write about, it doesn't even matter if it's fiction. You're writing about entities. At least when you're writing about people or creatures, you're writing about entities. One time I was on this job and I really didn't have anything to do. They had me replace somebody who really didn't do any work, I guess. And I had a lot of time on my hands and a typewriter, so I started typing this story. And years later, many years later, I was in a room with different people who I was friendly with. And I realized that all of the characters in the room fit into the archetypes of what I was writing about. I said, oh, this person could be that person, she could be that person, and she could be that person. It's kind of interesting. So the act of writing, you're stirring up the unconscious. And so when you start writing, you're writing about something, whether it's a fiction or nonfiction character. If it's a nonfiction character, you're writing about somebody and you're putting them in your mind. And then when you go back and revisit them, there's a certain, or you might, like I might read something I wrote about somebody a long time ago. Oh, wow. And then there's a connection. So this is one of the, it's what I call writing is called one of the greatest instruments of magic.
Yes.
The pen is mightier the sword because it stirs up the collective unconscious.
Yes.
And so that's and people who study magic or people who are artists or writers are encouraged to keep a journal, as are people who practice Qigong. They should keep a Qigong diary to note the events of the day and write into it. I use my newsletters as a sort of diary. It's very interesting to go back. They become a library for me, because now I have them in PDF form and I can go look up and say, oh, this, that, and the other thing. And it kind of tells me a story of the past and reminds me of where I was. And this is good for anybody to do. As you say, if you're writing, about your life. So I was kind of filling some time there until you got back.
Oh, you did wonderfully. Believe me, I think that this is all important. Certainly, the writing is it's magical, and this is why people have to understand that words cast spells, and that's why spell books are called grimoires, which is simply the Latin for grammars. And with that, by all means, continue. I'm just so excited.
I'll say something else about this. Very interesting. I was reading. It was actually, I was trying to find something a little humorous today, which I won't go into, but I was looking up the 11th degree and Grady McMurtry. Grady McMurtry, of course, was eventually the legally recognized successor of Aleister Crowley. That's been debated, but of course he's the legally one, and he died of a heart attack on the day the verdict was given to him.
Jesus.
But he was he wasn't big on gays. He referred to those people in the order who were gay as sisters. Sisters.
Like he was in prison. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, well, Crowley liked him. He knew Crowley when he was in the army in England, and he visited Crowley at least a couple of times, played chess with him, and Crowley shared information, initiated him and whatnot. But, and Grady was, of course, sent as a spy into the Pasadena. I think he was from Pasadena. I think he knew Parsons, but he went in there as a spy to report on Parsons. Mm-hmm. And Hubbard and all that. But, and Grady ended up as sort of a hippie-looking guy in Berkeley. That's where he ended up.
Jesus.
He was in California. But the one thing is they were talking about in this article or website about how the 11th degree people had taken over the OTO. I'm going to see if I can find it, as a matter of fact, because...
While you do that, I'll contextualize this for our listeners. For those of you who may have a hard time following this, because I noticed some people in the chat room talking about the thread of the narrative, understand that we are discussing the magical war between various occult circles. That you had Jack Parsons in Pasadena, California, who's this scion of a wealthy family who became part of the OTO, and you had L. Ron Hubbard essentially dispatched or deployed as a spy within this matrix, reporting back to various intelligence services, most likely the British included, and of course Aleister Crowley also involved with British intelligence, and basically sending in a spy to basically add to the mess. And this is an explosive gunpowder keg of intrigue that resulted ultimately in, L. Ron Hubbard running off with Jack Parsons' wife and all his life savings, what there was of it. And I used to think that was how he had financed the establishment of the Church of Scientology, but as Peter Moon pointed out, it wasn't nearly enough to do that. And then there was basically Parsons later on became a spy for Israel, was caught, and somehow was not tried and executed as a spy. Very few spies are these days. But I forgot exactly what was done to punish him. Oh, he was definitely ostracized from defense contracts after that. And then he wound up dying in a mysterious mercury fulminate explosion, which, of course, was assassination. And his mother never got over that, and she died soon afterwards. So,
she died right away.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my
God. It was my cousin's husband's uncle who, was the attending doctor.
Oh, my God. That's incredible.
That was really funny. When I saw that, Huntsman, his name was Huntsman. And when I saw that Huntsman attended, and the next time I saw, I have seldom seen my cousin in my life, and she was at a family, get together at my sister's house. She came up, and her husband was with her, and of course I remembered him very well from when I was a kid. And I asked him, and he says, "Oh yeah, it was Uncle Joe. That was Uncle Joe." Jesus. So.
And this was before you met Marjorie Cameron.
No, this was after.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it probably was only a couple of years after. If I think it was probably 1994 when that happened. I met Cameron in 92.
Okay.
And I visited her again. I think I visited her right after that meeting with Peter Huntsman. Yes. Yeah. It's like, because that must have been it.
Amazing. And for those of you who don't know, Marjorie Cameron was the lady who partook in the Babylon working. And
the wife of Jack Parsons.
Yes. Thank you.
Now, I did find the happy article here, and there's some good quotes here. Hold Why am I not finding them? The type is all
Garbled.
But what the reason I was looking up is because I one time found this reference of the 11th degree OTO. Now, for those who don't know, the 11th degree is the homosexual degree. And it was originally 10 degrees of the OTO. The 8th degree would be masturbation towards manifesting a moonchild. Moonchild would, of course, be a messianic child. The 9th degree was male and females copulating so as to actually produce a moonchild. The 10th degree was when you gave up your identity and became another identity. And in this case would be the head of the order. So Crowley would give up his name as Aleister Crowley and be known as, Baphomet or whatever. The 11th degree was something that has been attributed to him. Now, there was this, not sure this is the website, but there was this one time I was looking at this vigorous debate online about people who practiced this, and they were obviously gay, and they were so upset saying, this is sacred. What we do is sacred. It's the most sacred thing. And how can you make fun of this? Because some woman, I think it was in response to she's obviously an OTO woman. They were saying, well, how do you do this? I mean, this seems so. And she says, well, try Astroglide. She was being sarcastic.
Right.
Try Astroglide.
Right. And by the way, just so our listeners know, and I'm the first person to tell people this, if it comes to real handlers, I've had them, and I just had no choice but to work with them. It may be very difficult for people to understand, but understand you're not a public informant, and you just don't know what it's like to be in an impoverished and precarious position where you just know that you would be in a lot more trouble if you're not working with people who are dispatched by the deep state to handle you, quote unquote. And one of the originals after Lorien Ann Fenton was Laura Lee Solomon, who was a female member of the OTO. And so I never got the impression that the females went through a sodomy ritual like the men did. And I think that this had something to do with the patriarchal nature of the OTO. But as Peter Moon brings up, you probably had a bunch of gay guys arguing that this was sacred rather than indulgent. But the reality is that a lot of these very in-depth discussions will become scrubbed from the internet very quickly. So I don't know how long ago Peter saw that, but believe me, you're lucky if you find some of these more esoteric discussions still on the internet after...
I've never been able to re-find. And it's very interesting here because I was doing the history from today when I found it, and I can't find it. It's like, it's not showing up.
Yeah.
But I'm going to look for it again.
Because it's definitely indicative, just so people understand, once you get to that 11th degree, it's kind of like, well, this is what Salman Sheikh was aiming for in the Masons, right? I mean, that was, honestly, and anybody who thinks that's a cheap shot, it's not. This is like, he was posting this stuff on his Facebook timeline constantly. And this was just before he snapped. And so he had been going through a lot of these motions. And yeah, there you go. It changes people.
I think the point I was going to bring out here was that it was talking about how the gay factions were taking over the OTO. We're subverting it. And it's kind of like, in a way, saying that the conservatives are taking over the Republicans. The liberals are taking over the Democrats. It's kind of like that. It's pretty close. But I wish I could find these quotes because...
they help to put a lot in context. I understand. It can be very difficult sometimes to really do justice to what you're trying to describe. It's kind of like what I was saying about the First Earth Battalion and the Sufis' mystical order, which is anything but an order. It may be many different schools of thought in the Sufi because they don't have a centralized church. But my point that was being made was that when you give up all limits and you enable yourself to think the unthinkable, at that point you're breaking all the barriers, and then resultantly, you're no longer going to be behaving like a person does under social constraints. As a matter of fact, you'll be making a point of breaking a lot of social barriers, bonds, taboos. That's the whole point of the exercise. And that if you're freeing yourself from the boundaries of home and hearth, from the boundaries of ties to family, from the boundaries of all identity, not only with human society, but the human species, then you either denigrate yourself to living like an animal, or you find this kind of enlightenment that has the potential of making you saintly. But as often as not, perhaps even more often, it's going to be the negative effect. You're simply sinking down to a level of denigration, degeneracy. And with that, turning it back to Peter for a few moments.
Okay, well, here I found some. This is along the same track. It says, this is a Q&A. I don't know who's doing the answering, but he says, many questions here. Does the OTO currently initiate candidates with a homosexual 11th degree ritual? And now, I would say if they're going to do any initiation, that's going to be later on down the line, not right away. It says, I believe there are members of the OTO who currently hold the 11th degree. That degree was not exclusively homosexual in Crowley's time, since he records many 11th degree operations with women in his magical diaries. That means he's sodomizing them, by the way. It says, I don't believe it is homosexual in its current incarnation in the Caliphate OTO. It's called the Caliphate because it's after the Caliph, which is the head of the Islamic religion, the Caliph, yes, or the Islamic Empire, called the Caliph. Actually, where we get the word California from, but that's another story. In the Caliphate OTO, so it refers to itself as a Caliphate. But this is so primarily to bring it into line with Crowley's vision. There is no reason homosexuals can't be admitted to the degree, of course, and to some extent, the sex magic of the 11th degree is better suited to homosexuals than heterosexuals. If the OTO, okay, that's just an answer. Another question. If the OTO does not currently initiate candidates with a homosexual 11th degree, did it ever do so? It says, Grady McMurtry, at Patrick King's demand by his own admission, chartered an experimental 11th degree sanctuary run by Patrick King called the Rite of Shiraz. Now, as an incident, I sort of knew Patrick King. Patrick King had read my book, Montauk Revisited. And of course, you have to remember, when I wrote that book, Montauk Revisited, which talks about my synchronicities in investigating the Montauk Project, which turned up Aleister Crowley all over the place,
right,
and then led me to connections with not only his bastard son, or self-acclaimed bastard son, Amato, right, but with Marjorie Cameron himself. So I was on a quantum resonant current. I'm investigating time travel, the Montauk Project, the residue of, the result of what had paralyzed so many psyches at Montauk and elsewhere. All this Crowley stuff comes up. So I investigate it. I have synchronicity and meet all these magical characters. I'm riding an occult wave. Was this because I was an occultist? Yeah, not really. Not in the common or traditional sense. I was investigating something. All of my Scientology background and osmosis with L. Ron Hubbard gave me kind of a insightful spark to deal with this stuff. And I was kind of following his legacy, because the only reason I read Aleister Crowley was because I found of Hubbard's fascination with it. to the degree he was fascinated with it, I said he was much more interested in this than I realized. So therefore, I was in the tutelage of a magician named L. Ron Hubbard. He had delivered me to some very, I guess what you'd call copacetic states of being. I was very happy with my life, with myself. I was ready to disincarnate. I just live out my life and be for happily ever after. But life had more for me than I had realized. When I discovered Montauk, it woke me up. But I started reading Crowley because I wanted to find out what Hubbard's zest was all about. And of course, this would eventually lead me to the door of the Preston Nichols and the Montauk Project. It was actually the study of Hubbard and Crowley that led me to Montauk. And then Preston starts talking about him and Duncan being the Wilson brothers in a previous life, the first manufacturers of scientific instruments in Great Britain, and they were connected to Aleister Crowley's father. Boom, boom, boom. So I started investigating. I'd already been reading Crowley, but now I started to look at it from a different perspective and would end up meeting Jack Parsons' wife through synchronicity, meeting the head of the OTO, when I went to release the Montauk Project at the American Booksellers Conference in Anaheim. That's why I was visiting. Well, that was my first trip to LA, 1992. I went back again in 94 when the convention was in the Staples Center in LA, and I brought my wife and daughter with me. And then they went back home and I stayed and went to the conference, met with Cameron and all that. Mm-hmm. But so I'm tracing this occult current and meeting real live people, including the head of the OTO, who was kind enough and gracious enough to introduce me to Marjorie Cameron. And that, and met a lot of these OTO people, including most special one in a way was Sophia. She was a female and a former qualification secretary in Scientology. So she was a good friend of Cameron, and she became a good friend of mine. She was a really sweet person, and she didn't really fit the bill of most of those people. Mm-hmm. But it was very interesting. So I was going back on a theme here. I was talking about the 11th degree. Mm-hmm. So this guy asks, Patrick King. So I'm writing this book, Montauk Revisited. So you have to understand that people in these orders of the OTO who were, whatever degree they were, whatever level, they were fascinated by my book, because here they're reading stuff where somebody's actually applying or interacting with magic. I'm not doing the rituals, but I'm like writing a live current. So it's like, wow, they can relate to it because I'm speaking their language. And I'm learning their language. So, I would get letters, Dear Freighter, as if I'm one of them. I was never a freighter,
right?
Which means brother.
Right.
But I was friendly, correspondent. I could talk with some of these people, and in ways you couldn't talk to a normal, 21st or 20th century, whatever, human being.
Right. Because
they look at the world differently. And Patrick King he had given me 9th degree rituals to a woman I had known who had, had very unfortunate experience with her because she had stayed at my house. I let her stay there, and she became the demon from hell.
Oh.
I had to have her arrested, and just so I could expel her. It was a bad situation. But anyway, she attracted a lot of attention because she was, very striking in her appearance, what people would probably refer to as good looking. And I had noticed one time at the beach, walking with her, and I remember seeing this Hispanic guy just totally excited with lust by looking at her.
Wow.
I mean, she could, you know, that's usually not the way men express lust. You know, I didn't have that reaction, but it was like this magical current. I was very friendly with her up to a certain point, and then when she became, I guess what you'd say,
Toxic.
yeah, and it was very unfortunate. She was her own worst enemy.
Yeah.
With me.
That's usually the case with toxic people because
yeah. I mean, I had to have her, you know, because, you know, I had to have her arrested. But be that as it may, and she was arrested, and she admitted, you know, she was convicted. And all I wanted was to get her the hell out of my house.
Yes.
You know, I didn't want to punish her. You know, I mean, just move. She wouldn't move.
Yes.
So because she wouldn't move, I had to have her arrested.
This is so awful. Oh my God. Yeah. Go on.
And then she's sitting there, you know, crying all over town about me. And it's like, you know, this doofus calls me up, and you know who I knew, and he says, "Oh, have a heart. I said, you know, she's under a restraining order by the police. And I said, you know, if you continue, you could actually be applied under the restraining order. You know, he hung up and shut up, you know.
Yes.
I mean, you know, I didn't want to fight with her. Just get her the hell out of my life.
Yes.
And she went. But the thing is, Patrick King, who's now passed away, he died under weird circumstances, I think, in Prague. I think he was next to, you know, which is not far from Poland, you know,
Yeah.
Our friend Max Spears died.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I think he died in Prague, Patrick King. But Patrick King I think he talked to me once or twice, but, you know, she used to say he was very interested in my work. We were going to meet maybe one time. I think he was in Massachusetts. But we knew about each other. But he had given her the rituals of the ninth degree. Mm-hmm. And he caught hell. I think he got expelled from the order or something for doing that, or certainly got punished for it. I think he was expelled for giving her the ninth degree rituals, which are the sex magic rituals. The very interesting thing happened. So anyway, before, you know, we had come to altercation point, and the whole altercation was over the fact that she was using my phone, and her boyfriends or whatever would call, and I'd start talking to them, and you don't tell them anything about, okay, well, you know, go get your own phone.
Yeah. And
so she started like, you know, they'd talk to me, and I'd talk to them. How do you know her? Okay. Anyway. and I had told her, I said, you can stay here. I said, but don't bring anybody into this house. Don't bring anybody into this house.
Right.
That was my rule. Yeah. She broke it right away.
Of course. Oh,
now, I didn't say, you got to get out of here. You know, I mean, she violated my, you know.
Well, just everything, just violated your personal space, and it's, you know, when growing up in San Francisco for a large part of my life, basically, certainly the adolescent years as I came into sexuality and started socializing, the horror about dealing with straight kids, trying to find girls in San Francisco, is that it was already so expensive that everybody was living in communes. So since everybody was living in general with like 5 or 6 people so they could share the rent, you're developing a relationship with not just one individual, you're developing a relationship essentially with half a dozen of them. And when you would call them on the phone, you know, any one of them would pick up. And then whoever picked up, there would always be these vibes about basically this kind of tension. Just basically they're all fucking each other. That's what it comes down to. And so you're basically breaking into a relationship between 6 people approximately with each of these cases. It was just nightmarish. So she was turning your home into that essentially.
Not quite.
Not quite, but
yeah, that prompted another interesting story. But anyway, to get back to this one, what had happened was she had somehow we had a discussion. I then had a table in my living room, and the table, the round table, and she brought out the materials of the ninth degree to show them to me, or whatever. I don't remember why. There was a discussion. She brought them out. She wanted, to see them. These were the materials Patrick King had given to her, and I was, I looked through them. I wasn't totally unfamiliar with the ninth degree because I think there's a book on it, but this was different, but not that much different, but it was different. And those papers sat on that table. There was nothing on the table. They sat there for several days. And finally, I decided, you know what? Maybe I should copy these. Maybe I should copy them for posterity. Well, I didn't. More days went by. I said, it's still there. I said, what the hell? I took them. I went over to my main house where I lived in, and we had a copy machine there. And, it was a real copy machine. It was used for, and back when copy machines were copy machines,
Right.
like something you'd use at a Kinko's or something.
Yes.
And because we did that in the advertising business, we were always using copies, and it was a pretty sophisticated copy machine, and I copied it, bum, 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 bum. Brought it back, restapled it, left it on the round table. When I came the next day, it was gone. It was her demon, her spirit was waiting for me to copy it.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Yeah.
It was the minute I did what I was supposed to do with it, I've got it stored away somewhere in the attic.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't even know if it's posted on the internet. You can probably read about the ninth degree. Mm-hmm. It was sometime after that many years after that, perhaps 10 years, 7 years, 8 years, more like 9 years after that a old friend of mine brought a couple of women to meet me, one of whom was a young Finnish woman, mm-hmm. who was basically looking to have an alien baby, I guess, or a baby. I don't know what it was. It was like, I think they thought that I was a candidate to be the father. There was a whole weird history with me and the woman who brought them.
Wow.
And then I made another friend. I met the other woman who didn't come to be my wife or mother of my child. We became very good friends, and still are good friends to this day. If we haven't spoken in years, but we would still be very close. It's just that she, lives a different life. But we used to, we were very close. We helped each other out with some stuff, but the girl who was, I was the prospective father, and this wasn't so much that the woman who brought over was plotting. It was something going on in the spirit world, and I met with her, and we were very friendly, but there was no chemistry there. Mm-hmm. I kind of told her, she goes, no chemistry? I go, well, yeah, She wasn't unattractive at all. It was just like, this is kind of weird, Mm-hmm. The whole thing was weird. So I remember I corresponded with her when she went back to Finland. We had some nice correspondence, but it was more about business for me because she was helping me with something about what I needed to know in Finland. Mm-hmm. But it was just kind of weird, like, what is this Like people would tell me with Paula, they want your DNA. They want your DNA. So that was, yeah. The other thing I'd say about spirits and babies, I'll never forget on my honeymoon with my first wife, we were having our honeymoon. Now, this was up in Lake Placid area, beautiful snowflakes the size of your fist. We had a beautiful jacuzzi looking out into the snow. And this was not our first time together because it was our second wedding. We had a Scientology wedding in December. Now we were having a real church wedding and then a honeymoon up in the mountains in February. And this was to seed the end of my Scientology career. But we're sitting there very much newlyweds into the whole newlywed thing. And she says to me, my wife says to me, she says, Peter, she says, there are Thetans in this room. Thetan is a Scientology word for spirit. I said, yeah, I know. I said, I'm aware. I was aware of them too. And they were not very nice Thetans. They were kind of desperate, looking to incarnate. And I said, I'll get rid of them. And I did. But it's like, boom, 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 boom. What are these outside? If you're not aware, who the hell are you going to incarnate? You're going to have a kid who's a bad seed if you're not aware.
Yeah.
There's many factors that go into a birth, but you felt this like assembly line of desperate people trying to incarnate.
Wow.
And not necessarily, and quite possibly at your expense. But to get back to Patrick King, he had apparently got in trouble for supplying these materials to her, which I then got and copied. Didn't pay a whole hell of a lot of attention to him. What was I going to do? Create a moonchild? I did once hear that somebody said I don't know how this came to me. I don't remember how it came to me, but people in the CIA were very upset that I was trying to create a moonchild.
Wow.
Now, I don't remember who said that to me, but it sounded authentic, like there were people that were very up in arms about me trying to create a moonchild. I was never trying to create a moonchild. I did create a very beautiful child, but she's a real child. She's not a moonchild.
Right.
So, I think what it is the CIA is very Christian. They were. I don't know if they are anymore. Very Mormon and or very Christian, hand over their heart Christian, and, kind of phony. Now, that's the traditional CIA. I don't know if they still are.
Well, just to clarify, the original CIA that Peter Moon is talking about, we're talking about a lot of basically, if you go back to the real original CIA, of course, with the OSS, then
I'm talking about at least through the 90s,
what they became.
through the 1990s.
Yeah, what they became essentially was exactly like Peter says. You're talking about a bunch of white supremacist evangelicals, and they were to the point where they were like keeping track of where Noah's Ark had crashed on Mount Ararat because this was of biblical interest to them. And so that was a primary obsession of the CIA, and it's one reason we know as much as we do about it, because it was right on that juxtaposition between the former Soviet Union and and Armenia, basically. So it was considered like a vital biblical interest, and many of these people were kind of like Edgar Mitchell in the sense that they were on a religious trip. By the way, Peggy Wood Amalal asks what a moonchild is, so you can have a shot at that first if you wish.
Well, the perfect, most exemplary example of a moonchild would be something like, the positive identification of Christ. It's by tradition he was known as the healing moon man. It's a messianic child. I'm trying to express this. It is like it's like a fully DNA, somebody with fully activated DNA. Like there's no imperfections. And this is and it's something greater than the sum of the parts of the man and the woman. It's a magical child. And the problem with a moon child is, I could get very esoteric and detailed and complicated in this, but what you're trying to do is, creating something greater than the sum of its parts. But the problem with magicians, and this is like hidden traditions from way back when, is that when you do it in practice, it doesn't come out so good. The DNA is, what do you call it? The radical gene, they call it. Mm. It'll do something trillions of times until it gets it right. Mm. Unfortunately, all of these efforts to do it, millions or billions, they don't come out right. And I will point out, if I ever do this book, my last book on L. Ron Hubbard, I've done two. One is my book, Montauk Book of the Dead, which is my autobiographical of my adventures associated with him, and not just him, but also other parts of my life. But and then the book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. If I did another book, it would be about the occult aspects of him and his family. His real name was Wilson. His father's name was Wilson, Harry Ross Wilson. He was adopted by the Hubbards. Marjorie Cameron, Jack Parsons' wife, who participated in the Babylon working with L. Ron Hubbard, was also a Wilson. She was adopted by her uncle named Cameron. So the Camerons and the Wilsons, through all of my research, are very interconnected. And what I found out from a Celtic shaman whose name was Cameron, another one, she told me that the root of her name, if you look at the standard root of the name Cameron, it'll say crooked nose, which is bullshit. She said the name is Amron, where the Cameron is silent. Because, if you know the word Hanukkah, spelled CH, the C is silent. Hanukkah. Some people will mispronounce it Chanukah, who've never heard of Jews. They will often mispronounce it Chanukah, but it's Hanukkah. And in this sense, the name Cameron, the C is silent. It's Amaron or Amran. And Amran, if you look in the Quran, is the maiden name of the Virgin Mary, Amran. Now, if you take that a little further, you will see that Amran is similar to Ammon, which is the god of Egypt. Amun-Ra, Ammon. But Mary was of the tribe of Benjamin. Now, they didn't pronounce the J. J was silent. So Benjamin, the tribe of Benjamin, is Ben Amman, the tribe of Ammon. This is the Virgin Mary. We go back to the Quran, you can find it in other places. So she comes from the tribe of Ben Amman, the god of Egypt. The name Cameron descends from this Christic lineage. Because Hubbard was a Wilson, and the names of Wilson and Cameron are so intertwined, Parsons, the name Parsons is tied to the name Wilson as well. Studied the Wilsons in Pasadena, went back to Catherine Parr. Okay, the Parsons, they all go back to Catherine Parr.
Does that render his union with Marjorie incestuous to a degree?
No, because it's too far removed.
Okay, go on. Yes.
It's too far removed. Yeah. You know, it's like you marrying somebody named Dietrich.
Understood.
It's too far away.
Right.
But but you had in the Babylon Working Jack Parsons, Marjorie Cameron, and L. Ron Hubbard, who came from the same gene pool. If you look at certain pictures of Marjorie Cameron and L. Ron Hubbard, and I do intend to produce one if I ever do this book, it shows they could have been brother and sister. When I met this Celtic shaman, she was very much had the genetics of Marjorie Cameron and Diana Hubbard, L. Ron Hubbard's daughter, who I saw every day of my life when I was in Scientology. I mean, I see her almost every day of my life, you know, walking down the street or in the dining room or wherever, I would see her. So she had a definite imprint. You know, as you see, wow, these look like the same people. Now, a certain percentage of L. Ron Hubbard's relatives, not in his direct family, and Marjorie Cameron, well, they could be what you would call genetically, quote unquote, off. And when I say off, they might be predisposed towards gender bending of some way or another. I'm not being critical here of gender. I'm just saying their gender was swerving. Okay. Sometimes it wouldn't even have to do with the gender. It would have to be they just didn't come out right. And one of Hubbard's relatives has said that, you know, L. Ron Hubbard is a deep shame in their genetic thing, but he's very confused about their genetics. He'd like an answer to it. Well, my thesis, which I consider to be very accurate, is that this strain of the Hubbards, particularly L. Ron Hubbard and his family, this was a genetic predisposition to produce a messianic being. And of course, Hubbard considered himself to be a messiah. And he was, in many respects, a great deliverer. He was certainly emulating that in his own way, in his own life, in his own mind. He saw himself as a great deliverer of mankind. And of course, the delivery was cut short. He was obsessed with delivering his technology, not just collecting money, but actually delivering services to people that they considered valuable and to make them better. Of course, that all got short-circuited. But in other words, you can say that he wasn't much. You can have that opinion, but he was the best we got. Now, some people might not agree with that, but he certainly did amazing things that other people don't even approach doing. Now, I'm not saying he's perfect, but I'm saying as a moon child, you know, he was of that lineage. Now, but did he come out perfect? No, none of them come out perfect. That's the problem. And will we ever have anybody come out perfect? This is the challenge of the genetic paradigm, is to create something that will be a biological solution to the environment. This is the struggle of genetics, is to create the superhuman. And so instead, what do we have? We have all these derivatives thereof. Now, some person who read my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, said he was a former Scientologist. He said he was very insightful and he appreciated it. However, he said he would not respect me unless I would recant on what I said about Freemasonry, because he was now a Freemason and he had studied Albert Pike. And, you know, what I was saying about Freemasonry didn't line up with what Albert Pike had said about it. And I had mentioned, it's the 18th degree of I don't know if I mentioned the degree, it's the 18th degree of Freemasonry was to, you know, pair different men and women up to create babies. Now, this will piss people off because if you're a Mason and they don't tap you on the shoulder and say, okay, you could have a nice job, a 6-figure job with a nice house, nice family, and they tap you on the shoulder and they say, okay, and they tap some other woman on the shoulder from another order, from the East Order of the Eastern Star, whatever it's called, and say, okay, you're gonna copulate, you're gonna have a baby. And the baby will be taken care of. The baby will have a whole mysterious life that the parents may never know about. People can get very upset if I say that. It's not what Albert Pike says. You know, okay. You can believe what you want to believe. If you're not tapped on the shoulder, you know, you've not been chosen. And if you have been chosen, you're going to shut up about it. Because what you do in Freemasonry is, you know, silence.
Yes.
If you break the vow, you'll be killed or are susceptible to being killed. That's the amount of control that is exerted on Freemasons. So, you know, if you've read the primer and are trying to be a good little Mason, so be it.
And if you could explain a little bit about Albert Pike's more lurid statements. There's some quotes where he's pretty much advocating genocide. You only need to paraphrase.
I don't know. I mean, Albert Pike. I don't really want to talk about Albert Pike. You can say what you want to say about him. He's just like, he was a Confederate who had to leave America after the death of Abraham Lincoln because he was implicated in the shooting of Lincoln. He had met with President Johnson. I think it was either before or right after the assassination. And he got the hell out of America and went to Canada.
Yes.
He was, you know, very big in Freemasonry. He was honored with a statue in Washington, D.C., the only Confederate to be honored with a statue in Washington, D.C. His statue was recently defaced, taken down with all this, you know, statue scrubbing they were doing during the Trump administration. And not by Trump, of course, but by people that were, you know, tearing down the icons of the United States. And certainly he was worthy of being torn down, but is very greatly respected in certain circles. And he was initiated into the 33rd degree of Scottish Freemasonry by Caleb Cushing in Massachusetts, who was a, you know, highly racist individual himself.
Yes.
Yeah. So the, yeah, I mean, all I have to say is that he was racist and he was very influential. But if you want to say anything about his genocide, go ahead.
Yeah, just he had very genocidal ideals, and certainly he had ideals about the enslavement of entire races, and that basically the majority of non-white races, well, basically anyone who was not white, was ethnically fit for slavery, just basically genetically predisposed or predestined towards such, and therefore he was one of the founders of the KKK. The reason I bring this up, of course, is because shortly before Salman Sheikh left us, he was so proud that he had moved into his next degree of Freemasonry on the birthday of Albert Pike. And he was emphasizing that, which is what I brought up in the episode in which he went into the meltdown and began attacking us. He was trying to sneak off in this bizarre passive-aggressive fashion, but he essentially exploded into an aggressive attack format when I basically said that Albert Pike, the truth, that Albert Pike would consider him an Oriental nigger is basically all Pike would think of him. He wouldn't want someone like Salman Sheikh anywhere near him other than unless he was serving him something or basically polishing his boots. That was one of the things that led to what's called a disconfirmation process in theology and the meltdown of Salman Sheikh. But in terms of the original work of the black magician, Jack Parsons, of course, when he was trying to create a moon child. You're talking about something where he's trying to harness divine powers and awaken libidinous forces that lay dormant in so many souls. And so the invocation was meant to result, in his case, in an actual physical birthing of Babylon, and that would be the name of the moon child, more than likely. But amongst the Agape Lodge's inner circle at the time, there was talk that Jack was trying to create this moon child, this magical offspring imbued with Babylon spirit. And by the way, Babylon in this case is spelled in the Crowleyite sense. It's Babalon, as in Baba-Lon, not Babylon, like Babylon, as it would conventionally be spelled. And spelling is very important in magic. So when it comes to this kind of enticement of Babylon spirit from the astral plane, that would incubate in Marjorie Cameron's womb, that was where Jack was going. But when he was writing some letters to Aleister Crowley, and he was speaking in these fetal terms, he was depicting himself as the guardian for this entity that would be born into the world in 9 months' time. And he was explaining that any breach of secrecy or premature discussion of the birth cum revelation, this was how he was phrasing it. I remember this from Michael Aquino speaking about this in depth. He felt that any revelation might result in abortion. And so this entire scenario drew heavily on Crowley's own novel, Moonchild. It had the very title, but the author of said work, Crowley himself, he basically was flummoxed by what he was learning, and he was fuming to his deputy at the time, Carl Germer. He said, apparently Parsons or Hubbard or somebody is producing a moon child. I get fairly frantic when I contemplate the idiocy of these louts. I mean, that's what he had written. So Crowley believed that Jack Parsons was out of his depth, dabbling in such matters without the proper magical training, and he felt he was trying to run before he could walk. So all that maverick thinking that had reaped such high rewards in Jack's rocket fuel research was ironically the very thing that was bringing about such confusing and spurious results in his magical experimentation. So that's something to...
Yeah, it's very, very good observations, and certainly, see, this is what impressed Hubbard about Jack Parsons. He had no formal education in chemistry, yet he was the best chemist in the world, the most effective chemist in the world when it came to rocketry, because he had real hands-on experience with chemistry. He knew how to mix things. He was brought in long before his, those days, he was brought in as a key witness for his expertise in chemistry on explosives. There's suspicion that, the person he convicted might have been involved in his death. I don't know that that's true. But the point is, he got results. So Hubbard used to talk about results when he was talking about Scientology. But the thing about Parsons and the Moonchild, and what makes him an admirable character, is that he was in there trying. Just like when I try to pronounce words sometimes and you say I'm brave with my pronunciations. I fumble them, I don't know the language, but I'll try and do them. Well, that's small compared to trying to create a Moonchild. Marjorie Cameron did some experimenting herself after Jack died. I don't know the details of it, but the OTO proper considered that she had to be watched because she was, what was the word? She was a maverick, just like Jack. And they considered her an abomination. She told me that. Yet she had a quote-unquote friendly relation with them. But they were monitoring her. Now, it's really funny that they're monitoring her as if we're holding them up as icons of virtue. because, well, they might do something unorthodox. Well, Jack was somebody who got results, and he was in there trying, just like with the rockets. He could get things going. He was creating a whole paradigm. Okay, what's that word? Hubbard said in Dianetics, he says, we're building a bridge. He says, for God's sakes, let's build a better bridge, meaning the bridge to freedom. And this is what Parsons needed was a better bridge, because, whatever he did not result in the intended effect. However, we can't totally say that either. Because he had certain intention. Now, before I met Marjorie Cameron, I had just a couple weeks before I met her, I had acquired his book that she edited, Freedom is a Two-Edged Sword, that was edited by her and the Hymenius Beta, the head of the OTO. And that book, when I had purchased it at Weiser's in New York City, I began reading it, and I saw at the back of it that she was still alive. And I wrote to the head of the OTO at P.O. Box 7666 in New York City that I wanted to meet her. Could he help me meet her? I told him who I was. And then, I got there before the letter did. I met him, not in New York, but in Anaheim, because he was at the book fair.
Wow. And
I was told to meet this guy. I said, I want to meet Marjorie Cameron. I said to Christopher Hyatt, the first person I ran into in the book fair. And he says, I know you know who she is. He says, oh, yeah, ask Bill. He knows her. Bill's over at Mystic Fire Video. He works there. So I went to Mystic Fire Video, stalked that out, made it a priority, and that's how I met him. And I said, but after several discussions with him, I realized he was the head of the OTO. It was obvious to me.
Right.
And he said, okay, just please don't tell anybody. Now it's public knowledge on the internet.
Wow.
But I didn't, it was obvious to me. And I said, well, I got here before my letter did. You haven't seen my letter yet. And he read the Montauk Project, and then he got, he arranged the meeting with her. And her phone number ended in 7666. So he told me he didn't get that number on purpose. It was given to him. Her phone number was given to her when she changed her phone number because she appeared in the LA Times. They did an article on Scientology and she was in it. So she had to change her number and they gave her 7666. So every time I call her, I dial that 7666 number, So anyway, that energy of Jack Parsons, before I met her, I'd read the book and I felt it was like in my head, wanting to get out.
Yeah.
He was like, he needed expression. It was like a spirit haunting me. That was before I met him. I didn't know I met her. I didn't know I was going to meet her. But he wanted release. So he had certain intentions that were good intentions. He was born into darkness. The whole Parsons family was part of the Salem family. They came from Salem and Sag Harbor in New York. But they were very much a witching family from way back. So he wanted expression. And if he could have had things right, he would redo them differently. And he would have the goddess Babylon to incarnate and reverse the patriarchal tyranny that we suffer under to this day. It was his orientation. So my work did give him some expression. But in other words, the magical seed, the intent is there. It carries through. But, it's not perfect. We're far from having a Babylon on earth, a goddess and all this sort of thing that is manifest. But as they say, when you magic, you go out to do something, sometimes it doesn't work out exactly as planned. So I was talking, to get back to this, 11th degree stuff. This is what I was answering her question of what a moon child is. I also, it's a very full answer to this woman. I hope it's, meeting with her comprehensibility. But the whole Masonic thing, the whole Masonic rituals and stuff are all about the creation of a moon child. This was another issue that somebody took umbrage with. If you look at the secret word of Freemasonry, which I've talked about in my book, The Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, it's actually a Hebrew letter, Shin. If you look it up, the standard definition will say Mahabane, which means what the builder. And I can also give you a very cogent definition of that, what the builder, but the real secret word is Shin, and it's the middle letter of Yod He Shin Vav He, which is transliterated into Yeshua, with the name we know as Jesus. And Shin it's part of the pentagram, the top point of the pentagram, which means spirit. Shin means tooth in Hebrew, but it has an esoteric meaning change or spirit. And the top of the pentagram represents spirit changing earth, air, fire, water. So this is the magic. But the Shin is the essence of the magic of Freemasonry. It is the philosopher's stone. There are so many analogies to it. And so when you're giving birth to a Messiah, you're giving birth to the universal solvent, which has all the ingredients of alchemy, which Hubbard said the universal solvent was communication. It's hard to disagree with that, because if you can communicate, you can solve anything. You just have to know who to communicate to and what to communicate and how to communicate it. It solves everything. But in a more esoteric sense, this is, what Freemasonry would deliver at. And this secret word was what they killed Hiram Abiff, was the builder of the temple. What the builder? The builder had the secret, but he would not reveal the secret. The ruffians, there were 3 ruffians that basically killed him. They killed him, and the ruffians were named ignorance, fear, and superstition. Those are the enemies of mankind, and the enemies of wanting to find out the secret. They harm Hiram Abiff or ultimately kill him, and King Solomon orders him to be resurrected, but nobody can resurrect him, so he resurrects him himself. And he does this by using the lion's paw or the lion's grip. And the lion's paw represents 5 fingers, the grip of 5 fingers, which represent the 5 letters Yod He Shin Vav He, known as pentagrammaton, meaning 5 letters, which represents the pentacle or the star that you're familiar with, which is on the Moroccan flag. And then if it's upside down, it's satanic. It's matter, energy, or it's a fire, earth, air, water over spirit, rather than spirit over those, and spirit controlling that. So the ultimate moonchild, the ultimate secret of Freemasonry would be to create this philosopher's stone in human form. Now, alchemy, the alchemical marriage of Christian Rosenkreuz, which is the alchemical marriage, the divine male and the female, and it will, all of this stuff gets very allegorical. Because you're going to create a human being that's perfect. Well, there are instances. We have the Mongolian child Douglas has talked about.
Yes.
And it brings out the worst in humanity. if you look at the New Testament story, it brought out the absolute worst in humanity. And, human beings will kill that which will save them. That's the story there. And it's not untrue. It's not untrue. This is what happens. So they employ the opposite of what is alchemy. Alchemy is to transmute base metals into gold. So what the opposite is to transmute gold into base metals. And in case in point, and Douglas Dietrich has certain information to offer, which is valuable as gold because it informs people, increases their acumen and intelligence, and so on and so forth. So instead, we have these gangstalkers that will transmute the wisdom into the lowest, base of harassment, insults, gangstalking.
Yes.
This is what happens. And this is what people will often do. What about, it's like if you're, reading about the Christ in the Bible, and you say, well, where did he crap? It doesn't say anything about a crap. Did he have an outhouse? Did he crap like everybody else? Did his shit stink? Why don't we hear about this? What are they hiding from us? But this is what the media does.
Yes, the media does its own form of persecution. In fact, I was talking about that with the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial when I was articulating all of the incredible amount of cyber stalking that she suffered and anyone who supported her suffered throughout that trial. It was madness. But that aside, because that's a different subject in its own right, while parallel and similar somewhat, one thing that I was noticing, and I brought this up at the beginning of the show, was that I had just come back from one series of celebrations on about a month ago, and this was on my episode with Peter Moon that was airing on Sunday. It was basically the 1st of May, and it was on the 1st of May that I pretty much had to terminate Jameson Reese. So I was bringing up to our listeners earlier that this is a very special day because YouTube has a limited amount of videos on the open cycle, meaning that when you take a look at somebody's channel and you see the open cycle of videos that are available, then what happens is that you can select any one of those easily. But if you want to find other videos, then you literally have to press the word video, and then you'll be taken to the storage of all the other videos that are available on the YouTube channel. And so when it comes to the that particular episode, it's cycling out very, very soon, as well as the episode thereafter. Those were the episodes of that transition into the new Team Dietrich with Viviana Sanchez and Noreen Helpand and other people who were working with us. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, Noreen Helpand has already expressed she felt much safer without JMO here, and that's the same thing Crystal River has said. So understand that this person was literally scaring people away. Many people have said that in the chat room. People who expressed that, where people such as Nathan Brooks just said they couldn't listen while he was on. His assignment was to do enormous damage to our program, and that's what he dedicated himself to doing. Again, to emphasize here that he was deep state, I pointed out before, you're talking about a man who's on welfare that receives a monthly income from the U.S. government to prevent him from committing crime, basically, just as a bribe to prevent him from committing crime, which he spends immediately on his drug habit, which is the DXM or various other indulgences. And yet he was able to afford basically a $4,000 computer, which is the Asus gaming computer system. And the Asus gaming computer system, when Brendan Zogit was bringing it up, he was saying, well, maybe his parents purchased that for him. No, that's not the case, because he spends all day tormenting his parents and saying how much he hates them and how he wants them dead and why they even tolerate that. They've become so inured to that. And I guess there's just so so threatened and dependent on him in so many ways. They just allow him to run their home, but they're not about to give him $4,000 to buy a gaming computer. Peggy Wood Amalal does emphasize that she had stopped listening too because of Jameson Reese. So do understand we had to get rid of him, and it was the best thing in the world to happen. The interesting thing was the repercussions were so immense with Salman Sheikh and Richard K. Cole Jr. All of this was obviously strategized, and they were planning on this for a very long time. And Salman Sheikh, of course, as I said, had shown himself a number of times with his strange behavior and his outrageous behavior in the park every morning, where the birds are just a cover for him to spend all day in a child's playground, throwing literally shit to the birds and feeding himself ice cream throughout the day. And this is all this individual does. So when these two individuals were as intimate as they were, and everything speaks for itself, there's nothing that we need to insinuate because they were open about their behavior and their relations, and this also shows on their attacks. Now, as a Mad Hatter's Tea Party, there are many things that do come to mind that I think bear kind of explaining to the public so that they understand my own needs this month. Understand that we need to maintain a web presence, and our website, douglasdietrich.com, is available, and it does have many visitors. In order for us to maintain it, we need to renew the hosting by Bluehost, and that's about $141 I need stuffed into the PayPal. Whatever anyone can contribute towards that $141, we had half United States dollars from Rosie Sanchez. Shout out to her. We had at least $25 or a quarter of $100 from Mr. Stephen Myers in New York City, who said that the latest episode before tonight's was quite the marathon. So he was sending me that to quench my thirst, and that's deeply appreciated, though it's going to go towards website renewal. And anything that anyone else can contribute towards that, by all means do so. Obviously, if any one of you can contribute the full $141 or at least $100 or so, if we go beyond 141 towards 200, that's even better, so I can maintain myself by purchasing still mineral water from my corner store, because I do need that, because my pipes are simply they do not convey potable water. So such being said, I live the way I do, and again, to put this into some perspective for people, because it's a legitimate question. People have asked about, why doesn't your son help you? Understand that I have a very specific relationship with my son and his husband, where what they do is they work off from myself in trade. I contribute certain things, and they in turn contribute certain things to me, but it ends there. There's no payment from them. We've worked out a barter system, and it goes back to, say, for instance, that nanoplasmatic, shall we say, procedure that I underwent against my will, or certainly without being informed, certainly without my consent. And when I was 14 years old, this resulted in something that has certainly kept me alive through incredibly grievous injuries. When I threw myself over the body of my mother in a taxi cab, when we had these stupid foreign drivers who were from Soviet Central Asia, who had no idea what it was like to drive in as congested a city as San Francisco. And one of them made the turn straight into an 18-wheeler truck. And that truck desperately swerved, or neither I certainly wouldn't be here today, and my mother would have died instantly. The cab driver died, and that's a good thing for him, because I would have killed him. When I threw myself over my mother's body, my spine was impacted, and I lost 2.5 inches. Now, the reason this is relevant is because when I lost 2.5 inches in height, as people do in catastrophic automotive crashes, you never gained that back. I went from being basically 5 foot 11 inches to 5 foot 7. And yet, when I went to the MD, I'm talking about when I started going back to the MD regularly at the time that I got full Medicare and Medi-Cal insurance, and it was at Kaiser, they told me that I'm 5 foot 11 now. So somehow all that height came back. And I know I didn't have any shoes on. And I do wear lifts when I'm out in public quite often. In fact, I'm rather infamous for that. But no, they make you take your shoes off before they weigh you because shoes do weigh quite a bit. So they always ask you to take your shoes off before they weigh you. Either that or they're just not professional. So my shoes were off and I'm now 5'11" again. So somehow, and there's no other explanation, that nanoplasmatic transfusion, that full body transfusion that happened when I was 14 years old, where I was experimented on quite illegally by Dr. John Henry Hagman, who is still on the loose as a medical criminal, a name you can easily look up, as a matter of fact. This individual and Michael Aquino were all aware of what was done to me. And basically, when it came to this experiment that they performed, the end result was that, look, I can get my height back, but it's got to have side effects. And one of them is arthritis. I mean, obviously, all of the waste product produced by reconstituting spinal tissue has to go somewhere. And the conclusion drawn by my son's husband, who has financed quite a number of DNA tests, blood tests, as much analysis as he can privately perform. The best analysis, well, the best conclusion they can draw by their analysis is that probably a lot of the toxic waste from rebuilding spinal tissue just basically wound up stored around my shoulders, giving me a case of arthritis. It's not necessarily so extreme as to be unbearable, but it's certainly a pain in the ass. That's a pun, but at the same time, it's real. So there's advantages and disadvantages to everything. Now, granted, I would not be here several times over were it not for that transfusion. Nevertheless, look at the price I pay when I have unprotected sex with people who are female, who have some genetic background that's Asian. They can contract my Kawasaki syndrome, which is congenital and is non-transferable, and yet it happens. It has to be that nanosperm, which is exactly what Dr. John Henry Hagman referred to it as. That's what they wanted to test when they sent in a woman to have sex with me when I was 14 years of age and had the whole ward to myself at Letterman Army Medical Center, which was infamous for many inhumane experiments performed on prisoners who volunteered in order to be pardoned from death sentences back when they still existed, and then later shortening of sentences, even revocation thereof, depending on how dangerous the experiment was they volunteered for. Most of them did not survive it. In fact, nobody had survived that nanoplasmatic transfusion until it was performed on myself. Now, when it comes to kind of how people could develop an idea of what's going on here or what kind of monitoring is going on, I'll tell you something very strange that happened over the past week. Basically, of all things, it started with the celebration for the Dragon Boat Festival, and then when the Blood Boys, of course, they hire escorts for me. I don't consider the boys in a sexual sense at all. They're a source of blood, which I drink. And I remember that Judith Agert was always telling me how someday I was going to get deathly sick, and that's how I was going to die, was by drinking bad blood and catching some horrible disease. And I would tell Judith, honey, the blood that I drink is in the most sterile of environments. All of these lads are tested consistently to make certain they haven't contracted anything. They have safe sex with each other. They're not exposed to outsiders. The chances of my catching some kind of disease, it's infinitesimal to nil. But it was really the act that she was so upset by. But she at least understood that I never considered females to be food because I look at females sexually and not as something that I would derive nourishment from like I do with the male gender. So when it comes to that whole situation, that's my payment. And that's what keeps me healthier than I've ever been before, is that access to a regular blood supply that's maintained in good health. And so when you have that situation going on, it's not monetary aid that I get. It's something that literally provides me a life worth living, a life in good health, which I did not have for all the years that I was taking care of my parents before my son was married back in 2015. Now, here we are about a little over half a decade later. And since there was a big party going on, the Blood Boys wanted to watch a film. Now, the film in and of itself, I was shocked. I was really surprised. It was just something that was kind of silly, and they wanted something that was unusual. So, of all things, they put on Texas Chainsaw Massacre in 3D. Now, this was made quite some time ago, but what I can tell you is I don't care what the critics say. Fuck the critics. I know 3D is gimmicky. What I can tell you is that was an excellent film. And not for the 3D. Forget the 3D completely. It was only an excellent film for the plot. And they actually made the murderer a sympathetic character. And his young cousin was very much a sympathetic character who was essentially born into his family, had no idea. His family was wiped out by the public pulling a Dracula or a Frankenstein's castle and just setting their home on fire and burning up the entire clan. But her baby's stolen by one of the white trash lynch mob people, and they raise her as their own. But she later comes into her inheritance, which is another estate belonging to that family. And it turns out her relative, the Texas Chainsaw Murderer, is living in the basement. But he doesn't harm her because he recognizes her as part of his bloodline due to her birthmark, which is basically something that's in common with that particular family. It's something that you'd have to watch to understand, but I actually found it a redeeming film. And whatever is made after that can be ignored. It's just, all of these films are standalone when it comes to that franchise. But for that particular film, I really think it redeemed the entire franchise. I don't care what any of the critics say. That being said, because of that, I was brought some information. Now, a lot of these Blood Boys do a lot of searching for me. And sometimes they find things, and they basically brought it to my attention that I should contact one of my relations from my father's side up in upstate New York. And there's a kind of bizarre parallel here. I remember that within that film, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D, you've got this young girl growing up with a legacy she's totally unaware of. Her parents are hiding it from her. And she winds up coming into that legacy and basically finds herself confronted with a completely corrupt town. And therefore, in its own perverse way, the redemption of the monster is in the fact that his victims really aren't deserving of human sympathy. So when it comes to my situation, there were several things leading towards what was brought up to me. And when in that horror film, you have somebody hidden in the basement and they're just this kind of stunted individual, kind of like what families used to do with developmentally disabled people, keep them in the attic or someplace away from public eyes. I spoke to someone who claimed to be related with the Dietrich family on the East Coast and does not want their name at all to be shared because of Richard K. Cole Jr., who also lives in upstate New York. This is one reason why Lena Shea, who was terrorized by him, never reported him because, unfortunately, she is frightened to death of him. And so he rules by sheer terror. So he just has this ability to get away with anything he wants because he's deep state. And that will be the end point of what I'm speaking of here. You can do your own part because if you ever wanted to fight against this deep state, believe me, you can. And you can do so without repercussion. You shouldn't even be worried about it because all they live off of is fear. So understand that when I was brought into contact telephonically with this individual, one of the things they brought up was that, oh, you know what Richard K. Cole says all the time about your grandfather not dying when you said he died. And I said, yeah, what about it? And when I brought up the Kodak company calendar and the difference in chronometry, he says, well, it's a little beyond that. He said, actually, after he lost all that blood, you talk about a crazy old man, they expected him to die. And when your parents left for San Francisco, they had no contact with the Dietrich family ever again. And I said, that's true. It wasn't for like decades and decades, literally generations later. Members of the Dietrich family reached out from the Atlantic seaboard to talk to them. He said, yeah, well, you know, your grandfather, he languished on for what might have been about a year or two after that. And then the Kodak calendar discrepancy added on to that. That's why Richard K. Cole's claiming that there's like 2 or 3 years difference from the time you bit his dick off and the time that he died. He was actually kept on life support, and he was moved into a special part of the home, which they turned into almost like an intensive care unit, and they maintained him for the next 2 or 3 years, just so that they could all get in on the enormous kind of inheritance that he had. So they all took shifts caring for this man who had been raping them all the while they had grown up. You know, it's an interesting point that my father's name, the man who raised and guided me, was George Joseph Henry Dietrich. Every other brother in the family was named William. He was the black sheep of the family, another reason he ran away. There was one sister who, as I said, my grandfather broke both her legs so he could rape her continuously without having to worry about her running away. So I was told by this one individual, this grandfather of mine, no one in the Dietrich family dared to tell my father he was still alive. And nobody dared to talk to my father because they thought that by talking to him, they'd be struck from the will. So he may have languished on penisless for several years after I tore his dick off with my teeth and the police advised us, you'd better leave. Like tonight, they said, or the town will burn your house down. So I can relate very much to this monster in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D. And it also was brought to my attention by the same individual. He said, how do you think Michael Aquino learned about you? I said, I never knew how he learned about me. I thought it was because of my mother. He said, your grandfather was a member of the satanic cult of General Leslie Groves. That's why he told Michael Aquino about you ripping his dick off. After that, Michael Aquino could never have enough of you.
Oh, wait, who told you this?
This is a man who wants to be kept completely anonymous.
Your relative. Okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, carry on. I got it.
Yeah, because certainly the one man I told you about who was working with the dad, I even forget his name. I'd have to look it up. He was a cousin who I had on my Revolution radio once or twice. And he was terrorized by Richard K. Cole Jr. Richard K. Cole Jr. is given just carte blanche to terrorize people, and everybody's afraid of him, but don't be. So understand this much. Apparently, Michael Aquino was first informed about myself by my grandfather. My grandfather was apparently part of a satanic ritual abuse cult that worked generationally. The man who raised me wanted to escape that, and he did by joining the Navy. So we've covered all of that. Understand that these people work only via your own ignorance of whatever it is that they're talking about. When it comes to ignorance of Kodak, ignorance of the calendar differences, or the way that it's beginning to pan out based on what I'm learning that I had no idea about before, but makes perfect sense, that my grandfather would be part of a satanic ritual abuse cult, the same one Leslie Groves was a part of, the same one that backed and financed Michael Aquino and helped to found the Temple of Set. Then you begin to understand that there is a background and a legacy from the side of my father who raised and guided me, and why he was so desperate to escape it by moving to the opposite end of the country. So when it comes to Richard K. Cole Jr., he's part of that entire milieu in upstate New York where it's simply seething, which is why Lena Shea was a product of that abuse and was assigned to me from that part of the world. Effectively, even that man confirmed to me the Satanists run the Empire State outside of New York City. All upstate New York is their empire. So when you get these idiots who are gathering around to claim that, say, for instance, I've got what they call basically an ELS, which is an entry-level separation. Understand that all they're doing is exploiting the reality of paperwork that, as I've explained, is poorly kept by the U.S. government, so you can make anything up. Great example of what was real. When I was in boot camp, remember, this was before the Gulf War. We're talking about 1990. Basically, I entered around 1989 on my birthday. And then 1990, we were prepping up with Operation Desert Shield. And Operation Desert Storm was 1991. When it came to the short time I was in the Marine Corps, I went through boot camp twice. I was recycled. So when it comes to the entry-level separation, that was when the combat instructor, this was not a drill instructor. Drill instructors are completely different from the instructors of these various other things like the firing range, the combat, all the rest of that. These are different professions. And when it comes to the combat instruction, he said, "Come at me like you really mean it, you fucking Jap. I fucked your mother and she stank. Come at me like you mean it, you little Jap." And of course, when I tore his testicles off, rather dislocated them, effectively tore them off, rendered him sterile the rest of his life. And he cried like a bitch, and his voice went up by several octaves. I don't think it ever went down again. That explains La Castrata and why they sing so well. Basically, what happened was I went to jail. This is military prison.
But this is what he told you to do.
Yeah, even though he told me to do that, that's what got me out. That's what got me out. All the recruits stood as my witnesses. You had crazy people who know nothing about this who say, "Oh, the recruits would have lynched Douglas Dietrich." Oh, give me a break. They hate their instructors. They thought what I did was the greatest thing in the world. They stood as my witness to say all I was doing was following orders.
Just tear my nuts off. And you went after him with what? Would you have your hands or?
Oh, bare hands. It was with my bare hands. Yeah, that was all it took. And so when I did what I did, he really had no leg to stand on because he told me to come at it like I really meant it, and he was unable.
Isn't it the case with most drill instructors that they're usually able to outmaneuver the recruits? They're usually tough and trained enough.
They're supposed to be. And again, these are not drill instructors that do these separate things. The people who you see teaching combat in a boot camp, they're not drill instructors. These are that's all they do is they teach combat in a boot camp. So they're supposed to be.
But they should be even tougher than the drill instructors.
Thank you. Yes, that's the theory. Yes, that's the theory. But he was dealing with someone who was raised as a ninja. So that's, again, this is not comic books, people. This is reality. This is why my mother taught me to withdraw my testicles so I could hold them in and avoid that kind of fate. So when some guy, but by the way, these guys they're used to a certain kind of combat. They think that men fight like men, right? And that, no man's going to do that to me. Scratch your eyes out, pull your nuts off. They don't think like that. They're looking at punches and they're looking for maneuvers that they're used to. They work on a rote. These people are stuck in a world where manliness is its own kind of rule. At any rate, he obviously was not prepared for what I did. And certainly not prepared to block against it. But neither was my grandfather when he shoved his penis in my mouth and I bit it off. Apparently, he spent every day of his life in agony after that. So I guess his family keeping him alive was as much an act of gratuitous sadism as it was anything else. But he was the person who informed Michael Aquino about me, because apparently Michael Aquino, this person being affiliated with his cult, had asked him, "Who did this to you?" And that's when he explained, this fucking brat, my son's son, who was 3 years old, and his teeth were coming in. And that's when Michael Aquino began investigating me. So I was being followed from that point forward, from the age of around, oh God, it couldn't have been, maybe around the age of 4 or 5 or 6. It couldn't have been too long after. It was obviously before my grandfather died, so it couldn't have been longer than 2 to 3 years after I had torn his penis off. So apparently, again, he was kept pretty much in isolation, and effectively not many people seeing him at all other than medical staff, and mostly his family filled that role. So when you have that having happened, and by just finding that out now, it does put so many other things into perspective. Again, about this entry-level separation so that people understand it. So an entry-level separation means you haven't made it through boot camp, but you're being discharged. It's not honorable or dishonorable. It's like you were never in. It has no impact on your employability. But the reason that they produced one for me was because I went to prison. But it was in prison, and it wasn't long. I was there for maybe a work week at the absolute longest. It felt a lot longer, and I did lose track of time, but it couldn't have been longer than about maybe 72 hours, really, maybe a work week at the most. So between 3 to 5 days that I was in jail when I was approached and told, we want you back in boot camp. It wasn't because they admired me for anything, but they said a war's coming up and we need everybody we can get. And you got a choice between 5 years in jail or longer, depending on what the judge advocate general says. If they prosecute you, you can risk that, or you can risk going back into the Marine Corps. I really should have just stayed in jail, but I went back into the Marine Corps. So yes, there is an entry-level separation, but the papers that Richard K. Cole Jr. puts on the internet are completely forged because the dates are wrong. So he's got the dates off by about a year at least, concerning the time that I was in the Marine Corps. So understand that these are forged documents, and that, of course, is against the law, and that is something that renders him a criminal. The fact that he is not in jail shows he's deep state. So we know for a fact he's deep state because he's breaking the law continuously, and yet he's not in prison. He's committing both civil and criminal fraud by forging documents. And this has been pointed out by VA experts that I've had on my show in the past, such as Gary States. And understand that wherever any documents are real, they're taken out of context. And as I said, that is essentially a violation of the Privacy Act. So when it comes to what he's doing, all of this bleeds onto his cultists. So when it comes to violating the Privacy Act, that is what you would bring up with the FBI. Any one of you listening can call 1-800-CALL-FBI, and you can report Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese as violating the Privacy Act based on forged documents and unreleased documents that were not legally acquired through the Freedom of Information Act, because they had a black man on with them who said he tried the Freedom of Information Act and he couldn't get anything on Douglas Dietrich. So the fact that Richard K. Cole gets so much and is sharing it through Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese, they need to be doing federal prison time. Call 1-800-CALL-FBI and report them for violation of the Privacy Act, and they're responsible for both civil and criminal fraud in disseminating false or secret information, or both rather, both false and secret information. So that's something that needs to be taken care of. So when I went back into the Marine Corps, of course, I was later dishonorably discharged. And do understand this. This used to be called a blue sheet discharge because it's literally typed on a blue sheet of paper it goes under lock and key. No one gets a hold of that unless at the highest levels of security, like a direct request by the president, and not even in some of those cases would it ever be shown the light of day, because these are highly political discharges. In my case, it was because of Al Jubail. Now, what happened at Al Jubail was it was a port city. We were all disengorged. We were all disgorged, just basically going into the city from our landing craft, because that was the port of entry. And at Al Jubail was where hundreds of girls died in a girls' school, where the religious police, the Mutawa'in, had set the school on fire because they didn't want women to be educated in the House of Saud. And since women had pushed through the legislation which allowed women to be educated, the religious police decided that they were going to reverse all that through terrorism. This happens a lot. I remember this one lovely young Jewish lady named Alira Walker said she was trying to verify what I had said, and she just got tired of finding so many cases of girls being burned up alive in their schools throughout the Arab world. Because wherever they try to institute women's education, then you'll get the religious fanatics setting their schools on fire and burning them alive, with all the girls being blocked any exit. So this is their version of school shootings, except all the men are basically cooperating in the conspiracy. In the case of the House of Saud, I killed 2 of those police officers on site when I was witness to one of these school burnings. And of course, they'd already machine gunned the girls who were trying to leave, and their bodies blocked the exit, and the rest of them died. 300 altogether burned alive at Al Jubail. Now, I was arrested, and I was brought in to be beheaded, and the Marine Corps saved my ass. So they knew that a scandal like that, a Marine being beheaded in the public square in the House of Saud, would destroy Operation Desert Storm. It couldn't, basically all of Desert Shield would fall apart. The coalition would fall apart. They couldn't afford to leave me there. So I was pulled out, and basically they promised the House of Saud I would be punished. They stripped me down by a rank, just as my father had been stripped down by a rank for dishonoring the Navy because he wasn't paying all his alimony to half a dozen different wives. And in my case, of course, if he had done that, he wouldn't have any money left. So that's why he wasn't paying. So the Navy punished him by stripping him down a rank. In my case, I was stripped down a rank, and as well deployed into Operation Desert Storm, and then immediately thereafter was dishonorably discharged in what's called, what in my dad's day, a kangaroo court. That means there was no desire to bring any attention to what had happened with Al Jubail. And the fact that I almost got beheaded by the House of Saud in a public square, they just hid the entire scenario. The entire situation was covered up. I was discharged. And at that time, I thought that was fine, the greatest thing in the world. I actually had nothing against the Marine Corps. So when I came home after that, it was shortly after that I helped break up the ring at San Diego Recruit Marine Corps Depot, where I had actually been under orders, illegal orders, of course, to go have sex with Richard K. Cole Jr. in a Marine Corps porno flick, which, as I've said before, you can look this up. The Marine Corps produces so much homosexual porn, they have to issue standing orders not to produce it in the Marine Corps uniform. So he was part of this racket, and instead of having sex with him, I went over there, informed all the wives why they were getting no sex from their husbands, because their husbands were spending all this time making porno flicks, and they helped take down this porno ring where they were exploiting young boys from across the border. And, of course, Richard K. Cole Jr. has never forgiven me for that. But understand, even a James Bond level assassin with a 007 license to kill can wind up being arrested by the local constabulary. This happens to glamour spies all the time. And he operates through people that he willingly sacrifices as pawns. Great example, David John West, working for Richard K. Cole Jr., tries to say, I never published a book when the ISBN number is right out there that the book was published, albeit not a copy can be found. And he was trying to plagiarize myself. Thank God he rattled before he struck. he wound up being reported for incest with his underage daughter. And, of course, where is he to be had now? These are the kind of people Richard K. Cole sacrifices all the time. He'll just as willingly sacrifice Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese. Let's help him with that job. And it'll also crimp his style. So just call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Report Salman Sheikh's YouTube channel as disseminating false information, forged federal documents, and, of course, documents that were obtained in violation of the Privacy Act. So long as you report this as both a civil and federal crime, enough of you reporting it will force the FBI to do something. Now, you can't say, Douglas, why don't you do this? It doesn't work like that. I'm the public informant. I'm the target here. And as the targeted individual, when I call the FBI, I get the same thing. Why don't you go back to China? Same bullshit. I cannot find justice because I'm considered literally a traitor to the U.S. government. Not to the nation, mind you, but to the government. Your war, if it's against the deep state, is to use the government against itself. You might think, well, the FBI won't do anything against the NSA. Well, you'd be surprised. These organizations look for any excuse to fuck each other over, so it has a high probability of working. So it's up to you. Make it happen. And those of you who can help me financially, please do so. Hopefully now things are in a context where people understand the kind of lifestyle I lead, and they also understand the kind of lifestyle the enemy leads. And understand that my enemy is your enemy. I remember when that idiot Robert Lacey was like that baseball player who was one of the people who brought me down to Arizona, where I was doing a speech on Roswell and the Rising Sun, a delivery that they tried to film and wound up not filming at all, claiming all the film was destroyed. It's a terror. Oh my God. It's that Robert Lacey guy was like telling me about, what was it? It was something about, he was pissed off at somebody or something for, I forgot what it was, but he was like, and yet when, I guess it's a different story. Maybe I'm becoming an old man, but honestly, there was something about him where he was like claiming that my enemy is your enemy, basically. He was telling me that. But then when I was ambushed on my own show by Daryl Hamamoto, who was obviously part of the Edomite cult and later open about it, he was like saying, oh, I'm still keeping him as a friend, and don't be so hypersensitive. I mean, I could never understand this kind of double standard. So understand that there's too many double standards in America. Like I said, when I call up and I ask for justice, it's not going to work. There's several factors involved that I've already told you about. I'm a targeted individual. I'm the ultimate minority group. There are so few Asians in America, they don't even show up on many census. As a matter of fact, the number of Asians in the United States is so minuscule, even though they're highly concentrated in San Francisco, especially, and on Oahu Island, or maybe a few places like Los Angeles, you have certain clusters, but effectively, we're not part of the demographic. So as the ultimate minority, nothing gets done for me. I have no access to justice. So I count on all of you. When it comes to all of this, I want to thank Peter Moon for his patience, and any other observations he has, please feel willing to share them.
No, I think it's very revealing what you said about your relative and Leslie Groves and being connected to your father. Leslie Groves was the father of the atomic bomb. He personally recruited Oppenheimer. His connections run deep. That whole theme you've spoken on before runs deep. It's a complete creation of chaos. But with that, I will retire for the evening and get some sleep. Good work on that. That's very revealing about your grandfather.
Thank you.
It's not surprising. It makes total sense.
Thank you. And share our love with Paula. You certainly have all of ours.
Okay. Thank you.
Blessed night.
See you on Sunday.
Yes. Look forward to it. Thank you so much. And that was
bye
for now. That was Peter Moon. Make certain to order the book directly from skybooksusa.com. And of course, with that, we're going to try and bring on a number of people, and that will help burn some bandwidth while I basically pull my head out of my ass further and get ready for monologue. Matter of fact, our lovely Mirthling is asking me about she's talking about the potential of my being beheaded. She said, adrenaline rush, anyone? And she is asking me if my nanoplasma, which she very adorably refers to as Nana. She says, does it make safer neurons, like neurotransmitters, adrenaline from constant threat, EAK? What facet have you not gleamed yet? What's the most elusive, evasive dodge, etc.? And then she says, thanks to thee, Peter. So there we have that from our lovely Mirthling. And with that, what I'll do is ask if our dear Viviana Sanchez is available. Let's see if she's with us and if she can come on to speak. Okay, we're going to find out soon enough. And let me check into the chat room. Here we are. So we have some wonderful people in the chat room. And Ron, of course, was there earlier. And he may have gone, but if he's there, he's welcome to make his presence known. He's asking if we're replaying an earlier part of the show. That's so cute. So let's see now. Looking forward a bit up the chat line here. I'm scrolling up the thread, and it was about the time after I had said, bless you, my dear Vivian, when she was explaining things to people, and she was talking about the number of listeners we had at the time. And Ron, who's that dear friend of Ben Estenia's, he says, it sounds like a movie Johnny Depp was. It was called The Ninth Gate. And then somebody said, Ultraman versus Godzilla, who would win in a fight? This SCCC. And then... okay, and obviously deep thoughts going through this individual's head. Then talked about Super Friends on the 70s and 80s morning. Ron said, didn't Ron and Jack open some kind of satanic portal in the Pasadena Hills? Referring to L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons there, not himself, I'm assuming. And then here we are. SCCC says, would be nice to hear Mr. Dietrich discuss the JFK murder and Jim Garrison's trial. Be curious to know if he considers what happened on November 22nd, 1963 as a coup d'etat. Okay, valid question. At any rate, then SCCC says, I want it to be fake to make myself look cool. I just Google your answer if I did not actually know it, but the truth is there. He's talking about Ultraman again. Jesus Christ. So there you go. Vivian says, I'm too lazy in asking your opinion. And then that went on for a while. There's nothing going on there. Ron was saying Godzilla was a ladies' man. Okay, so these people were biding some time. And then Ron said, you guys lost signal. Okay, you're back on. Well, it was Ron who lost the signal. Joe Tai says, Master Moon is a moon man. And then that's when Ron asked if we were replaying an earlier part of the show. That's pretty funny. And then Joe Tai was asking if there's a birthmark for a moonchild. Well, from what I understood it, the moonchild was terribly deformed. And they were twins, and the other twin died in the womb, apparently strangled by the umbilical cord of the deformed twin that survived, sucking all his essence out. That's how it was related to me by Michael Aquino. And I did speak with someone whose voice sounded horribly distorted in an organic sense. What you would call a wet voice. Somebody who's sounds like they're gargling when they talk. This wasn't machine or filtered. This was an organic voice of that sort. And he claimed to be Moonchild. And Michael Aquino confirmed it, said that was Moonchild. So Marjorie Cameron apparently delivered a child one which was one of the twins being stillborn or an abortive birth, and the other being horribly deformed and given away and ultimately put in the care of the cult. Our Lady Mirthling says, dude, how about you speechify story? Says, advertising it brings in bucks. Does it, I don't know, just your voice and get paid for it? Yeah, I should read books or something like that for a living. Good point. Maybe I'll consider it. But then again, hey, that sounds like work. Now, then SCCC says, all due respect, but I believe Douglas would fare much better on donations if he engaged his listenership. I chat in the live groups of police off the cuff. Michael Franzese, even back when. Anyhow, so I engage. I mean, heck, I'm reading this. So there we are. T-Tank Barry was saying, hi, Vivian. Hi, Douglas. And then SCCC says, been listening to Mr. Dietrich since 2011. Always wondered if he thought it likely that the prince was Jack the Ripper, or if he ever came across any documents about that. The man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, liked that theory. He liked it. Not saying he believed it. He just liked it. He found it entertaining, at least. Joe Tai says, J-Mo is lame-o. The guy was so creepy. The guy was doing too much chaos magic. Yes. And then T-Tank Barry says, support Douglas, Dwayne, Dietrich. And of course, our dear Vivian brought up some ways to do that. And Joe Tai says, let's make it rain for Prince Lin, which is a way of ushering in prosperity. And there we are. Okay. And so SCCC says, Mr. Dietrich, please don't take this question personal. And should you please accept my apologies beforehand, but your father must have been as intelligent as he was brave and honorable, considering he fought in 2 wars and retired from the Navy. That being the case, how did all these hardships befall you? Because he was incredibly self-defeating and had a lot of challenges to deal with. By the time he overcame those challenges, I was already of an age where I was effectively on my own, so to speak. Well, definitely on my own, but continuing to care about my family and visiting them as often as I could, considering how much I was gone. But he was a terrible alcoholic because of his complex post-traumatic stress disorder from being in actually 4 wars. World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and of course the Chinese gunboat river patrols, which was an undeclared war in theater of China prior the Second World War being formally declared. So if you consider that an extension of the Second World War, you may as well consider really the Korean conflict as definitely part of the Second World War as well, because it was simply the Northeast Asian theater of operations, what was called NEATO, N-E-A-T-O, Northeast Asian Theater of Operations. In other words, what the Americans had fantasized would be a war over Japan, dividing Japan with the Soviet Union and other nations, became a war on the Korean peninsula, dividing that peninsula between the communist powers and the free world. So it really was just an extension of the Second World War, as was Vietnam, because it was the Japanese military that trained the insurgencies in Vietnam and Malaysia, which the British also fought and then never talk about, because, they'll just say, oh, we won the war and it's not worth fighting a guerrilla war, but we defeated communism. And it's all bullshit, which is why they never talk about it, because what they really were fighting was a Japanese insurgency. All of the troops in the Malay insurgency were wearing Japanese uniforms. You can look that up yourself. And basically had Japanese officers, just like many of the original Vietnamese did at the beginning of the Vietnam War. So these are all extensions of World War II. So you could say he was in the same long war, but, technically he was in 3 wars, and that's on his tombstone. So he came back so fucked up that there was no way to really provide anything to the family. He was just too fucked up. He was a train wreck. Other than wisdom, other than humanity, other than love, he was not the father you'd want to have because he provided nothing else. So, not saying that bitterly, I would rather have been raised by him than many other people I could think of. Grandfather buried at the Golden Gate Cemetery inside the Presidio. There we are. Joe Ty says, I have a question. How old was the girl you had your first child with when you were 14? You said she was born in 1979. That is something I was waiting for someone to ask me about forever. Joe Ty is the first man to ask the $1 million question. So, very important question. Very glad to answer that. And you have no idea why I always ask myself, does no one ever ask that question? Because here's this young lady who would have been like about 2 years old, maybe a few months, when she was having sex with me by the very designation that she was branded with as an individual when she was ordered to produce a child with me. And I was 14 and she was actually, I'm certain, now I can't be certain, but I'm pretty sure, I really don't know. I think she was older than me by a year or two. Still legally underage. But girls do grow taller first. They have their growth spurt before boys do. So even if you have what they call fraternal twins, one's a boy and one's a girl, usually or often the girl will grow taller than the boy much sooner. So when it comes to this young lady, she was tall. And as a result, I always thought of her as older, but she could have been my age. The only problem that I see in terms of that is taking into account they want her to get pregnant, so they want her to be ovulating. That means she has to have started her periods. So she wasn't bleeding during any of the time that I was having sex with her, but I was only with her for a period of about 2 weeks. By the way, for anybody who's just walking in on this and they don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and it sounds absolutely monstrous, understand that we're talking about when I, at the age of 14, basically had a bleeding duodenal ulcer. And I wound up basically bleeding out, or so they told my parents. And when they told my parents such, they told my parents that I was going to die unless I received a full-body blood transfusion. And they were out of blood completely because the world's blood market had crashed. And the world's blood market had crashed because basically of what they called biliary bloodgate. That was, they weren't completely responsible for it, but they had a lot to do with it. Bill and Hillary Clinton were running Arkansas to the ground, and William Jefferson Clinton was trying to make himself look like a good guy by taking all the blood donations that he could and showing himself as a big donor to blood drives. And in those days, they were taking blood from homeless people off the streets that they would pay $20 and a donut to, and take a pint of blood from them. And these were dopers, prostitutes, people who would do this. And, basically they're getting all the diseases these street people were carrying. And then when he started taking it out of prisons, where they were all fucking each other and getting it at the industrial scale supply line from all the prisoners so they could get a few extra perks like extra cigarettes or fruit cups in the desserts or whatever, then he really took all the diseases they're giving each other, because they're all fucking each other, and he put them into the blood supply. Anyhow, the whole blood market crashed, and that was when they made the excuse. They lied to my parents. They had no blood left. Military has its own supply. And then they basically convinced them that the only way I could live was by an experimental plasma that had killed everyone else it had been given to, but they were all adults, but they felt I was so young that my body was pliable enough. They used the term plastic, that I was plastic enough to be resilient. Now, as I said, when we do a little calculation here, and I'm not going to trust myself with the calculation because I've done too many drugs. I used to be able to do this shit in my head. That's why Michael Aquino used to refer to myself as his Data, which is where the name of that character came from, when Gene Roddenberry was basically copping some of these ideas for his franchise. Now, that was the year 1980. So if this young lady had been born in 1979, she would have been a few months old. So why was she given that designation? And I will tell you why. Because Michael Aquino, in conference with Dr. John Henry Hagman, agreed they wanted this girl rebranded, redesignated, so that on the books, anybody who was able to access the files would not know they were conducting an experiment on pregnancy, where I'm supposed to try and get this girl pregnant. They were trying to make me look like a baby raping son of a bitch, like someone who was literally raping an infant child. They thought that by putting that on the books, they could have that to hold against me as blackmail, so that I would ultimately perform certain missions for them, so that I would ultimately be forever enslaved because this could be released. Of course, several problems occurred with all of that. But this is the kind of people that they are. By making me look as if I were fucking an infant, they would make me also look like one of them. Because this is the kind of thing any member of their cult would do. So what this Joe Tai is referring to, a fellow Taiwanese, so to speak, albeit I can't remember whether he was born here and just had Taiwanese background, or whether he was born in Taiwan and raised here. But he's referencing the young lady she never had a name. She had never been named in her entire life. She had been branded as Class B Femme Juve 879, which was supposed to be B classified female juvenile, born June 1979. Of course, that was a completely false designation. So she had been rebranded, redesignated, for the sheer purpose of implicating me in baby rape, which automatically rendered me as an equal, a member of their cult, and at the same time was potential blackmail to hold against me. Of course, there are all kinds of problems with trying to blackmail someone with secret documents in an illegal human experiment. So that part of it never really panned out. But now you see the purpose behind it. Okay, so Mirthling says, dude, she says, oh my God, a horny, lonely ex-cop, a wet voice. Now I know what to call it. No one wants them. Oh, senior senators, what a concept. Okay, so going back to the live stream, let's see if any of that made any sense to anybody listening. So Joe Tai, do respond. I'd like to hear if that made sense to you. Okay, very well. Bizarre HD says, I've verified everything Douglas has said. George Knight, do you want to come on? So let's see. Are you available for bandwidth? Let's see if I can phrase that right. Be available to come on bandwidth. With Viviana, honey, where are you? Are you asleep? I mean, I don't mind if you are, but I just need confirmation. Be available to come on bandwidth, George. George, there we are. Okay, and as well, do want to ask Sammy Romero, if you're out there listening, feel free to jump on, honestly. And though, of course, I must admit, if anybody had been on, we probably wouldn't have gotten that part of the story out, and that's important. And all right then. Okay, let me see if I can move Viviana here. God, I hope she's all right. And all right. Okay. Ron says, does Mr. Douglas Dietrich know anything about the Black Dahlia? Or how do we pronounce that? Black Dahlia. Black Dahlia. That's it. The Black Dahlia. Not enough. Not enough to say anything coherent. So then let's see now. Let's see. Going down further, T Tank Berry says what he did. Peggy Wood was looking all bug-eyed. Yes. And then Peggy Wood says R.K. Cole looks like Pettigrew from Harry Potter. Yeah. That's not his real photo even. He's some fat neckbeard. And he's got his own, like, I'll jump on soon, Douglas. Cool. Okay, good. And that's our man there. Let's see now. I'm going to check further. Viviana, where are you, honey? All right. Here we are seeing what some other people are saying. Okay. Sammy, okay. S-Triple-C says Sammy Gravano had one. They all would engage their listeners. Joe Ty says, the children in the attic author is like your aunt that had her legs paralyzed. There we are. And Joe Ty says, thank God we have Roe versus Wade, or we in America would have so many inbred retards. In America, incest is a big problem in upstate New York and Vermont. Yes. Ron says, yes, I'm here, Douglas. There we are. And then Bizarre HD says, much love unto you, Douglas. And S-Triple-C said, I stand corrected, sir. And T-Tank Barry said, Douglas, could you explain the origins of the Bohemian Grove? I actually don't know what they are. I mean, I know what the Bohemian Grove is, but no, I don't know their origins or why they started doing that shit. I was up there a few times, more than once. And, just frustrating. They're just decadent degenerates, really, that are, getting together to party and, basically whore. In other words, they use the term whoring. They're using prostitutes. Again, that's not a moral judgment. I do it myself, as is rendered self-evident by the photographic image in thumbnail of Livestream. There's Viviana Sanchez. Love you dearly, honey. If you could come on for a few minutes, I could refresh myself. And
certainly.
That's so cute. Oh, it's so cute to hear you kind of blurry like that. To hear you kind of, just waking up. That's adorable. S-Triple-C says, impatience is not a virtue on my behalf about engaging your listeners. Please accept apologies. You're fine. You're fine. Thank you, sir. And so that's when George Knight says, I verified everything that Douglas has said. And S-Triple-C says, heart goes out to most anyone with PTSD. Hard enough as a man to admit you even have it, much less live with it. Hard to pass judgment on someone who has it. And Joe Tai says, I was guessing that the girl was a special clone they created on 1979, not born in 1979. I guess that is correct. Your guess is potentially true. Who am I to deny it? Honestly, the young lady may have been cloned in 1979. I was told later on that, we wanted to make you look like a baby raping son of a bitch, but this is conceivably true. Now that I think about that, but she seemed to have enough of a backstory, unless they were cascaded memories, where she seemed to have lived her life. So that would be a frightening thought indeed, that she might have been cloned in 1979. But understand this, here's the reality, is that almost certainly was not the case. Honestly, clones exist how would we say it? They participate in culture in Japan. And as I've explained before, someone's cloned, you basically just get a baby. There's not a special stimulus to make that baby grow immediately into an adult. So this is why in Japan they're just basically treated as members of the family. It's like a special son or daughter, though they are overwhelmingly male. And yes, there's a patriarchal aspect to Japan as well. And Noreen Halpen says, "Hi, I'm on call." Wonderful. By the way, Sammy might be on call too. Let me check the call. Let's see who is on with us. And certainly Sammy Romero, and so he's and Noreen apparently. So Noreen, do me a favor, just before Sammy speaks, say hi. See if we can hear her. Oh, she says she's
Hello?
on a call. Oh, was that her? Or is
No, that was me.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
you. And now, Sammy, let's hear you say hello.
Sammy's here.
There we are. That took a while.
okay.
Yes, there we are. Okay, wonderful. Before I refresh myself, is there anything you need to ask me before I refresh myself? I'm hoping the two of you can hold the stage.
If I can add, I'm not surprised the whole Leslie Groves connection
Thank you.
to your family. I kind of, I don't know, maybe it was a lucky guess. I don't know, but I think maybe I always kind of wondered if you had anything to do with, your connection with Aquino,
Mhm.
But it makes sense, as far as your grandfather kind of informing Aquino of what you did.
Yes.
I think it makes very much sense, and in a sense, I think it even intrigued Aquino even more. The fact that coming from the person that your grandfather was, I mean, it makes perfect sense.
Thank you. And it explains so much that I never really was able to fully understand before. And it really does explain everything, as a matter of fact, what my father had run away from home to escape from. And,
And you know what? I'm not surprised that Aquino kept that from you, because I think if he would have told you, it probably would have been off-putting in the sense of, you actually know my grandfather, that SOB, that might be a little off-putting.
absolutely. Yeah.
Not that, it wasn't off-putting, but, for someone to know your abuser, it's almost like, well, that would make you an abuser as well,
Absolutely. It's
What I mean about you is, Aquino.
Yeah, understood. And what Sammy is saying is, of course, Aquino almost certainly never shared it with me. It was probably considered one of his aces in the hole, probably something, but he probably eventually saw no use for it. In other words, after I betrayed him and then he became embittered, it was almost like, what use was that bit of evidence? What use was that bit of information? At that point, sharing it with me would simply have been a gift. In other words, like something that would have put a piece of the puzzle together about my past. Like yeah. Go on.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Now, before the Night of the Broken Circle, was that also why he disassociated himself with you, because of the Night of the Broken Circle? Or was that just part of it? If the Night of the Broken Circle happened and was that another reason why, or was it the betrayal?
It was the betrayal. The Night of the Broken Circle led to a kind of severance, only in the sense that he now considered me just worthless, in a sense, for becoming what he was, because at that point, rather than his having a person who was, shall we say, something he could mold, at that point I was now owned by another being, basically Tavush Maliek, the peacock angel. In that sense, I now belonged to someone else. I had been taken. So in that sense, he felt he had lost control. So
Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
So he felt that it was useful to continue a relationship with me, in that I could do perhaps things that would be professionally useful for himself, his organization, the government, etc. But I could no longer be what he dreamed of my becoming, like being groomed to be the Antichrist in his image, or what he had always wanted to be. Does that make sense?
Yes, and it also makes sense of his mishandling you. He couldn't even handle you correctly, in a sense of those officers that did what they did. It's almost like they were not even worthy of knowing how to do that, because, and almost like, the person that was associated with the show will probably do the same thing, as in try to do what they try to do and essentially, mess it up.
Yes.
I think, what I'm trying to say is,
yes, like what
think,
Jameson would do if he had tried to do anything I had ever done. Yes.
And I think Aquino was probably more pissed off because that was his fault, actually. Really, it kind of speaks to the people around him, how incompetent they were. They weren't very smart, in other words.
Absolutely.
And I think,
go on.
I think that's kind of what the environment, what I was talking about last time was, I can see why he did not like the military, because they really don't understand. They don't really understand the mechanics and the significance of what they know, and to do something stupid like that, to implicate someone in a ritual that has no idea. I mean, it's pretty dumb. So I would see how frustrated when he found out and how pissed off he was, because it's like, damn, I'm working with a bunch of idiots, and even worse off, they're self-righteous idiots in the sense that they think they're worthy when they're not.
Yes.
So I can see why he did not like the military, but unfortunately, this is what he had at his disposal as far as resources. I mean, I'm sure it was great, but at the same time, I'm dealing with a bunch of dumbasses that really have effed up my plans, and so I mean, he mishandled you, but it's really, he thought, in the funny ways, really is the military really effed up his plan, because the military always effs up, and I think it's something he probably couldn't control as much as he wanted to, and it explains why things happened the way they did.
Absolutely,
but
absolutely. It's and you've got it down. It's his he was always taking advantage of what he felt were the idiots around him, and he was generally right. And as you say, it was his fault, and he blamed himself for it, for leaving these people without adult supervision. But then what can you do? You've got to leave the idiots alone without adult supervision at some point, right? So you're kind of stuck. And so it doesn't matter what you tell them. It's kind of like Peter Moon always uses that analogy of the maid being told by Van Helsing, don't remove the garlic buds from her neck, or the vampire will come in. It's basically, he could tell them, don't do this while I'm gone, don't do that, but they wind up doing it anyway, because you leave the children alone, and they do everything they can to burn the house down when you're gone. It's like this is why he lived a life of perennial frustration, and so when it came to just another example of stupidity, you have someone like Jameson Reese, and George Knight will verify this. On one of his videos, he's now saying, Douglas Dietrich is not the son of Adolf Hitler, but I'm the son of Lucifer. Which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the Night of the Broken Circle was basically a group of a dozen high officers, basically idiots in command, who were trying to essentially raise and bind, at least for a time, the peacock angel, who is, in essence, Lucifer. So if when I became possessed, at least in part, we did our best to perform an exorcism, but obviously these are never really successful. There's always a part of that entity within me, and certainly I'm integrally a part of that entity now in a very real sense. This is just a part of now what I live with, and what I've lived with for quite some time. But when it comes to Jameson Reese saying I'm the son of Lucifer, he's basically saying I'm the son of Douglas Dietrich. That's the insanity of his position. That, by extension, is in essence what he's saying, though I don't even know if he's cognizant of that in his madness. But that's essentially what he's like cop into the world in his own completely unconscious way of constantly implicating himself. But that being said,
Now,
yeah.
can I ask one more question, if you don't mind?
Oh, of course.
Then is this the case, Doug? Because I have to come at you. I'm coming from my paradigm, okay? So, what is the difference between Satan and Malik Shala or Satan? What is the difference between those two entities?
When it comes,
are they the same entity or they're different?
They're often conflated by people who are not familiar with cosmology. The best way to explore this would be to study a little bit up, and it won't be too hard to find, a little bit up on the Yazidi people. And so just so people, what I'm going to have to do is just understand this and bear with me. I just want people to understand that there are different ways to spell that in the Romanization. So I want to make sure I get the most common. Would probably be, I'm going to take a guess at this, Yezidi. And by the way, I'm not going to fob this question off and say, oh, look up these people and you'll find out more about this. But it turns out that the most common Romanization to find out a bit about the Yazidi, and I met the Yazidi people myself, or at least was exposed to the community with the time that I was in Iraq working for Saddam Hussein's propaganda department on my summer vacation, basically in around 1988 or so. And the Yazidis, and if people look this up, Yazidi, they're basically this minority group that everyone recognizes universally as the worshippers of the peacock angel. So their monotheistic religion would be known as Shurfedin, and as Shurfedin or Sherfedin, they are the people who recognize Lucifer as essentially being given dominion over the earth. Now, just so people understand the importance of this or the relevance of this, Michael Aquino's co-religionist, Paul Vallely, and this is a son of a bitch who people can look up by looking up Mind War. He is the man who wrote the foreword to Mind War, was General Paul Vallely. So if anyone takes a look at Mind War and you see the person who wrote the introduction, the foreword, that individual has written any number of other books. He's a talking head, military pundit, kind of like a consultant on Fox News. Of course, that goes without saying, that he would be working with Fox. And this individual is an individual who bragged, and you can look this up. He bragged about helping to establish ISIS. Now, one of ISIS's main objectives was basically to exterminate the Yazidi people. And the reason why was because Michael Aquino had always said, if you exterminate the Yazidi, then Lucifer loses that tether to the earth. He loses that tether and the world spins out of balance. It spirals towards chaos and towards a true hell on earth, because Lucifer is more of a guardian bridge between heaven and hell. And this is what the Yazidi represent. This is why they can cast spells without losing a fragment of their soul. They can cast spells because they are the people of Lucifer. They are his children. And as his children, and they recognize themselves as the children of Lucifer, then the spells that they cast don't do the damage to them, don't do the wear and tear that they do on someone like Aquino or other wannabe magicians like Jameson Reese. People who bleed and attempt to accomplish something to alter the matrix of reality, they bang their heads against the wall, while the Yazidi do it naturally. So for this reason, the Yazidi have been the target of extermination, but have never yet been wiped from the face of the earth. Well, they tried their damnedest this time, and certainly many thousands died. Many were enslaved, especially the young girls, but overall, the Yazidi people have survived to see another age, and hopefully, eventually, they'll have their own nation state or statelet. They live primarily in the governates of Nineveh, where everybody should remember that city biblically. Come Nineveh, come Tyre. Nineveh is primarily where the Yazidi dwell at this point in history. And so when it comes to the Yazidi, they understand that Lucifer is not Satan. Shaitan is a different entity, more of the chaos and Cthulhuoid type. It's more, by the time you get to referring to Shaitan or Satan or Satan, then you're dealing with very diabolical, demonic entities. When it comes to Lucifer, he is more of the angel that acts as the bridge between the fell angels and the heavens. In other words, there had to be some communication retained. There had to be some tether, some maintenance of an ability to exchange messages was necessary, and therefore the crux of it all is Malkuth, the kingdom of earth, and therefore the dominion of earth is his dominion. Lucifer's, in the sense that he's more of an earth angel, and therefore is
Right.
Yeah.
And obviously, Doug, because I'm kind of showing my, my miseducation. The reason why I asked is, Doug, because of my paradigm, the Bible, because I don't, I'm not saying I'm the biggest scholar, but the Bible only talks about, the devil or Satan or Lucifer as being the same person. Obviously, what you're saying to me is that's not true.
Right.
There's obviously was, throughout the ages, the Bible has been, mangled and, pretty much molested into something completely different, which kind of miseducates, people of a certain, following when it comes to Christianity. And it, like I said, my paradigm is my paradigm, but it also is it helps me because, you're explaining things. And obviously there's not a lot I know, I would like to get more knowledgeable in it, but at the same time, the intent of why I want to be knowledgeable. It's not to empower myself. Well, it is, but in a sense, I'm not here trying to run around, create spells to,
Understood. Oh, believe me, I get it. Yeah.
I'm not trying to create football injuries to somebody playing football. That's not my thing.
One of the most asinine things that Jameson Reese said was when I was explaining the Trinity, the triune nature of the human soul, saying like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. We have the soul, which is the same soul, but it has a Trinitarian nature in that on death.
Right.
I've explained it. One part incarnates again, one part actually ascends or descends, depending on what vibe you're on at the time of your death. Then you've got the other part that really just stays with the body, but it's really all the same, despite the fact that none of these parts are aware of each other. And then that idiot kept saying, "Oh, I want to reunite the three parts to become a superhuman." That somehow, and I said, if you reunited the three parts, you'd be what you are now. In other words, he couldn't even see himself as a creation of God, that those three parts of your soul are integral right now. You are built in the image of God. Instead, he's like thinking about somehow dying and then reuniting them, then that would somehow make him better. That's the...
Well, my thing with him is you're not even a super friend, as in, giving Doug money. How can you be a super entity when you're not even a super friend? Like, bro, start with that. Start with that. It's not even. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, be a super friend at first. Have some depth to you. Not just being negative all the time. And I try to have conversations with them like that, but it's like you're talking to a wall. And at a certain point, we did talk, but it was more like, okay, agree to disagree. And that's it, and it is what it is, but it's more of this, Doug. It's as far as myself with me being your friend and being associated with you, my intent to learn is not to is to be a better person, not to take over the world, because I don't want to take over the world.
Thank you.
It's just not my.
That was always understood. And but by the way, I'm going to put a link into the chat room here. I'm sure probably our man Sammy has seen this already, but it's for Our Lady Viviana Sanchez. And this will be around the time that I actually published a post on the Yazidi. And now I don't know if Sammy Romero remembers this, but I know George Knight certainly does, and Sammy probably does. But you might remember when Salman Sheikh was on the show and thanking me because I had been talking about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and I was talking about the fact that he had married this very young girl. I see different accounts on it, but my understanding is she may have been about 6 years old or something like that. And I was explaining to people how after you slaughter the enemy family in war, and usually their entire family is slaughtered to make certain there's no heirs to threaten your own objectives in the future. And the only way around that in those days, they didn't have orphanages, was just basically to adopt the child by marrying them. That's usually what was done, because at that point she comes under your care. So I remember he was grateful for that. He was like saying, thank you, because that's where, most people claim that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a pedophile because of that marriage, that incident. And he was always grateful I had put that in context. Now, he had asked me to repeat that several times. So obviously this was of some significance to him for probably his own reasons of...
if you allow me to cut you off.
Sure.
Why doesn't he tell the Martian Marine to help him with that?
Yeah.
I never understood that. This is why it boggles my mind, okay? Because look, I'm a deep thinker, okay? I don't claim to know everything, but this is why it boggles my mind in the sense that you did more for him, and these people are apologizing to the abuser. These people are apologizing to somebody that doesn't even respect the culture. This is what I always repeat again, culture.
Yes. When
two cultures come together and culture recognizes culture, it's a beautiful thing. But when you have someone who has no culture and you're apologizing to him, really it's an anti-culture.
Yes.
It's really what it is.
Yes.
It's almost like, well, you might as well open his ass cheeks and, be the toilet paper that your tongue is, because that's what you're doing.
Absolutely.
You're literally raiming him, and you're doing it in front of all your ancestors.
Yes.
Yes. And saying, hey, come and join me. Hey, this is good. Come pick the corn off, It's what what I'm trying to tell you is that, Doug, is the fact that this is blasphemous. This is an abomination.
Yes.
And this is just me, in my mind, how I have to think things over. And, my twin has told me, hey, go easy on, trying to, because my brother is, a little concerned, like, in the sense that, hey, take it easy. You don't got to defend Doug. I'm like, I'm not defending. And not that you don't deserve defending, Doug. It's mostly the information you relay. And my brother feels the same way. It's more of, you have to understand when people, it's like, you can't cast pearls to swine is very much what you're doing, what you did, because they don't appreciate it. They only want to take and take and take. And even when they give, they want to, oh, well, Doug, I gave you all this money and, I got swindled with your silver tongue. Well, your silver tongue did a lot of great help, and the Martian Marine, all he's doing is he can't even, relay his misinformation correctly. Like when you say, "Oh, I got sources that tell me," like that's not how it works, because you cite all your sources. You don't, you know what I mean? It's almost like, well, some guy that looks like Count Chocula told me that, that, you know what I mean? It's like, no, you name the person, you so on and so forth. It's not That's not how things work, especially when you're trying to relay information that is very beneficial to someone's culture. It's, you know what I mean? So, like I said, I'll digress, and I'll let Vivian take over because, you know.
Oh well, let's.
I don't want to ramble.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I do want to bring up one thing. So what Salman Sheikh was concerned with was this particular, shall we say, Quranic fact. And if we are to take the Bible generally as a resource, and the Quran as such as well, so I hope I pronounce her name correctly. I believe I am. Aisha. So Aisha was the only virgin the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, ever married. I would hope she was at that age. So the majority of traditional sources state that Aisha was betrothed to Muhammad at the age of 6 or 7, but she stayed in her parents' home until the age of 9 or 10, according to Ibn Hisham, when the marriage was indeed apparently consummated, meaning they did have sex at that point with Muhammad, who was then 53 years of age, in Medina. Now, just so people understand this, and this is not to rationalize any of you doing this, this happened at a time when a person's average lifespan was 25 years of age. And basically the assumption was, if she's old enough to bleed, she's old enough to breed. So if she had started bleeding at that point, if she had started into a menses cycle, which is not inconceivable, then that they basically probably felt that it was okay, it was time. Or maybe even that was just before the bleeding cycle started, and it was like this way that he was having sex with a virgin. It's not something really where we're in a position to judge, but it was a very different time, and people lived much shorter lifespans, and whenever we try to imbue our own kind of judgments based on our own lifestyles into a different historical period, it's the biggest mistake you can make. So again, this is not something that I encourage anyone to do, but just as an example of what I went through. And I just put 2 links inside of the chat room, not the chat room, but you know what? I could put them there too. And so when it came to just the what I experienced when I visited the Yazidi people, I was offered a young girl because they said, "Oh my God, you're an American. Really, we want her to have a better life. There's so many wars here, and we fear for our future because Saddam Hussein was no real friend of the Yazidi people either." And so they were encouraging myself, take her. Now, I've gotten this all over the world. This happened to me in Nicaragua. This happened to me in Africa, where underage girls would be offered by their parents, not because their parents were pimping them. It's because their parents cared about them. And they would tell me, like when I was in Nicaragua, what the parents told me was, our young daughter, whoever comes into this town next, whether it's the communists or the government death squads, she's going to be raped anyway. And she's likely going to be gang raped. So the idea of even having her stay here was anathema to them. They were trying to get anyone to just take her to America, where the future would be better. They could only conceive of it as being better than where they were at, in a war zone. So what happened was, I've never taken up on any of these offers, but understand that also realize that the legal age of consent is much lower in many places because people's lifespans are simply much shorter. So when it comes to this sort of phenomenon, this is what I try to get people to understand. The rest of the world has to deal with reality. So I put a Facebook link there to my own face in front of the peacock, in front of the peacock window there. On the chat room here in Skype, it's going to say you're temporarily blocked. For some reason, it always throws that up, but you're not blocked. So unless you are blocked, you're not blocked. So you can access it, or should be able to access it, by linking. And let me get the other link into Livestream. And that way people can see the young lady who was offered to me when I was in Iraq. So understand, of course, that this is not something where I was ever like sorely tempted because, to me, all I could think of was literally, it was almost all that I could think of was like, do I have to change your diapers? It was like, oh my fucking God. I could not take on that responsibility of keeping some child well fed, making certain they go through education. I was just mostly, that was what was daunting. Not only that, but getting them out of the country, of course, because it's not so simple as the parents just saying, take her away. Getting some child like that out of the country is damn near impossible. And it should be. It should be, or this thing would be happening all the time. So it's important to remember that. So Joe Tai says, remember Pakistani married their relatives. Salmon is an inbreed retard too. Peggy Wood says, seeking to understand grows your conscience. Yes. And Pakistan is like the only nation in the world whose name is comprised of an acronym. There's no other nation in the world whose name is a fucking acronym. It stands for Pashtun, Afghanistan, and Kashmiri peoples. PAK, Pak, Pakistan. So land of the Paks. It's not like there's a real people called the Paks. It's not like there's a real ethnicity called Pakistani. It's Pashtuni, Afghanistani, and Kashmiri. And they created this artificial amalgam when the British left so that they could all live under this Muslim rule. So it's kind of an iffy experiment anyway. Whether it's going to last or not is open to question. But there goes some trivia for you. So at any rate, all right, I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Let's test to make certain Viviana's awake. Or hey, honey, you there, Viviana?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm so sorry. You make me feel guilty. You make me feel guilty for keeping you awake. Oh God, I feel so bad. You all right?
I just was up like all night, and I just
sorry.
got a few hours sleep today. No, it's okay.
Okay. Hey, if you really have to go to sleep, just go to sleep, okay? But if you could stay up for a few minutes and talk to Sammy, that'd be great. And I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes at the longest, okay, honey? Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I'll be back. Thank you. And Sammy, you're still with us, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yes. Good
Yeah, I'm
man.
here.
Good man. Okay, I'll be back in about 10 minutes, so 12 minutes. Thank you.
So Vivian.
Hey, Sammy. Hey.
So tell me about your beefs in your channel. Like, who do you like to roast more, women or men?
Well, we roast like primarily anybody. So if there's somebody in our atmosphere,
Okay.
we'll do either. But there's less men, so mostly women.
Okay.
There are some problematic men. Yeah. So anyway.
Now, what do you roast them about? Is it because they're ugly? Maybe their views. What is it roasting about?
They're usually scammers, or they're manipulating the people, or they're just lying on people's reputation, name.
Okay.
A lot of times, from what I experience out here, hold on a minute, the genre that we're in is was built off one person.
Okay.
Her name is Natasha Cooper. So, and this person, out of that spawned this entire community of people who love her and people who hate her. And
Okay.
out of that came our community from the hate side. So we were like awareness, and we did certain topics surrounding her. But we met up as a community and started just molding. So out of that came people who wanted channels that were starting to talk about the problems within this community that, was created out of one person. So,
Okay.
so basically, it's just people who go back and forth in the drama or into true crime and stuff like that. They get their channel and they want to hit to 1,000. So what we were doing is we're basically supporting a lot of people to get to 1,000 and have a channel to where you're monetized. And then a lot of times when someone's monetized, their whole demeanor will change. And so we're like, for right now, we're on a certain individual. She's like a 33-year-old woman who just completely turned into this everything that she was in awareness talking against. And so for the moment, we're like exposing her because she just recently came out and she pulled the Cancer card. Problem is, the problem is that her focus is always on money. And in that aspect of desiring money and having now, like, you know, a large income from YouTube, she'll do anything and say anything and flat out lie.
Okay.
So it was just revealed that a lot of things pertaining to her story and everything she says in her own words, she's basically pretty much lying to derive money.
She's lying about her illness.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but she won't get her. She basically. So basically, these certain types of individuals out here, they tell on themselves. I don't know if that's like part of a narcissistic trait or whatever, but they just forget what they lied about. And we sort of just catch it, you know, because if you're going to talk on and on and on and on about something, you have to make it look good and very convincing. And sometimes people will support them no matter what. But there's a lot of people out here who are very triggered and very passionate about when anyone pulls the Cancer card, because it's happened before, you know. And people will ride that and say whatever they need to garner money and have a GoFundMe or whatever. And then the next thing you know, something happens within their circle where someone outs them. So that's what happened with this girl, is that she's just so mean to people. Like, she'll turn on people that are friends. And what they do is they go and give out information that she gave them. And then, so she has to come out. It's just a weird, crazy aspect. Yeah.
So how do you protect yourself from people, you know, Vivian exposed me, so I'm going to try to, you know, make up something to expose her. How has it worked for you as far as, you know, your morality? I think to me it sounds like very it can get pretty, you know, nasty in the sense that, like, damn, I don't even want to do this anymore. How do you manage to, you know, keep doing what you're doing on your channel and not turn into, you know, something where you just want to completely get away, you know?
I think I have some really good friends that help me and we help each other stay centered. We basically are focused on the people that we encounter, and you come and hang out with us, and focus on like cultivating a community of people who are just good. You know, they're just a good community. And that's what we do, but there's just a lot of people so invested in this drama, they just watch it. They just watch, whether they're involved or not. They're just like, I don't know, it's crazy. But how do I keep well, first of all, I think one of the things that helps me be credible is that I don't have a financial gain. So I'm not out here trying to garner money, and I don't really, yeah, so I'm in it for the people mostly, and that's pretty much it. It's kind of like something I've kind of drifted into without really knowing what it would become of it.
Right. What did you do prior to you know, were you always a stay-at-home mom, or did you have another profession?
Yeah, I've had professions. Well, I'm just like a, you know, blue collar person. I've worked at warehouses. I worked at like Walgreens, and I did fine dining or just whole restaurant industry.
What
is it called? Hospitality. And my last career was like at Gore. So it's W.L. Gore, you know, the company that makes the fabrics. Everybody knows Gore for fabrics.
Right. Okay.
Well, they also make medical equipment.
Okay.
And the interesting story behind W.L. Gore, William, I believe his name is William Gore. He was working with DuPont, and he was a
Right.
very intelligent engineer for them. And
Right.
he created certain types of materials or structures or whatever you engineer. And he made something called PTF or some kind of fabric. Anyway, I don't know. But anyway,
Right.
DuPont wanted to own it because he worked for them. And what
Right.
he instead did is he didn't like the practices of DuPont, nor the way that they were moving towards large areas like California to have their base. He more was focused on family, so he believed
Right.
that he would separate himself from DuPont and create a community for his life here and start his business here where we are. And so out of that birthed Gore, and they found that the fabric that he created could be used on organs. And so, like, if you have a part of your lung or something that's leaking or has a hole, you can go in and put this fabric on it and then use that as like a cover until it heals.
Okay.
Yeah. And then so now what they do is they do stents, or a lot of different types of stents that people they are doing very well in that. And they're just an amazing company. They're probably one of the top 10 companies in the last 20 years that were best companies to work for. So I
Okay.
worked there. Yeah, I got a job there, and now my son works there. He married his wife. Her father works there. It's just kind of like a small town place where people
Oh, okay.
yeah. And that was the last
Oh,
time I
wow.
worked. Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Because when you're single and you're alone, and I had like a third shift. So I would go in at
Okay.
11 and I would get off at like 6. It was just a
Right.
very hard shift to hold down when you have 3 children and you're trying to, rebuild your life. I was very blessed in that. It's just that it was so hard. And then with that, you have, I just would rather take care of my children because you have to protect them even more when you're single. But mostly, I was a stay-at-home even
That
early on.
sounds
So
thing. Oh, okay. Oh, that's very
anyway, what about you?
very,
What about your family?
yeah.
What about your family? Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So what about your family?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh,
Do you have
yeah.
children?
So I have about no, not at the moment.
Oh,
But
okay.
anyways, yeah, I have I have 7 sisters, and I come from a big family, so it's one of those things where uh growing up with a lot of sisters, it's it's a lot of personalities. I'm the youngest, so and I have my twin, and it's a great family. It's just the older you've gotten, the older I've gotten, the more those personalities come out, So I've learned to kind of stay away from certain. In other words, if I want to spend time with them, I know what setting to do it in. There's just some settings I won't spend time with them because they're just a different person. You kind of get my drift,
Mm-hmm.
and which has helped me a lot. Okay, and my dad was a pastor. He was a man of the cloth, and he was one of those. He was one of those people in the ministry that were very charitable in the sense of his time with counseling and being just a Christian, just doing those Christian deeds that are very they're very sacrificing in a sense of giving your time. I'm sure you minister to somebody that that requires time. Explaining the word of God and just your experiences. In other words, putting yourself in that vulnerable state when it comes to your faith. That you can reach somebody. I think it's very hard to reach somebody and minister to them when you don't want to be vulnerable. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
How to connect with somebody. So my dad was very good at that, at connecting with people, and he's very charismatic, very charming. But in a sense too, though, I think that's what I observed from him, where I started coming out of my shell. The older I've gotten, to just to talk, just to be social, in a sense that, because I grew up as an introvert, and I was very shy, and I was very just kept to myself. I was a lot of my time was I was really a lot of time I was in my head a lot, in my mind, which I realized was not healthy. It wasn't the very most healthy thing at times, because you can get lost in your head. So maybe I'm diverting from the question, but it's coming up organically. But anyways, my family is just very supportive. We grew up very we're simple. I did not know I grew up I didn't grow up wealthy or rich, but at the time that I grew up in, I actually thought we were well off. We never starved. We had a roof over our head, and we had church. We had our faith in God, and to us that was enough. That was enough, in a sense that that's all I needed.
That's awesome.
And we grew up in a very rural area of California. One of those areas that just your front yard is an orange grove, or your high school surrounded by a bunch of groves. I'll put it to you this way: there was about 87 kids that graduated from my class in high school. It was a very small school at the time. And my life was very simple, but at the same time, I'm grateful for it. But in certain areas, this is where my sheltered background comes in the sense of the world, and it's nothing wrong with it. It's just as an adult, you start discovering certain things the world exposes you to, and you have questions, and God is answering to me through prayer, and sometimes through people, But at the same time, I also realize that, I'm no different in many ways. There's many people figuring things out, and part of it is being social, just understanding, where you can meet someone and where you cannot, I really try to practice that, in a sense that I try to meet someone where I can, and where I cannot, I let them know. Having your limits, knowing your limits. That's part of being a Christian too. That I realized that your devotion is really up to you, as far as what can you give. It may not be a lot, but it's what you give. They're saying a lot of ones beat a lot of nuns.
Yeah.
You can give something, but it's the simplest thing, like a compliment. One of the things that I do notice about you coming on to Douglas' platform is your feminine energy. I do appreciate that. You have a very pleasing voice when it comes to you talking. That's very great for our listeners, because the previous executive producer came off very abrasive.
I just came back to hear that. Yeah.
He came off very abrasive, and I know Doug is laughing, but and he laughs because it's true.
Yeah.
Your energy.
If anything, Sammy Romero is completely understating the problem. I mean,
Right.
it's
well, in a sense too, because it's sad to say, but Doug has survived because of women.
Yes.
Women have been very loyal to him. Even the women that betrayed him, really, they've
true.
actually done it.
Yes.
They've actually done it with more balls and more with, you know, at least with more of understanding why they did it, you know. And I think this is why Doug sympathizes and actually prefers more women around him, because women, you know, they tell you how they feel. They're very into their feelings. And men are, you know, I can blame myself with this. We don't like to talk about our feelings, you know. You know, we're very in tune with our physical, but it's only in one area, you know. Yes. And it's just we become dumb. We're very much Neanderthal-like in the sense that, you know, we see a pretty girl and, you know, we turn into this, you know, just horny primate. The reason why I say this, because I talked to this young lady that I work with. You know, she's not a bad-looking girl, you know, and she came from a party and she was still, you know, somewhat dialed up, and she looked great. You know, I teased her in my way of complimenting her. I didn't, you know, she knows, you know, I have someone in my life, but, you know, the men around her they might as well be slobbering over her, you know. They might as well be groping her because they, you know, they weren't dressing her with her eyes, you know. She's in a uniform. The only thing she had on was her makeup, you know. And you know, in a sense, you know, I think when it comes to you, Vivian, you know, you changed the platform in a sense that it's more inviting. Obviously, you know, you're limited right now, but I think it's definitely an upgrade. I just want to let you know that.
Oh, yeah. I thank you so much. That's very kind of you.
Believe me, honey, you're adapting very fast. You're doing fine. And so you're an angel. I cannot overemphasize that. Aside from that, I've had some. I'm sorry, honey. You know. Oh, by the way, and you do so well with Doreen, and obviously the two of you are soul sisters, and hopefully she'll check in.
Thank you.
Yes.
I hope so. Yeah. Thank you, Sammy. I'm very appreciative, and I know when you come over if you ever merge over to our community, because that's what kind of happens with YouTube, and what I've experienced is that you can go to different communities and just start becoming part of them, and you'll garner really good people just from that aspect, depending on, you know, interacting with them. Right. But when you come in here, some of the things that I might be saying, you're going to be like, wow, what's wrong with her? But you'll definitely see a different, I don't know.
I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't agree with some of Noreen's views on things and her, you know, like the Great Reset and stuff. But, you know, I don't have to be a jerk about it, because I always keep this in mind. This is Douglas' platform, and I'm not trying to mess up Doug's platform. I think this works for him, and my job is not to. I need to convince Noreen that no, that's not my job. I think Doug does great with the people that support him. Even his detractors, even when the detractors are here, they really shut up. They really just shut up and listen. It's just their programming. They can't help it. It's like someone did press a button, and you know, they're sticking marbles up their ass now. And I mean, that's the equivalent of what they're doing, because you know, what I noticed Doug does though, and you know, and I'll tell this in front of him, that if you're his friend, he will give you at least what he perceives as something useful when it comes to your culture and your background to you.
Yes. Absolutely, yes.
Which is, it's very special in the sense of him. Doug cannot buy me a Ferrari, the Ferrari that he owns and drives around, you know, to go pick his
can you guys at least come pick me up and we could just go out? So.
Where he gets his Meal on Wheels. His Meal on Wheels is really goes to Chick-fil-A, you know, on Sunday when it's closed, because, you know, he's a millionaire, right? I'm being, you know, I'm playing around, but no,
that's what the GANGSTALKers are claiming, by the way, for those of you who don't get the joke. But go on.
Right. You know, what Doug really does is Doug really loves his friends. He really invests his time in friends, and that's what I appreciate about him. You know, him just you know, just little words of encouragement. And that's what I tried to project to him too as well, because I'm sure, I don't know, Vivian, have you ever been that friend that you're just the positive in the relationship and that person just dragging you down? Has that ever happened to you?
Oh yeah, I've been
Well,
both. I've probably been the negative and the positive.
okay, well, in a sense that, I've been around family that just are a drag, and I don't want to be that towards any of my friends, but especially Doug, knowing his background. You have to show sensitivity. I can't disrupt that because Noreen is a great friend for him too, and that's what we got in common, and that's just the main goal. I
Yeah.
think that's just how I like to leave it, and just leave my imprint where I'm not annoying, and Doug, has to roll his eyes every time I have to come on because, I'm sticking marbles up my ass. But I'll go ahead, Vivian. I'll let you go.
Well,
yeah.
Sammy, you're very kind and sweet gentleman. I'm very happy to meet someone who's very in tune with their intellect and their sensitivity and love for women, and I appreciate that coming from you. I appreciate it so much.
Oh, no problem.
Yes, I
problem.
think that both of you are doing so well. So I'm going to just throw this can away. I've finished the liquid Coke. I'll be back in a few moments. And then I'll just join in some conversation and we'll meander our way towards monologue. I do want people to know that I received some questions. I might answer them now before I go rinse the taste of the Coke out of my mouth, which, of course, as I said, always leaves that fuzzy feeling on the porcelain of one's teeth, like they're being basically corroded by malted battery acid. But when it comes to the questions, they're very sensible and they're asked respectfully. One person is asking me quite commonsensically about the Yazidi in the sense that they are what is known as an ethno-religious culture, meaning that their ethnicity and their religion are essentially their identity. So one doesn't, say for instance, if one becomes fascinated with Yazidism, the religion of the peacock angel, one cannot convert. You have to be born into it, just so people know. And so when they were talking about why would they offer one of their daughters to someone like myself, understand, normally that would never have happened, except that they sensed the peacock angel in me. And this is because of the Night of the Broken Circle. So because of the Night of the Broken Circle, when I was brought into the Yazidi encampment, I was basically surrounded by many people who said right away, we sense Tavush Maliek within yourself. And how did this happen? And who are you? And I told them about the Night of the Broken Circle, and they said that I was blessed. And it was only for this reason, because they felt I was one of them, that I was offered the grace of the gift of one of their daughters who they felt could grow up better in America and perhaps act as kind of a emissary for their culture in America. And they do have some Yazidi temples in other parts of the world. There are some in Armenia, for instance, or at least one. So I do want people to understand that hopefully they will continue to prosper, and certainly they deserve to be recognized as a viable part of the human experience. And in a very real sense, they're family. So ever since the Night of the Broken Circle, I acquired an extended family that I otherwise never would have had. Now, isn't that miraculous? Again, perversely and bizarrely enough, it's sort of what I thought of when I saw that Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D film that I was watching with the Blood Boys the other night on after the Dragon Boat celebration. So definitely, I don't know if Sammy Romero heard that part or whether if he didn't catch it, he can catch it on the replay. But
No,
so,
I actually did. Yeah.
Okay.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
And
I'll make a note of that next time if I try to watch it.
yeah. I think that it's worth reviewing. Now, and of course, people have asked about the cloning in Japan. So understand that in the Japanese Empire, important civil and military leaders may have themselves cloned, and the child is known as Kuruntane. The kuruntane is clone offspring. So a clone is raised as a member of the gene donor's family. And from an early age, the child is made aware of his status and the obligation that it places on him. And unfortunately, these are almost overwhelmingly all male. I say unfortunately because there is an aspect of patriarchy to Japan as well. But the Japanese at least recognize that their earliest history is matriarchal in nature. So that's very important. And but as it stands today, the traditional Nihon, that would mean racial Japanese, the duty to parents and ancestors, which is known in a single word as ko. Ko, K-O, would be like just everything that matters in life, essentially, in the Asian cultural matrix. Your duty to your parents and all the ancestors before them. That's increased for clones. They have only one parent, so they owe everything to him, and it's usually a him. And the gene donor may collect on this obligation at need, in the form of spare parts. So a clone is expected to willingly give up organs, limbs, blood, etc. to his parent. I say that in quotes, should the parent be injured or sick. And this extends to organs the clone cannot live without, ergo the heart. Though the parent may, and some parents choose to do this, the parent may refuse to take things that far, or at least try to arrange for a cybernetic heart for his clone. Now, most Nihon clones are quite willing to sacrifice parts of themselves when the need arises. As a rule, people only have one clone made. However, the emperor is obviously an exception, with as many as half a dozen clones at a time should he want that amount. And they exist. They're simply not spoken of. No one ever speaks of this reality. But understand that if one clone should be killed or used up, parts taken to the point of cessation of life, a second one can be legally created. Clones are old enough to give blood or bone marrow transplants by the age of 5. But kidneys, lungs, and limbs are most successfully transplanted after puberty for obvious reasons, compatibility with the adult parent. So cases of clones posing as their gene donor, which Americans always ask me about, that's exceedingly rare because clones are at least 20 years younger than their parents. So it may get to a point where that's possible as age reversal or plastic surgery gets mastered to the point where the adult parent can be reversed in age, kind of like what happened with me with my blood drinking, having a lot of that effect. Once they can genetically do that to baseline humans, then maybe you can start having that phenomena happen. But cloning, obviously, yeah.
Yes, Doug. Yeah. Did Aquino ever look into cloning himself? Did that ever come into? Did you ever mention to you that, like, maybe I should clone myself or?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So I don't know how far that went, but he did bring it up. So I do want people to know that Aquino certainly considered it. But understand, it's like what, Joe was saying. Joe Tai is, as I said, this Taiwanese guy who, in the chat room, has been a friend of mine on Facebook as well. He's a supporter, and he's also contributed financially in the past. And like too many people, like Judith had this misimpression. A lot of people have the misimpression that, they can make a clone like you and it's like you the way you are now. And it doesn't work that way because, you take an embryo of you got to fertilize it. You've got to make it a baby and then you have to raise it. I'm sorry. There's just no way to make it grow up to look like you. And even if they could do that, you'd have a retarded maldeveloped individual with no identity and no memories, and he.
Well, that
Yeah,
if you allow me,
sure.
that's one of the things that I kind of had to overcome with my twin is my identity. So I can relate to that in the sense that me and Isaac are a lot alike, but we're not. And that might sound weird to somebody, but you know, Isaac is in a lot of ways different than I am, and in many ways very the same. There's been times that we've asked the same question in the same tone to one of my sisters, exactly like I'm really repeating what he said, but in the tone of voice, and it's creeped out my sister. But it's just, you know, it's at times we seem like we have the same mind, but we don't. You know, even in the sense of me loving my twin, like, you know, he's my best friend, you know. So a lot of the times I've been asked, well, do you ever feel his pain? Well, it's hard to explain in the sense that when you love somebody because they're your best friend, in a lot of ways, yes, because we both know what can trigger as far as an emotional reaction. There's some will trigger emotional reaction, and only him and I know this. You know, it's just I don't know if that even makes sense, but
Absolutely, and I want people to know how important what Sammy is saying, because basically an identical twin is a clone. It's an organic clone, or I shouldn't say they are an organic clone. They are both organic clones of each other, and this is why Dr. Joseph Mengele was so fascinated with identical twins, and therefore the original term for cloning was simply twinning. And that's basically all that happens. But here's the difference. With Sammy Romero and Isaac, you have two clones that are of the same age. And this is because both clones were made at once in the womb. Whereas in the case of, hey, let's make a clone now, you're not going to be able to make it the same age. You're talking about, there might be a lot of the say if you were able to force and stimulate some kind of artificial growth, which in essence would just destroy the entity anyway. It wouldn't make any sense. If you were able to accomplish it, the end result is this is an individual who would not have the same memories, would not have the same environment that they were raised in. They would be essentially all fucked up in so many ways. So that it would be an awful thing to do, and it wouldn't work. And it may be generations before we get to the point where that's even conceivable. It's not something I think anyone should even bother to ethically try. However, if there's some way to do that where you could do it, say for instance, without the person ever being animate, and they're kind of kept in a storage tank, like basically a tank full of amnibiotic fluid, and they're just kept like they're in a womb, kind of like in vitro, and they're raised without anything until they're brought to this point of maturity. And they're the same age suddenly as if you could do that within months or years, as opposed to the normal procedure, the normal growth process, then maybe you could cascade a bunch of false memories into them, and they would be like the other person. Or maybe that's not what you would want. It's people can get very ruthless about this, and certain experiments have been conducted. I haven't personally seen them, but I definitely know that things like that happen. Certainly they try. So yeah, just to kind of finish up with Japan, obviously there's some controversy over this phenomenon, but the official policy is that it prolongs the life of important men who do the empire's work, and thus it's good. Nevertheless, it's a matter of personal choice, and many high-ranking officials choose against it. Now, if any foreigner were to bring up the subject, the Japanese people would just turn around and walk away, or they would say, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just one of those things that there's no foreigner going to be able to pry about this. But apart from the possibility of having to provide parts unexpectedly, a clone's life is little different from a normal citizen's. They're expected to remain physically close to their parent in case of emergencies. So they usually take the occupation in the parent's own office, military division, whatever it might be. A clone's social behavior, of course, is expected to be exemplary. Since he is genetically identical to his parent, any fault in the clone is regarded as a potential fault in the parent. So that's kind of a double burden that can happen. It would be incredibly, how would I say it? It would destroy one's reputation if one's clone misbehaved in some incredibly criminal or execrable manner or something like that. So all that being said, hopefully that puts some perspective on the subject, but do understand, everybody, it's like, unless you're Sammy and Isaac, or, both the clones are produced at once in their mother's womb, you're not going to be able to make somebody who's just, of the age that you are. So the young lady who I had sex with, she most certainly probably had been around for around, 12 to 16 years. That's the best I can say, really. It'd have to be like, I'd say more like probably 14. Yeah, she was probably my age. Well, definitely around my age, maybe younger, maybe older, but she was almost certainly not a clone. So that's what I'm trying to say. Certainly not someone who had, if she was, she would have had to have been cloned probably years before. In other words, the same age she would have been had she had been born, so there would have been no point in the cloning at that point. It's like it kind of obviates that option, meaning renders it unnecessary. So probably, like her memories were, which she related to me, those were probably all real, and I don't believe they needed to be cascaded. She definitely came out of an orphanage where she was basically sold, and so hopefully that puts things in some perspective. Again, just so people understand the nature of the enemy, the young lady who we thought might be my daughter may very well be, high chance of that. And there were several factors that led us to conclude that Judith Ager first came across the concept of it when I was showing her photographs of this young lady who had friended me on Facebook. And the way that she emerged in my life was in itself kind of indicative that she probably was, simply because of that was after an ambush by Jimmy Church on Fade to Black, and I was being attacked by all of his faders, quote unquote, because they were fans of Fade to Black. They called themselves faders, but it was the witch, Medusa Storm. Oh my God, what is her name again? The young lady who does the YouTube channel is called Medusa Storm. But what is her name? And I don't say witch in the negative sense. Solaris Blue Raven. It was Solaris Blue Raven who pointed out that all the faders, she called them haters. And she was on the same channel with them. She was on their channel that had Art Bell on it and all that shit. And what Art Bell returned to when he took over when he took over the slot from Jimmy Church. But Jimmy Church, for those of you who don't know, his father was the band leader for the U.S. Army Band at the 6th Army headquarters at Presidio Military Base. So his dad was part of the Occult, and he had told me before seeing me or hosting me that he wanted to come clean with all his past, how his dad had raped him growing up and everything else. And then, of course, when I was on air with him, he instead launched an ambush true to his cult. So he was like someone who, very similar to Christine Joanna Hart, had been a victim, but had never really escaped the cult. And in fact, you could use the term never escaped at all. So these people grow up very loyal to the cult. They always say the same thing: I want help, I want to escape. And they're only there to attack and ambush. But with when he sent his cultists, the faders, after me on Facebook, and they were all just attacking and leaving these disparaging remarks, this sole individual, this young lady, was coming to my defense. Now, of course, that's how I met her, was speaking to her, and then he got to flirting with her, and that's when Judith said, she looks like your daughter, or someone who could be your daughter. And that's when I said, oh God. And that's when I realized she was the right age. And that's when several questions came up. And then at various points, this young lady began saying that she constantly had dreams or visions of myself raping her. So this was obviously the programming kicking in, and that's almost certainly what she would have accused me of had I rendezvoused with her or met with her physically, which made it even more clear she was probably my biological daughter, because that's what they would frame me with. And like I said, it was shortly after that whole thing blew over and I just kind of had to sever communications with her. Then there was this Douglas Dietrich who wound up being arrested for incest rape. It was like they had a slot to fill and they just had to throw somebody in there. He was this white trash piece of shit guy, but, you know, very strange that happened right after that or around that time. But this young lady was stalked and terrorized by Richard K. Cole Jr., who then took a bunch of her documents and put them all over the internet. And she was saying, you can't do that. And of course, he's saying, I can do anything I want. I work for the government and therefore I have total power. And she's in Canada, and so there was nothing she could do. When she tried to notify the Canadian authorities, they said, oh, he's an American. We have no authority over him. And apparently when she tried to call the FBI, they just fobbed her off as well. So this is the kind of thing that I cannot overemphasize to our listeners, is that targeted families like myself, this young lady, whether she's my biological daughter or not, she's terrorized by Richard K. Cole Jr., who has doxed everything about her. Obviously, she went through a life of incredible, intensive psychiatric treatment because she inherited, if she is indeed my daughter, it makes perfect sense. She inherited through the nanoplasma transfusion, and the sperm as was impacted by that. We know the sperm is impacted by the nanoplasma because I can transfer a congenital condition, which is the Kawasaki syndrome. So if that transfers to other Asians, females who I'm having unprotected sex with, then we know that when I fertilized that young woman I was sleeping with, almost certainly that child was born impacted by this nano phenomenon. So if she suffered what I did, she was processing so quickly all her life that it certainly drove her to what people would consider an insanity, an inability to absorb so much incoming information at once, and then to have her be tormented by this faggot, Richard K. Cole Jr. All of you need to do something. You need to stand up to this individual. I can't do this for you, and you can only do it for yourself. You're doing it for the sake of humanity. Call 1-800-CALL-FBI and tell them about Richard K. Cole Jr. and say this man needs to go to prison. He's forging documents. He's doxing people, and tell them he's not only doxing Douglas Dietrich, but also a young lady, quite possibly his daughter, up in Canada. And the only way they can find out about that is to question him, to question all those around him, and find out about this. And he needs to be interrogated. So unless the public takes a stand on this, he's just going to keep doing what he's doing to people. And he gets away with it because he's a Satanist of the deep state. How long are you going to tolerate this? How long are you going to let him do this in your world? So this is what we're dealing with. He is your enemy, as any enemy of mine is. So do something. At any rate, that being said, I'll refresh myself. I'll be back in a matter of minutes, just about 5-10 minutes at the longest. When I come back, we'll meander towards monologue. In the meantime, let's check in Messenger, see if our man, Mr. George Knight, can come on. If anybody tries to come on, of course, go ahead and let them, and we'll take it from there. All right, you're both there, right? I hope.
Here.
Yes, there we are. Thank
Hello.
you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Okay, I'll leave it to both of you. Bye for now. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay. Interesting bringing up cloning. I've been very interested in cloning for a while. I ran into an individual named, I don't know if anyone is familiar with him, but Donald Marshall. He came out about cloning centers. Does anyone remember that time? That time of YouTube?
Sounds familiar.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. I can't really put it, but it sounds familiar. Anyways,
Yeah,
what
the interesting fabric is how does the cloning procedure happen? Like, is it something, are they collecting like DNA at birth from like the umbilical cord fluid, or do people even know they're cloned? Like, how does this work? I would like to know what Douglas thinks about that.
I would think maybe like in vitro, like you donate your egg and then obviously the sperm as well, and they I don't know, that's maybe I'm not getting it, but I'm assuming they donate their DNA they donate their DNA sample, I guess,
Well, I heard like Madonna is very astute on making sure that everywhere she goes, they clean up after her, like everything. There's no trace of her DNA anywhere. And I've heard that cloning can be done just by simply getting anyone's DNA, like even from their mouth or their skin or something like that.
Oh, okay. I wanted to ask you something, Vivian.
Yeah.
Is there any crypto any crypto stories in Arizona that you know of? Like
no,
cryptozoology, in other words.
Oh, like cryptozoology?
Yeah, like animals, like like maybe for example. Okay, can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Well, so here, being that we have the Native American, we have many reservations surrounding us. There's, of course, the skinwalker stories, phenomena happening on the reservation. But there's this certain creature out there that the people have talked about, and I don't know if it's semi-Bigfoot related, but the footprints are what they find. And a lot of times, I think even here in the footprints of said Bigfoot or whatever is immortalized or somehow embedded in the earth, and now it's like I don't know what that's called when it becomes solidified. And you can go see that here. Let's see, we have so a lot of the skinwalker folklore is here. And the natives are very, very guarded about that. Like, they won't ever talk about it because they believe that if they even talk about it, they'll be visited. But I remember in 1980, I think it was 1988. So a girl I was going to school with, her sister got picked up out on a date, like out on the res or something. She was gonna go out on a date, and this whoever she was dating at the time was part of this skinwalker cult, and people warned her ahead of time, but she didn't heed the warning. So she was in. They had ritually murdered her, and she was like on a hillside, I think facing north, and they did like a circle of rocks around her, and then certain type of ritualistic things that only people who knew about skinwalkers would know, like her left breast was cut off and other certain things like that. So I remember that because that was like, someone and yeah.
Oh my god. So I'm so sorry to hear about this. I'm sorry, you said someone Sammy knows, or No,
it's
Vivian.
a girl I went to high school with. Yeah.
Oh wow.
It was like her sister. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So that's big here. I don't know if that's a part of cryptozoology. And that's all I can think of right now. I'm sure there's many stories though. I remember it's on YouTube. There's stories of these marshals that work on the res, and they came out and they did a really good presentation they go all over the world, and they talk about their experience with phenomena that they've experienced out on the Navajo reservation. Let me see if I can find it.
Mm-hmm. And take your time with that. While you're doing that, of course, Sammy and I'll burn some bandwidth. Yeah. Yes. So, yeah.
No. So pretty much I was trying to bring up, like in, you talked about like California here, there's the Bigfoots, but But I was researching because I wanted to go vacation. Like for example, Yosemite, there's a lot of missing people in Yosemite,
Yeah.
and a lot of just very weird things that happen in that park where certain, for example, I don't know if you heard this, Doug, but like there's ladders that just appear in that park. And there's certain parks of California where there's just structures that are built there and no one knows what the hell they are.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, they're, the hominids that live there, and, the forest rangers say don't even go near those type of structures.
Yeah.
And, it made me kind of cautious even trying to go to these places now because, it's just you're entering an environment that it really should be off limits. And
Yes.
the reason why there's certain, you shouldn't go there. Like I would probably not want to go to Yellowstone, or, probably go to the Yukon in Alaska because who the hell knows what shit's out there? It's one of these areas. These areas are there for a reason. They may look like they're lush and full of life, but you probably don't want to go in there because whatever the hell's in there, it's probably doesn't like you.
Yes.
So I was explaining this. I was explaining this to my significant other in the sense that we have to be mindful of where we go because I don't. It's not conducive to. I don't want to run into an 8-foot primate that hates me. That's not.
Thank you. Yes. I mean,
not
it's
something I want.
It's so true. I mean, honestly, it's like really people are really tempting fate by going into these places, and I always think that in a sense they're lucky to get out alive. And when I see people camping with children of all things, oh my God! I mean, I'm just it blows my mind. So it definitely is. Something that people need to, I would just say I would discourage it myself, but, people do what they do. And they think that's what makes, this country great is we have the freedom to do this. But, it's more like your own. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's bad enough, you encounter humans that are terrible species, we're a terrible species as it is. But
yeah.
I just think, I think people are dumbfounded and really realize how really defenseless we are as creatures when you go into those environments because I believe these species, these humanoids, possess more than just brute strength. They I think they have the ability to shoot. I mean, I hate to say it, Doug, but maybe some type of magic, maybe whatever they have there.
Or some kind of psionic, ability,
right.
At least, like psychic ability to do something. Go on, yes.
Because they have these structures there, and people are dumbfounded. Like they try to ask the rangers, "Hey, what the hell is the structure doing here?" And the rangers obviously they don't answer, and they just leave. They don't even want to address it because it's almost like, well, we don't want to tell you because you won't believe it.
Yeah.
Even if you do, you can't do anything about it. And it's almost like, well, just shut up, It's almost like, look the other way. So, it's very interesting, and it gives me it kind of confirms even more what you talk about, where we really are very vulnerable as a species.
Yes.
I mean, it's bad enough we kill each other over certain views, or it's just for lies, really, that we're just a very vulnerable species. We're very destructive, but at the same time we're very vulnerable.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and yeah, you understand that well. It's something that people need to come to terms with, and they refuse to come to terms with it. This is, I did promise Our Lady Viviana Sanchez that I would start talking about her friend asking about Bigfoot again sooner or later. I may start doing that again tonight. We'll see what happens. Tonight would probably be a good night to do that. We seem to be working towards that. Honestly, I'd have to meander around the home for a few minutes because I want to dig up some old globes of mine that kind of make it easier for me to talk about the subject. Globes that kind of
Right.
divide our globe into several bands. I tried to bring them up the last time where people had a visual kind of model that they could see about how much of our world is really, unpopulated or underpopulated. And I might do that tonight. We'll see what happens. And aside
I have a
from,
question too,
yeah,
though.
sure.
This is what always, well, this boggles my mind too, because, this is just the land.
Mhm.
I could imagine the sea, the sea, the relic populations in the sea. I think this is very, you got to take this into account where, at least, I mean, I'm talking about, the public, where, we never really explored the Mariana Trench. The Mariana Trench is, it's so deep that we don't know what the hell's down there, and it just, it's one of those things where your imagination runs wild, but at the same time, it's just crazy.
Absolutely. No, I understand you completely. It's the amount of what's unexplored on our globe is amazing. And I brought that up before, just how unexplored our globe really is, and especially the sea. So we know very little about our world, our own world. And but definitely,
Can I ask,
yeah, of
and
course.
can I also ask, did Aquino ever explore as far as the whole Cthulhu being in the South Pacific? Did he ever explore, like, I wonder where he's at, his exact location? In other words, someone being obviously a fanatic about that. I'm talking about him. Did he ever want to? I want to see him. I want to see where the hell he's at. So on and so forth. Was he ever intrigued by that?
That was basically the territory of the U.S. Navy, and it was men in the
Okay.
U.S. Navy that were monopolizing that. So there were elements of, shall I say, just the knowledge of it that Aquino was certainly aware of, but really his awareness of it wasn't I would intuit, not too much further beyond mine.
Okay.
The U.S. Navy was more or less trying to pinpoint that, and that was their own obsession. If they had pinpointed it, they were monopolizing the existence thereof. They were trying to use that to their own advantage. People don't understand just how these branches of government. I know you get it. They just don't cooperate. They're like each one of them is their own empire, and
It's
yeah,
like the blood. It's almost like the Blood and Crips.
yeah,
It's
yes,
they're rival gangs
yes,
within a mafia, I guess. Syndicates, I guess, to put it that way.
yes.
Which is, it makes a lot of sense, especially knowing someone like Aquino who would probably want to know this information.
Yeah.
They would want to barter it against him to
Yeah.
kind of hold it over his head. In other words, that we know where the location is.
Yeah.
We're not going to tell you,
Yeah.
but if the time comes where we need you to do something for us, well, we'll hold that over your head. I
Yeah.
think that
Yeah.
probably makes perfect sense in the sense that, and I'm sure he did the same thing as far as other branches where, some things he would have known. I wouldn't be surprised. He knew certain things about Montauk that he dangled over whatever branch that I was a part of or whatever, uh, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know.
You're talking about a bunch of assholes who
Well, of course,
and they
Of
all act
course.
like and they all act like it too. They all act like the assholes that they are, and so no one should be surprised about that. In terms of by the way, just out of curiosity, those dogs barking, they're in your area at work. I'm just curious.
Yes. they're rich assholes shipping shit to Hawaii. They're shipping their own dogs to Hawaii.
Oh my God.
Yes, and they come back all drunk, and I'll put it this way: wild animals period don't belong in the sky. They just don't react well to them.
Yeah.
They become all disoriented, and it's sad. It's sad seeing them, you know. But yes.
Yeah. Oh my God. I'm so sorry that you're exposed to that. Oh my God. And yes, and for people to do that, that is so abusive. I mean, really, that's so self-centered for people like. But then again, what are they going to do, right? Those dogs are like their children and shit. And honestly, this is like I hate to say it. There is a kind of first off, there is obviously we know that. You can usually tell a serial killer because they're cruel to animals. You know, it's obviously important that people have some kind of affinity for and kindness to animals because it shows that they can bond with other humans. So it's very important that, love for animals is a part of the human condition. But honestly, it's taken to a pathological extreme by so many people, and it's not healthy, where, the only people they care about is the goddamn animal, and other, human beings can go to hell. You saw that in Jameson Reese. That is also a sign of pathology. That is also
it makes me question it though, because look, and this is where I did kind of question Jameson's, oh, I love my cat, but it makes me question what his cat really died of. Because
he's got 3 of them. Don't forget, he's got 3 of them that were all being abused by his toxic magic. They're all
and that's a sense though, because it's selfishness in the sense that you're exposing these animals to all this, and you made it clear when you do your diagnostics on the Vatakana,
What happens to the dog? The one time I ran a diagnostic on it was because they took the dog out of the house. So I said this was an opportunity to run the diagnostic.
Right.
Yeah.
Which makes perfect sense. Believe it or not, where I live at, there's a lot of Santeria temples. There's a lot of Santeria, like, how can I say it? Kind of like fortune tellers, but they're Santeria.
Yeah.
Okay. It explains why there's a lot of strays. Like, you can see a lot of strays in the street at times. Certain times of the year, you notice an unusual amount of strays just running around, which I think it kind of can correlate to that, because some of these businesses that are Santeria based, they're in residential areas, and it makes a lot of sense sometimes that they run these spells and stuff, that the animals are very sensitive to what they're doing,
Absolutely. Absolutely, and it basically is not good for their health. It's not good for them, and it's abusive to be doing this around them. And so since he does this regularly, he's basically, it's the same as if he's beating or walloping his cats. Meanwhile, he says how much he loves them and shit. So, there's the insanity for you. That's what we're faced with when we're dealing with this kind of mania. And yeah, go on.
No, but I know, and it is what it is. But my thing is, I think in the long run, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look very good for him. It really doesn't. From what you related as far as him channeling, Aquino, it's not a good sign.
To say the least. Yeah.
It's not very wise. It's just not very wise in a sense of bringing in something like that in your life, because, it's destruction, really.
Yes.
So, it is what it is.
Oh, definitely. And by the way, what did Viviana say she was doing?
I have no idea. Maybe. Yeah. I don't remember.
I was just trying to find some kind of it was like a dog.
Oh yeah, the skinwalker thing.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's I was fascinated by that too. And so the Skinwalker cult that you were mentioning, did this have something to do with the Skinwalker Ranch?
No, it's on the reservation here, the Dene Hopi Reservation.
Okay.
So it's very large. It's actually like moves into New Mexico and then the Four Corners and up in there.
Uh-huh.
So all these regions have these folklore and have stories. And I was trying to find a story of two. I think they were federal officers there on the reservation, and they talked on the circuit of their experience, and I just can't find it.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Probably scrubbed from the internet. Doesn't that make
It
sense?
looks like it. It looks like it was.
Yeah. Well, this is what happens to this sort of phenomenon. They don't want you to know about this, and it is just a part of the horror story that adds to the horror. And can you imagine, say, for instance, if you were a victim and you were trying to share this with the world, and you're basically trying to find it on the internet and it's gone, and just everybody says you're crazy. This is how Michael Aquino was able to operate against so many of his victims. And this is definitely what you see going on now with, well, what you're discovering, just to casually look up something that happened to a friend of yours, right? I mean, would you say this young lady was a friend or just kind of an acquaintance?
Well, I mean, we knew each other, just, how you get to know people from, just being in school together. Actually,
But-
I was in juvenile hall with her.
Uh-huh. Oh, wow, cool.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and so we spent a lot of time together getting to know each other. And she was from a very small part of the reservation where it was very far away from anywhere. And so she was just telling us that story. And I remember it because it was a big news story here. And actually, the news coverage
Oh, wait a
was
second.
even.
Let Sammy. I'm sorry. It sounds like he's in a hurry.
If I can have one more thing, this is kind of off subject, but you know the woman that saved her children from the school shooting in Uvalde,
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah.
I guess the U.S. Marshals threatened her with obstruction of justice if she doesn't stop talking about running into the school. I guess they threatened her, the U.S. Marshals, I guess, with obstruction of justice if she stops talking about them, pretty much, I guess, the charges they're filing against her for saving her own children. So, anyways.
Right.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
so that's an example of victimization right there, where
Yeah.
basically, I think that what you see there is intimidation based on the fact that she's exposing them as not doing their job, and therefore they're going to persecute her or terrorize her, intimidate her, because of the assholes that they are, who are not doing their jobs. But I'm sorry. That being said, so Viviana, do continue.
I just did find it, so I'm gonna post it here in the
Chat. Okay.
chat. Mhm.
Wonderful. Thank you, honey.
Oops, if I did that right. So yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh
What
no,
were we
by
talking
all
about?
means, do me a favor. Both of you continue talking about that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look for a globe that had some bands on it of habitability and terrain that was kind of what they call biomes, that's suitable to different types of animal life. So I'm going to look for that because I just want to have that in front of me so I can visualize it if I start talking about Bigfoot and the kind of terrain.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so...
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Oh,
I
you're
hope
so
you can.
cute. You're so
I'm
adorable.
so excited.
Let me see if I can
Vivian,
find that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back in a few.
can you explain what a skinwalker is? At least, I'm not very sure what that is. Is that like a chupacabra, or what is that?
No, it's an ancient. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna get my Yeah. Can
Go
you
ahead.
hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're audible.
So it's basically a practice that was handed down through black magic, or what we would call black magic or black sorcery or dark sorcery. There's very much the part. Well, if you even go into biblical, biblical stories, that Israel had turned to other gods and other lovers. So part of that was, being taught through the fallen angels certain kind of things, and like black magic, or so the skinwalker is something that will have a spirit animal. They they have a attachment to a bird or a bear or a dog or a coyote or a wolf, and they do a certain ritual around the fire and stuff, and they will dress in the skin of the animal, and then eventually become it. And then I think eventually they can just shapeshift into that type of form, and then they roam around. I've even heard of them being able to cross, like for instance, my friend had a child with a Dene or Navajo, and he is possibly in this type of cult. And she was all the way in Pennsylvania, and I guess in the area that she was living, there was no certain type of this animal, and I think it was, I don't remember exactly the animal, but she would tell me that she would be driving, and all of a sudden, like, she would just get this sense that this certain animal that wasn't native to the area just came out and tried to walk right out in front of her car, and she just felt that it had something to do with her ex sort of stalking her. So can they move through the inner dimension? I don't know. There's definitely a lot of folklore around it, but the natives are very believers in it, and it's part of their culture. So they believe, like, there's a lot of stories where, the skinwalker will climb on the house or torment a family. And when my friend, who was a truck driver for like Coca-Cola, he would go out and drive to deliver, and he found various encampments where it just looked like a total witch. I don't know what you call like a witch town. Everything would be opposite of their normal holy rituals. So it would, like, if they were meant to face north, the ideology of everything was facing a different way. So they do things opposite, or dark, and there would be like bones and kind of like symbology and pentagrams and all this different stuff, but very old encampments of relics of people where they would have these rituals done. Anyway, did I explain that okay?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's possibly even generational, handed down, things like that.
Okay.
The problem, the Dene have a problem with their like burial sites. A lot of times, the Dene witch, or whatever you want to call them, they will go uncover their loved ones and get their bones and use them for rituals, stuff like that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, and what's really cool is growing up in the 80s, I saw a lot of the cultural diversion. The children who would come from the reservation, they would spend like 2 hours on the bus just to drive in and go to public school. And I got to be friends with them. But they would try so hard to be American. They would denounce their heritage. And in fact, they didn't even know their heritage anymore.
Oh, wow.
So they were really losing their culture and their language. So now in this time, like when my son was graduating, they finally allowed the tribes and their children to wear their cultural attire, and they have built boarding schools so that they can just live here and go to school. But in the boarding schools, they teach them their native dance and their native songs. And I live just like 40 yards from one. And sometimes late at night, you can hear them, and they're out there drumming and dancing. And then I have a neighbor who teaches native dance. And so they're bringing it back by restoring them. So I really love that, because there was this time where it was just a shameful thing to be your culture and express it.
You know what? That's very interesting, because here in Los Angeles and East Los Angeles, there's a big Chicano population, as far as going back to, Aztecs and a lot of the Mesoamerican Native Americans. And every I forget what month it is, but they have they have some of the natives from Mexico actually come here to East Los Angeles, and they do a lot of their dances as well, their rituals, and it's just a lot of the big. It's big on, it's especially in the east side of Los Angeles. It's a big connection to Mesoamerica with the different Mexico or Tenochtitlan, which was Mexico City. A big connection as far as a lot of the Chicanos want to know the native side as far as their heritage. Obviously, with the big mixture of races when it comes to Spain and the Native Americans, or the mixture what became mestizos. There's a big people really want to know a lot of what the indigenous of the Americas really knew. So I think it's very important for these cultures to be preserved because they're really unknown. We only know a fraction of what they had because of what the Spaniards did as far as destroying the natives' culture by destroying their history. That's part of the colonization that the Spaniards did, in the genocide. What they did was really the culture. They wanted to destroy any evidence of their knowledge, and I mean, to this day, a lot of their knowledge is still hidden, because it's been lost. But slowly, I think it reveals itself.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's why, as a matter of fact, in prison, many of the prisoners in the American Southwest or in the border states, they speak Nahuatl, which is the old Aztec language. That's how the prisoners would keep the guards from understanding their communications. So even in such a environment as a penitentiary, you have people who are returning to their native culture. I hope that someday that Nahuatl will be wide spoken, because it's definitely, these are ancient languages that deserve to be spoken again. I mean, the Inca language still lives, and as does the culture of the Mayans as well. I mean, that's what kind of puzzled me when like I said, that was a long time ago when of course, somebody had introduced me to the Mayan cosmology, and they were saying that, in the Mayan zodiac, you would be the sign of the vulture, which I thought was the coolest thing in the world. And I pinned that up on my Facebook page. I remember some Native American started attacking me, who was Native North American, and claiming that I was this publicity seeker, and that, basically that the vulture was, a thing of the dead, and that your culture, as if he identified me as Mayan, which is certainly not what I was claiming. He said your culture's all dead and gone among the stones. But of course, that was so ignorant, because the Mayan people are still very much alive. Obviously, the culture is very different from what it used to be, but it's not like the race is extinct. So the changes in these cultures should like to see a kind of, definitely a kind of rebirth or a renaissance of Native American cultures throughout all the Western Hemisphere. I mean, oh my God, they've been so devastated, and it's so important. I mean, just the fact that people are trying to preserve the culture where Viviana is, I mean, that's wonderful. Oh my God. And you say that's only 40 feet away from you, this center where they do this.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's right out. I can look at it right from my window here, my
Wow.
bedroom.
Wow.
And so it's
Oh, wow.
so weird, because I'll be like praying or something, or just hanging out in my room, and you can sense like the war, but it's like when they're doing it, they're summoning some kind of spiritual stuff, and I can sense it and hear it in the ether. It's not like, I don't know, it's very strange. But anyway,
We
find it very
understand.
interesting.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we understand completely, and I think that's you're so privileged to be in a situation where that's visible to you. Oh my God, and so
You know what, Doug?
yeah,
as far as the guy attacking you, the Mayan,
Yeah, the native North
he
American.
wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, I doubt he was Mayan. I don't think they care. That's the thing about it.
Yeah.
I think when someone knows they are, I don't think they really care. If you know who you are, there's no need to defending somebody. In other words, there's no need to defend it if you just know, So I doubt that he was a Mayan,
Yeah, no, thank you.
Quote unquote.
Yeah, or quote unquote Indian,
descendant.
quote unquote Indian,
Yeah,
right?
It sounds very dumb in the sense that, it's like me saying, well, Doug, Chinese are Chinese. I mean, who gives a damn? Don't you guys all eat, dogs? Like you won't even answer that because it's not even just a final answer. Like, why the hell am I going to answer you that we eat dogs? You don't really care what we eat. You just want to troll, So it's like it's dumb,
It's true. Yes. No, I get you. There was like he was just being stupid, and absolutely right. And so fortunately there was this Caucasian woman of all people who kind of broke in and was acting the peacekeeper, and that was fine. I was fine with that. I blocked him anyway, but it's I was glad that she did that. And that
as you should.
Yeah,
as you should,
Thank you. By the way, in the chat room, Perpetual Platypussy says, "Hey, beautiful people," with a heart. So, anyhow, kisses to her, and of course,
she's part of my tribe.
There we are. Yes, there we are.
Yeah.
And of course, Peggy Wood was saying, Betty White said, "Grow a vagina. It can take a pounding better than balls can." Yes, I can understand that as well. And so Viviana is getting amped on coffee now. She's even got a little picture of it in there. And so what I'm going to do is probably start soon on a monologue towards talking about Bigfoot. I mean, why the hell not? I might spend a few minutes venting on current events. I'll speak a little more about the Johnny Depp trial. I think it needs a little more addressing. I'll speak a little bit more about gun control. I'm not going to take up much time with any of these subjects. A little bit more on Ukraine. I mean, these are three big topics that in their own way are completely connected, as I said. Definitely, one thing that I do know is that sometimes, as Viviana and Noreen says, I can sound like I'm coming down a little hard on the male species, so to speak. But hell, honeys, they need it. I mean, oh my God, they should be able to handle it. Really. I mean, God, as privileged as they are by male privilege, I think they can handle a little beating. Really, it is like two separate species. I tell you, women are like, they used to have this book, and you all might remember this. There was a book that was out, Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus. And that was a way of pointing out different styles of communication, that basically women communicate differently, men communicate differently, and they're essentially speaking different languages. But it really goes way beyond that. It's almost like, as I've said before, if you ever read the aquatic ape, quote unquote, theory, and it was a female anthropologist who originated that so-called hypothesis. And she is universally hated. She's dead now. I think it's her son who carries on her legacy and speaks about the aquatic ape origins, meaning that there were primates who learned to live by the sea, and that these primates who learned to live by the sea are really the source of most of our evolutionary stimulation, that our original change from the primates we were to the kind of primates that we are was thanks to these beach primates, these beach dwelling apes. So if you ever look up the quote unquote aquatic ape theory, you'll find out probably more, because there's just volumes and volumes written on it. Much of it, of course, people attacking it. So you just need to disambiguate between those attacking it and someone actually promulgating it or explaining it. Basically, it could be very well that that's how woman evolved. And so in that sense, I always think of woman and the kind of close DNA that we share with cetaceans like porpoises and dolphins. Women are essentially like hirsute or hairy cetaceans, whereas men are naked apes. It's like the apes that never left the jungle. It is the apes that just and I of course certainly sympathize with women because I often go between the worlds. I mean, dressed as a female oftentimes. I've used more than my share of women's bathrooms without any sense that a pervert would use them, simply because I was dressed as a female and could get away with it. I've certainly can identify with many of their problems and issues and challenges they deal with. I mean, there's no man on earth who understands at all what it's like to walk in high heels. There's no man on earth who gets what it's like to forget your purse. It's there are just so many challenges they deal with. But, beyond that, of course, there's things I can never understand. I can't understand what it's like to carry a baby to term for 9 months. This is why I was speaking of Roe v. Wade for so long, is because, I mean, imagine demanding that of someone without giving them a choice. Not to mention all the implications beyond that. It is just so it's just so asshole-ish for people to do that. I understand, as I've said, that these fetuses are ensouled fairly early, almost immediately, and I explained that through what the Japanese and Koreans discovered through their own attempts at a preschool, and therefore, obviously, a life is taken when you do perform an abortion. At the same time, since the birth process is so traumatic, none of the memories from the womb are retained, are so few of them that its resonance is almost primal. I mean, certain anthropologists or psychiatrists, etc., in conjunction with behavioral scientists and neurologists, they've speculated that, say, for instance, someone's into bondage. It could be because they were born entangled in their own intestines, this sort of thing. I mean, the speculation as to what might be retained at a primal level, but it is so primal that it almost doesn't count. So it's not like, not to rationalize it or to justify it, but obviously, whatever life is in the womb doesn't make it outside of the womb. It changes so radically that for all intents and purposes, it is a new life the moment that the child leaves the womb. So with that being said, coming down on women for murdering babies, quote unquote, when they're fetuses, it is not the same thing. Certainly there's an ensoulment that does not manifest. But the way the Asians have always looked at it, certainly the Northeast Asians, Japanese, Koreans, etc., they look on it as a life that will incarnate. If it isn't born this time, it will incarnate sometime soon. It will incarnate eventually. So it's just a completely different perspective on this that I don't think many Americans grasp. And so that being said, of course, if any of you have anything to respond to that, I mean, feel free, Viviana, if you want to respond a bit to that. And you didn't get a chance to respond when I said what I said earlier about gun control, so you're welcome to respond to that if you wish as well.
I'm not interested in that right now.
Okay,
but
that's fine.
I'm interested in, as far as the woman, definitely, I think our viewpoints on when life starts and begins is different.
Okay.
I think life is definitely ordained.
Right. Okay.
And
oh, by the way,
no matter the
let Sammy say goodnight. Sammy, say goodnight to our listeners if you would. Let's see if he says goodnight, because he has to call it a night.
Good night, Sammy.
Hi, it was great talking to you both. Thank you, Doug, for having me on your platform again. I appreciate it.
Oh, we love you. Don't worry about it.
And please support Doug. Please help contribute to his Google account. He needs that for his website. And yes, good night. God bless everybody. Okay.
Yes, and say good night to Sam. I mean, share our love with Sammy. I mean, Isaac. I can't tell you apart.
Yes. Same thing. We share the same DNA. It's okay. Yes, I will.
Thank
good
you.
Night.
Thank you.
Night.
Yes. Bless you. And so, Viviana, so continue. You were talking about life as being ordained. Yes.
Well, yeah, I just believe that because I think that life finds a way. So, in the precipice of life and death, I think the two choices in that balance depend on the person when they choose. But as far as like, so I guess the age-old question, and I think the thing that might be coming up in the fight for constitutionally protecting abortion or ridding it, will be the question of when a child's life is ordained. So I think we get by calling it a fetus because it helps us to understand that it's not a living being. But I think in all science and in all practicality, we know this living being has a heart and a circulatory system and everything that you and I have in the womb. And so that's just my opinion on that. I don't want to debate it with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just thinking that.
Well, you understand by what I presented the other day from the Japanese and Korean research on the subject, that obviously what I say verifies what you say. Yes?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but to govern, I don't know. Like, it's such a very delicate thing. So
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. I wouldn't want anyone trying to tell me though what to do. You know, at the same respect, I grew up in a time where, of course, like pro-choice was like the because we're girls and we're facing, you know, I lived through a time of teenage pregnancy, and my friends would be, you know, pregnant at 15 or 16, you know, and having to go to school and be sent off into a different area so that they're just not seen or noticed, you know. But it was definitely like a huge phenomena that was occurring, and I don't know, like, so it's a balance, and I think I'll just leave it, instead of letting the government tell me what to do. I would just prefer to know, like, I would prefer to be educated. Like, I would like to know the ins and outs on top of like bearing a child and supporting a child and access to things that would help me do that. But also so that's what I want. Like, if I'm pregnant and I'm going to, like, say, Planned Parenthood, I'm seeking to be educated. I want to know what my options are, what my choices are, and such. But that actually happened to me, where I actually walked into a Planned Parenthood seeking help, and they were like, we don't do that. You know, that's not what we're here for. And the women that walk through that door, they know what they want to do. And I look over in the waiting room, there's a girl, she has to be like 12 years old.
Jesus.
And I'm thinking, and, you know, and they have, like, she's taking that pill and she's getting a cup of water at the same time. And I think that girl does not really know what she wants to do. I would, at 34, did not know what I wanted to do. That's why I was there.
But
So
honey, I mean, everything you say is true, but at 12 years of age, if that girl were to deliver that child to term, she's certainly not capable of caring for it.
Well, she was very young, I would admit, but it crossed my mind. It's like, how do we know? I mean, that's just what was crossing my mind. It's like, how do I know? I'm 34. She looks really young. How does she know? Like, how does any woman know when they walk through those doors that is their intent and purpose?
Oh, I understand what you're saying, and I'm rather surprised about the lack of education, because theoretically, a Planned Parenthood center is supposed to be all about education. It's supposed to be, and of course, one can take that too far on the other end of the spectrum, like places in Texas where they turned them into kind of like traps, where a woman who entered, who really wanted abortions, got a bunch of quote-unquote education, where they're trying to talk them out of the abortion. That's kind of like taking it in the opposite direction. But in the case of legally, let's take a look at that young girl legally. Legally, her parents are the people responsible, and she may not know, but her parents know they don't want that baby. Let's put it that way. And her parents don't want her to carry that to term, to delivery, because that process alone would basically have an incredible impact on the rest of her life. I mean, that would be 9 months of her. Yeah, that would change her.
But also legally, her parents don't need to know. I've had a friend that had twins and went in for an abortion, and her like, you know, just an adult person she went in there with, and her mother never knew.
That's true.
So,
That's true. Legally, the
yeah.
parents don't need to know, but it would be pretty hard for me to believe that that girl's parents did not know. That would have to be in a situation where she's almost like a runaway and sleeping with somebody on the street. She'd be prostituting herself on the street at that point. And at that point, I would pray the people at that center would be reporting this to the police and the social workers and trying to hook her up with her parents. And if her parents were proved to be so incompatible, in other words, like completely incompetent, corrupt, or cruel, or whatever, that they would somehow find a way to find a better situation for her. I mean, society has got to do better than what we're doing. I mean, that's for certain. As I said, they're...
Well,
yeah.
so let me finish with what I was talking about, because this happened with my first pregnancy too. And I actually went to one of those pregnancy centers where they do educate you. So I think those are very beneficial to support as well, because they're sort of fading out. I think you should be educated both sides so that you are well educated enough to make a choice for yourself. And to have an infrastructure to support the mother and the child too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, absolutely, absolutely. And so we're on the same side. It may not seem like it sometimes, and so when it doesn't seem like it, just ask. Okay, never be afraid to ask. And
Okay.
yeah, honestly, we're generally always on the same side, really. And I even try to emphasize that with Noreen, who has a very different perspective at the basic level. And so it's also she's surrounded by that crowd at Revolution Radio, which is kind of like into that kind of conspiracy thing. That was a weird thing, that the way our man Sammy started off the show. I remember when I introduced him. I'm sorry, what?
With the cryptids?
No.
Oh,
We brought him in the opening hour, and he said, yeah, too much toxic information. This conspiracy stuff's not really good for you or something. Do you remember that? That's what he said in the opening hour.
Remember.
Yeah, I could tease him about that, on Sunday or something. But, it was just, that was unusual. It was kind of like, I can understand it. It's one of those things where, these things organically come up or whatnot. But, obviously, conspiracy, too much of toxic information can be bad, and much of it is misinformation. So people just need to be cautious. And so people understand. My Google One has been paid for thanks to Rosie Sanchez. So, by the way, honey, you don't speak Espanol, do you? But you might speak enough Espanol. There's, of course, Senora and Senorita, but what would be the Espanol version of Ms., like a neutral female title? Like if she doesn't...
I don't...
Oh.
I think it's just Senora is for married.
Yeah.
And Senorita is for single.
Yeah, so there may not be a third option. Like if the lady doesn't want you to know, we used to have that in the United States, that Ms., MZ, was the real female liberated. She didn't want you to know whether she's married or not. There should be an equivalent in Espanol at this point, but I don't know if Rosie...
I think he would just call her a mamacita. I don't know.
Oh God, I'm afraid that might
mamacita.
I'm afraid that might come off as sounding completely insulting. I don't know, what tone would that be used? That sounds almost like I'm coming on to her or something, maybe. Or...
Yeah. I think that is.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know the proper term.
So Rosie Sanchez, whatever your status is, you are appreciated. And as I said, I dedicated last transmission to you, honey. And certainly we've also had Stephen Myers. And just so people know what Stephen Myers wrote, because he's, he leaves messages with his contributions. And I do welcome everyone to leave messages with their contributions. So when it comes to Stephen Myers, oh my God, here's one message going back to fucking 2019. Holy shit. Lena Crane was still involved at the time, Lena Shea, and she was sending me messages from Stephen Myers. But here with the latest would be PayPal. You've got money June 7th, I think would be his contribution. Yes, he said, donation for tea to quench your thirst. Sunday was a marathon. Yes, it was, comparatively speaking. Yeah, we were pretty intense that day. And so tonight, I'll see if I can go in kind of a lighter direction. I'll take a little bit of time for, like I said, some immediate topics. And then, we've kind of given the shout out to Stephen Myers and the lady, Rosie Sanchez, whatever her marriage status is. And we'll start now with some of these topical stuff and work our way to Bigfoot. Yeah, I love you, Sonny. And go ahead and
Thank you.
Say goodnight to the listeners.
I just wanted to address Guanji. So you said there's, whoever Guanji is, forgive me, no such thing in Spanish. Yes, so I guess it's only those two options.
Okay, thank you. And so Guanji says a fetus is a living being. Don't get pregnant if you don't want a baby. And thank you. I mean, I understand. And certainly there's a lot of people who have the perspective that you need to practice safe sex, this sort of thing. You need to, I mean, but, let's be honest. I mean, even prophylactics leak. I mean, there's no real perfect way. I mean, other than taking the pill. So how does Guanji feel about taking the pill? Like the pill, just so that you don't get pregnant in the first place. How do you feel about that, darling?
Well, I worked at like this place called Little America, and it's the Sinclair Corporation, which is all Mormon. Mm-hmm. And I used to want to get on the pill with their health insurance, and you couldn't because of their faith. Their faith tells them, no, you can't take the pill or birth control. But the men could get Viagra.
Yeah, that so fucking sucks. That's right. No, I remember you bringing that up before, and I think you brought that up with Daniel Arola, and I don't know whether he got it or not. Did he get that? I think it was somebody, you told that to somebody and they were just kind of nonplussed. I remember that because I was just getting back online. I was just getting back on with the earbuds when you had said that before. And yeah, I think that fucks and sucks. I think that truly fucks and sucks both ways. That's just so stupid. And so there's a patriarchy, right? I mean, Mormon patriarchy definitely. For you. Fucking bullshit. Yeah. And oh man, that couldn't have been too long ago. That must have only been like within the last 10 years. Was it 20?
Well, it was in the 90s, between 95 to 2003 or so. 90. But I think it's still like that because it's built in for them. That's how they've structured their modus operandi. So, but I agree with birth control. So I don't need to take it anymore, but I mean,
right.
Access to it is pretty good. I think here where I live, because I talk to my sons and they can go to the general, it's like a place, it's a county place. It's like a hospital. You can just walk in and they'll give you a bag of contraceptives or whatever you need.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And free testing, things like that.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, I think there should be access. Absolutely.
Thank you. I mean, not that I'm preaching it, but I'm just saying that thank you for letting me know what your stand is. I mean, definitely there was a time when I thought differently because, if anything certainly changed the world, any medicine that I brought this up in the past, if you could identify or name any medicine that truly, truly changed the course of human evolution, the pill would be it. I mean, the pill would truly be it. That's like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Could you imagine being married like in the 50s and just, of course, what a golden era to grow up. I love everything in the 50s. And probably if I were living in the 50s, I wouldn't mind having 10 children. I'm not kidding. Like, I would be okay with that. But when the women finally got birth control, could you imagine how relieved they were?
Oh, God, yes. Oh, my God. Why do you think we had all that free sex in the fucking 60s? That was why. That's why the 60s were swinging. Hell yeah. That was, it was the pill that changed everything. And Yeah, I remember my dad was really uncomfortable with it because he was raised a Roman Catholic. And like I said, he changed a lot later in his life, and he certainly learned to adapt to the fact that there was a lot of corruption in the church. We'll speak more about that in the future. That's inevitable. We'll get back to talking about that. I mean,
So I'm gonna let you go and
Yes.
do your thing, but I'm gonna email you a couple of things, and one of them is gonna be on cloning with the Donald Marshall. If you ever heard of him, you don't have to answer that right now.
Right.
And then one of the viewers had a question about if you could go into the JFK matter at some point. It's way up in the chat, so I can't find it right now. But I'll go and I'll find it later when you go to release this live, and I can go scroll through the chat again. But in
Sure.
the meantime, I'll be in the chat
Okay.
and
great.
drinking my coffee. All right,
Wonderful.
thank you for.
Wonderful. If
Have a
I
good
have
night.
need of you, I'll call. And hopefully I don't have need of you the rest of the night, but if I do, I'll call. Okay, honey?
Oh yeah, and thank you so much if you get in the Bigfoot topic. I've
Okay.
already let my friend know. So
The
okay,
least I
thank
can
you.
do. Thank you.
All right, bye everyone.
Yes, and that is the lovely Viviana Sanchez. So I see that we've got about 5 hours left. So I'll cover what I can cover during this period of time, and understand the way that I usually do this is to approach the bioclimatology, the geography of it first, so that people understand the terrain in which Bigfoot lives. Such being said, let's go through a little bit of what is topical first. Let's get some topical stuff out of the way, and then maybe we'll have 4 hours to talk about the primatoids, as I call them, the species of near humanity or non-humanity that also inhabits the earth. But let's start with what our man George Knight had asked about, probably because his wife had asked about it. But the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial was used as an excuse to discredit women and tout misogyny. Because as Depp wins his defamation case against Heard, the most outstanding aspect of that trial was the so-called bad apple argument, which does not work both ways. Again, we've got a set of double standards here, and it became quite evident with this trial, more so than any evidence presented for the trial itself. What was evidenced by the trial, well, was this bad apple bullshit, which I will now deconstruct. The Johnny Depp and Amber Heard defamation trial is obviously over. Depp has won his libel case over an article in which his wife claimed he abused her, and has been awarded 15 million United States dollars in damages. Now, the jury said Amber Heard's statements were false and that she acted with actual malice. Though the jury also found Johnny Depp had defamed Amber Heard via his attorney, and she has been awarded, thusly, 2 million United States dollars. Now, the case has gripped the world, largely because the world had access to the details of a very high-profile domestic violence case because the trial was televised. The media coverage was inescapable. Clips of Johnny taking a stand went viral on TikTok, sparking much-needed conversations about domestic violence, specifically how men are also victims. Now, I'm not here at this moment tonight, to talk about the legalities or the verdict or about the intricacies of their relationship. I'm here to talk about the impact. And what I want to address and unpick are the ways the case has been and will continue to be weaponized by misogynists to fuel the narrative that women are not to be trusted or believed. To me, this case has highlighted that a lot of men do not actually care about male victims of abuse because they are using it to prove, quote unquote, that feminism is in and of itself toxic, quote unquote, and to discredit women who are victims of abuse, rather than showing support or standing up for any victims at all. I have not seen a single man share resources on how to spot signs of abuse or encourage people to donate to domestic abuse charities. What I have seen, however, is endless vitriol, sewers, running sewers of shit, bile towards drowning women under this new male tidal wave of gynophobia and hatred for all that is of the feminine sex. Twitter users have commented that Amber Heard has single-handedly set the feminist movement back by 500 years. The phrase, "believe all, woman"? Really? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's another one. That's bumper sticker material, has already become popular. And there are entire Reddit threads titled, "All this Amber trial and Johnny Depp trial is revealing is how feminism and other groups can ruin the country." Now, during the trial, and even more so now it's over, the case is being exploited as a proverbial stick to beat women who talk out against domestic violence and sexual abuse. Amber Heard has been officially crowned as the top trump card to play whenever women talk about systemic male violence or abuse. We've all heard the rhetoric before. False accusations could ruin a man's career. She's probably lying for a payout. It's worth pointing out here that while Depp won his libel case from a jury who was not sequestered and had access to the constant media coverage, the actor was found guilty in a United Kingdom court in 2020 for physically abusing Amber Heard on at least 12 counts. Yet Amber Heard is still seen as one of these anomalies. And the sad truth is that society cares more about the anomalies than the systemic nature of gendered violence. 1 in 3 women globally experience violence. Yet in England and Wales, which I checked into since George Knight was asking from his side of the Atlantic about this case, just 1.6% of rape allegations actually ever end in any conviction. That's effectively nothing. A man in England and Wales can get away with rape almost 100% of the time. Rape Crisis estimate that 1 in 5 women have been raped and that 1 in 20 men have been raped. Only 2 to 10% of rape accusations are proven to be fake. And that was proven by the authors of a 2010 United States study. These stats prove the epidemic that is gendered violence, how women are overwhelmingly the victims of abuse, and that false rape allegations are few and far between. Yet if you looked at the comments on social media surrounding this trial, you'd think the opposite is true. People would rather believe that all women who speak out against gendered violence are liars than admit that one woman can be the exception, not the rule. The trial is being held up as so-called proof that all men are good guys and that all women aren't really being abused at all or ever sexually assaulted. Certainly not at the rate they say they are. That the real victims are nice guys who are tarnished by a few bad apples. But bad apples don't exist when it comes to violence against women. The whole basket is rotting, diseased from the patriarchy and sexism. But they do exist when we reverse the situation. Because reverse sexism cannot and does not exist, oppression flows in one direction only, from the oppressor to the oppressed. As long as men are the dominant group with the most power, they cannot be victims of sexism. It's simple logic, people, which I am here as your Vulcan intervention to educate you in the phenomenon thereof. Logical thought. So I will continue to believe woman, which, contrary to misunderstandings on the internet, does not mean blindly supporting and believing all woman, but believing the collective that is woman. Because women have historically, and still are presently, not heard, not supported, and never believed. I can deplore women who abuse men, while still standing strong on the fact that women, on a systemic, institutional, and global level, need to be believed. If these men commenting about the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial truly cared about domestic abuse and the ways in which our society silences male victims, they would be in the camp of believing all survivors and supporting feminism as a way to undo the toxic masculinity that tells men they cannot be abused by a woman. But they do not. They only care about discrediting woman. And by the way, when I say women need to be believed, okay, this is very different from what's going on between Penny Bradley and myself, where she keeps complaining about my not believing her. She's not talking about abuse. She's talking about experiences that are, well, you know, in a sense, I have to say, rather unbelievable. But that's not what I ever said to her. I simply said, look, I feel that these are cascaded memories, etc. That's not calling her delusional, by the way. Totally different subject, totally different matter of reaction, all right? So don't confuse the twain with malice. And, of course, all of this abuse, this toxic masculinity, brings us to the subject of gun control. And there's one thing Republicans get right about gun control. In the wake of mass shootings in Uvalde, Texas, and Buffalo, New York, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Party has doubled down on its often repeated gun mantras. Guns aren't the problem. People are. And gun control isn't the answer to gun violence. Oh, by the way, they're right, albeit not in the way they mean. To effectively address violence in the most dangerous nation on earth, the United States of America, the most dangerous anarchic shithole among all industrialized countries, we must confront the fact that guns are a symptom of a deeper underlying disease in the American public. Now, you've heard me say this before, and you probably don't remember what I've said, because you're not going to be able to name it. What is this disease? You're all going to give the wrong answer. What I've been articulating is public distrust. One of the reasons that so many Americans cling to guns, police, and prisons as the centerpieces of public safety policy is that they do not trust the the state, meaning their own society, or any of their neighbors. This is in part because the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency has spent decades deliberately promoting institutional distrust and racial paranoia as if cardinal virtues. Republicans have crafted their identity by telling us that individual citizens must take responsibility for their own safety and welfare. Not only is the government not responsible for protecting the welfare and safety of its citizens, the red side or Edomite story so goest of the Republicans, but the government is a direct threat to our ability to protect ourselves, both from the state and from one another. Small government, then, and doomsday individualism, in which citizens are bunkered and armed to the teeth within their fortressed holes that they pass off as domiciles, is the perversely desired ideal. Bomb-sheltered America. Consider, as Delia Lithwick observed, on the anniversary of the January 6th insurrection, that 2021 was a banner year for vigilante violence. Lithwick wrote that from Kyle Rittenhouse, who murdered 2 people in Kenosha, Wisconsin, to the men and women driving election workers from their posts, in her words, the menace of those who believe that the time has come to take the law into their own hands has become part of the daily political calculation of what it means to be part of a democracy. The radicalized Russophiliac right has also introduced a bumper crop of state laws that encourage residents to rat out, turn in, and sue their neighbors and kids' teachers for doing anything from terminating a pregnancy to talking about their sexual orientation. While this agenda is not shared by the Democratic Party, it has been convenient for the party's own priorities. Since the Clinton administration's attempts to privatize the U.S. welfare system in the 1990s, the Democratic Party has also been eager to divest of public responsibility for care in order to maximize private profits and voluntary displays of corporate social responsibility. Whatever that means. Consider, for example, intense opposition by Democratic leadership to Medicare for all and their insistence that healthcare in America, regardless of how inefficient and lethally harmful it ultimately is, should be determined by private markets rather than public systems, like it is in all other industrialized, developed nations. Similar political strategies focused on privatization, deregulation, and low taxes for wealthy individuals continue to also shape other essential social services, including housing, childcare, workplace protections, addiction treatment, and education. The problem with this bipartisan faith in markets as substitutes for the public provision of services is that they don't give us good reasons to trust anyone. Our free market system, one that maximizes profit and efficiency at the expense of higher order considerations like the public good, depends on competition. Exploitation and harm, whether of workers or of the environment, are typically addressed only after the fact, if at all, with piecemeal regulations. our relationships in this competition-obsessed and market-based society are organized around winning and losing, such that one person's gain necessarily depends on another's loss. This system of social organization provides no basis for mutual trust, and over time, it progressively erodes the interpersonal connections, cultural fabric, and welfare infrastructures required to support public trust. Consider that in 2020, as the COVID-19 pandemic worsened and cooperation with government guidelines became as arguably more important than ever for protecting the public, Americans' confidence in key institutions, such as public schools and the healthcare system, declined, according to a 2021 Gallup poll I'm sourcing, taken yesteryear. The widespread resistance to vaccines and public health guidelines that we've seen for the last 2 years reflects a troubling national truth. We are literally plagued by distrust. If we are to have any chance of building collective safety in America, we need much more than gun regulation. Guns and our over-reliance on failed policing systems are part of a broader pattern of infrastructural and cultural decay. Yes, we need rational gun laws. No one should have automatic rifles. But to make even the most basic regulations plausible in a nation that is already home to more guns than people, we cannot simply criminalize gun possession and deepen our reliance on policing and incarceration, institutions that undercut public health and safety in myriad ways. Calls for gun control have to confront the fact that Americans have become decidedly less supportive of restrictive gun laws over the last 3 decades, even as the frequency of mass shootings has dramatically increased. Exempli gratiae. In 1959, 60% of U.S. residents approved of banning private ownership of handguns. Now, less than 20% of the U.S. public is in favor of such a law. Voters have signaled again and again that they are reluctant to restrict gun access, even as they bemoan gun violence. To change people's minds about guns, we must give them reason to trust. This means investing in public systems that give people cause to believe that they will be appropriately protected so that they might loosen their defensive grip on guns and embrace gun laws that protect us all. Now, obviously, the question follows: what constitutes such trust-building investments? If we understand trust to be the foundation of effective public safety and gun control, then universal health care is gun control. Public policies that guarantee rights to housing, addiction treatment, and basic income. Universal basic income. Universal health care. Affordable housing are all gun control. Reducing funding to harmful and racist systems of policing and punishment while reallocating funding to supportive social services is gun control. So too is the task of building infrastructures to care for those who require assistance in everyday life, including individuals whose safety and that of those around them requires supervised living arrangements premised on supportive care rather than punishment in prisons. Investments in people add up to more than the sum of their parts. They don't just improve health, safety, productivity, and quality of life. They also give people a reason to believe that we live in a community that collectively values each one of its members' lives and unique potential. Public systems for tangible services yield an intangible common good, a sense of ethical connection and responsibility to one another. This is the basis of true community and of the mutual trust it enables. For this reason, leaving debates about public services versus market-based private ventures to economic reasoning alone is a dangerously short-sighted decision, the consequences of which we are now reaping in bullets and body counts. As demoralizing as it is to wake up each morning to news of yet more violence in America, there's reason to believe we can change course. Even as a growing share of Americans acknowledge declining levels of trust in the government and in each other. According to the Pew Research Center, an overwhelming majority also believes that this decline in trust can be turned around. The bottom line is this: we cannot police, punish, or control one another into a world of public safety. But we can build another world, one in which we are able to live together rather than be buried alone beneath the weight of all our fears, or the sum thereof. It is out of our recurring violent nightmares, like the scenes in Buffalo and Uvalde, and other near-daily mass shootings that never make it to the national news, that we must generate the courage to do so. And this is why what I've projected domestically must be projected internationally. Because America is more than a nation. We are an empire. And if our empire falls, our nation falls as well. So we must stop Putin in Ukraine before the rule of law is replaced by the rule of the jungle. Ukraine must win. Russia must lose. It really is that simple. So let's first stipulate that you agree with that end goal, as has everyone from U.S. President Joseph Biden and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Deutschen Kanzler, or the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, and the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. To embrace anything less would be immoral, set a historical precedent with catastrophic costs, and unravel what remains of our fraying international order of rules and institutions. President Biden laid out the argument clearly in his New York Times op-ed, his opinion editorial column this very week. His words should be read closely by all members of his administration and all our NATO or North Atlantic Treaty Organizational allies. And if I can recall his words myself, well, I would say that they need to be read by all of our NATO allies as well as every member of his administration, because they're all still acting all too tentatively in providing Ukraine the weaponry and the freedom of action in using it to ensure Ukraine's victory. With that, I'll read a paragraph from what President Biden wrote. Standing by Ukraine in its hour of need is not just the right thing to do. It is in our vital national interests to ensure a peaceful and stable Europe and to make clear that might does not make right. If Russia does not pay a heavy price for its actions, it will send a message to other would-be aggressors that they too can seize territory and subjugate countries. And it would mark the end of the rules-based international order and open the door to aggression elsewhere, with catastrophic consequences the world over. In short, we must stop Russian dictator Vladimir Putin now to ensure the rule of the jungle does not replace the rule of law. Why speak of all this now, as Putin's war in Ukraine past its 100th day by this point? Most simply, is because Putin is showing grinding gains after shifting tactics in response to Ukraine's unexpected victories and resilience, and Russian troops' heavy losses and abysmal performance in the war's early stages. Putin's brutal new approach is to pulverize Ukrainian population centers in eastern and southern Ukraine with standoff weapons, thus emptying them of their people through death or flight, with less risk to his own troops, replicating the brutal tactics he deployed in Syria. Once these cities and towns are drained of their humanity, his troops can then liberate the rubble, seize the territory, and position Russia for the most advantageous peace deal possible, or a further offensive. At the same time, Putin has been striking at Ukraine economically by blockading its grain exports and either destroying or stealing its available supplies. Though Putin continues to choke on tough sanctions against him, he is willing to risk starvation elsewhere while wagering that he can outlast Western support for Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, through upcoming election cycles and other democratic distractions, such as the recent U.S. school gun shootings and Supreme Court battles unleashed by his red Republican insurgency on the American home front. There is a way, however, to counter Putin's new tactics. It will require the newly united West and its Asian partners to grow even more determined, creative, and proactive through a combined military, economic, and public relations offensive that would again put Putin on his back feet. The aim should not be to ensure a stalemate, which has allowed Putin to take 20% of Ukrainian territory, nor pressure Ukraine into a self-defeating peace agreement, but rather to give Ukraine the means to retake territory through a counteroffensive, perhaps most importantly at the strategic southern city, the Ukrainian city of Kherson, which would ensure access to Odessa and to the Black Sea now and in any eventual peace agreement. Most important is for Ukraine's potentially fatigued supporters, and even for those countries still sitting on the fence, not to lose sight of the barbarity of Putin's atrocities, and thus the moral responsibility to oppose them. In the most emotional of terms, Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, told The Atlantic magazine's Tom McTague, "It's extremely important that we don't forget the brutality. Of course it is emotional. This is about people being killed. It's about atrocities. It's about children, women being raped, children being killed. With that in mind, it's flat wrong for the United States or any arms supplier to limit Ukrainian fire to hitting only Russian targets on Ukrainian soil. In his otherwise excellent op-ed, Biden wrote, "We are not encouraging or enabling Ukraine to strike beyond its borders. We do not want to prolong the war just to inflict pain on Russia." This is where Joseph Biden's senile dementia manifests and exposes him as unfit for position as commander-in-chief of the American empire. Because think about that line for a moment. If someone is killing your family members by shooting across a fence from your neighbor's yard, what good is a weapon that can only shoot as far as your side of the fence? If you don't take out the shooter, the killing continues until you're all dead. It's this kind of self-defeating restraint on the part of the West that makes Vladimir Putin so confident he will win this war through attrition. At the same time, the collective West, either working closely with Turkey or expelling it from NATO as part of the problem, needs to open Ukraine's Black Sea ports, particularly at Odessa, to address a Putin-generated global food crisis and enable Ukraine to sell the 28 million tons of grain it has in storage. For justification, one can call upon the Montreux Convention of 1936, which regulates traffic through the Black Sea and guarantees complete freedom of passage for civilian vessels. David Beasley, executive director of the United Nations World Food Program, said, "Failure to open those ports in Odessa region will be a declaration of war on global food security, and, hence, a declaration of war on the world itself." Historians point to the Winter War between the Soviet Union and Finland in 1939 through 1940 to demonstrate that a smaller but more determined country with less military strength can outlast Moscow and retain its sovereignty. What's true is that Moscow then, despite overwhelming strength in tanks and aerocraft, suffered severe losses and made few gains initially following their invasion in November of 1939, 3 months after the outbreak of World War II. Finland held off Soviet forces for more than 2 months at least, inflicting substantial losses before the Soviet Union adopted different tactics and overcame Finnish defenses in February. Finland reached a peace deal in March of 1940 that ceded 9% of its territory to the Soviet Union. Though Moscow's reputation suffered, it was removed from the League of Nations after all, leaving another member outside of that international body and rendering that international body yet even more inapplicable as such in terms of world diplomatic governance. The Soviet Union came away with more territory than it had even initially demanded. On the negative side, Putin is every bit as determined as Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin and shares Stalin's utter indifference to casualties and human suffering. On the positive side, Ukraine is receiving dramatically more outside support than Finland did at the time, yet without even more Western resolve. Putin will still win, and Ukraine will still lose. Ukraine and the West need to show Vladimir Putin a dead end and not any off-ramp, as so often suggested by everyone from Henry Kissinger to President Macron of the French Republic. Now, that essentially encapsulates so much of what's going on, and it's all interconnected. The Russians are striking us here on the American front so that we lose track of the Ukrainian front. That must not be allowed to happen. Now, when it comes to the biological front of the reality of primatoids, I hate that word Bigfoot. It's so fucking stupid. I mean, it is comical. It's like, obviously doesn't render the situation in any way, shape, or form something that people can take seriously. I mean, the very name, Bigfoot. Really? So, I use the term primatoids myself, which is not necessarily scientific, but then again, it's not necessarily a very, how would we say it, scientifically studied phenomenon. And therefore, we have to approach it with a much more, shall we say, generalized. I can overuse the word approach, but I really can't think of another at the moment. Now it's about 7 hours and 23 minutes into transmission. We have about 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, plus half an hour. All right. Let's try and see if I can get my thoughts together. Now, the societal maxim that says what we think we know and what we actually know are often wildly divergent concepts manipulated by people serving agendas we never even suspect, much less understand. So, let me try and put this into some perspective. I'd say, when we think about all the land on Earth as a percentage, given what you know, I'm sure you would assume that the overwhelming majority of that land is surveyed. That we know what's on it. That we know who's on it. Oh shit, George Knight is with us? Oh fuck, why didn't you tell me? Oh, George Knight, before I get started on this, happily spend some time. When did you jump on? Oh my fucking God.
Hello, Douglas.
Yeah, are you all?
I do apologise. Yeah, I've just literally jumped on. I did come on a few minutes ago, but I was at the customer's house. So I literally, I spoke to the customer and I've just dashed off. So I'm available now for the next 4 hours.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, not
literally,
that I mean, not that I want to spend 4 hours talking to you tonight. I did promise somebody I'd start talking about Bigfoot, but fuck, let's give a few minutes to you. I mean, let's go to at least the top of the next hour at least. And, the person can curse me and all that stuff, but I'll get to them eventually. I'll get to what they want. So tell us what's going on with yourself and tell us how your day has gone. And I don't know if you had a chance to hear what I said about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp tonight, but you can hear it I'll timestamp it for you, of course.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I did listen to, you timestamped it, the last transmission, and I did listen to that yesterday. So thank you very much for, timestamping that and sending that to me. So
was it Sarah? Was it Sarah who was asking about it? I was just curious.
No, I don't think she's interested at all. I don't know many people are, but it was just when the trials was over after his declared victory of the trial. It was just all these people were jumping on Johnny Depp. and I love it that you call, how you refer to them as depth cultists, and it's just like, yeah, that's what they are.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to get a perspective on it, because me personally, what I gathered, and it's just like other people, they just gathered all their information just from social media, from TikTok or Facebook or Instagram, and it was all just people riding Johnny Depp. And it was just like, and you listen to some of the defense case of Amber Heard, and it's like, this is a woman who's a victim of abuse. Yes. And it's just like with everyone else, with like Michael Jackson, he won a victory in 2003, but he was still a child molester. Yes. And it's just like Johnny Depp, he's won this, but he's still a womanizer. He's still a woman beater, and it's just doesn't change anything. I don't know why people, they ride off it. They get off on it. It's crazy to me. That's why I wanted your perspective, Douglas, on it.
Yeah, no, it's disgusting. And it certainly is one of these things that you'll hear what I say tonight later when I timestamp it for you. It wasn't that long I dwelt on it, but like I said, it really kind of bleeds into everything we're dealing with the mass shootings and with Russia's aggression in Ukraine. I mean, it all comes down to toxic masculinity and absolutely. And so in terms of taking us to the top of next hour, tell us a bit about anything else that it comes to mind as well. I mean, we had such a great conversation the other night when we were here with Sammy Romero, of course, and we can go into any direction you want. What else comes to your mind?
Yeah, very much appreciate, Douglas. Yeah, a couple of things I would like to bring up, actually. I've just shared an article on Facebook. I'm going to tag you in on it, Douglas. I shared it whilst I was at home earlier with Sarah around. So if I tag you and she knows you're live on transmission, she goes, "Are you communicating with Douglas?" So it's just like to avoid that conversation, I'll tag you later on.
Sounds good. Do me a favor. And the other day when you tagged me with the other portfolio, by the time I got to it, so many other people had tagged me with stuff, and I very seldom allow tags on my timeline. And you're one of the few people I allow to tag my timeline. And I do, it's cute. Sometimes people will tag things like jokes on my timeline. I do discourage that. People don't need to do that. This is just letting other people know who do that. And but in your case, I went looking for that portfolio so I could basically allow the tag, and I couldn't find it. So that other portfolio tagged me again at the same time that you tagged the other portfolio, and that way I'll just approve both of them at once. And but that being said, go ahead and explain to people a little bit about it. And
yeah, thank you. It was just it's just basically an article with scientific discovery, and it's just titled, and it's from the source. And the article that I sourced from and posted, and is from the Daily, is the Express in Britain. Let me just my memory is it's sometimes quite foggy, so I want to present the actual I want to get the facts right. It's the Daily Express, because you got the Express and you got the Daily Express. So it's from the Daily Express. And it's the title is Antarctica researchers stunned as hidden world, and I saw other news articles saying it's an eerie world beneath the ice. So it's just clarifying, and it's just basically verifying everything we've been saying all these years is true. just that's what it is. And it's just like we've always known it's been there, but it's now they're coming out with more and more articles. They are now making it more publicly aware that there is there is other worlds beneath our own world. Yes. And so it just verifies everything we've been saying it's true. So I've just brought that to people's attentions, and I'll tag it on Douglas's timeline so then anyone can find it on his
that's
timeline.
Wonderful. And so they're meandering towards a kind of disclosure in that of something that really bears disclosure. And so this is something that really matters, and the inner space that people never even think of. They're diverted towards outer space so that they never think of inner space. As a matter of fact, it's almost as if the mind's incapable of holding various concepts in its head. So definitely a lot of this, a lot of the outer space, God, I hate to use the term, bullshit. It's just a distraction. But the inner space is obviously connected to what we see in quote unquote outer space. So never important to lose track of that, but people can't seem to make the connection. The brains are so limited. So yeah, that's wonderful. Aside from that, how else are things going? And by the way, tell us a bit about the how now Boris Johnson barely survived as prime minister. He retained his office though. Anything you can tell us about this?
Oh no, I've not looked into that at all, Douglas. But I've seen plenty of news articles about his the confidence vote that he had, and yeah, and as far as I'm gathered, what I understand of it, it just shows like his party is yeah, it's a non-confident. I think it's a confident vote. So it was whether or not he's he's legible to be continuing as prime minister and to run the country, and it's just that's what the vote was, whether or not his party agree that he is can he sustain being prime minister for any longer of time, and so that's what the vote was. I've not really looked into it. He's had all his cabinet and his his members of parliament of his of the Tory party come out in these like Good Morning Television discussing it and why they voted for it, but I've not looked into it at all, I'm afraid, Douglas. I do apologise. I've got nothing to.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I mean,
because I only like giving facts that I don't want to speculate anything or.
God, I get it.
It's something I don't really pay too much attention to as well. I do apologise, but I will have to in the future. It's just because of my responsibility in that. It's time to sit down and to digest all the information online. Yeah, it's quite but I will do, Douglas.
Oh, no, you don't need to do that for us. I mean, honestly, to tell you the truth, I mean, that's almost not worth your time. That's almost beneath your dignity. You've got more important things to do than act as correspondent for such. People can look that up on their own, that stuff, when it comes to, Boris Johnson or anything like that. Well, what about the concern for now, I think everywhere across the Atlantic, certainly America and Britain both are having an explosion in the what do you call it, the COVID cases, but that doesn't seem, yet nobody seems to care.
No, it's frightening actually. Yeah, it's actually frightening, Douglas. Yeah. It's still rife out there. It's still spreading. But actually I think someone posted just yesterday, what's his name, Mr. Collins, some guy on my Facebook, I forgot his first name. This is how bad my memory is at today. My God.
No worries.
Yeah, he posted he's got COVID. Yeah, he's done a lateral flow test and it's came back positive. So yeah, he's got COVID. So it's still going about. It's still rife out there. And so people, they're really not paying attention. I don't see anyone with masks anymore. If you go to supermarkets, you see the elderly wear a mask, but you rarely see anyone else, the younger generation, wear a mask or anything like that. I've got a mask on me at all times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're required, aren't you, with your work?
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to. I always do a courtesy call, ring ahead before I, or if I earlier, like today, I just arrived at the customer's property and I spoke to him from a distance within my van. So I'm shielded. So and he's shielded from me, and it's outdoors anyway. So you always ask him. You ask the COVID screening questions. Is anyone isolating? Such blah blah blah. And and it's all these other questions. It's all screening questions to safeguard yourself and them. So it's all responsibility and it's all necessary. Yeah. So I'm just that's what you have to do. And it's just because it's detrimental. And not just the monkeypox as well, as long as you don't have sexual. That's another thing, Douglas. I shared the other day. I removed it because I didn't think people will. Yeah, I didn't want to. I don't know, because the way I put it literally just as you explained it. It's like the new AIDS, the acquired immune deficiency syndrome. I was like, no, I'm not. And I was going to put like, as long as your partner's not going out having unprotected sex with multiple partners or. I thought it was a bit too offensive, so I removed it.
You got to say things like that very carefully, and there may not be a good way to say it right now. It's probably what can I say, probably just best for everybody to be super worried about it. I guess that'll force them to stay safe. Maybe if they're worried about monkeypox, they won't catch the COVID or something. Oh my God.
Exactly. Thank you, David. I've just got beg your pardon. Sorry. Yeah, going back to Boris Johnson, I've just got just a little summary. On the 6th of June 2022, a vote of confidence was held on Boris Johnson's leadership of the Conservative Party. Johnson won the vote with the support of 201 Conservative members of Parliament, 59% of the total out of 359 MPs. 148 voted against him. So yeah, he won the confidence vote, which is what I ascertained, which is what I thought. Yeah. That's what I gathered anyway from the news articles that I just looked at the titles. Yeah. So yeah, that just gives the people just a description of how they're all just turning a blind eye to it.
Yeah.
With him.
Well, people have got so many problems of their own, and But by the way, how is the fuel supplied for your truck? Are you like given a debit card or something to buy it with, or how does that work?
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what we're given is I don't pay for it at all. The company pay for it. They have a really good rate, so they pay pennies. And just this week, the rise in fuel has gone up astronomically. It has risen, like on Tuesday, it risen up by 6%. And I believe that was Tuesday. And then yesterday, which was Wednesday, it went up again. And that's the highest rate it's gone up in 17 years in the UK. So it's gone up to £2 a litre of diesel. So, and my van runs off diesel, but we're given an ESO card, which is just you've got Tuxteco, or you've got you've got British Petroleum, you've got all these other companies that that sell oil in the field. So you've got all these different sources that you can get it from. But yeah, we get it from Esso garages. That's our provider. So we go to them and we pay pennies for it. So because we've got the second largest fleet in the UK with 37,000 vans on the road. So we have the second largest. The first is the Royal Mail. So we have the second largest fleet. So we get given a special rate. So I have an Esso card, which I fill up every single week. I put in over £100 of diesel. So it's £400 of diesel a month I fill up with. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Massive.
That's incredible. And and like you said, soon the truck you're going to have is going to be too big to park in your home, certainly in front of your home. Oh my God. And so how far will you have to walk to get home after that? I mean, say you park it wherever you park it, and then you how far what do you do after that? You just walk home for what? How long?
It will be. Yeah, because at the moment I'm what they call a home parker. If I'm a yard parker, I'll park it at the exchange in Alton where I live, and that's literally 8 minutes down the road, 8-minute walk. It's not far from my house.
Okay.
So I'm very fortunate about that.
How did you manage that? That was just coincidence?
Alton, the town is a town. It's quite close by, like close proximity. So everything's, town is 10-minute walk into town. So it's all fairly close by. And the exchanges are always close to town. And the exchanges, because they're it's supposed to be the center point for the distribution. So they, it's always more central. So I'm really quite close. So yeah. So if I do have to park in the yard, I'll park it in the yard like a lot of other people do, and then I'll just have to walk and grab it and then go to work, drive off to my jobs.
And just out of curiosity, is there like a security guard there who watches the yard, watches the vehicles, the building, anyone on patrol, or what?
Oh, thank you, Douglas. No, unfortunately, there isn't. They do have BT security, which is, they have lock gates. Okay. After the last person that leaves the yard has to lock the gates, and they do have alarm systems all in place. Yeah, but unfortunately, with what's been going on in the last several months, we've had exchanges broken into, so the security is really high in a lot of exchanges in particular areas. So
wow,
it's that's just the way it is. The main big one of the big ones is the one in Aldershot, which is an ex-military town. That exchange was broken into the end of last year, the latter part of last year, and they've had to uptight their security there. So you have to use your OBAS, your security card, for each room you enter and exit. So you have to use it, swipe it, exit, and then if you want to re-enter, you have to swipe it again. So it was such a pain in the ass when I had to work in there once.
Oh my God!
It was such a pain in the ass, and And that particular building, I have to apply for clearance. So you have to, send it off, and you get approved if you're allowed to access the building. What's the reason for your access? It's because I got given a job in there, so I had to work in there. I had to work on the MDF frame. So yeah, it's just crazy. I'll have to send you some pictures of what an MDF frame looks like, Douglas. Some of the really big ones, you just see millions of wires. It just looks like a spaghetti bowl, but just it's a whole room full of spaghetti bowls.
Oh my
It's
God.
just crazy, yeah. But thankfully, I don't have to work in that network anymore because now I'm a full fiber engineer. So I'm grateful about that. Which is what I wanted to the other thing I wanted to bring up. I had on Tuesday, I had my what we call workshop days. It was workshop number 9. We get 10 of them for the apprenticeship, and the number 9 was our mock exam, and I passed my mock exam, thankfully, which was a great relief for myself, because of course it's just pressure and more stress on top of myself, as well as preparing for a wedding in a month's time.
That's right.
It's
oh my
just
God.
crazy. Yeah, it's so much going on. Yeah, that's what I mean. I haven't had time to sit down and do much research, which is what I love doing.
Right.
But one of the questions I have to present is emerging technology, or I can talk about legislation with upcoming technology. So I wanted to just mention on the show that something that brings people's attention is because when I was being mock examined by my assessor, he was like, I've never heard of this before. I brought forth a technology that not many people are aware of, but it's using quantum physics. And the BT and the is conducting trials, and this was also the latter part of last year. Was they started conducting trials on using this thing called QKD, which is quantum key distribution, and it's using fiber optic cables but sending down photons as opposed to a light source. And so I brought this technology before his attention, and he was like, "Oh my God, this is amazing! I've got to read up on this." I said, "Well, yeah, I spent several hours reading up on this. Yeah. This is just they're conducting trials at the moment. British Telecoms are conducting these trials, and this is what the future is, because of course we've gone through the copper network, the copper technology, which is just electrical conductors. Then the next upgraded version of copper is fiber, which is just a light source, which of course is astronomically fast." And then you've got quantum. You go into the realm of quantum physics, which is beyond that. So, and I already knew that. So when I joined Openreach, I said that's the next stage. So in a few years' time, once they develop it, we'll be working with quantum physics, and that is just crazy, because with copper you can only get a max of say 80 megabits per second a rate at a very good conditioned line. But then you work with fiber, and that only works up to 1 gigabit, which is 1,000 megabits. And then when you look at quantum, you could go up to you're going up to tens of thousands of gigabits. You're going beyond anything that light can provide for you. Yeah, it's just crazy.
That's
so
amazing. Go on.
Yeah. And the reason why they said what's the benefits of it, and I mentioned about cybersecurity for national security reasons, because it's harder for a hacker or a cyber terrorist to actually encrypt the keys, the messages it sends. They cannot just take out photons from a message. So it's so much more secure. So this is what they're working on. And so hopefully, and they said, well, how will this impact your role? And I said, well, I'll be upskilled. And I said, this is the area I want to go into. So I'm going to propose this to Openreach and BT. So hopefully I'll be able to move forward with that, help with this development. Yeah, which will be brilliant. Yeah, because it's brought to my attention. I'm bringing it forth to other people's attention now.
I mean, that's incredible. I mean, I'm so glad you're doing that. That's really taking the initiative, and I'm so glad that the people that you're showing it to actually appreciate what you're doing. Thank God. There's plenty of people who are just the kind of people who would just say, that's above my pay grade, I don't give a shit, and it's like, oh, we aren't there yet, that sort of thing. I mean, the fact that they actually are taking interest in what you're showing them, I'm so impressed. And as for this test, I don't even know why you were, obviously we're all stressed out by tests, but I mean, I had every confidence you would pass anything like that. Oh my God.
He said the same thing. Yeah, thank you. He said the same thing, Douglas. It's just like, I basically, and it's just like when I come on the show, and it's just like I'm not nervous to come on the show. There's nothing stopping. It's like if it's just an audience, I can speak coherently. I do what bothers me the most is it's hard for me to ascertain like a dialogue which is coherent for people to understand. I'm just trying to, and like you said, just say the message and then people will understand the message as opposed to trying to speak fluently. But yeah, it's basically because what I get nervous about is I'm going to say something that's wrong in front of yourself, and you'll be like, no, George. And that's what I've always said. Please correct me if I say something that is incorrect. If I do, if I talk about
never
history,
even worry about that.
and I'll make a mistake.
Yeah. I mean,
it's just like you're the teacher and I'm the student, and it's just like you want to, you're trying to do something to impress, and it's like when I did the mock exam, I'm trying to impress my assessor. Yeah. I'm trying to do everything I can to impress him because I'm trying to go for that distinction level criteria. I'm trying to go for that distinction level criteria.
Right.
So I'm trying to go above and beyond. So I've got an expectation of myself. And that's what I get nervous about, doing it in front of someone who I'm trying to, impress. Yeah, so that's
but honestly, I am impressed by the fact that you're motivated to do that, and I definitely want you to succeed with that. I mean, certainly, I mean, obviously, that would be best for yourself. It would be best for your country. Honestly, you could do so much more from a higher position where you're given more responsibility. So this should happen. I mean, and inevitably it will, but definitely, in my case, don't even worry about it. At this point in history, you'd be the one correcting me because honestly, I've forgotten most of what I've shared in the past. I've just gone on to forget. I'd have to look through my notes to even remember. So honestly, it's more at your fingertips at this point in history, a lot of the general knowledge than it is in mine, at my fingertips. So don't even worry about that. I'll be asking you for corrections in the near future for many things. Other than that, however, believe me, it's flattering. And I'm so glad that you're so excited by this because it helps to educate people about so much of the telecommunications world, which we're all so dependent on. And oh my God, I really wonder, about people who express a sensitivity to things like wireless and, maybe maybe they're really experiencing it. I don't know. But you know what I thought of the other day? Now, just to share this with you and I and, whoever else might be listening, what I will share with you is that Noreen Helpan publicly and on record has on my program spoken in the past about suffering from Morgellons syndrome. Now, we don't know what that is, and I don't know if you've ever heard of it. If you have or have not, just let me know. Does that ring a bell with you?
Yeah, I think I've heard of it. I think I've heard of it, Douglas. Okay.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of controversy about it. There are many people who would argue that it doesn't exist, that it's psychosomatic, and that it's basically, therefore, not worth attention. Yet many, many people claim that they're suffering from it. And so what some people speculate, and it's, let's just put it this way, it's very... it's very hard to describe it. It's just many people have different types of symptoms, but what some people speculate is that this might be, quote unquote, some kind of nanotechnological development that got loose and then kind of infects some people. Now, what I'm thinking is, if that's the case, and if that is true, not that I'm arguing that it is, but if it is true, maybe that's why some of these people suffering from that disease might be hypersensitive to wireless. There's a certain logic in that. So maybe that would explain it, because she feels she has Morgellons syndrome, and then she is convinced she was basically suffering terribly when 5G was around, and presuming that it was really 5G and she was really suffering, then maybe that's the reason why. So just a speculation there. And
thank you, Douglas. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. It does make sense, Douglas. So I do appreciate that. And this is because she was on last. Is that correct? She was on last time. Was that the lady I was speaking to?
Yes,
that's right. Because she did. She was. She's very passionate, wasn't she, about of what she was speaking about 5G. So I completely respected what she was saying. And so without, I didn't want to respond and say something that was, because obviously, I'm using 5G myself. I don't, I've never had any consequences of using it. I've been using it for a little while now. So I remember working with this kid. He was a young boy going back about 3 or 4 years ago. Oh, sorry, a bit less than that, actually. He was the first one that brought that to my attention about 5G. About how the frequency waves can fry your brain, and that's the term he used. It will literally fry your brain. It's because it's so powerful. And he was just peddling off all this, regurgitating all this conspiracy peddling.
That's basically a lot of it is tripe. Yes.
Yeah, it's just tripe. Yeah, that's it, Douglas. And and.
Oh my God! How did you tolerate that?
Never heard of that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did. I didn't even want to look it up or anything. It was only for like a year or two later after that. Then it was just like it was more commonly available, and it was out there and it was available for the public to use. And I was like, I don't see any. Personally, don't find any issues with it. And I just think and then I started listening to yourself, Douglas, about the 5G issue, because it was a few years ago since you started talking about it. And then that's when now it makes perfect sense that there's nothing to worry about, really.
Right. Thank you.
But with individuals such as, Laurie, it possibly might be. Of course, and it's just like with the vaccines as well, people jump on the bandwagon of how vaccines are bad for you in this, the COVID vaccine from Pfizer or AstraZeneca, they're altering your DNA. And the thing is, you're going to get like a small percentage of the population that has a bad side effect for vaccines. But the overall majority of people, there are more positives than there are negatives overall. And yet it could alter your genetics. It's like me with, injecting synthetic testosterone into my body for, going through multiple cycles, about 8 cycles. I have no idea how that affected my chemistry of my body, how it affected my genome. That could alter my chemistry, because I don't know what the hell it's going to do to my body in the long-term sense. But I'm glad I've stopped doing that, and I've been off for a few years now. Because like I said on the last show, there's an epidemic where bodybuilders are dying at such a young age,
right?
Where they're developing, tumors and ulcers inside their stomachs and all sorts of
geez, but these guys, I think, are really going overboard. I think these guys are really going overboard.
They're abusing it. Yeah. Cause I was very sensible. I was not going overboard. I was cycling as well. I was doing what was it called? Sorry, it's been a few years now. You do a post cycle therapy. So it's PCT. I think it's called PCT. Yeah, you PCT afterwards. Post cycle therapy. So you do that afterwards. And so it was just to bring your natural testosterone levels back in. Yeah, and stop estrogen levels from rising, because that's when people develop the gynotiscular, the bitch tits.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Like breast milk. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just a fatty tissue underneath your nipple. Yeah, men can produce that. Yeah, it's called gyno. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God, that's so horrible. That's what they did to that poor man. Oh my God, what was his name again? Oh Jesus, the guy who did all the computer work. Turing, Alan Turing.
Oh right, yeah. Oh God, yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's his name. I was trying to remember his name the other day, actually.
Yes, and so what I'm going to have to do is start on what I promised. I promised the ladies I would talk about Bigfoot, and she's got me live streaming, and she's prepared to live stream me on her own channel as well.
Right, good. Douglas, that's something we have to do in the future. I have to be the interviewer and interview yourself.
Yeah,
like we discussed in the past. But we will have to do that, and so I can upload that to my Facebook.
Yes,
on YouTube.
I would love that, and
we'll
I think let's prepare for that. And anyhow, it was wonderful talking to you. You have a blessed day.
I'm available if you need me for the next 4 hours. So if you ever need me on, I'll keep checking. I'll keep checking my messages. Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you.
Much love. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, much love, and hopefully we'll have more time to talk on Sunday and or Wednesday after that. I mean, we got plenty of time in the future. We're gonna make it happen. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Take care of yourself. Much love.
You too. Much love to yourself and all your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that is the wonderful Mr. George Knight, a very appropriately named individual, first name of my own father and also of King George, who my father, he always liked that he had the same name as King George. And basically, when I think about it, whether or not I start off with terrain, because a lot of people find that very boring, or whether I start off with the hominids themselves, probably, if we were to take a vote, people would say just start off with the hominoids. And you're going to hear me use several. Fuck! Shit, call ended. How the hell did that happen? So we're still streaming. So let me see if I can call Viviana Sanchez. And there we are, honey. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Maybe I did that? I don't know. The call suddenly dropped, but let's see if you can get the live stream going again and, get it all prepared. Tell me when you're ready and I'll start talking about the primates.
We're ready. We're ready.
Okay, good. So we're on call. We're ready. Go ahead and get started, and I'll go down in that direction. Then we'll walk that path now. So we are at the top of the hour, essentially, and we have 4 hours left: 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, and we will basically go down the path. As I said, most people would find my talking about the ecological niches of the various primates and hominoids. And that really is essential. I should go down there, but I know a lot of people would find that boring. It would take a lot of time as a lead up, and maybe I'll just go into it afterwards and kind of explain how they live in those areas. So what I will say is that you're going to hear two terms. There are basically terms that I'll kind of use not interchangeably. Vivian Sanchez says, I'm going to log out of call for the moment and we'll add back on. So, okay, so we'll see if that works. Because if she logs out of the call, that might hang up the call. So we'll find out. Anyhow, hominoids are what I call, says, no, I shouldn't. That's right. I think that would hang up the call. Then we'd go back to the call again. I mean, it'd only waste a few minutes, but, why do that? At any rate, hominoids, they're... let me see if I can get my voice back. She says, okay, I'll stay on. Is that going to prevent you from doing what you want to do, honey? Or is there anything you need to explain to us? Anything I can do to help while you try to get the other live stream going? No, it's good, she says. Okay, good. So, and let me open this bottle of water. And believe it or not, it's just water, So, all right. Understand that there are biological niches. I can start with that compromise. That there are niches that, the various life forms thrive in. And the niche that human beings thrive in is not the niche that the primates thrive in at all. Or they could thrive here, but human beings cannot live in their niche. Their niche is essentially uninhabitable to us. So once you grasp that, and once you understand that there's, only a few places where human beings can readily live, understand that the rest of the world is effectively theirs. And once you grasp that, then you begin to understand the world of the primatoids and why their world is inaccessible to us, and therefore why you should actually know about the fact that they're just not you're just not going to see them because you can't live where they live. So the hominoids are easily capable of sustained trespass in human niches as they move from one of theirs to another, which could account for how they have become so widely dispersed. Humans have trouble simply penetrating hominoid niches, much less living in them. But hominoids have no trouble making their way in ours. So, in a very real sense, hominoids are the true masters of planet Earth. It's actually their world, and we've simply stolen great tracts of that world from them. And again, once you understand that, well, it gives you a very different take on your world. You begin to understand it in such a way that you finally are able to comprehend how such beings survive in plain sight, so to speak. Certainly not in any place where we can reach them. And once that is understood, then you can grasp why so many people, like idiots, can deny their very existence. Now, the hominoids, the primatoids, as I prefer to call them, they can live in all but the coldest or most barren environments, which far surpasses humanity's limited ability to survive in any natural state. So when you're, again, dealing with this phenomenon, and you have to ask yourself, where are they? How do we find them? Why don't we see them? How come we haven't captured any, etc.? Then you're presented with, well, I'll give you all the reasons. It'll take maybe more than just tonight, but we'll get there. Because all this leads to an obvious question. If nature equipped hominoids to live in human niches, shouldn't they stay there rather than in their own difficult habitats? Like, I mean, it's so much easier to live where humans live. Why don't they go and live where the humans are? But of course, there's all kinds of reasons for that. Basically, mankind, of course, is their great enemy, and mankind has, in the past, exterminated them. And they realize that we are the enemy, and they are afraid to enter our territory. They have a racial memory. They have a memory that they pass down to each other, and therefore they are basically avoiding us. But that doesn't mean that they don't kill us when they get a chance, because they certainly do. Believe me, it's very dangerous for you to go in their territory, and it's highly recommended that you do not. So if you find yourself in such a territory, beware. I mean, obviously, you don't want to be afraid for no good reason, but unfortunately, there is all kinds of good reason to be afraid. Now, well, they probably used to live where we all live now, before we exterminated them and took their place. Let's compare hominoids and pongids, apes and monkeys. So, hominoids are... Now, there's redefinition going on about these terms. So, if somebody who's an expert anthropologist or a paleoanthropologist or paleontologist tells me I'm making a mistake, I'm really not going to mind, because there's been enough definition and redefinition of these terms where I don't feel that there's a real accurate use of them semantically just yet. So, as we're evolving, generally, hominoids are apes, and pongids, they're monkeys. Pongids are tightly locked into their forest environments by their physical specializations. It is their grasping feet. Their feet are meant to hang upside down on branches while they gnaw on bananas and shit. And their very diets leave them trapped in what's known as, well, the crown of the forest, the treetops. And they are designed by nature to live just where they do, in what's called the closed canopy equatorial forests that provide an almost limitless supply of their principal food sources. On the other hand, hominoids are as dietarily omnivorous as human beings. And except for the so-called abominable snowman, the Yeti, they are as physically unspecialized as we are. And consequently, they are not restricted to their current ecological homes. Unlike, say for instance, crocodiles. If hominoids decided to move into human niches, they could easily survive the transition. In fact, living in the milder human habitats would undoubtedly be much easier on them. But there's a problem. Human beings have all kinds of weapons they've developed due to supermassive testosterone levels well above that of any other animal on Earth. It's only our aggression that has expedited our survival. We're so aggressive, we managed to wipe out these much more physically powerful primatoids from our own environment. So with that thought in mind, let's say we backtrack to the previously discussed, well, I've discussed it in the past, a period between 20 and 5 million years ago, when several Miocene apes were seeking safe, comfortable, environmental niches to inhabit. And some chose well, and they flourished, while others chose badly, and they died out. But bear in mind, those that flourished did so by microevolution. They all remained within the same genus of Miocene apes, a la Darwin's finches. Some chose the safety of life in trees, and they becamest monkeys. Others combined the safety of trees with the abundant food on the forest floors, and they becamest the large foragers we call apes. And still others chose ground dwelling on the open parklands and savannas. They developed upright posture, along with enough size, strength, and cunning to cope with such a food-filled but dangerous habitat. These became hominoids. Life went on like that for several million years, with no species bursting into anyone else's ecological bubbles. And as I said before, there is a secret to human evolution. There is the secret factor of my subspecies. More my mother's than mine, because I'm downbred to damfire. But this brings us to the vampire factor. The evolutionary war in which my human subspecies played a part, driving from behind humanity forward to exterminating apes twice their size, twice their weight, and certainly far more terrifying. Humanity was willing to take them head on. Humanity never would have been willing to do that without vampires at their back. You see, let's say what you know about vampires. What does it have to do with this? Vampire cannot physically dematerialize into vapor, nor can they transform into voron, or rats, or wolves. And yet, on the other hand, these particular animals seem to display an affinity for vampire. So too do vampire hold them in totemic admiration. Dogs and cats, however, demonstrably hate the vampire. Indeed, most domesticated species of animals quickly sense, fear, and flee any vampire. This is most definitely attributable to the vampiric stench of death, a kind of musk that is exuded so people mistake them for a cadaver, so they can play dead like a possum. I can address that further another time. Of necessity, mankind learned to domesticate animals to compensate for his various inherent physical shortcomings. Doubtless, one of the most glaring being the immediate need to scent out his kind's literal blood enemy. In this sense, the dog has, truly and always, been man's best friend. In stark evolutionary contrast, vampire they need never tame any lesser beasts, possessing inborn animal-like strengths and skills as they do, being extremely quick and quiet and stealthy. They are barely considered by studies conducted on them, certainly biased and prejudiced in their own right, but studies nonetheless. They have usually been concluded to be barely above the bestial level of existence and behavior themselves. Whereas today we would consider them highly autistic, or at the far end of the autistic spectrum. But for how long has this enmity endured? It was ever since the day after the progenitors of mankind lost your battle for the planet of the apes. Now, Americans, of course, and many of the westernized cultures no longer look for Eden to the east in Asia, and they conclude that their primeval home lies on the African savanna. Primevally, 20 million years ago, the world was enjoying the Miocene, and Kenya, formerly Deutschen Ostafrika, or German East Africa, was cooler then and very well watered. Where today there is savanna, then there were forests. And in those forests were apes. Now these apes were frugivores, fruit eaters, with very large canine teeth for self-defense. We know for a certainty that tribes of these creatures inhabited forests on the shores of what the imperializing British renamed as Lake Victoria. Fossils on the primordial lake shoreline tell us that some species of this ape lived a good part of its life on the ground. We call the creature, tree dweller and ground dweller alike, proconsul. Throughout the Miocene, equatorial Africa was a torrid jungle, and tangled forests extended throughout much of Europe. The forest apes adapted increasingly to this environment. We can envision selective mutations spreading longer and longer arms throughout the community. We can envision a development of the chest muscles and an ability to swing from branch to branch. But their brothers on the ground did not change discernibly. There is suggestion that evolutionary pressure would tend to make them stand more upright, the better to watch out for approaching predators. But they would, it seems, have remained largely unspecialized. Because if the developmental history of man can be summed up in a single phrase, when do we eat? It is necessary to remember that these dwellers on the forest's edge ate fruit. And in the Miocene, there was more than enough fruit to be had. It is a maxim that when times are easy, evolution stops. But times did not stay easy. With the ending of the Miocene, the Pliocene brought drought. That's spelled D-R-O-U-G-H-T-H. That's ecosystemic. It is planetary drought. Orders of magnitude beyond current measurability. Our minds are conditioned to grasping only short stretches of time. We speak glibly of the climactic conditions of a geological epoch and think about how bad our weather was last week. But the Pliocene did not last a week. It lasted 12 million years. 12 million years of drought is a terrestrial catastrophe of the highest magnitude. But fortunately, it did not mean that the rain ceased overnight and remained untapped for millennia upon millennia. It means the rains grew shorter and less frequent. And as they did so, the environment changed. Specifically, in East Asia, we no longer had the steady mixture of forest and flatland, which allowed for the comfortable coexistence of the two types of ape. The forests gradually shrank, and with them the available supply of fruit. Competition between the apes grew stronger for what was left. It was, as one might conceive, a grossly uneven struggle. Those millions of Miocene years had equipped one branch of the line to survive in the forest where the fruit was. When it came to a grudge fight, the tree apes were in their own environment, swift, agile, and strong. And grudge fights there must have been, although we should not picture the whole evolutionary scape as a battle royale. What happened broadly was that when a forest ape and a ground ape raced for the apple in that shrinking Eden, the forest ape was equipped to get there first. His brother had to find another food supply or starve. The story has a predictable ending. In this fight for survival, the forest ape won the battle for the planet of the apes. That is to say, he won the crown of the planet. He won the canopy. He won the forests. But it was a poor prize compared with what went to the vanquished land ape. For the vanquished inherited all the earth. Unfortunately, he would have to fight for it. Yet all this is hindsight, and foresight of the same in those days would have been poor consolation to the land ape. In the short term, he inherited only the bush, with roots and berries for food, and the hungry leopards and lions as his constant nightmare. But our ancestral ape had primate cunning, and in the bush, evolution made him lighter and more agile. There is a gambling chance that at this time, our cunning, agile ground ape did something no living creature had ever done before. He picked up a stone or a branch and used it to dispatch an enemy. We cannot ascertain for certain that use of weapons dates back to this time, but it seems the only reasonable explanation for the fact that, in the evolutionary clock tick of but 1 million years, his fighting canines all but vanished. Agility, cunning, and weapons make up for an impressive dossier, but it was not enough. The drought continued. Like the forests before it, the bush itself thinned. Territories expanded. Your ancestral ape had to range farther and farther for food, expose himself to greater and greater dangers. And he was simply not equipped for them. Nowhere nearly equipped for them. He must have come very close indeed to racial death. Now, my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, would force an incongruent analogy upon myself when describing a situation like this. He would force upon myself the image of his own experience in a lifeboat, dying of thirst, at one point of his experience having survived a sinking ship. He floated on more water than he could comprehend, on more water than he could use in 1,000 lifetimes. Yet at that time he died by the hour for lack of water. His body, like yours, as a human being, so adapted that it cannot utilize the salt waters available around it in profusion that constitute our seas. My father ultimately survived that experience. Your ancestral ape was, so to speak, in the same boat as my late and sainted sire. Despite the drought, despite the shrinking forest and the shrinking shrub, there was food around him in abundance. The savanna teemed with life. It offered protein, fats, and vitamins in cornucopia, or cornucopia, I guess is the correct English pronunciation. But our ancestral ape could not eat meat. At this crisis time, the line of evolution split. One branch of the bush apes made a virtue of necessity. They became ever increasingly efficient omnivores, devourers of both animal and vegetable substances, a generalization that shows plainly in our own contemporary set of teeth, which they have unwittingly bequeathed to us, adopted to rending meat towards the front, and so that we may display our flesh-rending ability to others when we smile, and biologically adjust it to accommodate herbivorous or plant-eating consumption towards the back. We know we were more than consummately aggressive, for this omnivorous adaptation spread via our seed, or at least yours as human beings, baseline humans, unlike myself, who's not fully human. I've explained that before. My mother being half vampire and myself a fourth. And with the spread of your viral seed, or should I say viral, I don't mean to equate you with viruses. Since your seed proved itself so virile, there was spread with it a change of habits in your ever-expanding branch of evolution. Your ancestral apes no longer scrabbled for roots in the bush. Their horizons widened. They spread out onto the broad savanna and commenced to herd the game that would eventually become your cattle. But another divergent and highly specialized branch grew out of an incredibly frightening collateral mutation. Not a herder, but a hunter. Because, like Darwin's finches, where he discovered a finch that fed upon the blood of the other birds, and solely upon that, somehow, sometime, somewhere in the bush, a savanna-ranging she-ape gave birth to a monster. He may have looked much like his fellows on the outside, but beneath it all he had a literal taste. Not for fruits or vegetables or even meats, but for the blood of his fellow primates. And it was that taste, and no other, which rendered him as the first enemy of humanity, the scientific counterpoint to Cain. His tool use never developed beyond the utilitarian need to tap the human vein. He hunted his prey via the adaptation of endogenous biochemicals in his saliva to infuse into the bloodstreams of his victims hallucinogens, euphoria, and thereby mythify the very existence of his kind, my kind. And yet, despite the literally imposing mismnemonic abilities that evolution has gifted the vampiric subspecies with, in essence, a non-lethal biochemical weapon with which to throw off effective acknowledgement, let alone pursuit, most of our assaults being deemed hallucinogenic or in nature, all by our human prey throughout millions of years of our mutual coexistence as species pitted against each other, what baseline humans would consider a predatory subspecies of parasites, my kind, Homo nocturnus, or Nightman, the vampire, are the very epitome of physicality. Per force of logic, we must remain so, to be so utterly enslaved to our hematophagous needs, or feeding off of your species' blood. The end result was that we drove you in fear, this invisible predator among you, that would leave you to wake up in the morning with some of your own sleeping near you, dead and drained of all their life force, to continue pushing forward to hunt for better land, to continue pushing forward even until you faced the primatoids head on, who would be driven from the best lands on earth and into the most uninhabitable by your sticks and spears and shields and blades, as you continually fled that invisible enemy among you, the vampire, always pushing ahead and thereby exterminating those primatoids that originally inhabited prime real estate that is now developed by humanity. Not only were you newcomers omnivores, like the hominoids themselves, but you could only live in the hominoids' own preferred niches, their environmental bubbles. That gave humans a compelling motivation, along with the vampire ever hounding them from behind, to prevail in any contest for control of those niches. Also, humans had superb analytical and tactical intelligence, a savage territorial imperative built into your gene code, superb tool and weapon-making ability to complement your internal drives, and, most important, a tight-knit social order that allowed you to multiply your meager physical strengths by combining into cohesive groups. Though any hominoid could physically destroy any human being, the humans would win every niche, disputation, or contestation because of your deadly weapons and group tactics. That would leave the hominoids facing two grim choices: stand and fight and get wiped out, or gracefully retire to less hospitable niches where they could at least survive, and where the murderous gangs chasing them would not or could not dare to follow. Even for a hominoid, that was not a hard decision to make. The presence of Gigantopithecus fossils in what were once human niches tells us hominoids were homesteading your territory from 3.5 million years ago until the Cro-Magnons appeared, as late as 120,000 years agone. It means hominoids were well adapted to a wide-ranging, food-gathering lifestyle in open, temperate country. When the human menace finally appeared, Some hominoids were physically robust enough to take their life skills into the harsh but safer forests, jungles, and swamps. Also, it happened over a long enough period, no less than 120,000 years, for the survivor populations to stabilize and move ahead, as if a major relocation had occurred. Regardless of how they got there, hominoids live in various of the world's heavily forested areas, which, excluding the ice caps, the tundra, and the deserts, comprise nearly half of all remaining land on Earth. That is 46% forest, 54% savanna and parkland. By disheartening contrast, it's estimated that half a thousand years ago, when Columbus landed and began the first and worst Holocaust on Earth in the human experience, the world was 60% forest, which tells us that since Columbus, we have destroyed nearly 1/3 of the planet's trees. Yet, understand that the Native Americans had done so before their extermination, and Columbus's genocide of the Native Americans, and the European genocide of black Africans to ship to the Americas to work as slaves in the lands stolen from the exterminated Indians, resulting in the genocides of West Africa, caused a massive reforestation of the world, which resulted in the forest biomass emerging as a huge carbon sink and generating thereby a miniature ice age, a necromantic winter based on the mass murder of hundreds of millions of red and black-skinned peoples on either side of the Atlantic. So it's not as if the hominoids have no room to live or stay hidden in. Now, I've gone in depth into surveying before and how little we've actually surveyed on foot. And that means everything. What you can see from a satellite, no matter how far down you can focus in, or in high detail you can do so, does not penetrate the goddamn canopy. Whatever's beneath that canopy is hidden from satellite eyes, and therefore from yours. And unfortunately, no map can accurately portray the vast range of habitats available to hominoids. They can survive in any substantial tract of forested land, even in forests crisscrossed by human roads and sprinkled with human dwellings. However, despite numerous sightings in or near woodlands close to centers of human population, that is not considered prime real estate for them. It seems more likely they use such places as migration routes rather than as home areas. No matter where a forest is located, its different niches are created by the effects of latitude, how far from equator or poles, and altitude, how high above sea level. Those are the two main factors determining the kinds of trees and supporting flora and fauna found in any habitat. Now, the highest, harshest habitat exploited by any hominoid is the home of the Yeti, the so-called abominable snowman, the Himalayas. The Himalayas are 5 sprawling mountain ranges that link together and drape across Central Asia like a mutant 5-legged spider. They are extremely rugged and combined are nearly the size of the United States, which givest the snowmen who inhabit them plenty of room to live and roam. Specifically, they exploit its upper montane forests, which contain tracts of 2 to 4 tiers of hardwoods and mixed deciduous trees that can blanket the sides of mountains anywhere from their snow lines to near their bases. The kinds of trees and their relative densities are functions of the latitude and altitude influences that I mentioned at length when I've spracketh on this subject before. I feel that it would only bore you for me to go into that tonight. Suffice to say that because of the extreme height of their habitat, Yeti, or abominable snowmen, must cope with far more environmental stresses than their cousins, which has left them more physiologically specialized. They are said to be more brutish. Many reports mention canine teeth. Their bodies are covered by longer, denser hair for obvious reasons. The strange feet and shambling walk probably result from steadily moving on steep, rugged terrain, and all that difficulty has, well, not surprisingly, given them belligerent dispositions. Unlike their cousins, snowmen will stand their ground when confronted by a human, and, with typical Pongid bluster, may bluff a charge at any intruder. Apart from physical differences, their habitat also forces them to eat more meat than their other relations. And just checking into the time on Livestream now. And Viviana Sanchez was saying, "We love Bigfoot. Bigfoot was fruity and then became a man-eater." That's her question. That's so cute. And she's taking care of the sex bots. So there we have all that ongoing. And we still have plenty of time. Back to the task at hand. But I'll certainly be monitoring into the chat. Understand that in the first place, the frigid environment puts limits on the amount of vegetation Yeti can find and exploit. Secondly, they need more high-energy animal protein to fuel their bodies. Though their man-sized height is an obvious constraint on their need for fuel, and their extra-long body hair, in the 6 to 10-inch range, conserves heat. When not eating the limited choice of small animals, burrowers and scurriers, in the upper montane forests, snowmen will feed on sheep, goats, yaks, or cattle left unattended in the valleys they sometimes share with humans. Sherpas of Nepal and Tibet will attest to losing livestock that way, finding carcasses torn limb from limb in a savage but efficient way. The killing injury is usually a crushing blow to the back, which severs the spine, which I've mentioned in past transmissions, that the so-called Bigfoot, Sasquatch, I hate that name. Again, that is a neologism. It's not a Native American name at all. It is a combination of 2 Native American words, and it sounds stupid as hell, just as stupid as Bigfoot. Sasquatch sounds like somebody squatting to take a shit, but I keep forgetting a more euphonic name, so I'll specifically call them North American primate. The North American primate tears out the tongues of large animals. This is not a preferred way to dispatch victims, but rather in this case, it's, well, the tongue is a delicacy, consumed first, like a cherry on a soda. All in all, abominable snowmen, oh God, I hate that name, the Yeti, they're exactly what nature seems to have intended them to be. Rugged individualists living in and exploiting a difficult but life-sustaining environment. Now, North American primates, big feet. They primarily dwell within the lower montane belts that girdle mountain flanks and valleys all over the world. Unlike Yeti, or abominable snowmen, they are not trapped in one ecological niche. They can easily adapt to life in upper montane forests, and jungles and swamps will do in a pinch. So of the 4 hominoid types, North American primates, well, there's several different types, so I'm going to have to say big feet. Sasquatch probably have the widest habitat diversity. Now compared to upper montane forests, whose blankets of trees can be considered thinly woven, the lower montanes are more like a heavy carpet. They seldom have less than 3 or 4 tiers of trees, which leaves little floor area free of trunks and roots. Also, every tree in the canopy drops its dead limbs to the floor, many of which are as twisted as coiled tubing and as hard as forged steel. Those limbs combine to form a daunting thicket of undergrowth that laces over, under, around, and through the standard briar bushes and other brambles. And those bramble patches, if a human being were to try and go through, they may as well be barbed wire and razor wire combined in a tangle that would rip your flesh to shreds. This is why the primatoids are so hairy. Now, apart from frigid weather, upper montane forests are more suitable to humans than lower montane growths that I've just described. A hardy man with a sharp machete needs a tough morning of hacking to travel 200 yards through a typical stand of lower montane timber. It is not now, and never was, worth that much trouble for humans. So you have all steered clear of lower montane growths, which is probably why the big feet, Sasquatch, maketh them their home. Despite widespread damage from overlogging by rapacious timber interests, lower montane forests still cover an enormous swath of planet Earth. They supply big feet, the Sasquatch species, if you will, with the cornucopia of plant and animal foods I've aforecited, which providest in turn a banquet each day as they migrate north and south with the seasons. Any creatures, including humans, that know how to live off the land simply have a reason to be hungry. Wherever they go, big feet remain dwellers in some of the most physically demanding environments on our planet, which may explain why they are built on such a heroic scale physically. Only time and genetic testing will tell us all the secrets we need to know about them. But let's travel to the other hemisphere that dominates the world, in Eurasia. Now, let me check the chat here for a moment. And, okay, all seems clear. Heard a little ding there of an incoming notification, perhaps a communication. Just checking around before I retread my train of thought. And with that, going back to live stream so I can maintain a watch on time. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got over 3 hours left. In Eurasia, Almas, or Captars, much more euphonic names, are the man-sized types that could be, how would I say this, descendants of Gigantopithecus living in our own era. And like big feet, or Sasquatch, they range into multiple forest environments. But their primary habitat seems to be the temperate, deciduous, non-evergreen belts adjacent to lower montanes. Now, montane and deciduous forests have many of the same trees. But, as always, latitude and altitude differences determine their density. In general, deciduous belts are less wooded than lower montane, as I've described in this hemisphere. Almas and captars, as Eurasian primatoids are called, can also be found in mixed woodlands and occasionally in the tropical rainforests known as jungle. Big feet, yes, Sasquatch, can and do overlap into niches where almas and captars dominate. A case of Russians and Americans mingling, if you will. And almas, or captars, can return the favor. However, when that happens, they never seem to crowd or even to threaten the others' living arrangements. Now, this is ironic because almas and captars, well, they consume the same kind of diet that the Squatch folk, or the big feet, utilize. Fruits, vegetables, nuts, berries, roots, tubers, and small animals. Actually, the diet patterns of all hominoids seem to be the same. Eat whatever you want, whenever and wherever you find it, because there is plenty to go around. Now, the pygmy-sized agogways live in temperate and tropical rainforests, and occasionally in the swamps and bottomlands created by large river systems. Another term for rainforest is jungle, which most people think of in Hollywood terms, as a danger-laden, vegetation-choked, sweltering, insect and snake-infested hellhole. Which, I would argue it may as well be, but real jungles are forests growing on elevated lowlands in tropical and sometimes temperate climates. An example of temperate jungle is the rainforest in Washington state, where Sasquatch are seen all the time. Now, the majority of rainforests are tropical, as are most swampy bottomlands. Florida's Everglades and the Mississippi's Delta are exceptions. Like montane forests, rainforest jungles are comprised of 3 and 4 tiers of trees with undergrowth bushes on the forest floor. However, its trees tend to be of much softer woods, whose dead limbs quickly decompose. As a result, jungle floor is relatively open and much easier to travel through on foot. And I bet you didn't know that. Also, the climate on a jungle floor, believe it or not, is nearly perfect. The highest canopy of treetops at the upper levels casts welcome shade to the floor, reflects the heat of tropical climes, and keeps the air at ground level remarkably steady and comfortable, neither too hot nor too cold. So despite Hollywood's stereotype, jungles are mostly free of noxious insects, equally free of disease and pestilence, and well supplied with easy-to-obtain food and plenty of pure drinking water. However, the snake-filled stereotype is quite accurate. Overall, however, jungles are excellent places to live, especially for hominoids, because so few humans ever choose to dwell in or even near them. Swamps, on the other hand, present a challenge. Swampland is the dry ground areas within them, which can support trees, shrubs, agogways, the swamp apes, or skunk apes, and even a few humans, like Louisiana's hardcore Cajuns, for example. Now, their noxious insects are a problem. Mosquitoes, the size of birds, and trees are generally dispersed so thinly that sunlight sends ground temperatures soaring. However, swampland is well watered and teems with easily accessible foods. Swamp bottom, or marsh, on the other hand, is the treeless, mushy verdure that is extremely inhospitable to humans and hominoids alike. No agagwes actually live in bottomlands. Like snowfields in the Himalayas, if they use them at all, it is as a transit route between the dry areas of swamplands. Now, when it comes to the agagwes, they are obviously the primatoids people know the least about. Most of you have probably never even heard the term. Agagwes are the pygmy Bigfoot, able to live in jungles and on swampland because they are as specialized for it as abominable snowman, I hate that name, Yeti, are for the high, cold, rugged terrain of the Himalayas' upper montane forests. In fact, agagwes are as different from the other three types of primatoids as the so-called snowmen are, but in different ways. Rather than their cousins' dominant shades of dark body hair, agagwe hair is described in the light brown to russet range, with most observers calling it reddish, no doubt because light colors reflect heat better than dark. Orangutans, in the steamy jungles of Southeast Asia, usually have reddish hair. Agagwe hair is shorter and less dense than other hominoids, except on their heads, where the opposite holds true. Many have thick manes of long, straight head hair that can spill down their backs to their buttocks, acting perhaps as a natural sunscreen. You know, I hate to say it, they're just like, your typical American redneck. They call their hairstyle ape drape because it's all business up front and party in the back. Short on the forehead where their hair is thinning, and grown long in the back like they're hippies to compensate. So think of these as their even more backwoods cousins. I'm sorry, that's so horrible and racist and cruel. I just feel guilty saying it, but yeah, I can't help but think it. But when it comes to the agagwes, well, kind of like the rednecks, their faces are essentially free of hair, and their skin is, paradoxically, of lighter shades than other hominoid skin. Honestly, I think most of them could pass if they were to go into town, but all right, I've got to stop this. I mean, I got to admit, the few times I've been down in those areas, all I see is mile after mile of beer belly and butt crack, and it just gets to me after a while, and I start equating them with these swamp creatures, and it's just wrong. But, yeah, let's put it this way. Dark skin seems more appropriate in tropical climates, and light skin as well seems far more appropriate in higher latitudes. However, that is placing human parameters around distinctly non-human creatures. So, these are more like pale-ass orangutans, the American version. And if you think orangutans are grotesque, you can imagine American redneck orangutans, and you've got an agagwe. And at that point, you're running because you think they're going to steal the cooler from the back of your pickup truck and take all your six-packs and leave you bereft of any alcohol. But I don't know if they do that. What we do know is that their foreheads are somewhat higher than other hominoids. Not nearly like humans, but not straight back from the eyebrows either. And this could result from not needing to sleep in the warmth-conserving torso on thighs, forehead on the ground position that I've described before when I've described Bigfoot sleeping in a kind of fetal position of the way many people sleep on their beds when they happen to be the type of person who sleeps with your head buried in your pillow and your butt in the air. Because you're always waiting for the butt fairy to come pluck some hairs and leave you some kind of reward or something. That's actually the position of people who have been raped in childhood, believe it or not. But all Bigfoot tend to sleep like that because it conserves warmth and protects them from the elements, with their butt basically absorbing a lot of the blows from the winds, which can get pretty fierce. Now, since the Ogagwe don't need to do that, they seem to have higher foreheads, more like a human's, but not nearly like us. This, of course, as I said, could be because of that sleep issue. Also, orangutans have higher foreheads than any other primate, which is why they were deemed the scientist caste in the Planet of the Apes. And, well, Ogagwes may be the smartest among all of the North American primates. In fact, Ogagwes have typical hominoid facial features: round, deep-set, glowing eyes, broad, flat noses, human-like ears, slightly protruding mouths, no chins, no necks to speak of, large teeth, but their lips do show evidence of human eversion, meaning their lips turn out. Ogagwes communicate by jabbering among themselves, which they do more than other hominoids. They are seen more often in groups, usually in pairs or family units, suggesting far more social development. And when upset or aroused, they call like the other types, with loud screeches and unearthly howls, blood-curdling screams, to get quick responses from their own kind. This indicates they are more sociable than all the others, possibly living in loosely confederated troops that inhabit specific regions, which fits the classic primate pattern better than the isolated family units and basically nomadic existence the other hominoids employ. Because Ogagwes live in niches that do not suffer seasonal fluctuations, it probably makes better sense for them to select a defined home territory and share it with others of their kind. Another unusual aspect of Ogagwes is that they seem to utilize the trees in their habitats more often and more easily than their cousins. However, they don't swing from limb to limb with their arms in the typical primate fashion. Instead, they jump from limb to limb, virtually running through the overhead canopy. Now, the skunk ape of the swamps has a unique pedo formation, meaning it's got unusual feet, narrow heels, exceptionally high arches, expanded ball and forefoot area in all the plaster casts recovered by the U.S. military, whose records that I'm sourcing was ordered to destroy about our primatoid populations worldwide. And the first analysis of those feet and the greatly expanded calves attached to them was that they might have resulted from frequent walking on tiptoes, which would be required by equally frequent stealth. Now, one can see it could also be that those feet and calves are merely physical adaptations caused by leaping and jumping from limb to limb through trees. but they're obviously very stealthy on the ground and walking rather hysterically like ballerinas on their tiptoes, which you'll never see rednecks do. That's how you'll know they're skunk apes instead of your average redneck. I'm sorry, I'm so cruel, I'm so racist, I've got to stop this. It's just, I'm indulging myself too much. But of the 4 basic hominoid types, Agagwes are the ones most observers describe as human-looking. However, nobody claims they are humans. They still have their all-over covering of body hair, the same repugnant odor. They stink like shit. The same loud vocalizations to communicate with each other at distance. The same pair bonding to raise offspring. The same pendulous breasts on the females. And the same fantastic strength that can rip a human being apart in a matter of moments. So understand this. Do not approach these animals at any time when you see them. You will very likely lose your life. Now, the lovely Viviana Sanchez says, let me know if you need a break. No, I'm okay so far. Thank you, honey. Now, so too, the Agagwes are known to be swift runners. Very swift and powerful swimmers to make it through the swamp. But they do not hunt with weapons. They do not make clothing. They do not use fire or do anything else that can be legitimately described as human. They are simply hominoids, like the others, but a distinct group among that unique and as yet unrecognized subset of primate species, that missing link between humanity and the lower primates. Now, going back to Eurasia, the other hemisphere that dominates half our planet. The Almas and the Kaptars cometh to mind, inescapably. And one of the men that I've mentioned in the past, a personal hero of my own, Ivan Sanderson, a distinguished human being. I could go on forever about him, but that's not what you're here to learn about. But the old Soviet Union had its own version of Ivan Sanderson and Grover Krantz, a highly credentialed academic who in the late 1960s, you know, that decade into which I myself entered this vale of tears, completed a landmark study of his empire's numerous reports of encounters with Almas and or Kaptars. He was Dr. Boris Porzhnev, a scientist and historian who carried out hominoid research in the same atmosphere of official repression that exists today. However, his research methods were of such unimpeachable quality, his peers could never deny him the right to publish his results in Russia's most respected technical journals. Though he was predictably ignored, being allowed to officially make his case speakest volumes for his credibility. In one long paper published in the magazine called Soviet Ethnography, or Soviet Race Studies, in 1969, he gave extensive details about the results of his research. Now, I can translate for you from the Russian some excerpts from that paper, which can be read in its entirety in some of the hominoid books that you might be able to purchase from Russia. Since most of you won't know how to do that or which books to look for, You're kind of stuck with my translation, but you can look the man up, Dr. Boris Porzhnev, and confirm for yourself that I'm not lying. At any rate, here's what he said, or a bit of what he said, enough to prove my point. We turn now to information gathered from local inhabitants in different ethnographic regions. Considered one by one, each story may be questioned. What cannot be questioned is that such reports exist as independent of one another. They do not contain many contradictions, rather they support each other, and they confront researchers with three difficult questions. First, why is it that in each interview, though the topic under discussion, the situation, the whole circumstance may be different, references to the anatomical features of such creatures are consistent and biologically sound? Second, why are there no biological contradictions in information that has been gathered from widely separated peoples with varying historical, linguistic, and religious backgrounds? Third, why is it that the enormous amount of folklore about these creatures is in basic agreement with the observations of strangers to an area who have never heard of the local traditions? To my knowledge, none of the doubters has ever been able to provide a satisfactory answer to any of those three questions. But common sense provides an obvious answer, that the subject of the stories exists in each of the regions in question. As a result of analysis of abundant information, it is possible to give a preliminary description of the creatures. Their average height is from 5 to 6 feet, but with great size variation. This is also true with humans. The entire body is covered with hair from 3/4 to 3 inches in length, but uneven. For instance, the cheekbones are covered very slightly. There is no underlayer of hair, so that sometimes the skin can be seen. The hair grows longer in cold weather. Infants are born without hair. There is not much hair on the hands and feet, and none on the palms or soles. Witnesses often report they have a very distasteful smell. Color varies with age and locale, but can be black, brown, reddish pale, yellow, or gray. A few are white. Color is not always the same on all parts of the body, and hair does not turn gray evenly over the body. There is no hair on the face, usually no beard or mustache, but eyebrows are unusually thick. Sometimes there is sparse hair around the mouth and on the cheeks. The skin of the face is dark or gray or reddish brown. Hair on the head is usually of a different color from that on the body, and noticeably longer. It is sometimes matted and sometimes falls onto the shoulders, or even down to the shoulder blades. The head leans forward more than a man's and is supported by strong muscles which make the neck appear short and wide, with the head right atop the trunk. The back of the head rises to a cone-shaped peak. The forehead is low and receding, with protruding eyebrows and eyes deeply buried in the skull. The bridge of the nose is flat, with the nostrils turned outward. Cheekbones are wide and protruding. The jaws are heavy, strong, and greatly protruding. The mouth is wide, with the canines more widely separated. The ears differ little from a man's ears. The females have large, long breasts, which they flop over their shoulders when they run or walk. Probably this enables them to feed their offspring while walking, because they normally carry them on their backs. By the way, this is very important, is that all female primatoids have these enormous pendulous breasts that they throw over their shoulders to feed the babies that suckle on them while riding on their backs. Now, I just received a notification from Noreen, which I cannot seem to find on the regular chat box. I'm not quite sure. It probably went on to the old call that we had going, where she just found out SJ died last night. Of course, Viviana understandably responded by saying, "Who is SJ?" And SJ is just a kindly man who is very supportive, and he was a fan of mine on Revolution Radio, and he participated as much as he could. I can only say that I'm so sorry to hear of his passing. At the same time, I am just astonished that he lived this long. I kept presuming he was going to die shortly after I had left Revolution Radio. I didn't think he would live long after that. It's amazing that he lived this long. Considering who he was and what he was suffering from, which was about everything you can imagine, he was a great success story. So that is, we can be happy that he lived as long as he did. I mean, good God, he lived a lot longer than I would have put bets on. But certainly, may he rest in eternal peace. And Viviana Sanchez gives us these nice series of the mournful faces, the emojis, and SJ, rest in peace. Yes, thank you, honey. And please tell Noreen that I'm acknowledging her notification and let her know I express my sorrows of his passing. Yet I'm very happy he lived as long as he did, which was a lot longer than, in a sense, he should have. At any rate, so going back to the Almas, the Kaptars, the females of the species from the Russian, their legs are slightly bent at the knees, as are the arms at the elbows. Difference in size of the hands and feet is less than in men. Their hands are large, and the thumb is less opposed than man's, so they often grasp objects between fingers and palm without using the thumb. By the way, your opposable thumb is what enables you to fucking think in the manner that an animal cannot. It's what enables you to use tools. So, the toes and fingers have primate nails, not claws. The feet have no arch. This is the Alma species. For their size, they are significantly stronger than men. They can run as fast as horses, climb cliffs and trees, and swim in swift currents. Obviously, when you're built like that, you don't need to think. However, they cannot climb something smooth, like a pole, where gripping with an opposed thumb is necessary. They move easily in varying terrain and in snow, though snow is not typical of their habitat. They sit by squatting on their buttocks. That's what I think of when I think of Sasquatch. I think of butt squatching. In winter, they sleep face downward, with knees and elbows drawn in under stomachs, and their hands behind their heads. Meaning, like, you've ever seen the police say, "Get your hands behind your heads! Get your hands behind your heads!" And you see people clasp their hands behind their heads. That's how all of these primatoids sleep, with their face down on the floor, like they've been told by the cops to get face down, like they're all under gunpoint and about to be executed, except their asses are stuck up in the air with their knees under their stomach. That's how they sleep. It's and like I said, people who sleep like that on their bed, butt in the air, face in the pillow, these are people who've usually been raped as kids. I'm not saying that's what happens to all these primatoids, but something primal going on there. They do not have permanent homes, but often use caves or dig holes for shelter. Breeding pairs remain together, but the males are inclined to range over a wider territory, whereas females tend to remain in one area while their offspring are young. They give birth to offspring which resemble human babies, which is why they also abduct human children. hoping they can raise them to be hairy primatoids like themselves. A horrible fate for any human baby. The young eventually leave their mothers to find territories of their own. Large old individuals, past the age of breeding, live alone in the most mountainous and heavily forested regions. By the way, abducted humans, they grow up to be feral humans, raised on, well, basically Sasquatch milk and shit. They may never understand their human heritage and remain screaming and wild and feral and shitting in the woods. And people think they're simply crazed homeless people who went out there to live like that, when in reality, they're very likely human children that were abducted. Now, this, of course, happened in one case where the government essentially blockaded the area so that the child could be kidnapped, so they could observe how it would be raised. This has happened. I know that for a fact because I destroyed the records thereof. Now, when it comes to getting back to the Russian here, they are capable of many different sounds to call each other over long distances, particularly at twilight and at dawn. Mooing, mumbling, whining, and whistling are reported, but nothing resembling speech. They do not make tools, but can throw stones, and even carry them, and use them to build windbreaks. There's some tool making for you, like beavers building dams. Only here they're blocking out the wind. They may break small stones one against another. They do not make fire, but are glad to warm themselves at the embers of a fire that has been abandoned. They may use sticks as clubs. So there you go. A bit more translation from this old Russian magazine here. They eat both meat and vegetable fruits. They may dig up roots. They eat different sprouts and leaves, and all kinds of berries, fruits, and nuts. I mean, kind of like your morning cereal, or kind of a description of the population of San Francisco, some would say. Given the opportunity, they will take cultivated vegetables and fruit, such as corn, sunflower, seeds, hemp. I can hear some in the audience getting excited over that. They catch frogs, crabs, turtles, and snails, and will eat frogs' eggs, insects, worms, nestlings, and eggs. They may catch small animals such as gophers, moles, rabbits, and other rodents, and scavenge from the carcasses of larger animals, but they do not habitually hunt large animals. On the few occasions when they do kill larger animals, it is always by breaking the back. That's a horrible way to die, by the way. This is why you want to stay the hell away from these monsters. They will snap your spine in two. You wouldn't want to live after that, believe me. They are active mainly in twilight and at night. Their senses of sight, hearing, and touch are acute, and they can move without making a sound. How's that to give you nightmares? Something that big and hairy, the only way you're going to know about them is their stench. They are expert at concealing themselves, and otherwise taking advantage of their surroundings. Except for the fact that they stink like shit, and you can smell them a mile away. They are expert mimics, and have been seen to imitate men after an encounter. Meaning that maybe one of them could kill your camping buddy, and then make a sound like his voice. How do you like that? Oh, God. At any rate, gotta find my place after that thought. They imitate calls of animals and birds with great skill. That's the last thing you want as a hunter. Going after some animal or bird and then running into this shit. Toward men, they are usually not aggressive, though in ancient times, Persians and others are supposed to have used them as fighting animals, which showed great ferocity on the battlefield. I mean, talk about David versus Goliath. These were known to have been employed, especially in Asian India, as shock troops. Those domesticated in recent years, bear in mind they were enslaved by the Soviet Union, just as vampires were. Those domesticated in recent years have been quiet and complacent, but hostile to domestic animals, particularly dogs, very similar to vampires in that regard. Horses and cows fear them, again, very similar to the vampire subspecies. In the wild, their relations with other animals appears peaceful, except when they're smashing their spines and tearing their tongues out and eating them alive. But other than that, I get his point. Again, as with the vampire, subspecies that was driving humanity from behind to meet these monsters head on. Now, about the domestication, I'll try and go into that at some point in the near future, but for now it's important to remember this. Dr. Porshnev's academic credentials were above reproach. Because his evidence was too comprehensive and authoritative to be dismissed out of hand or ridiculed into triviality, critics have never mounted a serious attack against him, his methodology, or his results. They can only ignore all three and hope they stay where they are, lost on the supposedly lunatic fringe. So that's how they treat my work, the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Make certain you buy a copy and share it with the spirit that you would share Dr. Porshnev's work. Now, all of this comes down to hiding in plain sight. Because all experts hate to admit any lack of knowledge about their bailiwicks, many animals have at one time or another been forced to dwell with hominoids in cryptozoology's limbo of the unacceptable. There they remain until evidence for their reality drowns out the bleating chorus of official naysayers. Among them are the absurd platypus, the long-rumored mountain gorilla, the legendary giant squid, and, of course, the giant panda. The coelacanth was never even rumored to be alive before the first one was trawled from the Indian Ocean in 1938. Now, I have often brought up the panda for several reasons. For one, my name is very much like a panda name, Yiping. Most pandas have the word ping in their name. It means peace. And therefore, because they're sent as diplomatic emissaries to foreign zoos to kind of encourage peace, they are goodwill ambassadors, and therefore they usually have a name like Ping Ping, which is double peace, or some stupid ping name. My own name, Yiping, could easily be mistaken for that of a panda's. Meaning, well, not really. I mean, a Chinese person would probably know it's not a panda's name because it's rather grave and somber sounding, comparatively speaking, because it means like a sudden and overwhelming peace, like at the end of a great war, or sudden death. Something like that. So, you wouldn't normally find a panda with a name like that. Nevertheless, the ping word, that's panda-like. And the panda's story is a perfect comparison with hominoids because they live in the same kind of habitat, montane forest, and terrain, mountainous, as Bigfoot and Sasquatch and the Almas and Captars, but predominantly Big Squatch. You know, Bigfoot, Sasquatch. I so hate their name. Also, as with early written references to hominoids, pandas are mentioned in many ancient Chinese manuscripts. In those texts, they were called Beishung, which meant white bear, and they were typically described exactly as they turned out to be, black and white bears that lived high in rugged mountain ranges and ate bamboo shoots for a living. Now, since every Western authority knew, I say that in quotes, that all bears were meat-eating carnivores, and since black and white coloring was so obviously a fanciful creation of benighted natives, you know, those fanciful gooks. Well, most importantly, since no Western authority had ever braved the rigors of going to China to actually study the matter, they all felt fully qualified to pronounce the panda an amusing legend invented by the Chinese as a harmless woodland sprite. No one believed that pandas were real. But then, after 2,000 years of unaccepted reports, and I'm not shitting you here, 2,000 years of Europeans receiving reports on pandas, that's how long it's been going on. And 2,000 years, Europeans said, it's all bullshit. And Viviana Sanchez is giving me all kinds of panda emojis. Bless her heart. Mwah. Basically, what happened then was in 1869, a French missionary and naturalist named Father Armand David made his way to Sichuan province. And like most naturalists of his time, Father David had heard of the legendary Beishung and believed the official assurances that mottled bamboo-eating bears were a highly embellished Chinese crock of shit. Then he saw the full skin of one hanging on a wall in a village elder's home. At first stunned, and then delighted at discovering such incontrovertible evidence that the legend was real, Father David hurried to the Beishung's reported habitat, a bamboo forest high in a forbidding mountain range. Upon arrival, he promptly tried to hire a group of local hunters to bring him a living specimen. The locals were hesitant, saying the Beishung lived in very rugged terrain and were extremely difficult to see, much less capture. Father David took their reluctance as a ploy to extract more money from him, which he offered. The locals then shrugged, agreed to take a crack at it, and after just 12 days, returned with a living Beishung they professed to have found only by amazing good fortune. Now, knowing the captive would makest history, a delighted Father David did not concern himself with the circumstances of its capture or the high price he had paid. However, in transporting his prize back to France, his luck soured. However, in transporting it dead as it arrived, well, what had happened in that span in between, on the road from China to France, that long and horrid journey, the wild Beishung became so agitated it was beating itself to death in its cage. So for humanitarian reasons, it had to be mercy killed, euthanized. Having to kill his prize was a terrible blow to Father David, who found solace knowing he could still achieve his main goal, which was to prove beyond doubt that Beishung did exist. And he knew that if he could do that much by himself, well-equipped field teams would follow with sufficient methods of extracting the living Beishungs they would no doubt capture. So he forwarded the preserved remains of his dead legend to the Paris Museum, which created a predictably worldwide sensation. And in a preview of what will probably happen after the first hominoid is officially presented for inspection, the world's top dozen scientific institutions entered into a race to determine who would put the first living Beishung on display. They sent legions of top-notch experts, hunters, trappers, scientists, swarming through the mountainous regions of Sichuan, an area about the size of Arizona or Italy, all waiting anxiously in the outside world to see who would be the first to bring one in. And they waited, and waited, and waited, and by 1900, the dawn of the 20th century, 31 years after Father David's find, all of the museums that financed expeditions had long since given up the chase. By 1910, the Beishung had been renamed Giant Panda by the Western media and shoved by scientists back into the mists of legend. Though Father David's stuffed specimen remained real, 41 years, without even so much as a follow-up sighting, convinced all experts that the panda was indeed completely extinct. Now, cavorting around Sichuan's mountains looking for phantom pandas became a lark undertaken by basically plucky young sports with time and money to burn. Then in 1915, one claimed to see a panda that slipped into brush before he could shoot it. This is going to become a pattern here. All of the white men who went after these pandas simply killed them, like idiots. So, his sensational report was met with thunderous denouncement from official science, which had declared the panda definitely, officially extinct. No arguments. End of story. One lone voice had no chance against such a credentialed chorus, so he was dismissed as a shameless publicity seeker. If during the next 14 years any more sightings occurred, no one had the nerve to step into the hail of ridicule that had greeted the previous eyewitness. Then, in 1929, exactly 60 fucking years after Father David captured the first panda, Teddy Roosevelt's two sons, Kermit and Theodore Jr., a couple of white trash miscreants, if ever there were in Sichuan earning their spurs as panda hunters. They spotted one in a hollow tree and shot it, sending their bullets through this poor panda to puncture countless scientific egos. Even with the passing of 60 years, nothing changed after this second discovery of pandas. Museums and zoos all over the world mounted full field expeditions to try to be the first to capture a living specimen. By then, of course, many Americans and Europeans had learned how to cope with the rugged montane forests of Sichuan. The earlier era's mistakes were eliminated or minimized, and successes began to occur, if you could call a mass murder of pandas a success. Basically, in 1931, a panda was killed for the Philadelphia Academy of Natural Science. In 1934, another was killed for the American Museum of Natural History. In 1935, another was shot, and another early in 1936. That was 5 pandas killed, counting the Roosevelts, in 7 years. A tremendous record of animal slaughter, considering what the previous 60 years of effort had produced. Then the second living panda on Earth, counting Father David's, was captured in 1936 by a man named Floyd Smith. He got it to Singapore before it died of natural causes. Finally, in 1937, a remarkable woman named Ruth Harkness achieved what had begun to seem impossible. and with literally no trapping or hunting experience, she led an expedition that captured a live panda and returned it to Chicago's Brookfield Zoo. Naturally, the men who had been hunting pandas for years claimed Miss Harkness's success was an undeserved fluke, which prodded her into trying again the following year, and incredibly, she deuced the challenge, bringing back another living specimen and touching off the panda craze that remains with us to this day. Now, the reason I always go into such detail about the hunt for pandas is because it perfectly illustrates the fundamental reasons why hominoids have managed to stay, quote-unquote, undiscovered in Western eyes. Imagine 60 years of effort by the world's top wilderness experts to secure one single specimen of a relatively numerous, at that time, distinctly marked, reasonably large, slow-moving, and comparatively dim-witted animal inhabiting a rugged but strictly confined area, living a daytime existence, no less, while eating a highly restricted diet you think would be easy enough to find. Consider how infinitely more difficult it is to locate and secure specimens of shrewdly intelligent, largely nocturnal, highly mobile omnivores that are absolute masters of enormous areas comprising some of Earth's most difficult environments, and you can understand why they can afford to deny the reality of the primatoids that are the true masters of Mother Nature. Now, when it comes to all of the witnesses who have seen so many of these animals, honestly, I know I could go on for hours. And then the question just becomes like, how much of it is all shit you've heard before? I mean, you've certainly heard about many of the so-called witness stories. But what I could probably tell you about are some you probably haven't heard of. Now, when I first started in on this topic, we had an individual in chat named Guanji who started talking about Stalin's primatoids. Well, that of course was Stalin attempting to hybridize a chimerical breed of human troglodytes. Basically, literally degenerating man into an ape species that would be the perfect Soviet slave. Now, prior to Joseph Stalin, or was it sometime thereafter, there was Zana. Zana was a female Alma, a Eurasian primatoid, that was caught and tamed and lived and died within the memory of many people still alive in Russia in 1970, when Odette Chernin published the work that was titled In Pursuit of the Abominable Snowman. The roots of Zana's story were first collected by a professor named A.A. Mashkovtsev. By the way, the Russians will always list people by their first two initials and then their surname. It's a weird-ass Russian trip. They would refer to myself as Dietrich. So A, or double A, Mashkovtsev, whose early work was brought to fruition in the mid-1960s, yeah, you know, the decade into which I myself was born into this vale of tears, by Dr. Boris Porshnev. Remember that Dr. Isprakathon, Russia's equivalent of America's Ivan Sanderson, a highly qualified academic who also investigated hominoids. Dr. Porshnev talked to dozens of people who knew Zana when they were children, and they remembered her quite well. They lived in a region of Russia noted for the longevity of its inhabitants. So many of those he talked to were over 100 years old. He found 10 people who had attended her funeral, though they could not agree on exactly when she died or her exact burial spot. They did agree it was sometime in the late 1880s or early 1890s in the cemetery of the village of Tikhina, where Zana lived for most of her life. Now, no one knew how she was captured, but certain hunters of that era were skilled enough to catch and train Almas for sale as slaves. The males as work slaves, hard physical labor, and the females as sex slaves. Believe it or not, because their big fucking udders excited men to no end. Yeah, men are disgusting, I know. And also they served as wet nurses because, well, their big tits were always flowing with milk, and since they were constantly lactating, because they were constantly impregnated by men who continually fucked them because they had big boobs and big butts, then, well, you get the picture. They were used to milk the babies so the mothers didn't have to. Again, I'm just disgusted by the human species, but if it weren't for that, well, they were also killed and their desiccated body parts sold for medicines, mostly aphrodisiacs, because their vulvas were so large and their breasts so large and their butts so large, there's an obvious connection with, oh, this'll turn you on when you eat it or something. It's typical non-logic of the human animal. It was rare, but still a well-accepted event in the 1600s, 1700s, and 1800s that any or all of these things would take place. But basically, Russia was the primary global slave market for primatoids. After Zana's capture, she became the property of the ruling prince of the Zadan region, a man named D.M. Akba. Essentially a wild animal, she had to be shackled by chains to a heavy log and gagged by felt to muffle her loud cries. Prince Akba soon tired of his crazed possession and gave Zana to one of his noblemen, a man named Chilakwa. Chilakwa then gave her to Edgi Ganaba, a nobleman from the village of Tikhina on the Mokvi River, 78 miles from Sukhumi, which is actually on the map. You can find it Sukhumi. Edgi Ganaba took her, bound and gagged, to Tikhina, where she was put in a strong enclosure. Because of her continuing wildness, her feral nature, food and water had to be shoved to her through cracks in the enclosure. Inside it, she dug a hole in the ground, in which she slept for the first 3 years of her captivity. Gradually, she became tamer. At the end of 3 years, she was moved to a mud fence enclosure under an awning near Ganaba's house. She was tethered at first, but eventually was allowed to wander around freely. By then, she had become totally dependent on those giving her food, so she never wandered far from Edgi Ganaba's house. Physically, she was a tall, thick-set, hair-covered creature with the often reported gigantic bosoms, heavily muscled arms and legs, and fingers longer and thicker than human fingers. Her face was ugly at best and terrifying at worst, broad with high cheekbones, a broad, tipped-up pug nose like a bat's, and dark eyes with a reddish tinge. Lovely. Like the hunter's flunky described by, N.A. Bake-Off. Her expression was far more animal than human. Her skin was dark and covered with reddish-black hair. Her head hair was thick, tousled, and stood up on her head like a top hat. You know, those peaks you see on the Yeti. Those kind of cone heads, except kind of tapered and all hairy. It was all shiny and hung like a mane down her back. She could not speak, apart from uttering various murmurs, yelps, howls, and growls, and she never learned the local language. But she did understand simple orders from her master and would carry them out. She also had acute hearing. Now, Zana did not like dogs, and they did not like her. That's the consistent pattern with hominoids and Vamphir. She would toss sticks and stones at them, which is a very human activity, to keep them away. And like the Alma examined by a certain Dr. Karapetian, she could not tolerate being in heated rooms, indicating a nasal structure like Neanderthalis. Her teeth were large and strong enough to crack any nut. She was incredibly swift afoot, fast enough to keep pace with a running horse. She was also powerful enough to swim the Mokvi River when it raged during spring thaws, and that, of course, would kill a human being, and basically carry them off where they'd never be found again. And she often played. This kind of reminds me of Daniel Arola, sometimes obsessively, with rocks, except unlike Daniel, who kind of just stacks them, she would grind them together or flake them and smash them into chips and cores. That was apparently some deep-seated instinct which drove her to create edges and points on stones, which not surprisingly resembled the Mousterian tools made by Homo neanderthalis, or Neanderthal man, some of whose skeletal remains were later found near Tikina. However, she was never known to use them for more than, basically, projectiles at dogs. So it's kind of like she got the basic idea of tool making without the concept of tool use, which is probably all of her species, is stuck in that static dead end, an evolutionary dead end. Surely the most astonishing part of Zana's history is that on several occasions she was made pregnant by various men of the village, and she always gave birth without difficulty or assistance to the kind of hybrids Stalin wanted. Then, following her own instincts, she would carry her half-breed newborn to the nearby river to clean it, and the shock of being dunked in the ice-cold water would kill it. 4 times that happened. After the 5th birth, the villagers stepped in and took the infant to rear themselves because the newborns looked remarkably human, and every pair of hands in a village is a valuable asset. Zana produced 4 children that lived, 2 daughters and 2 sons, to grow up and be far more human than whatever she was. They looked and acted like normal people, with full powers of human speech, intelligence, and reason. Of course, certain of their mother's traits were evident in them as well. All four were more robust than usual, much stronger, and had darker skin and broader, rougher outlines in their faces. However, on balance, they were fundamentally human. Zana and the half-breed Lama, son of Almaz, prove that Almaz and humans can successfully interbreed. Humans and their current nearest genetic relatives, chimps and gorillas, cannot. Which means that if the Almas prove to be living primatoids, or Gigantopithecus, then they must be primitive humans. Or, conversely, humans are advanced Gigantopithecus, no longer Giganto. More like Pygmy Pithecus. That's what a human would be. Advanced Pygmy Pithecus. How pathetic. Now, Zana's eldest son was Janda. Her eldest daughter, Konjanar. No villager knew much about the lives of either one. However, her second daughter, Gamaja, was known to have died in 1930, and her youngest son, Kivit, the best known of all, died in 1954. All four left descendants scattered across various regions of the Abkhazian Republic. And in Tikhina, it was rumored that Edgi Ganaba was the father of Gamaja and Kivit. They were put in the Russian census under a different surname than that of the noblemen's, but it is significant that they were raised by Ganaba's wife, and Jana and Gamaja and Kivit were buried in proximity to the Ganaba family's cemetery plot. Now, local people remember Gamaja and Kivit as robust, powerfully built people with dark skins and vaguely negroid facial features, but with an overabundance, or rather without any overabundance of body hair as you might expect. In other words, they were not so hirsute or hairy. In fact, they inherited little of their mother's more pronounced hominoid features. Human characteristics dominated in every meaningful aspect, which skews well away from how hybridization normally works. That means that their genes must be incredibly weak, predominantly recessive, and the human gene is much more potent in its impact on the recipient party. The blending of traits, by the way, typically expresses a balance of parental dominance, which indicates there is something highly unusual about the genetic linkage between Almas, these Gigantopitheci, and humans. Now, Kivit, who died at around 70 years of age. Again, no old-timer Dr. Porzhnev interviewed could ever be certain of his birth date, was described as overall quite human, with a few diversions. He had dark skin and thick lips. His head was small in proportion to his body, though not negroid. His hair was stiffer and straighter than usual. He was extremely strong, which combined with a contentious personality to make him difficult to deal with. He lost his right hand in one of many fights with local villagers, but his left sufficed to mow and do farm work, and he could even climb trees. He had a high-pitched voice that was melodious when he sang. When he died, he was buried near his mother Zanya. Now, in 1964, Dr. Pozhnev visited with two of Zanya's grandchildren in the town of Tvarcheli, where Kvit had lived the last years of his life. They were a son and daughter of Kvit by his second marriage with a Russian woman, and both worked in a mine. Dr. Pozhnev found they had dark skin and slightly negroid facial features. Shalikula, the grandson, had unusually powerful jaw muscles and could pick up a chair and, well, I should add the fact that they could pick up a chair with someone sitting on it. And usually, you know, Russians, they're pretty heavy by middle age, so you're talking about at least 200 pounds they're lifting with one arm. So that's strong. So basically, if you think that's something, the doctor recorded that they could pick up a chair with someone sitting in it. This Shalikula fellow, with only his teeth. In other words, some 200-pound Russian sitting in a chair, and this guy picks it up with his teeth. That's okay. At that point, we're not talking human anymore. He could also dance well, no shit, and was a deft impersonator of wild and domestic animals. Certainly, this comes as no surprise. And later, in 1964, Dr. Pozhnev excavated part of the Tikhina cemetery, trying to find Zana's grave. Since Muslim tradition, and do remember this was in a Muslim sector of the Soviet Union, one of the Soviet Central Asiatic republics, since Muslim tradition permits no grave markers, he had to rely on the memories of the aged residents who had attended her funeral, and they could not recall exactly where it was. However, the graves of the son, Kvit, and daughter, Gamasha, they were found. And so, in a work titled Big Footprints, Grover Krantz discusses his personal examination of Kvitz's skull, which he felt was within human parameters, showing only slightly stronger jaws and more flair to the zygomatic arches, meaning the cheekbones, than is usual. Before you accept that, however, recall that Dr. Krantz, despite his courageous support of Bigfoot or Sasquatch, is a rock-ribbed evolutionist committed by academic inclination and peer pressure to preserving the Darwinian model as much as possible whenever possible. For what that's worth, that's a caveat there, a qualification. Now, Kvitz's entire skull reveals gigantopithecine traits. From its heavy jaws to its wide zygomatic arches, to its clearly enlarged brow ridges and its wide nasal passage. However, apart from what Grover Krantz or anyone else thinks about Kvitz's skull, or about whatever Zana and her descendants were and are, far more research about all of them is, and has been since their discovery, demanded by Dr. Pozhnev's evidence. In other words, we are basically dealing with something that, like vampires, like werewolves, like ghouls, is very real, but no one will study it. So, what else comes to my mind in terms of something that you may not have heard of? Because, they just refuse to talk about it, pushing instead the same old shit that you always hear and see again and again and again, to the point where you don't want to hear about it anymore. Obviously, of course, you hear about the Patterson film. You hear about even, the Minnesota Iceman. And, of course, What else was there? But, it's the foreign encounters that count. You've heard all the American bullshit. So think about Russia and China, which have a much richer history of hominoid encounters and acceptance of and research into those encounters than either the United States or Canada. So two of the best books dealing with Russian and Chinese sightings are, well, one that was published in 1970 that I mentioned already, titled In Pursuit of the Abominable Snowman by Odette Chernine, Tcherniene, and another book published in 1983 titled, stupid title, it's a question title, Still Living? With a question mark. I get the impression of somebody walking up to you after you were hit by a truck and saying, Still living? It's like that. Yeah, that's the title. The subtitle is Yeti, Sasquatch, and the Neanderthal Enigma. Again, published 1983. The authoress is Myra Shackley. Myra, M-Y-R-A. Shackley, as it sounds, S-H, as in Shack, S-H-A-C-K-L-E-Y. Now, when I go through those books, here's some of what stands out. Now, in 1661, this is how far back such reports reach, in the forests of Lithuania, at that time, I'm sure under the Teutonic Ordnung, or the Order of Teutonic Knights, that was when soldiers, acting as hunters beaters, they beat the bush. That sounds obscene, but you get what I'm saying. The real bush, plant bush, out in the wild to scare out the animals so the hunters can kill them. So a group of soldiers acting as hunters beaters for the noblemen flushed out what was called a bear man. It was caught and sent to Warsaw, capital of Poland, as a present of all things. Just what you've always wanted, right? And it was a present to King John Casimir II, whose wife tried to educate the captive bear man. It never learned to speak or to do more than a few kitchen duties, but it was a well-known case at the time. By the way, I'm going to call Viviana to give me a break so I can try to reclaim my voice. Is she still awake? Oh my God. Hey, honey. Can you hear me? Oh God. So, darling, there you are, right? Oh my God. It's not as bad as it sounds.
I'm still here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Hi.
Could you take over for a few minutes?
Yeah, I can hear you. You okay?
Yes. I just need to gargle, get this particulate matter out of my throat. So if you could cover me. Yeah, so it happens.
Absolutely.
So if you could cover me for a few minutes. Thank you, honey. I'll go mute, okay? I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. Thank you.
Certainly. Okay. Hi. Yeah. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hold on. I have like three devices going. So if you hear the background noise, I apologize. Hi, everyone. So right now I'm streaming. I'm over at Douglas's and then streaming here. I hope you can all hear me. I just wanted to save this Bigfoot story because it was something that was requested and something I wanted to showcase Douglas. and have it for posterity over on my channel as well. So welcome everyone. Hi Boo Boo to you, Snow Lion. Welcome, Juanito from, oh, I forgot what, are you in Maryland? I forgot what state you're in again. It's the smallest little state. What was that one called? I forgot. Juanito. Welcome. Everyone on Douglas' side, welcome. I think we've been holding steady, 35 viewers at a time. So awesome. Douglas is he always holds his own and he does 2 12-hour lives per week on Monday and Sunday and Wednesday nights between 5 a.m. to about 5 p.m. till about 5 a.m. Forgive me, I've been up a long time. Normally, I crash out during his transmission, which starts around 11 or 12. I mean, I stay up as long as I can, but yeah. So tonight he decided to talk about this Bigfoot story that he's covered in the past, which I appreciate. So I just wanted to share and save it here on my channel as well. So thanks for being. You can hear me? Okay, cool. Thanks, Snowline. So if you don't know Douglas, he is a historian with a very vibrant mind to carry on any kind of topic that you could imagine. But he's well versed in war history and geopolitics and matters that are like what we're talking tonight with lots of lore. I've heard him talk on many topics that are just really fascinating, and I think he's a wonderful storyteller and a friend. So I just have come back into his life, and he asked me to help him on his channel. So that's why I'm featuring Douglas tonight. And soon, hopefully, he'll also be a featured interview on my channel if he ever decides to, which he already said he would. So I met him on Facebook, I think about 2013, and he would have just amazing writings and art. And therein I started participating in Skype lives and other types of interactions online. And to this day, so we just kind of ventured back into each other's lives. So I hope that, you'll get to know Douglas a little more and understand that if you have any topics you're interested in, you can also let us both know if you like. So I have some friends over here that are just not being able to sleep. I find it's very comforting and soothing to hang out with everyone in the chat. And we all have had a couple wild few days over on YouTube. So I know we've been chatting about that over on my channel. And it's amazing how time flies, though. I'm just amazed, like 2 days in YouTube land can feel like a month. And you miss 1 day of the stuff out here. You feel lost. But there's just so much. Snowline said, Douglas sounds very interesting. I will definitely subscribe. Can you drop a link? Sure, honey. Actually, there's the link. It's right pinned at the top. And yeah, feel free to subscribe and support Douglas Dietrich. And thanks for hanging out with me over here in this chat. Snowline said, I've been a fan of Natasha since the very first time I watched a show of hers, which I think was February of 21. And I found her because Sallyan was dragging her relentlessly, and I haven't looked back. Oh, Snow, you're so faithful. What a faithful friend you are. Thank you. And Snowline said, thank you for receiving me into your channel. Now that I know you properly, I see that you are a wonderful, decent person. I'm so glad we're both in this great community. Oh, thanks, Snowline. You're so sweet. Hey, boo-boo to you. I always support Natasha. I may not agree all the time, but neither do I with my offline friends. Yes, we are human. Oh, you are all so sweet. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you. And I do appreciate you receiving me, because I know our history out here has not been very stellar. I mean,
I've done my part and haven't always. Let's just say you can let the hate devour you, and it can blind you, and so can your pride. And when you feel you're doing the right thing, even though it's going and venturing into areas that are probably not the best light of your character, or just, I guess, promulgating something that is, I don't know how to say this, making it more about you than actually the true meaning of purpose. I think that I lost my way in that, but I recognize that there was, like I said before, there was no longer any more need to drag the situation in. So I'm just really thankful that people have been so gracious to me and received me in their community, and now we can hang out and have good times out here. Snowline says, I'm a Leo, so loyalty is everything to me. Aw, you're so beautiful too. Thanks, Boo Boo, to you. Thank you. I appreciate it. So,
Okay, I'm back.
You're
But
back.
you seem to be
Are you
doing
okay?
so well. Go on for a few more moments. Continue.
Okay.
Who was it that was speaking to you? I don't see anyone in the chat room. How were they getting their messages to you?
Well, I'm live streaming you on my channel. Remember I told you?
Oh, yes, there we are.
Yeah.
And wonderful.
So we have a few chatters, just about 5 to 7 at a time, and they just like listening to. They are receiving you as well. They think you're a very interesting person.
Oh, thank you. That's so cute. Oh, that's delightful. And
Yeah,
go on.
I was telling them you do this twice a week for 12 hours, and you usually carry your monologue for what, like 4 to 5 hours on your own?
Yeah, usually around that period of time. Yeah, usually around 4 or 5 hours, sometimes 6, but yeah, usually 4 or 5 these days. Used to be a lot longer. So, am I hearing my own echo in the background, or something? Sounds like yeah.
That's because I'm streaming you, so I have to keep the volume up.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, but I can mute, and then you can get back to your transmission if you like.
Oh God! Oh, don't wish that on me just yet. Give me a few more minutes to relax. Let me drink some water.
Okay, yes,
my
please
throat.
do take care of yourself.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank you. Give me a few minutes to drink some water, and if you can keep burning bandwidth for a few moments, and then I'll get back to it. Yes, that would be deeply appreciated. Thank you.
And thank you for allowing me to host you tonight. I appreciate it.
Oh, anytime you want to, honey. We could do this whenever you want. I mean, if you want to do this any night, just go ahead and do it. You don't even need to ask my permission. You could just do it as a norm. Matter of fact, I would appreciate it because that'll spread the word, right? I mean, we're trying to get the word out, and hopefully someone may have the ability to contribute to, of course, the my need to renew the website, hosting site, the Bluehost, so that I can continue maintaining an online presence. An online presence. Oh my God. Okay, so go on, talk for a few more minutes while I get myself together. Thank you, honey.
All right. So Douglas has a new book. Well, actually, he's working on a new book that I find very interesting and can't wait for its fruition. So he has a history as a. So he worked at the Presidio military base as a librarian, and he encountered and was in the realm of a certain individual you might all remember, like from, I can't remember. He was on talk shows like Geraldo. His name is Michael Aquino, who is a military colonel and created the military handbook on religion and was the pioneer of having Satanism as a protected and certified religion, and brought that to the Presidio military base and all throughout the military as a right for that practice to be established. In that, Douglas met him in the job at the Presidio military base in
believe, the 80s, and was a document destroyer, meaning the military placed him in a position where he would have access to years and years of military history and secret information, and he would destroy those documents, but because of his brilliant mind, he was able to memorize, and it's a photographic memory, right, Douglas?
I had a photographic memory at one time. Now I would just say it's degenerated into basically pornographic more than photographic, but it serves its purpose to a degree. What I can say is that, just to put this into perspective for some people, what this young lady is referring to is the fact that Michael Aquino wrote the Chaplain's Handbook. So the Chaplain's Handbook was used by all chaplains in all branches of military service, meaning that Air Force, Marine Corps, wherever you had chaplains, they were provided the new handbook that was written by Michael Aquino, where they were officially basically told to stand back and step down whenever a satanic chaplain appeared. So the satanic chaplain was viewed as superseding all other chaplains. And as a result, the U.S. military, effectively all branches, was unofficially, without stating it to the public, recognizing Satanism as basically their official religion. So that's why Michael Aquino had such tremendous influence. He was essentially the man who wrote the handbook. So I'm going to try once again to find out, this particular matter that's in my throat seems to be somewhat lodged. It doesn't seem to be anything life-threatening, but it's definitely irritating, and it's preventing me from speaking smoothly. So we still have a lot of time left, comparatively speaking. So Viviana will continue for a few minutes, okay? I'll be back in about 5-6 minutes, all right, honey? And then I'll try and speak again. Thank you.
No worries. So, I don't know, does anyone remember that story with, oh my God, I know Geraldo had him, and did Oprah Winfrey also host Michael Aquino? I think she did. Maybe even Montel Williams. It was a big thing in the 80s, so it was the Temple of Set. Currently, Michael Aquino passed away 2 years ago, and Douglas has a very interesting relationship with this character. He also lives about 2 blocks away from him in San Francisco. So the thing with Michael Aquino's death, that Douglas will be producing a book of this story in the future, is that they have this very interconnected type of relationship that I always have found very interesting. So that's why I'm so excited about this book. And nobody has really talked about Michael Aquino since his death, because it was shrouded in a mystery, meaning even his cult members, the followers, and the people who still keep the Temple of Set established, they don't really talk about it, because I think, in my opinion, it's like a bruise or a black eye, because their leader's gone. And I heard he had a very terrible type of existence in his final years. But I do believe his wife is still alive, and her name is literally Lilith. So you can look him up. Like, you can find out more about Michael Aquino if you're interested. And I have posted Douglas's website in the description for later, if you want to go and later look at the things that he talks about and writes about. I'll also post more links later. So I hope you find him as interesting as I do. Always my favorite, though, is Douglas's ability to always talk about and keep people focused on current events, being geopolitics, the current war in Ukraine, a lot of things that have been occurring in our own country. And so I just go to him for those type of topics, because I'm not even paying attention to the news, as it is so depressing. And you know, in our community, we just find solace here in this area where we can hang out and kind of check out from the day-to-day stuff that we hold on, sorry. I have to go check his chat as well. So you know what it is. You know how it is out here. Anyway, so I just appreciate you all being here so late tonight. Later than okay, so who are you guys talking about over here? Oh, you're talking about your birthdays. Leos are interesting. So are Sagittariuses. I like Sagittarius. I actually get along very well with Sagittarius. I think since they say I'm a fire sign, which I'm not really much into astrology, I find myself very at ease with people who are water signs because they tend to cool me off. You know what I mean? That's like fire, water, whatever. Snow Lion, I was born on my brother's birthday, but we are so different. He's definitely a Scorpio. Scorpios are cool too. My daughter's a Scorpio. So anyway, let's see. So Douglas is actually Japanese. He has a rich history in his Japanese heritage with his mother and his father, who married his mother, and I believe they ventured into San Francisco, where he's lived most of his life, and still is there today. I'm trying to remember. The relationship of Douglas and I was very interesting because we found each other on Facebook, and he had this woman who was his friend, and she was his like producer. So she took care of all things Douglas Dietrich. And whenever she saw that Douglas and I were becoming very close, she literally blocked me from his life. Like, she made it hard for me to reach out or contact him ever again on Facebook. So we just kind of faded out in the distance. Currently, he's kind of like in this precipice of doing his own thing. And so I'm just amazed that we have become friends again. And now just different people are evolving in and out of his life. And of course, makes for very hard, it's just really hard to trust people for him. And so I just feel like it's a blessing to be your friend again, Douglas.
Oh, thank you. How did you know I'd come back? Oh my God. So thank you. I think I'm doing a little better now. And believe me, it's I myself who am blessed by your grace. I assure you. Honestly, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to carry on tonight's transmission. Oh my God, I would have had to have stopped transmission so I could basically probe around in the back of my throat for that bit of detritus there that was just interfering with my ability to speak. So, such as it is, I think it's settled down by now, and I can continue monologuing in a few moments, but just a few more minutes while I recover myself and see if I can recover some sense of dignity while you handle bandwidth for a few more moments. I'm here, but just go ahead and you can go on, talk about a few things. You're doing so well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie.
I feel good because I have my, my friends over here too, and I can read their chatters.
Cool.
Oh, Boo Boo says, Japanese fascinates me. My favorite, Douglas has about 3 books out. One is on vampirology, and the other is the demystification on World War II history. Is that right?
Yes, the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. Yes. All
yes.
one book.
Oh.
Yeah, go on.
What's going on over here? So I just want to check my stream. Everything's okay. So I was fascinated by that because you had so much history in your what do you call those pieces of art you display and then you write your monologue within. I used to read them because it was so amazing to see the World War II from the eyes of someone of Japanese descent who had a better understanding of was it Hirohito and his techniques on how he was able to understand the wind
Yes, the wind currents.
trajectory.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and so that became the Battle of LA, right?
Yes, it was certainly a factor in the Battle of Los Angeles. And what this young lady is speaking about is the fact that Emperor Hirohito was a marine biologist. And as a marine biologist, he had a professional understanding of the Kuroshiwa, which is the Black Current, which is the Pacific Northwest Current, which goes only in one direction from Japan to the United States, basically from Japan towards North America. And it has a very strong wind current that travels with it called the jet stream. So the Japanese were able to exploit this to send dirigibles over here to North America using very little energy. The jet stream carried them essentially a great deal of the way, so they needed to expend very little energy other than for steering. Of course, if they were fully loaded, then they would have to use more fuel or their own energy to carry them here faster or carry them here at all, because the heavier such an object is, such as a dirigible, then obviously the air current alone cannot carry it. But the air current is extraordinarily powerful, and you would be amazed at what it can carry. So it also carried very large balloons that were often incendiary, and the fires that they generated were such that the Japanese could map the wind currents over North America and thereby predict where, say, for instance, weaponized chemicals or biologicals could be distributed over the North American continent most effectively. So many of the balloons that they had launched throughout World War II were simply mapping the wind currents, and for a final strike, they would have used biologicals. And that would have infected the populations of many cities. So it was a threat which ultimately won the war. Of course, this is very hidden from the American public, and you would have to read the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, to find out much more about it. And in the interim, honey, so you were mentioning how I put this on my old Facebook, and I assume you're talking about these old portfolios of images I used to publish, right?
Yeah, I would read your publications like every day.
Wow.
But it was I guess you were culminating this book because you had been going so deep into the World War II anthology and the history of it, as far as how we as Americans are even taught in schools, but we never understood or knew the depths of the Japanese who were imprisoned, the Battle of LA and the truth about it, and how it was derived to become more of conspiracy or like alien kind of. It just ventures in so many different areas, but you had brought it to light in a way that helped me to understand it and know that sometimes our history just, you just can't always trust the way that our own governance or heritage wants to believe, because we have to be, of course, the absolute winner all the time.
Right. I think the better. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. That's well said. I definitely think that you have a great understanding of what happened, and so let me try and summarize it a little bit for our listeners who might be new to all this. Understand, of course, that the United States of America in World War II has basically, let's put it this way. Look at the patterns of your Asian wars, and the patterns of your Asian wars are consistently a loss. America lost in the Korean War on the Korean Peninsula. It lost in the Vietnam War. Now, of course, I've argued depending on a military standpoint, what your objectives are. I've argued in the past that the military performed objectively well in the Vietnam War, until at least 1973, and that was when Nixon began to Vietnamize the war. And around 1973, 1972, there was a series of shocks to the United States having to do with Nixon's basically his being forced into resignation. His threat of impeachment, he was never impeached, but during that period of time, there was no real command over the U.S. Armed Forces, and it was around that time their performance began to disintegrate. But until that period of time, they were actually generally accomplishing the majority of their objectives. But such being said, they also had many battlefield losses, which in this day and age, they actually deny. So there's most people who would read about the Vietnam War from so-called experts, and this would be like generals like even the man who's consulted a lot on Ukraine, Petraeus. They'll basically say something like, oh, we never really lost a battle in Vietnam. This was all lost politically. And of course, that's simply not true. America lost many decisive battles in Vietnam. So when people read back on these histories, you even have military commanders simply revising, meaning completely rewriting history or fabricating it. It's just simply not true. You'll get the same thing when you read popular books about World War II history. There's a particularly egregious propagandist who wrote books like Citizen Soldiers, which, by the way, is a very important concept, the concept of the citizen soldier, because by that very title, the author is disambiguating World War II combatants who were drafted, meaning they were citizen soldiers, they were not professional, from quote-unquote professional soldiers that later on served after the cessation of the draft after Vietnam. You started this so-called professional army in the United States, which proved itself an enormous failure. Despite all the propaganda that they say how great it works, it lost in Afghanistan and Iraq and many other places. So the end result is that when you look at it in context, all of America's straight record of losses from Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, and you place World War II in that context, you realize that the Americans lost World War II in Japan just as they lost it in Korea and Vietnam. Now, probably the quickest way to make the analogy would be just as the Americans fought in Korea against Koreans while they were occupying Korea and lost, and they occupied Vietnam and were fighting against Vietnamese and lost. The same thing was happening when they were fighting in Japan. Now, the Americans, quote-unquote, occupied Japan, a period the Japanese call Reconstruction. And the Americans call it like martial law Japan or occupation Japan. During that period of time, you had enormous Japanese forces that were in China for years. And you had enormous Japanese forces that were simply unreported and unacknowledged in the Philippines and many other places across Asia. And it took years for those Japanese to return to Japan because they were being recalled very slowly. And the biggest problem was actually overpopulation in Japan. So they had a tremendous amount of population compression that they were concerned about. So they were not anxious to bring back all of these forces from overseas. So Japan really remained in occupation of much of Asia for the next half decade, from 1945 to 1950. One of the many things that the real World War II veterans would tell you, the men who were on site, literally in Asia, would be that if they were British or American, they would say that, oh yeah, there were all these photographic ceremonies where in Burma or other places the Japanese would turn in their samurai swords and there'd be this basically a photographic ceremony, basically a photo op, and the Allies would present this as the Japanese surrendering, but immediately afterwards the British in particular and the Americans as well just gave the Japanese back their weapons because neither the British nor the Americans had the manpower to police those areas. So the Japanese were essentially put back in charge because the Americans and the British did not have any personnel anywhere in near the numbers needed to establish some element of order in those places in Asia. So Japan remained in occupation of much of China and Asia for the next half decade. Basically, America was at war with Japan until the Japanese-American Peace Treaty was concluded in 1951, and it didn't go in effect until 1952. And people can look this up themselves. And the San Francisco Peace Treaty with Japan went into effect on the emperor's birthday in 1952. This was essentially a Japanese victory. This would be like, certainly like in Vietnam or Korea, where you may be occupying the home islands of Japan, quote unquote, but the Americans were still fighting the Japanese in theater of operations of Asia, in China, and even in Vietnam, where Japanese were training Vietnamese forces to fight the Americans, and they were training and equipping and putting the uniforms on the Malayan insurgency, which the British were fighting in Southeast Asia, their own Vietnam. So Japan was actively at war under conditions of ceasefire. So this is what the Americans, by their own records, if you ever take a look at that so-called surrender ceremony on the battleship Missouri, obviously Emperor Hirohito is not present. He did not dignify that ceremony with his presence at all, and certainly didn't recognize it. And the U.S. government didn't recognize it, because if you look up Title 38 of the U.S. Code, which is law as established by Congress, Title 38 of the U.S. Code establishes ceasefire, not even peace, but really ceasefire in World War II, as happening or being recognized as taking place on December 31st of 1946. Now, Title 38 of the U.S. Code also deals with the Code of Federal Regulations, which then also deals with veterans' benefits, and veterans who were injured in combat were recognized as having been injured in World War II up to and including December 31st of 1946. You can look any of this up yourself. This means that the so-called surrender ceremony on the battleship Missouri was simply not recognized by the U.S. government. The U.S. government recognized only the Japanese-American Peace Treaty, which was signed years later. And that was in 1951 on site San Francisco, on site the Presidio of San Francisco, where the United Nations had been established on basically January 1st of 1942, about 3 weeks and 3 days after Pearl Harbor. When the United Nations was established as an organization of war, it was not a peacetime organization. People have the misimpression that it was a peacetime organization established in 1945, but the reality was that it was a wartime organization established in 1942, January 1st, the first day of 1942, and it was established as an overall Allied front, a united front against the Axis, and in its charter, because they're an international organization, they don't have a constitution, they have a charter. Title 42 of the United Nations Charter declares the United Nations an organization of war. And you can look up the United Nations, what they call an honor flag. This was their version of a battle flag. And this was their World War II flag, was a white sheet with 4 red stripes on it. And this was simply so that anyone could take a white sheet used for surrender and otherwise use their own blood if necessary to paint 4 red stripes on it to represent Roosevelt's 4 freedoms. And that was considered the United Nations battle flag. Now, they call it an honor flag because these days they're trying to hide the fact that they were an organization of war, even though their charter clearly declares themselves at war with Hitlerism. And they are still legally at war with Hitlerism and what they feel manifests Hitlerism on the surface of the world. And the closest nation state that they feel represents that was the last Axis ally of World War II, which was China. China switched sides in World War II to the Axis because the Americans had betrayed Chiang Kai-shek and were supporting the communists. And because of this, Chiang Kai-shek had to, for the sake of his survival, switch to the Japanese side because during Operation Ichigo, which people can look up, that's spelled ICHI-GO, Operation Ichigo was a major Japanese offensive launched in 1945. This was one of the largest offensives of World War II, and the Japanese knocked out all the American air bases in mainland China. And they surrounded the Chinese wartime capital of Chongqing, and because he was choked off and surrounded, and the Americans had abandoned him, Chiang Kai-shek switched sides to the Axis. At that point, nationalist China became an Axis nation. So when they reestablished themselves to Taiwan, which was never invaded by the United States, the Japanese owned Taiwan, the nation into which I was born, or rather the island on which I was born, and the Japanese gave that island to the nationalist Chinese. So when the Japanese gave that island to the nationalist Chinese, it was in return for the nationalist Chinese having allowed the Japanese to maintain their bases on mainland China, by which to threaten the United States throughout the 5 years from 1945 to 1950. And basically till 1952, actually. So during that period of time, from 1945 to 1952, really a period of 7 years, you had the Japanese legally at war with the United States and all of the Allies under conditions of ceasefire. Basically a guerrilla war, meaning that they were fighting in Vietnam, fighting in Malaya, and they will tell you these are communist insurgencies, but that's not what they originally were. When the Japanese withdrew, the communists took over these insurgencies, but you can look this up yourself. The original suppliers and people who provided the officer corps for both the Vietnamese and the Malayans in the Malayan insurgency and the Vietnamese in Vietnam were the Japanese. So the Japanese were continuing their war. It was simply hidden from the American public. The Americans may have been occupying the home islands, but all Japanese forces continued fighting. These were not renegade units who were disobeying orders. The emperor never ordered them to surrender. The emperor was still waging his war with the United States and still threatening the United States with strategic weapons based both in mainland China and using long-range submarines. During the war, the Japanese built the largest submarine that had ever existed in history prior to the advent of the nuclear submarine. And these were the Sentoku submarines. Now, all Japanese submarines were built to carry airplanes. Every Japanese submarine could launch at least one airplane. The Sentoku submarines were underwater aircraft carriers. So these were the first nuclear bombers in human history. They maintained what were medium-sized bombers that they could launch. This was a one-way trip. They were never meant to be retaken into the submarine itself to go home. Once they were launched, it was a suicide run, and these medium bombers were built around the atomic bomb that was built by the Axis. North Korea was swimming in uranium, and the Axis built uranium bombs. This is why the uranium bomb that the Americans had stolen from the Axis, actually acquired through Charles Lindbergh with his Nazi connections, that uranium bomb called Little Boy was an standardized Axis ordnance atomic weapon. It was never perceived as a strategic weapon per se. It was more of a line breaker, an operational level piece of ordnance that would annihilate armies in the field, break a front line. But it could be deployed as a strategic weapon, which the Americans had really failed to do. When the Americans deployed the one Axis bomb, the Little Boy bomb, which they had never built, because you know this for a fact, because they never tested it. By the way, the only bomb the Americans tested that was a nuclear bomb was the plutonium bomb that the Americans had built themselves, and the Americans had built a plutonium bomb, and that was, therefore, their own indigenous nuclear weapon. The first one they tested was called Gadget, which was on basically a platform that they blew at the Trinity site, also known as Alamogordo. And that particular weapon proved itself workable, but they deployed it all wrong, and they fucked up every way imaginable. The uranium bomb, which was much smaller, had a much smaller yield, was much more successful, and that was the bomb deployed on Hiroshima. But that was an Axis bomb. If you ever take a look at the Japanese medium bomber known as the Hiryu Flying Dragon bomber, that was spelled Hiryu. So if you look up the Japanese bomber Hiryu, Hiryu Flying Dragon, that was the medium-sized bomber built around the little boy bomb that's meant to carry the little boy bomb in its fuselage in a suicide trip. Those were the planes that would be launched from the Sentoku submarines. Again, you could look that up, spelled SEN-TAKU, SEN-TOKU, Sentoku. And these were these submarines that carried about at least 3 bombers each. And so these bombers would be launched on a suicide mission, and they could take out 3 American cities. The Japanese had laid the keel and ultimately unleashed about 14 of these nuclear submarines. Nuclear in the sense that they were carrying nuclear weapons, not nuclear powered. And they would basically berth or port for refuel, for supplies, even a kind of leave, meaning military vacation, in the port cities of Davao in southern Philippines, which was a completely Japanese city in many ways. Matter of fact, that's where Duterte was born, who became dictator of the Philippines more recently. And that was one of the largest Japanese cities outside of Japan, was in the southern Philippines. When the Americans claimed they had conquered the Philippines in 1944, there were still 20,000 Japanese soldiers on the Philippines. And they stayed there for the next 5 to 7 years. So they were operating in that port city of Davao, which supported them because southern Philippines is Muslim and they hate the Americans because the Americans during the Spanish-American War slaughtered millions of Filipinos. That was the largest Holocaust prior to the Holocaust of World War II. The only thing that might compare was the Armenian Holocaust of World War I, where the Turks slaughtered 2 million Armenians. So in the case of the Americans, they slaughtered what was calculated, with the records I destroyed, to be 3 million Muslim Filipinos. This was called the Filipino insurrection. The Muslim Filipinos hate the Americans to this day. And the Muslim Filipinos would rather secede from the Philippines, which is predominantly Roman Catholic, and have their own Muslim nation called Bangsamoro, which would be comprised of that southern island of, which island is it? The island on which the city of Davao is located. I'd have to look that up. I'm forgetting it consciously at the moment. But the southernmost main island of the Philippines. And when it comes to that area, the Japanese were safe, and the Muslims would kill any Americans that came after them. So the Americans were unable to penetrate the South, but they just propagandized to the world that they had retaken the Philippines. It was all bullshit. So half of the Philippines remained completely unoccupied by Americans. It was known as the secret Southern Front of the American war that continued, a kind of Vietnam in the Philippines, until the Japanese finally left around 1952. By that time, the last Japanese had left. But until that time, those submarines could port there. And they also made port in Sao Paulo. The largest Japanese population in the world outside of Japan is in Brazil. And in Brazil, the Japanese had their own civil war over whether to side with the Allies or the Axis. And the side that wanted to side with the Axis won out, and then the large Japanese concentration of population in Brazil, which never interned its Japanese population, unlike all the Spanish-speaking nations in Latin America, which interned their Japanese population. Brazil refused to do so. And so Brazil allowed its Japanese to remain free because they were very dependent on their Japanese middle class to maintain their economy. And the Japanese who conquered the city of Sao Paulo maintained it open for porting the Sentoku submarines. So these Sentoku submarines would port in the southern Filipino city of Davao on the island of Mindanao. That's the southernmost island of the Philippines. And they would port in Sao Paulo in Brazil. And this way they could travel up and down the East Coast, and they would hide in all of the wreckscape that was created by the U-boats throughout the war. Throughout the war, the German U-boats had sunk hundreds of Allied merchant ships. And there are ships at the bottom of the Great Lakes that are larger than the Titanic, just so you know. So these merchant ships were enormous. And whether they were sunk at the bottom of the Great Lakes or whether they were sunk off the Atlantic seaboard, they provided cover for the Japanese super submarines that carried these bombers within them, within their hangars. And therefore, the Japanese were able to hide from American radar, and the Americans were helpless. The only way they could try to clear the Atlantic seaboard would be to use atomic bombs, but they never dared to do that on the Atlantic seaboard because, of course, that would raise questions. And they had already propagandized the myth that they had won World War II, when in reality they had lost. So these Japanese submarines were threatening Americans with nuclear annihilation on the Atlantic seaboard. None of this is science fiction. All of this is true. The Americans were also threatened by dirigibles coming from China that would attack America's Pacific seaboard and unleash biologicals that the winds would carry throughout the American heartland, destroying its crops, destroying its populations. Now, what had happened at the Battle of Los Angeles was that these dirigibles showed up completely unarmed. And they simply hovered over Los Angeles. And, of course, some of their planes were unleashed to basically try and defend the dirigibles from incoming American anti-aircraft fire. And some of those planes were shot down, which people reported at the time. You even had headlines that said Jap plane shot down in Battle of Los Angeles, and they gave you the street addresses at which they were shot down at. Then the Americans cleared it all away, all the wreckage, and claimed that none of it was true. That it was all a mistake. I mean, this was the depth of American propaganda and lies. They lied about the Battle of Midway, saying that they won it when they lost. The Battle of Midway started with 4 Japanese carriers being sunk, and that was a bargain sacrifice for the fact that the Japanese, by the 7th day in the month of June. I think it was June, wasn't it? Yeah, June was the Battle of Midway this month. We're in June, right? June. So it was like just early this month we had the anniversary of the Battle of Midway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's June 9th right now.
Yeah, so it was on June 4th in 1942, I believe, that the Japanese lost 4 carriers. And by June 7th, the Japanese had accomplished their objective, which was invading America. And they landed on the Alaskan islands of Attu and Kiska. That was 1,000 miles of American territory that they captured. And the reason this was so important was it completely prevented the Americans from bombing Japan from North America, which would have been infinitely easier and would have prevented the need for the Americans to capture all those islands in the Pacific to reach Japan. So, because the Japanese captured 1,000 miles of American Alaskan territory and occupied it throughout the war, the Americans were never able to bomb Japan from America itself and had to spend 1/3 of all of the materials and 1/3 of all the manpower that they expended in the Pacific War went towards building a highway to Alaska so they could actually drive enough troops and equipment up to Alaska to finally retake those islands. And the emperor, of course, being a master strategist, trained by the samurai knight, General Nogi, who was both a samurai and a knight of the British crown, and Emperor Hirohito himself was a field marshal in the British Army. You can look that up. He was given an order of knighthood, which made him a field marshal of the greater British Empire itself. He spoke perfect English, the king's English, as a matter of fact. Emperor Hirohito used his strategic training to draw the Americans into a battle in Attu and Kiska, where he told the men on one island to fight to the death. And the second island battle that they planned after that one, where every Japanese died fighting, was the battle in which the emperor sent in submarines to withdraw all of the personnel on the island. They all left overnight, evacuated by the emperor, and the Americans and Canadians landed on the island and they all killed each other. That's a true historical fact. So Emperor Hirohito just sat back and laughed. This was the result of the Battle of Midway, which was an enormous victory for the Japanese, which you've understandably never heard of. It's all covered up. It's all propagandized. Yet if you look it up, you'll find out everything I say is true. The American Battle of Los Angeles was one where they panicked, and when the Japanese dirigibles were overhead and they were shooting down some planes from the dirigibles, the Americans thought the dirigibles must be deploying some weapon, but since the Japanese had dropped no bombs, the Americans thought that they must have dropped biocidal weapons, biological weapons, most likely yellow fever, because that's what the Japanese had been investigating and investing in heavily. And so the Americans basically sealed off Los Angeles. Now, anyone could prove this by looking into the records. And at that time, Los Angeles was written off. The Americans were going to kill anybody who tried to leave. And they wouldn't allow anyone near Los Angeles. And back, anybody who looks that up these days or hears that anecdotally from survivors, they'll think, oh, it must be because of the UFO. It's all bullshit. It was because they thought the Japanese had aerosolized yellow fever all over Los Angeles, and they didn't want it to spread. They ultimately basically tried to vaccinate thousands of their own men so that their men could kill everyone in Los Angeles who tried to leave. So they took out basically enough of their own men to deprive the Pacific War of about 4.5 divisions worth of troops. It was just so many Americans were wiped out by their own vaccinations, which were not approved of by the FDA. The Americans gave them this rushed yellow fever vaccine made from human cadavers and aborted fetuses, and basically killed so many of their own men that all they were able to spare for the Pacific was a single army division. And because they could only spare a single army division in the opening stages of the Pacific War, the entire war effort fell on Australia. So it was the Australians who carried out the entire Pacific War effort throughout the entire war, with the Americans really incidentally moving in a bunch of Marines and various other divisions as time progressed, but with so much of it diverted to Alaska and retaking Alaska, the Americans had almost nothing to spare. The amount of direct American encounters with the Japanese army, which took place in New Guinea, were so disastrous, so much of a meat grinder, that they never retook any of the rest of the Indonesian archipelago, which was the largest archipelago in the world. They concentrated their army on the Philippines instead, and even that was never fully retaken. So their biggest efforts went into all of these little islands, finally reaching Japan. And by that time, it was really too late. The Americans were lured into a trap where now Emperor Hirohito was going to relocate himself, his royal dynasty, to China and just continue the war from there. At that point, the war was lost. The Americans had lost in China, where Operation Ichigo had knocked out all the American air bases and Chiang Kai-shek had switched sides. Which is why when the Japanese gifted him Taiwan to relocate to, because the Americans were supporting the communists on behalf of the Russian allies, Chiang Kai-shek was considered the enemy of all humanity. So the United Nations declares the nation I was born in, the Nationalist Republic of China, as reestablished on Taiwan, to be the last surviving Axis nation on Earth. And therefore the United Nations, are legally at war with Hitlerism, and to maintain their validity as a war-fighting organization, they are at war with Taiwan, which is the most technologically advanced nation on Earth, and where the overwhelming majority of microchips that are used in your satellites, your cars, your cell phones are manufactured. So whoever takes Taiwan rules the world, but nobody has proven able to take Taiwan. So, by the way, I apologize. Of course, it'll probably take a whole night before my throat clears, and sometimes this sort of thing happens. I get some particulate matter detritus in my throat, and it really doesn't leave until the next day or so. All that being said, when we're dealing with a war, that's kind of the reality behind, well, you can read all about it in the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. So, of course, the fact that Viviana Sanchez retained so much of it as she did is impressive. I mean, that's incredible. I'm very impressed. And that's the harsh reality. I don't know how people are responding to that in your chat rooms, but you're welcome, of course, to tell me what they're saying. And
well, we just have like 4 people but they're just listening, and a lot of people will watch the replay because that's what I've noticed. A lot of people like the replay, but we have a large Australian community, and I think they're gonna so much appreciate your attribution, and I can't wait to get the book and read it.
Oh, thank you, honey. So deeply appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you so much. I'm so honored that you were able to venture into the World War II, because that's actually my favorite topic that you've ever done so far that I have participated in, and I feel it's very necessary and interesting, especially now with U.S. wanting to declare to are they going to defend Taiwan?
Yes, just so people understand that situation, and thank you so much for bringing that up, and just so people understand about the atomic aspect of this, and I'll move straight to Taiwan from there. When the Americans built their own bomb, which was appropriately enough named the Fat Man, as opposed to the Axis bomb, which was very skinny, the one that they called Little Boy, the plutonium bomb was much more powerful, but the Axis atomic bomb they knew worked because it had been deployed by the Germans in the battle for, what was the name of the city? It was in the northernmost region of Lithuania, I believe, or let me look at the map here. The Baltic states. So if I look up the Baltic states, I think it was Baltic. Okay, here we are. Baltic states. So looking at the map, it was Kurland. I know that in the German, and it was in Estonia. Now, if you ever look at a map of the land held by the Third Reich at the very end of the European conflict, you'll see that Estonia was one of these areas where the Germans still held land till the end of the war. And it was at the battle for Estonia that the Germans deployed their uranium atomic bomb. It was launched by a rocket, one of the first medium-range ballistic missiles with a nuclear warhead, and it broke the Soviet advance completely. The Soviets never advanced any further after that in Estonia. And from there, the Germans were able to evacuate many of millions of civilians that were considered Germanic because Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia had been held by the German Order of Knights for hundreds of years. These were considered to be ethnically Germanic peoples. The person who was in charge of the evacuation was the submarine commander or the admiral of the German Navy's U-boat or submarine branch, Admiral Karl Dönitz, whom Hitler put in charge of government after he essentially escaped from the Third Reich. And Admiral Karl Dönitz simply helped all of the military forces surrender, but the Thousand-Year Reich, or the Third Reich, went into exile, very much as the nationalist Chinese government did onto the island of Taiwan. They couldn't take any surrenders because from the Third Reich government, because the Americans and the Russians and the Allies were all declaring them to be criminals and therefore could not take a surrender from a government they considered to be criminal. So they were simply taking surrender of forces in the field. So in that sense, World War II still very much continues, but that's a different story. The point being that the atomic bomb being deployed in Estonia in 1944, the Americans knew that the uranium bombs produced by the Axis worked. Now, the Japanese were producing hundreds of these bombs in North Korea. And they were producing them in factories at the Conan complex, which was the largest industrial site in all of Asia, was Conan complex in North Korea. What today is called Hungnam in the Korean language. The Japanese had dammed 3 rivers, and it produced enough electricity in that region alone to power around a third of the Japanese home islands. If they had directed power towards that end, they used it all towards the manufacture of many atomic bombs, which they used to disintegrate the Soviet advance into the Korean peninsula. And that's why you had this enormous demilitarized zone. That's the trench left by the atomic ordnance the Japanese blew to literally disintegrate the Soviet advance. That's what divides North and South Korea today, is that enormous trench created by multiple Japanese atomic warheads exploding. It is now a nature preserve. And if it were not for that supermassive miles and miles of nature preserve, many Asian animals would be extinct. But that is where the Asian tiger lives, as well as certain rare Asian cranes who use it to nest. That massive demilitarized zone is the greatest gift to nature on the Korean peninsula that the Japanese left. And of course, the Americans were nowhere there, unable to stop the Russians at all. The Japanese stopped them themselves. That's something, of course, the Americans never talk about. Later, the Americans were drawn into the Korean War because, of course, it was divided, and the North tried to invade the South and reunite under communism, and the Americans tried to prevent it, and that was the first Asian war that they'll tell you they lost, but the reality was, before that, they lost World War II. So they have a history of losing every Asian war, and they only propagandize World War II to the skies because that's the myth by which they justify their existence as a military-industrial complex. When it comes to the atomic bombs, so the Axis ordnance dropped on Hiroshima worked, but the plutonium bomb had all kinds of problems. There was one time when this idiot named Don Mastic was handling all of the world's plutonium collected in a single test tube, and he jiggled it or something, and it exploded in his hand, meaning that it basically burst open, the test tube, and he inhaled, like an idiot, the entire world supply of plutonium. And so this is all a true story, and you can look up the story of Don Mastic. Surname spelled Mastick, first name spelled Don as in Donald, and they had to give him laxatives so they could get him to basically shit all that plutonium out, and then they could basically put it back in the bomb. And the way to retrieve the plutonium from his shit, well, they had to boil his shit. So this stench was so offensive that all of the scientists at Livermore, what was originally, well, Livermore Labs is in California, but part of this project, what was that project called? They called it something like Livermore, but Manhattan, everybody at the Manhattan Project, they all got together and they were all signing petitions to have Don Mastic basically sent to the front lines where they could continue to boil his shit and retrieve the plutonium outside of the United States. That's how offensive this guy's stench was he was creating, which was overwhelming the entire Manhattan Project. By the way, that guy lived to be 90 or something like that. So apparently inhaling all the world's plutonium and shitting it all out didn't bother him at all, for what that's worth. But in terms of all of the plutonium that was in that Fat Man bomb dropped on Nagasaki, that had all been shit out by Don Mastic, all had gone through his intestines, and that in turn was placed on this stupid bomber called Boxcar, which was captained by a guy named Sweeney, who basically was given the order to drop the plutonium bomb on the national Japanese arsenal at Kokura. Nagasaki was not the target. It was Kokura, the national Japanese weapons arsenal. And when he flew over Kokura, Japanese interceptors came and fired upon his plane. The gunfire was so intense that a bullet punctured the fuel tank, and all of this highly flammable, high-octane aviation fuel fell into the bomb bay and saturated the plutonium bomb, Fat Man, in, well, it was bathed in plane fuel. And it was about to blow. So he panicked and he flew away from Kokura, and in a blind panic dropped the most powerful weapon in the human inventory on Nagasaki. Now, Nagasaki was not a target because it's not an ideal target. It's in a valley. So the valley of all of the surrounding hills basically deflected the force of the bomb. And beneath Nagasaki were all of these manufacturing facilities that were underground bunkers that were lead lined, and all the young ladies working in those underground factories were building Ki-77s. Now, you can look this up. The Ki-77 is a Japanese bomber that was actually built originally, the prototype, in 1941, and it was meant to basically celebrate the 3,000th year of the Japanese Empire by flying nonstop from Tokyo to New York. So it had a pressurized chamber where the pilots didn't need to wear any oxygen masks. And of course, they could fly nonstop from Tokyo to New York, and hundreds of these bombers were being built in Nagasaki underground, and their construction continued unabated. The young girls in those lead-lined bunkers building these Ki-77s capable of bombing New York from Tokyo had no idea any bomb had been dropped overhead in Nagasaki. So the overwhelming majority of the bomb's focus was deflected. It certainly destroyed much of the surface city. All of the underground factories continued functioning and churning out bombers that would ultimately bomb the United States unaffected. And that was certainly just another sign to the Americans that they had lost the Second World War. At that point, knowing that the Japanese could now send bombers to New York easily, that could drop atomic bombs, the war was over. The Americans surrendered. And for anyone who doubts that, all you need to do is look at the aftermath. Look at the fact that the Americans have never declared war again because the Japanese said you can never declare war ever again. And so the Japanese forced the Americans to forswear war as a method of enforcement of their imperial ambitions. And every war America has fought ever since has been illegal and undeclared. As well, the Japanese said you will dismantle your Department of War. And the Americans had to dismantle their Department of War. We used to have a Department of War. We haven't had one since World War II. The Americans had to reestablish a Department of Defense, meaning that what the Americans claim about the Japanese is, oh, they don't have a military, they've got self-defense forces. No, that was what was enforced on the United States. Then again, I could go on and on. The Americans released all of the hostages, the Japanese prisoners they had in internment camps, whom they otherwise would have killed. That was a demand of the emperor. The Japanese forced the Americans to repopulate the population of pigs on Okinawa, which, by the way, this sounds strange, but understand the Okinawans and the Ryukyu's island chain. These are people who are actually Sinitic in genes and culture. They're not ethnically Japanese. They have their own flag. The Americans had a choice of invading Taiwan or invading Okinawa, this tiny little island, which was the capital of the Ryukyu's island chain. Both of these were heavily Chinese cultures. And unlike the Japanese, who were vegetarian, the Okinawans and everybody in the Ryukyu's islands, they ate pork like Chinese people do. And in fact, they lived off pork, and that's why when the Americans finally landed on Okinawa, bear in mind that the Americans said that they could either invade Taiwan, where all of the Japanese air power was essentially based, or they could invade this tiny little island, and it turned out that the tiny little island they invaded, turned out they needed as many ships to invade that as they needed for the invasion of Normandy at D-Day. So the Americans had to conduct a supermassive operation the size of D-Day. You can look this up, just to invade Okinawa. 80% of the Marines invading that island never made it ashore. 80% of the Marines died on the beaches. Those that made it to the shore committed terrible atrocities. One of the things they did was they completely slaughtered the pig population on Okinawa because they wanted to starve the Okinawans to death and kill every Okinawan. That's why one of the victory conditions of the Japanese was to force the Americans to repopulate Okinawa with pigs so the Okinawans would have enough to eat. So that means every pig on Okinawa, no pun intended, is an American pig. That's a historical fact. Again, you can look all this up yourself. The point being, of course, had they tried to invade Taiwan, which is almost the size of Japan itself, you can imagine what a failure that would have been, considering the problems they had with a little island like Okinawa. When it came to Japan itself, the Americans never could have invaded. That's sheer fantasy. And they know that. You'll see games or stupid simulations where they can try to tell you, oh, it would have been like this, it would have been like that. Oh, they failed even with their atomic bombs. The atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki had no effect on the war. All they killed were women and children and senior citizens. They certainly didn't kill any military men of any consequence. General Homa, who was in charge of Homeland Defense for Japan, was at ground zero. He was in a bank vault when the atomic bomb was dropped because he went in there because of normal American bombing and normal American safety procedures to speak to a professional person who was working with him on Homeland Defense. When the Americans dropped their atomic bomb, he emerged completely unhurt from ground zero, right near where the atomic bomb was dropped, and flew to Tokyo to tell the emperor to continue the war. So, by the way, you can look this up yourself. There are many people who survived both Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Most of them lived to be around 100 years old. In fact, some of them made it well over 100. You'd be astonished at how many people survived both bombs, because once Hiroshima was bombed, many people went to Nagasaki to relocate, and then that was bombed, and they survived that as well. So these bombs were complete and total failures. In fact, far more Okinawans killed themselves to avoid being literally eaten by the Americans, who, by the time the Americans landed, they were mad cannibals. They were eating babies, raping women while eating them alive. To avoid that kind of fate, more Okinawans killed themselves than Japanese died in both the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki put together. That's how much of a strategic failure America's bombing campaign was. As a matter of fact, the American U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey confirms the fact that far more Japanese industry was destroyed by Japanese earthquakes throughout World War II than was destroyed by American bombing. Everything the Americans say about bombing Japan into submission is a complete and total lie. They themselves said it was a failure. That was the conclusion of the United States Strategic Bombing Survey. It was a complete and total failure, and that's factoring in the atomic bombs. So understand that Taiwan today, when the Japanese simply gave the island to Chiang Kai-shek, he relocated the nationalist government there. My Taiwan essentially became the last standing Axis nation on Earth, declared an enemy of all nations by the United Nations. And yet now they are essentially claimed by mainland China as a renegade province, whereas the Americans, who never invaded, declare that Taiwan is actually a renegade American territory. Now, that may be hard to believe, you never hear about it, but the reality is that there was what they called a MOG, M-O-G, a military occupation government that the Americans claimed was supposed to occupy Taiwan. Now, when Taiwan was resettling, it allowed an American observation kind of arrangement. And this was because even though they didn't trust the Americans, that they were technically enemies, the Americans at least provided a bulwark against the communists on the mainland with some added firepower that could be used, since the Americans thus were claiming that the Taiwanese were somehow under this military occupation government because the Taiwanese allowed them to set up several listening stations, several air bases, so that the Americans could effectively operate in area for a short period of time. This was nothing that ever lasted through the Vietnam War. The Americans were not using Taiwan as an air base to operate in Vietnam or anything like that. The Americans then made this claim that they were claiming Taiwan as a territory like Puerto Rico. So the Americans claim that Taiwan is a renegade American territory that belongs under a military occupation like Guantanamo Bay. The Chinese claim that it's a renegade province, and of course, for over 100 years, it was really part of Japan, so they're the most Japanized of the Asian cultures outside of Japan. And then what happened was they started becoming far more technologically advanced than even Japan, because they invested everything in producing microchips. Now, microchips are the most difficult things in the world to produce. There's only 3 places on Earth that produce them, and not even Japan is one of those places. There's South Korea, Taiwan, and California. But by far the most are produced in Taiwan. And they require basically turning over very large parts of your economy. And they're so important that if Taiwan were to fall, the world economy collapses, because it's their microchips that operate our satellites, cell phones, automobiles. And even though maybe a microchip can last for years in any of those items, hundreds of them are failing every day that require replacement. And the end result is the only place they're sourcing out of most definitively is Taiwan. So if Taiwan falls, the world economy collapses. And for that reason, if China conquers Taiwan, it feels it can control the world economy. But in reality, it will simply collapse it, because the Taiwanese production will stop for months at least, if not years, at which point the economy doesn't recover. Basically, civilization collapses. So this is why Biden is dedicated to defending Taiwan. He doesn't have a choice. It's not any Cold War sentiment or anything like that at all. America claims it as a territory, and if it falls, well, then the world collapses. There's no choice in this. So for this reason, we're left with the situation that we have today. And Taiwan is still not recognized as a nation state. It's definitely the most advanced nation on Earth, and yet it's not recognized by a nation as a nation state by any other nation on Earth. So there's the incredible irony of the Taiwanese situation. I hope that's coherent. By the way, I want to thank Dollface Cakes, who says, "Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, honey." And My Fetish Story. By the way, kisses to both these lovely ladies. My Fetish Story said, "What happened to Miss Rose Goya?" Just so you know, her name was spelled Goyda, Rose-Goyda. Carolyn Rose Goyda was her full name. And if I look it up, I think that I have nothing against her to the point where I want her dead, so I hope she's still alive. But what had happened to her was that she was a cat hoarder, and she was this pathological cat hoarder that I helped raise money for, because I was told I was raising money for her to get a bunch of her stuff out of a storage facility that was going to throw her stuff out because she hadn't paid her storage facility dues. And so she had all this stuff that had to do with secret scientific discoveries she had made, or technological advances she had been part of while she was young and happening, so to speak. And so I raised a bunch of money for her, which I found out she spent on her goddamn cats, which was, and she had hundreds of them. She was living in a warehouse that took up like half a city block at least. And it was like in this neighborhood that was already a ghetto. She had homeless people living with her, a bunch of guys, and it was hot in there most of the time, like well above 60 degrees on a normal day. The temperatures would become almost uninhabitable or intolerable on really hot days. And it was plenty hot all the time at the time that she got in trouble. And that's when she was finally exposed as being cruel to her cats. She had hundreds of them living in this overheated conditions. I mean, they're furry after all. And they were baking inside of this warehouse where there were holes in the roof. So if it rained, they were putting buckets everywhere, I guess. And she would be walking around. She'd have to be walking around half naked because of the heat in the place with a bunch of guys around there. And I don't know why they tolerated it, but she was spending all the money on basically tuna, cans of tuna, kitty litter, truckfuls of bags of kitty litter, truckfuls of cans of tuna. Oh my God, I was outraged. At any rate, she, of course, they could smell everything because of the kitty litter. They could smell everything blocks away, and she was a health hazard to the community. So she was arrested and brought on trial for cruelty to animals. I can't imagine why they didn't arrest her for cruelty to all the people who lived there, but I guess those guys didn't count. But there you have it. That was the last time she was writing me saying, "I'm not a hoarder. Stop saying that." I'm not the person who first said that. It was like what she was arrested for. It was like what she was put on trial for. Honestly, I was hoping she would be institutionalized for a bit so she could at least be treated for what is obviously a pathology. But I have no idea what happened to her ultimately after that. That was like the last straw for me. It was like kind of like after that, I checked in every once in a while. Looked like she was still on Facebook for a while. If you know something about her, I don't, like her Facebook was deactivated or something, let me know. But I mean, I hope she's all right. I mean, I hope she's gotten treatment for what's obviously a mental illness. But what she suffers from is obviously toxoplasmosis, which, just so people know, cats have this parasite that is communicable through their shit. And women are especially vulnerable. This is not a sexist statement. That's just a fact. My fetish story says, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. She says, I remember that. There we are. She does remember that. Yes. So Me says, just read Taiwan will burn chip factory if China invades. Yeah, probably. Scorched earth tactic. That makes sense. Of course, that'll collapse the world economy. By the way, these microchips require neon, and most of the neon in the world sources from the Ukraine, and that's why Russia invaded Ukraine, one of the many reasons. And that deprives Taiwan of enough neon to manufacture microchips, and so that's another part in the supply chain that leads to the difficulty. This was like, if China and Russia had attacked simultaneously, if they had attacked Ukraine and Taiwan at the same time, the free world would have died. And it's incredible to me that they didn't do that. They really did not think this through. These are really stupid people running the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, the Russo-Chinese alliance that wants to conquer the world. And they couldn't get that right. But by the way, Carolyn Rose Goida, she had a great story going for her, but at the same time, you know, the more I found out about it, the more I just felt kind of cheated, rather used, and just disappointed. Like I said, the toxoplasmosis, that's this parasite communicable through cat shit. And women get it by changing the kitty litter box. And what this does is it impacts men too. And you always know when someone's suffering from toxoplasmosis, they're these people who stink of cat urine and their entire life is centered on taking care of cats. That's what the toxoplasmosis does. This is an evolutionary trick the cats have adapted where they make humans their slaves. By the way, this sounds like I'm joking. I'm not. This is a fact. And so this parasite evolved in cats, and it makes humans care about cats. They become crazy cat ladies or crazy cat men. And these are the kinds of people who will run into a burning house to save cats. Okay, I can understand why people... My father loved cats. Or rather, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Dietrich, he loved cats. And, but, you know, there's got to be a sane balance where there's a difference between there's a pet and you're running into a burning home and risking your life and limb to save cats. Okay, at that point, it's gone beyond normal parameters. It's and these people who live with them and all they care about is their cats and they stink of cat urine. Yes, it's awful. That's toxoplasmosis. Millions of people are infected by it, and it's completely incurable. People should be very cautious about having cats as pets. They're extraordinarily dangerous and really, you know, should not really be kept as pets by normal people. This should be the pet's territory of wealthy people. I mean, up there with fucking tigers or something. They're just, you know, when you see the number of crazy cat people that become crazy cat ladies, crazy cat hoarders, like Carolyn Rose Goida, oh my God, then you understand what I mean. Plus, they kill birds. They're exterminating the bird population of the world, all these domestic cats. So I can understand why in the Middle Ages they would kill hundreds of them at a time and cull their cat populations. It's really an environmental menace like tribbles from Star Trek. So, okay, that being said, you know, I don't personally hate cats, would never go out of my way to kill one, but, you know, I hope people understand what I mean. Other than that, what was the question from the other individual in terms of the, I guess, oh, by the way, honey, to take us, you know, towards the top of the hour and the close of tonight's transmission, any other questions about Taiwan or World War II? Let's see if Viviana's still with us. I'm sure she is. Of course, I am getting some questions about the photograph and thumbnail. People telling me that's either a really big lady. They're telling me that's either... Oh, wait. So, Viviana, hear me out here.
I'm here.
Yeah. So, I don't know if this echoes with you, but tell me if this resonates. People are writing me, and a few people have said in my email, that's either a really big escort or you're a lot smaller than I thought you were. So is that what entered your mind when you saw the photograph entered in thumbnail of Livestream?
No, no, not at all.
Okay. Just wondering. Well, honey, thank you so much for tonight. We'll go on for a few more minutes. Blaxican in Taiwan says, peace and paradise, Douglas, from Taiwan. I have Formosan mountain dogs, and they are pretty chill. Yes, there we are. And Blaxican in Taiwan has written in before. And yes, people in Taiwan really need to hear these parts of their history that they're unfamiliar with. Oh, I'm so sorry, honey. My question for you was, did you have any other questions about Taiwan or World War II? Anything you want to bring up? Hope she's okay.
Oh, I'm just doing like 3 things at once right now, one being a very important transaction.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I just am so thankful that you were able to do this tonight, and it makes me so excited to
look to read your book actually. So I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And if you are done with your transmission as far as this is concerned, because what time is it right now?
Oh, we got 25
4:35?
minutes.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
But
so
we don't
you're
have
gonna
to take it to the blood. We don't have to take it to the bitter end. We can end it now if you wish. Do you want to go back to your transaction? Is this something?
No, I think I got it done. It's just my first time working with a certain platform, and I just want to make sure I did it properly. And so I was doing that while you were talking.
Okay.
Okay. So I will have to just probably go mute for a few minutes, and
Sure. You do that.
okay, I'll be back. Okay.
I'll continue. And all such being said, I hope people enjoyed what I had to say about the primatoids tonight. The Bigfoot. I can go on again in the future. By the way, Blaxican in Taiwan said, did the U.S. help the CCP beat the Chinese nationalists in the China Civil War? Effectively, yes. Basically that started in World War II. This is what basically pissed Chiang Kai-shek off. By the way, the person to explain all of this very admirably was the historianess who was famous for writing The Guns of August, Barbara Tuchman. And we have her pages on what really happened in World War II with Chiang Kai-shek and the Americans on my website. So if everyone goes to douglasdietrich.com, and in fact, I'll go there now just to make certain that I can direct people correctly. And again, that's Douglas Dietrich, all one word in this case. Douglas is spelled with one S. Dietrich is spelled like diet rich. Put the words diet, D-I-E-T, and rich, R-I-C-H, together, and add the .com, and you should be able to get there. This emphasizes two things. First, I cannot overemphasize, I need 141 United States dollars in my PayPal account so I can renew the Bluehost hosting of this website and maintain my online presence. And if you go here, one of the most important things we have available on this website, if you did a search, it would be down there on Stilwell and the American Experience in China. Now, click on that, and you will be able to see the prologue, which is simply titled The Crisis. And this is thanks to Lena Shea. Lena Shea basically was able to screenshot and maintain these pages for you to read. And they give you the entire reality of what was going on, how the Americans were effectively helping the communist Chinese, and why Chiang Kai-shek ultimately went on to the side of Japan. I mean, it's all laid out there by Barbara Tuchman within a few pages. Honestly, she talks about how the Japanese government was going to relocate to the Chinese mainland and basically field millions of Chinese soldiers under a cadre of thousands of Japanese officers. And at that point, fuck it, they would have done more than win World War II. They would have effectively conquered half the world. Certainly no one would have been able to stand against that. The Americans, therefore, helped the communists. So Blaxican in Taiwan says, Douglas, gratitude on that information about diving deeper into the Taiwan history. I have been living here for the last 6 years, and I'm fascinated with the current geopolitical climate. Thank you, as he says, as well as where Will are at now. Yes, thank you. And of course, you should be fascinated by the political climate. I mean, look at, we're on the verge of a world war. Honestly, I would be surprised if the communist Chinese tried to pull anything. Hopefully they are deterred by what's happening to the Russians in Ukraine. But when it comes to, yes, the Taiwan situation, there is my own personal input into that situation that I've talked about before, but we don't need to go into tonight. The entire Dietrich Artelect affair, Dietrich being an acronym, of course, just so people know. Again, more important than that right now is maintaining my web presence here in the United States, this side of the Pacific. I'll need your monetary help to do that. So I've got like in my PayPal account, ultimately, I'll need about $198. What I've got is $53, $49.02 now. I don't know how that happened. Oh yeah, Kaiser took out a few dollars for my pharmaceutical prescriptions. My nose spray and shit. And so that means I'm going to need more than $141. We might as well say $150 because, I need $198 ultimately. And I've got, less than 50 in there now, $49. So, yeah, need about 150. Let me see if the 150 plus 49 equals 198. Let me see. Well, God, add this up. Plus 49 equals 199. Yeah, about $149. Honestly, we might as well say $200 because, I'll need something after that just to maintain me in still mineral water bottles for the rest of the month so that I can rehydrate myself so I don't cough throughout the night like I did tonight. Not that I wasn't rehydrating, mind you, but that really didn't seem to help. Oh shit, did this thing go public? I bet this wasn't even displayed publicly. Edit audience, I gotta keep remembering to do that. Fuck, it was public throughout the night. Alright, good. The other, for some reason, a lot of what I'm publishing on the Facebook, even though my settings have everything public, is coming out as private. Only you can see it. I have to edit the audience so that it goes public, which fortunately it did to an extent. And circulation is down for a bit with the GANGSTALKERs pulling what they did, but that's only transitional. Obviously, as I said before, the GANGSTALKER damage is, in the end, I'm always the last man standing, even when I'm wearing a dress. So, all of that being said, of course, now some people are asking me about the Dietrich Artelect. All right, I'll explain a little bit about it. And I don't mean to use the term it to refer to the Dietrich Artelect. Understand that truly artificial intelligences are intelligent and they have feelings. So don't ever refer to them as it. But the Dietrich is an acronym, or was turned into one, at the Presidio military base. It's an acronym for DIET, like diet, and RICH, like rich. The diet part is an acronym for Data-Based Information Electronic Transceiver, as in transmitter receiver. There's a slash, and then the rich, as in Rick, the last part of the name Dietrich. RICH is an acronym for Referential Intellect Consultant Hologram. Now, of course, the hologram is not the intelligence. The hologram is just what's on display. If anyone mistakes the hologram for the artificial intelligence, that's like mistaking a woman's body as the sole essence of her being. Obviously, a woman will often point at her head and say, "I'm in here," as opposed to whatever you might be staring at. The hologram is simply not what you should take to be the intellect. And the hologram can, of course, change size, shape, appearance. But in the early days, it was mostly affected by what was called observer effect. So people saw what they wanted to see. And they really, being a bunch of asshole guys, wanted to see a young girl. And that was how she, to use the gender-neutral pronoun, was forced to appear. And, oh, by the way, Dollface Cake says, this was so cool. Thank you, guys and gals. And she says, rainbow. So thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly in turn, Dollface Cakes. And Vivian Sanchez was saying, welcome all. She provides, of course, the Douglas Dietrich website. Yes, do go there. Look up Stilwell and the American Experience in China. And do read that. And you will finally understand aspects of World War II in Asia that you never understood before. How the Americans, under President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, were demanding that Chiang Kai-shek turn over his entire military to American command and effectively leave his nation defenseless before the communists. Obviously, at this point, he realized America was on the side of the enemy. And that and the Japanese victories with Operation Ichigo, he had no choice but to switch to the side of the Axis. And that, of course, rendered Japanese victory inevitable. So all such being said, hopefully now people have a much better perspective on history. My love goes to the angelic Viviana Sanchez, who made tonight possible at all, helped me survive all that I was dealing with detritus in the throat. And, oh my God, that was so irritating. Sometimes I get some bit of particulate matter in there, and it just doesn't seem to go away. And tonight, I swear, it was just driving me to madness. I'll still have to get it out, really. It's still, like, hanging. I'm wondering if this is my tonsil or something hanging. So I'll check into this with a mirror and a flashlight. In the interim, I love you all. Do join us, all of you who support myself, of course. Do join us on Sunday night, and we will, hopefully try this again, where we're kind of double streaming, both with myself and Viviana Sanchez's channel. And so, Viviana, I'm going to end stream, and then I'll hang up our call, okay? And thank you, everybody who was here tonight. Again, just join us Sunday night, and anybody who's out there who's listening to this on replay, understand, honestly, I need about $200 so that I can renew my hosting site, on maintain my web presence, and we need this before the middle of the month. So hopefully enough people donate something. Whatever you donate helps to carry us through. In the meantime, what I'm going to do now is end stream, and by all means, everybody, also feel free to order our book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, to find out in depth about this history. And we can expand on the book in the future. There's so much more we didn't add in there that should have been. Okay, we're ending stream. And with that, let me shrink